Dragon Ball World, age 737. A swarm of uninvited guests arrived as dozens of beetle-shaped spaceships streaked into planet Vegeta's skies. The vessels rampaged through the air without the slightest regard for order, even crashing into Saiyan buildings along their path, until at last they hovered menacingly above the Saiyan royal palace. From the moment the ships broke through the atmosphere, the Saiyans had already sensed an overwhelmingly powerful ki. One after another, they stopped what they were doing and lifted their heads to gaze toward the heavens. How outrageously arrogant, a Saiyan muttered under his breath as he watched their reckless behavior, quietly voicing his discontent. Under the fearful, indignant, and bewildered gazes of the Saiyans, the ships slowly opened their hatches. A group of figures flew out from within, swarming forth like a cloud of ravenous locusts. As more and more personnel emerged, the ships descended and settled onto the ground as well. Several figures at the forefront advanced slowly, surrounded by their subordinates. Though their pace was unhurried, each of their footsteps could be heard with unnerving clarity. The tall alien at the head was the first to speak. "It has been a long time, King Vegeta." The Saiyan with hair thrusting straight up, the one addressed as King Vegeta, replied, "Indeed, Lord Kurd, welcome to our world." He added, "Allow me to introduce him. This is my son Frieza. From today onward, he will replace me in leading you. Do not worry, everything shall remain just as it was before." A constant smile rested on Kurd's face, yet no outsider would ever mistake him for a kindly man. The introduced Frieza suddenly opened his eyes. The moment everyone saw that gaze, they understood at once an even more ruthless master had arrived. King Vegeta hurriedly dropped to one knee and bowed to Frieza. Seeing their king pay homage, the Saiyan guards rushed to follow suit, kneeling in unison. Perhaps inheriting a touch of his father's temperament, Frieza performed a perfunctory bow, in return merely going through the motions. Though King Vegeta seethed inwardly with displeasure, he did not dare let it show. After exchanging a few words with King Vegeta, Kurd and his son led their retinue away. During this time, they even took the opportunity to kill several hidden dark guards who had been secretly observing them. The purpose of their visit was disarmingly simple: to inform the Saiyans that they would be changing masters, and to let the new ruler upon taking office trample the Saiyans' pride in passing. In essence, it was all about establishing dominance, pure brutal intimidation. As explosions rumbled outside, a child floating in a nutrient tank suddenly opened his eyes. This child was our protagonist, Broly. The scene cuts back to 5 years earlier. In his previous life, Broly had been an unremarkable young man on Blue Star. He had no fortuitous encounters, spending his days casually watching anime, playing games, doing an ordinary job for a meager salary. Yet because he followed the trend of simply lying flat and drifting along, he felt little real pressure. Someone so plain that he would vanish in a crowd, went to sleep 2 years earlier, and woke up to find he had crossed over into the Dragon Ball world. Right after transmigrating, he could not help but wonder whether there would be a battle for ownership of the body. The original owner was still only a child, which made seizing control seemingly easy, but a Saiyan was still a Saiyan. If things went wrong, and he ended up as fuel for another soul, that would be a disgrace to transmigrators everywhere. When he saw Paragus, the protagonist was both shocked and delighted. Delighted because, without exaggeration, this body was that of the strongest Saiyan. There was nothing more to be said on that front. The name Broly itself was synonymous with berserk power. Yet he was also alarmed. Broly was strong, but that did not automatically make him strong. Whether he could inherit that power was one question, or whether he could even win the so-called first battle for the body was another matter entirely. As time passed, he realized he had been overthinking it. There was no imagined struggle for the body at all. He inherited both Broly's name and power flawlessly. Yet that was far from enough. With the combat power system collapsing later on, the question of how to transition smoothly into the late stages was what truly mattered. System, get out here and do your job," Broly shouted. Nothing happened, and a few imaginary crows seemed to flap lazily over his head. Maybe I have to chant it in my heart. Broly shut his eyes again, summoning the system silently within. Still nothing at all occurred. That can't be right. Am I really destined to be one of those transmigrators without a system? No, I can't give up any chance to survive and grow. If I really did have a system, I'd be holding the king of all by the hand, trampling the gods of destruction underfoot, with angels feeding me by hand. Broly still clung to a sliver of hope. "I've arrived on planet Vegeta. Sign in. All Worlds chat group, I'm here to claim my red envelope." Look at the angle of this 200-degree grin. Broly stubbornly tried every trick he could think of. Sigh. I can't possibly be the type destined for some rich son-in-law storyline, can I? After a period of fruitless attempts, Broly finally let go of the hope he had been clinging to and released a long, weary sigh. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, Broly could accept reality. After all, he was intimately familiar with the story's plot, and with the name Broly backing him, that alone would be more than enough if used wisely. Without a system, all I can do is cultivate. But at this size, I cannot even leave the incubator. I can only stare blankly. Even if I could go out, there would still be King Vegeta's jealousy and my so-called cheap father's schemes. Perhaps I should think about this from another angle. Looking at the nearby incubators, there is no Son Goku here, which means I should be the new version Broly. This body's talent ought to be sufficient. I simply won't be able to automatically increase my combat power or go berserk while remaining perfectly rational like the old Broly. Perhaps tempering my mind will be a better path. As time went on, Broly was confined within the incubator for 2 full years. His temperament grew far less restless than before. Yet he was after all not the original Broly. Even if his personality was changing, it would not transform overnight. Judging from the latest storyline, I should now be the same age as Vegeta, 5 years old. Kakarot has just been born. 3 years from now, Frieza will destroy planet Vegeta. Before that happens, I must conceal my combat power and avoid being sent to that desolate backwater planet Vampa. The plot has already shown that training there leads nowhere. I'll think about everything that comes after later. Time shifts back to Kurd and his son's visit to planet Vegeta. That old fox is putting on a show now. He'll have plenty of time to cry later, Broly thought silently. What a hassle. Next it's my turn to perform. If I act well, I'll have food and drink without worry and grow safely. If I mess this up, it will truly be a disaster. Just as Broly had anticipated, once Kurd and his son departed, King Vegeta brought his men to the incubation chamber. He first stood before his own son and launched into a torrent of praise, calling him a genius warrior and the future emperor of the universe. Broly almost wanted to laugh. Decades from now, he thought, you should ask your son why he never became emperor of the universe or the strongest under heaven. Is it because he doesn't want to? Who is this brat, and why is he also in a special pod? King Vegeta glared furiously at his subordinates. He could not tolerate anyone else being placed on the same level as his prodigy son. Forgive us. This child is named Broly, the son of Colonel Paragus, one of them stammered. You fools. These incubation pods are exorbitantly expensive and the environmental conditions are exacting. They exist solely for the nurturing of elite Saiyans. You are wasting the Saiyans' resources. King Vegeta roared in fury. You worthless brat. This kind of incubation chamber costs a fortune and its environmental conditions are extremely stringent. It exists solely to nurture elite Saiyans. You are squandering the resources of the Saiyans. King Vegeta roared in fury. But Broly's combat reading has already far surpassed that of His Highness the Prince. Please take a look. The researcher in charge of the incubation chamber handed King Vegeta an old-style scouter. So blind to the situation. If anyone has to die, it should be someone like you, he muttered inwardly. Inside the incubation pod, Broly muttered in his heart. Leaders take food, I turn the table. Oh, leaders open the door, I get in the car. Classic, utterly classic. King Vegeta lifted the scouter and aimed it at Broly within the culture pod. Once the device locked onto Broly, the numbers began to change: 0, 10, 30. Broly knew his future life depended on this very moment. He calmed his mind as if even the beating of his heart slowed. 50, 80, still climbing. 200, 300, 400, 450, then back to 400. In the end, the reading stabilized at 400. Still uneasy, King Vegeta said coldly, use one of the new scouters Frieza sent and check again. The researcher replaced it with a new scouter and handed it to King Vegeta. The king tested again, scanning Broly once more. The result was still 400. This brat. King Vegeta slammed his hand hard against the wall of the incubation pod. Broly's eyes snapped open, fixing a fierce, unblinking gaze on King Vegeta. Ha ha ha. King Vegeta burst into hearty laughter, leaving those around him utterly perplexed. King Vegeta continued, this little whelp is quite interesting. His talent may not equal my son's, but the gap is not that great. With that stubborn, unyielding nature, he might be of use when the time comes to deal with Frieza. Let him remain here. In a few days, let my son and Broly begin their assaults on some of the weaker planets. It is about time to start. King Vegeta paused, then added, and one more thing. When duplicating this new batch of scouters, pay closer attention. Do not let such anomalies occur again. With that, King Vegeta left without a backward glance. Once he was gone, Broly let out a long breath of relief. I finally managed to fool him. If I had reacted like an ordinary infant and burst into tears just now, that old fossil would probably have had me demoted to a low-class warrior at best, to be worked like a beast of burden, if not simply disposed of. So this chamber is supposedly prepared for cultivating elite Saiyans. In that case, I may as well make full and rightful use of these resources. From then on, Broly and Vegeta were assigned to the squad led by Nappa and Latais. The original captain had been Nappa, but as a matter of course that position now fell to Vegeta. 3 years later, on a world called Planet Kanasa, night had fallen. Beneath the moonlight, several giant apes rampaged while a race resembling lizardmen mounted an assault against them. They were the planet's final resistance. A month earlier, several tailed aliens had arrived in a spacecraft. Without so much as a word, they launched a brutal offensive against the natives, catching the lizard men completely off guard and slaughtering them. Because of the Saiyans' overwhelming battle power and ruthless methods, the first lizard men they encountered were annihilated before they could even send out a distress signal. Not until the third day of the Saiyan assault did the natives finally realize what was happening. Yet even after their awakening, they were still unable to mount any effective attack or obstruction against the Saiyans. Battle after battle, the lizard men fell in ever-growing numbers. All remaining survivors gathered together, preparing to face the Saiyans' final assault. At last, on this fateful night, the Saiyans launched their ultimate offensive. The lizard men had yet to grasp what was truly unfolding when they saw those devil-like Saiyans transform into giant apes, their battle power and destructive might doubling in an instant. The lizardmen's key cannon struck the giant apes to no effect, while a single supercharged mouth beam from a giant ape melted them into nothing. The so-called battle ended after only a short while. No, this did not even qualify as a war. It could only be called a massacre. While Bardak's squad was resting, a lizard man suddenly burst out from the rubble, using instantaneous movement to appear behind Bardak and chopping at him with a knife hand strike. The attacker was then blasted to death by Bardak, yet as the lizard man fell, Bardak collapsed as well. When Bardak awoke again, he discovered that his teammates had abandoned him and gone back into battle. When Bardak caught up, he found his comrades already slaughtered one by one. In his final moments, his teammate Toma left him a crucial piece of information. Frieza had grown disgusted with the Saiyans and had begun implementing a plan to annihilate their race. Bardak picked up the cloth his teammate had used as a bandage. His friend's blood had soaked it entirely red. As Bardak seethed with rage, a peal of laughter echoed over the battlefield. Soldiers of Frieza's army were watching him with mocking amusement. Bardak drew in a deep breath, said nothing, and charged straight into the midst of the crowd to fight. Originally, the forces Dodoria had allocated should have been more than sufficient. These few men were enough to handle Bardak's squad. Yet due to the Saiyan ability of revival from the brink of death, Bardak instead mercilessly pummeled them. However, because of the illusion fist the dying lizard man had struck him with, earlier visions of the future kept flashing through Bardak's mind. What should have been an easy victory turned into a bloody struggle, and he slew them only at the cost of grave injuries. After killing the lackeys, Bardak dragged his severely wounded body back to planet Vegeta. As in the original course of events, his earnest warnings were taken seriously by no one, and not a single Saiyan believed the message he had risked his life to bring, and some even mocked him for it. Bastards, all of you, go to hell together with this planet. Bardak's temper was fiery to begin with. The deaths of his comrades and Frieza's betrayal had already driven him to the brink of rage. To find that not one of his own people believed the message he had nearly died to deliver only stoked his fury further. I still can't fall, not yet, Frieza. Bardak, wounded and unsteady, walked toward the window. Through the glass, Bardak saw a figure with the same crab-like hairstyle as his own standing with his back to him. As he approached, that figure shifted and became Frieza. Is this the lantern show of my final moments? No, just more damned illusions. As the images in his mind replayed again and again, Bardak finally stepped outside. The wounds on his body seemed to ease slightly. Thinking of planet Vegeta's impending explosion and of Kakarot's future fierce battle with Frieza, Bardak steeled his resolve and flew toward the fleet of space vessels hovering beyond the atmosphere. Before Bardak could reach the cluster of space cruisers, soldiers of Frieza's army poured out like a downpour. Several aliens joined forces to unleash a combined ki blast at Bardak. After the explosion, Bardak burst from the dust and rubble, driving an elbow strike into a grunt who blocked his path, killing him instantly. Seeing Bardak drawing ever closer to Frieza's flagship, the underlings realized they could not let him advance any further. In desperation, dozens of them swarmed together, wrapping themselves around Bardak to pin him in place. Locked in place, Bardak gathered ki into his palm. A fierce sphere of energy swelled outward, expanding in all directions and blasting the rabble away as he forced his way forward once more. After being locked down, Bardak gathered his chi in his palm, shaking off the thugs and continuing forward. Inside the spaceship, Frieza watched Bardak knock the minions away wave after wave. He ordered Zarbon to open the upper hatch, determined to confront this extraordinary Saiyan monkey himself. With each wave of impact, Bardak's body approached its limits. Each time he broke through a group of minions, a new wave would rush in to restrain him. Finally, as he reached the spaceship's hatch, the door slowly opened. Frieza appeared sitting in his baby carriage. Upon finally seeing Frieza, the cause of all this chaos, Bardak grimaced as he uttered that famous line, Now everything can change. The fate of planet Vegeta, my fate, Kakarot's fate, and your fate. With that, Bardak unleashed his full power in a strike aimed at Frieza. The roaring energy blast sped towards Frieza, who merely chuckled, gathering a death energy ball in his hand. The energy ball instantly expanded, growing enormous and engulfing Bardock's strike. The grand missile, however, fell silent like a stone dropped into the vast ocean. Bardock looked astonished, although he had long anticipated this outcome. What? Frieza, already wary of the legend of the Super Saiyan, felt inexplicably furious upon seeing a Saiyan like Bardock. Without a word, he hurled the death energy ball at Bardock. The conclusion was tragic. As Bardock was consumed by the death energy ball, his consciousness gradually faded. In his final moments, he seemed to witness his son confronting Frieza, that little brat he deemed worthless who would ultimately change the fate of the Saiyan race. Thinking of this, Bardock raised the corner of his mouth and shouted that name, Kakarot. As the death energy ball continued to advance and expand, the minions that had previously blocked Bardock's path were also engulfed, slowly crashing down towards planet Vegeta. With the explosion of energy, planet Vegeta transformed into a shattered fireball. After a deafening bang, everything that once existed turned into nothingness. The plant people known for their miraculous healing potions, the highly civilized Zafir people, and the warrior Saiyans of the universe, all evidence of their existence dissipated into countless star dust with that explosion. Meanwhile, on the other side with the Vegeta team, what? Lord Nappa, something's wrong, shouted the Saiyan within the team, their expressions tense. Nappa asked what happened, looking alarmed. Frieza's army sent word that planet Vegeta suffered a massive meteor impact and the entire planet was obliterated. Nappa also grew anxious, and several other Saiyans in the team looked equally sorrowful. Nearby, the three small ones also heard the news, each reacting differently. Raditz said, "We're really lucky this time, a good thing we didn't follow Frieza's orders to gather back." Vegeta also showed no signs of sorrow, merely dissatisfied as he gnawed on an unknown fruit. "Teach, if it wasn't for that I would have been King Vegeta." Only Broly remained silent, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, what a pity, Bardock, you were the true glory of the Saiyans. I wonder how my cheap old man is doing. Although I'm not his biological son, I occupy his son's body. And this old man won't come to enslave me. I pray for you, may you survive this explosion. If you can't, then it's because you have committed too many sins." Nappa jogged over to Vegeta and asked, "Vegeta, you have a brother, right?" Vegeta replied, "Yes, but I don't know if he is dead or alive. I have no interest in finding out." "Raditz, you have a brother too, right?" Raditz imitated Vegeta's tone and said, "Yes, but he is a low-level warrior currently hiding in a nursery pod. Truly useless. I think I heard Mom say he would be sent away, but I can't be bothered to care about him anymore." "Broly, what about you? Do you have any family?" Broly stood up from the ground, not picking up that thread of conversation. He first glanced at Nappa and the three, then looked at Vegeta and Raditz, saying, "You two little rascals have lost your families and are still playing the aloof act. Especially you, Vegeta, you are no better than Nappa. What's the use of high battle power?" Raditz retorted. Yo, the little mute finally spoke. "We Saiyans are like this, battle power comes first, who cares about those boring things?" "Broly, don't be rude to Prince Vegeta." Nappa thought Broly made some sense, but Raditz's words seemed not entirely wrong either. "Now only we few Saiyans are left. We can't fight amongst ourselves anymore. Let's plan how to proceed." He turned to Vegeta, waiting for him to decide. Vegeta hastily finished the remaining fruit, stood up, and walked up to Broly. "So according to you, what should I do? Cry like those lowly races?" Broly first pushed Vegeta away, then knocked Raditz down with a punch, saying, "According to your logic, battle power comes first. If I kill you now, you wouldn't have any complaints, right?" Raditz, somewhat panicked, stepped back. Many people had said Broly's battle power was not far from Vegeta's, and upon reflection, he had never seen Broly fight to his full potential. He had never even transformed into a great ape. It seemed that at least in terms of battle power, he was stronger than Raditz, who stubbornly replied, "What do you want?" Broly glanced at the others, knowing that Vegeta was still the main backbone, and then gave his response. "Naturally, repay kindness with kindness and repay grievance with grievance. But I hope you all understand this, let's divide the luggage. One can only say that the Saiyans deserve this outcome. They often killed innocents and plundered planets, and I am not a good person either. But you all, so proud and arrogant, do not understand what emotions are, do not dare to face reality. The warrior race is just a joke." Broly initially wanted to fly away directly, but having lived together for so long, he reconsidered and nodded at Vegeta. "Think carefully, I don't believe you truly think planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor. Why did Frieza gather us? Now I am going to other planets. We must make Frieza pay for this, for the sake of those who died tragically and for the future of the Saiyans. Are you with me?" Nappa and the others fell silent, surprised that the usually quiet brat could say such things, but now Vegeta was still the prince, and his battle power was the highest. It was only right for him to make the decision. Raditz felt a surge of blood boiling. Although he didn't quite understand Broly's meaning, he looked at Vegeta. I, not going. You with such low battle power dare to dream of overthrowing Frieza." Vegeta rejected Broly without a second thought. And besides, you were so rude to me just now. Do you think I would just let you go? You little brat, unworthy to plot against me. Broly shook his head, suddenly disappearing from sight, appearing in front of Vegeta, and delivered a fierce punch to Vegeta's chin, knocking him unconscious. In that case, may we meet again in the future. I hope you don't die too soon. With that, Broly flew towards the spaceship. The Saiyans in the team were the first to react, asking, Nappa, should we chase? Nappa shook his head, forget it. Even Prince Vegeta, with a battle power of 1200, was taken down with one blow. None of us can match him. Let him go. Let's check on Prince Vegeta's injuries first. Nappa had one more thing he didn't say besides, although I don't know if what he said is right, I have a feeling the Saiyans would fare better under his leadership. After locating the spaceship, Broly took some supplies and opted not to drive the spaceship away. Instead, he switched to a less comfortable single-person circular flying device. Compared to the spaceship, this circular craft had a smaller target and was harder to detect. Moreover, it gave Broly a sense of reality reminiscent of his previous life, watching comics and animations. Although this cramped space couldn't be used for cultivation, perhaps this is what one might call a man's romance. Broly set the coordinates to Earth. He knew that arriving on Earth wouldn't be a matter of days, it would be a time of longing during the day and crying at night. He practiced piloting the spaceship and searching for coordinates in secret, unlike Kakarot, who just pressed random buttons. Given the long journey, Broly learned to set the flying device to sleep mode, which had the advantage of preventing boredom, while also eliminating the need for food, drink, and other necessities. The flight speed was adjusted to normal. Broly considered this, realizing that arriving too early was pointless. Without Bulma's radar, finding the Dragon Balls wouldn't be easy, and the World Martial Arts Tournament hadn't yet begun. He would need to follow the versions chosen one for now, and only after acquiring the necessary items would he think about how to develop further. In the year 749 of the Age of Peace on Earth, a loud bang accompanied by a massive tremor jolted Broly awake. Have we arrived? Broly emerged to stretch his body. Although he had been in sleep mode, his bodily functions were not dormant. As time passed, Broly's height had reached a terrifying 2 meters. Broly found a water source and indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Aside from his 2-meter height, due to not cultivating for 9 years, he was not as muscular as depicted in the original story. His physique was comparable to the classic Broly's normal state. Yet his eyes conveyed a sense of determination, and his chiseled facial features appeared even more rugged. The addition of his sword-like eyebrows lent him an air of elegance, and his previously messy hairstyle was tied into a simple braid, making it more convenient for battle. This isn't even my peak. I remember Broly reached 2.4 meters when he matured. I don't care much about height. If one is agile and quick, height can actually be an advantage. Reach and leg length. An inch longer is an inch stronger. 9 years just passed like this, but luckily Saiyans have a longer lifespan, and their youth lasts longer. If I run short on time, I can always learn from Bulma how to wish with the Dragon Balls. I've rested enough, the story is about to start. It's time to prepare. I should find someone to ask for directions. Broly shot up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. On September 1 SD, at Bun Mountain, a child with a tail was playing in the jungle with animals. Yes, this is the original protagonist's son, Wukong. He was incredibly strong, able to lift and throw large logs larger than himself. He was agile, with a saber-toothed tiger chasing him from behind as he ran ahead, sometimes swinging through trees like Tarzan, and sometimes running on all fours like a gorilla. He was exceptionally clever. Maybe. He led the saber-toothed tiger to a cliff and leaped off just like Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. The saber-toothed tiger fell down while he clung to a branch on the cliff. Just as Sun Wukong was feeling proud of his cleverness, the branch broke, and he fell down like the saber-toothed tiger. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared and caught Wukong. When Wukong saw the person, he suddenly realized that this person was flying. Thank you. You scared me to death. The newcomer placed Wukong on the ground, and Wukong gasped for breath in thanks. You're welcome. You really know how to put yourself in danger. But seeing this scene reminds me of my childhood. Wukong followed the shadow on the ground and saw a giant figure dressed in a blue tight suit with armor on the outside. You have a tail too. Wukong exclaimed, pointing at Broly's tail wrapped around his waist. What's so surprising about that? Don't you have one too? It's the mark of our clan. Broly said, flicking his tail as he spoke. Our clan? What does that mean? Is it tasty? Wukong asked, confused. Forget it, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. Broly sighed. After saying so much without introducing myself, I'm Broly, 16 years old. From now on you can call me Big Brother. Okay, Big Brother. I'm Son Wukong, 11 years old. It's Big Brother, not Big Brother. It sounds gross that way. Alright, Broly, Big Brother. Big Brother, were you flying just now? Big Brother, why aren't you talking? Broly thought to himself, is this what it's like to take care of a child? Luckily, I ignored those 2 little brats a few years ago. It let me have some peaceful years. Broly placed his index finger to his lips and said mysteriously, Shou Wukong, don't say a word. How about I take you hunting? I heard that fish are delicious when grilled in this season. Wow, grilled fish meat. Let's go, big brother, hurry. Wukong got even more excited at the mention of food. Broly interrupted Wukong. But your voice is too loud, it will scare the fish away. Okay, I won't say anything. Wukong covered his mouth with his hands in determination. Broly secretly laughed. Little brat, mastering the trick is easy. Harvest time, a bountiful catch, big brother. These fish are enough for us to eat for several days. After catching the fish, Wukong regained his energy. Broly said nothing, thinking it's about time to get moving. Here they come. Broly sensed something approaching them. At this speed, it could only be the reckless Bulma. Hearing Broly's words, Wukong stopped and asked, Big brother, what's coming? When Wukong turned around, he saw no good big brother. Instead, he saw a metal box hurtling towards him. Wukong had never seen anything like it, and was so frightened that his fur stood on end, forgetting to evade. Unfortunately, Bulma, the road hazard, drifted sharply, causing Wukong to be hit. It turned out that Wukong's head was quite tough. After being hit, he flipped over like a fish out of water, still thinking about that cheap big brother. Big brother, are you okay? This time Broly was left speechless. Upon hearing little Wukong's words, guilt welled up within him. I'm really a CS player. Broly easily dodged Bulma's car and closed his eyes, praying for Wukong. Wukong, don't blame me. Our Saiyan physique can take a couple of hits. If I don't get on her good side, how can I find the Dragon Balls? How can I find Master Roshi? Without the Dragon Balls and Master Roshi, how can I save the Earth later? You weren't just taking this hit for me, you were taking it for the whole Earth. It turns out Wukong's head is quite tough. After being hit, he flipped over like a fish out of water, still thinking about that cheap big brother. Big brother, are you okay? This time Broly was at a loss. Upon hearing little Wukong's words, guilt surged again. I'm truly born again. Although this kid gets a bit mischievous later, he is still the innocent and kind little brat now. You really regard me as a big brother. I will surely take care of you later, surpassing Vegeta. The two looked at each other, relieved to see they were both fine and were about to start settling the score. Wukong had assumed a stance, slowly approaching Bulma while asking, Are you a monster trying to steal our food? Then come and attack to see. What? You're still alive. Bulma was still recovering from the earlier incident, watching Wukong step closer. Reaching the front of Bulma's car, Wukong lifted the vehicle above his head with force and tossed it aside. With such a throw, 2 wheels flew off and Bulma poked her head out of the window, holding her head. Broly stepped in front of Wukong, pulling him behind him. All right, Wukong, let me talk to her. Broly looked at the disheveled Bulma, momentarily lost in thought as fragments of animated scenes flashed through his mind. Realizing he was a bit out of line, Broly cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Miss, you crashed into me. What the hell? Broly's sentence was cut short when he saw Bulma pull out a handgun and fire 2 shots at him. As a youth from the 21st century Blue Star, he was momentarily stunned when he witnessed the vintage gun fire, yet even so those bullets couldn't harm Broly in the slightest. His power was evident. It wasn't entirely Bulma's fault for being frightened. The towering shadow before her was so oppressive. It was as if the song Angelinar was about to play. Broly spread his hands, and the bullets fell to the ground. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable. Broly fancied himself cool with this little display. By the way, the grand image Bulma had in her mind had shattered along with this somewhat cringy line. Broly fixed his gaze firmly on Bulma, slowly advancing towards her, wary of any tricks she might pull. It was Bulma's first time encountering someone who couldn't be killed by a car crash or gunfire, and she stood there stunned. Broly seized Bulma, pulling her out of the car. I say, miss, you crashed into someone, and now you want to kill them to cover it up. Wukong circled Bulma, exclaiming, Big brother, she's also a human. That's obvious. Bulma replied, her head filled with black lines, but she smiled, saying, I'm sorry, I thought you were robbers blocking the road. I hit you, but you also damaged my car, so we're even. Upon hearing this, Broly was both angered and amused, as expected of you. Did you really think you could brush us off like that? Broly raised his hand towards a nearby large tree and unleashed a powerful energy wave, showcasing some military might. Bulma and little Wukong gasped and shocked their mouths, forming an O, while Broly nodded for Bulma to continue. Seeing the two brothers not buying her act, Bulma pulled out her classic gambit. If that's the case, I guess I'll have to sacrifice a bit and let you 2 country bumpkins get a good look at my underwear. How about that? Broly continued to glare at Bulma, his expression dark as he remained silent, but his meaning was quite clear. I won't fall for that. Noticing Broly's stillness, Wukong kept a close watch on Bulma, ready to strike if she made any sudden moves. Bulma sized up the 2 brothers and came up with a good idea. These 2 bumpkins had fake tails. Did they think they were cool? They probably hadn't heard of Dragon Balls. Given their decent strength, perhaps she could trick them into being her free bodyguards. Thinking this, Bulma transformed into a detective, her tongue almost sticking out in glee. Look at this. With that, Bulma took out a Dragon Ball, holding it in her hand. This orb is called a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, And if you collect them all, you can make a wish no matter what it is. I can let you make a wish. What do you think? Broly's eyes lit up at the sight of the Dragon Ball. This was the very thing he had been yearning for. When he could make a wish, he could control his rage. As for Frieza, he could just twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Grandpa! Wukong shouted, asking, "Is this your grandpa?" "No, this is a Dragon Ball. If you find 7, you can make a wish." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Bulma had already guessed that the other Dragon Ball nearby was probably the grandpa Wukong mentioned. Sure, Broly figured out Bulma's intention, knowing she wanted to trick them into working for free. While it's true that you can make a wish, it's only allowed once. You don't get to dictate who gets to wish after it's found. Then let's go home first. Grandpa told me once that when you meet a girl, you should be gentle with her. Wukong said, having no concept of wishes, he only wanted to eat the big fish his brother would catch for him. After eating, the three prepared to set off. Bulma pulled out a capsule, tossing it, and it transformed into a motorcycle. Looking at the two brothers, and then at the motorcycle, Bulma frowned. "Do you two know how to operate any form of transportation? This motorcycle can only carry one person." Wukong remained as innocent as ever. "I can run fast by myself. I run really fast." Broly placed his hand on Wukong's head, ruffling it as he said, "You two should go together, it'll fly over." Wukong exclaimed, "Right. Big brother can fly. Fly, eh? Well then that would be even faster. They'll go at full speed." Bulma was a bit surprised but quickly came to terms with it. Since these two could withstand bullets and weren't harmed by a car crash, it seemed unsurprising that they had flying abilities. After traveling a bit, Broly saw the two stop midair and shouted, "Why did you stop?" Bulma also noticed, and while the younger one seemed a bit silly, the older one had no issues communicating. "Sorry, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Broly tactfully descended from the air. Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Big brother, where did she go?" Broly recalled the narrative and replied, "She went to the restroom. Girls tend to be shy, so there are many things that can't be said directly." Wukong frowned and said, "Women are really troublesome." Upon seeing Wukong's little adult demeanor, Broly couldn't help but find it amusing. "Help! Was that Bulma?" Broly darted forward with Wukong following closely behind. Upon getting closer, it turned out to be a dinosaur unique to Baozi Mountain. A blue pterodactyl gripping Bulma in its claws, and she was squirming in fear. The pterodactyl noticed Broly and Wukong, and surprisingly spoke, "Kid, you are." Before it could finish, Broly swiftly dealt with it with a chop of his hand. Wukong rubbed his eyes, having not seen Broly's action clearly. "Big brother is so fast." "Wukong, do you have a knife?" Broly inquired. "No, I don't." "Hey, you two, can't you consider a girl's feelings? This is ridiculous." Bulma, still shaken, complained as she heard the brothers discussing unrelated matters. "Wow, what are you two doing?" The scene shifted, revealing the two brothers tearing apart the pterodactyl. "What are we doing?" "Skinning it and eating the meat." Broly continued his work without looking back. "But it was just talking a moment ago." Bulma felt it was somewhat cruel. "But it was speaking just now." Bulma felt a pang of unease. Broly saw nothing cruel in it. Back in Vegeta's squad had encountered far worse. After all, Saiyans lived by tooth and claw. To him, Bulma's indignation reeked of hypocrisy. "It meant to devour you. Have you forgotten that? And when you fired upon us, did the word cruelty ever cross your mind? What do you think, Goku?" Bulma pressed, unwilling to yield. "Big brother's right." Goku scratched his head, stomach rumbling. "It tried to eat you, but failed. So why shouldn't we eat it? When you're hungry, you eat. That's only natural." Bulma fell silent. Inwardly, she affixed a stark warning label to both brothers: dangerous. A heavy, wordless tension settled between Broly and her. Only Goku remained blissfully innocent, oblivious to the undercurrents. "Big brother Bulma, look, it's getting dark. Shall we camp here tonight?" "Fine." Broly's reply was terse, yet his thoughts churned. How did I never notice how sanctimonious she is? So she's sulking now, this little minx. Just wait, I'll teach her a lesson. "Oh, all right." Seeing Broly's brooding silence, Bulma guessed his mood and hesitated. "He saved me. Was I truly too harsh? Yet, no girl would ever like me now." She withdrew a universal capsule, tossed it onto the ground, and with a sharp detonation, smoke cleared to reveal a gleaming dome-shaped shelter. Standing before the entrance, Bulma called out, "Aren't you two coming in?" Even Goku, naive as he was, sensed the rift. He glanced between Bulma and Broly, uncertain where to step. Broly ruffled Goku's hair gently. "Go on. You'll be more comfortable inside. I'm long accustomed to sleeping beneath the open sky. And haven't you ever seen electric lights or television? Go explore the world beyond your mountain." "Oh, okay." Goku lingered, reluctant, before stepping into the shelter. "Where's your big brother?" "He's not joining us." Bulma asked softly, voice tinged with guilt. "He says he's used to this life." Bulma looked toward Broly. He'd already kindled a campfire, leaning against a towering tree, resting in quiet solitude. Their gazes met. Then Broly lowered his eyes, refusing to meet hers again. Bulma flared inwardly. How infuriating. That wretched man. Fine, freeze outside all night. I hope wolves leave nothing but bones by dawn. Inside, after ushering Goku to bathe, Bulma switched on the television, only to drift into reverie. The lover's kiss on screen dissolved into Broly's face, rescuing her from peril. Perhaps I was too severe. Even so, shouldn't he yield to me just once? Admittedly, his entrance was terrifying, and yet now that I think on it, he is striking tall, powerfully built, with sharp, handsome features. Why even bother seeking Dragon Balls at all? No, his temperament is unbearable. I must find the Dragon Balls. I'll wish for him to obey my every command, or perhaps an endless supply of strawberries. Better yet, Bulma's imagination conjured Broly kneeling beside her, one hand cradling her chin, the other offering a ripe strawberry to her lips. Yikes! A sudden shout sent Bulma tumbling off the sofa. Brat, what are you doing? Recognizing Goku, she smacked him soundly on the head. Goku rubbed his skull. You were drooling. Did you sneak some delicious treat? Can I try it too? Out. There's none. A lady never drools. Go to bed now. Her fleeting good humor vanished. She retreated to her room to sleep. Midnight. Tossing and turning, Bulma suddenly remembered Broly outside. I wonder how he is. I'll slip out and bring him a blanket. Let him wake up grateful, ashamed, and utterly devoted. She eased the door open, only to find Broly gone. Did wolves really get him? Nonsense. He's far too formidable for any beast. Perhaps he stormed off still sulking. Annoying man. Never mind. I'll ask Goku tomorrow to find him and apologize. As she turned to return, a voice halted her. Are you looking for me? She turned, and there he was leaping down from the night sky, a massive slab of meat slung over his shoulder and a sapphire blue scale. Know the height of that pterodactyl, draped across his waist. You're a demon. Why would I go searching for you? I just couldn't sleep and stepped out for air. She squeezed her eyes shut and turned away, though the blanket clutched in her hands betrayed her. Broly said nothing. Truth be told, his anger had already faded. A young woman witnessing such brutality would naturally recoil, and he too had been foolish to take offense at a child's outburst. Did I frighten you today? We're past the era of planetary conquest. No need to live like savages. You've surely noticed by now. We aren't from Earth. Goku was fortunate. He arrived as an infant raised by a grandfather who watched over him. But Saiyans are born for battle, slaughter, plunder, and even subjugation. Broly set his burdens aside and sat cross-legged, beginning his tale. Bulma laid the blanket on the ground and sat beside him. I'm sorry. As you said, I was terrified, so. Anyway, sorry. She blurted the last words, cheeks burning crimson. That's unlike you. But if that's your peace offering, then let's shake on it. He extended his hand. She reached out, and as his warm, calloused fingers closed around hers, she stared breathless. It's so warm. What are you two doing? Goku rubbed his sleepy eyes watching them. Bulma snatched her hand back and clenched her fist. Wretched brat. Can't you tell when to look away? Broly understood instantly. Though he'd lived 2 lifetimes without love, he'd witnessed this scene countless times in stories. To spare Bulma further embarrassment, he spoke first. I was telling him our story, the Saiyan saga. We have enormous appetites. Knowing you'd grow hungry tonight, I hunted something fresh. Would you like to join us? Eat while you listen. Yes. Yes. The thought of being able to eat and listen to stories excited Wukong, and he flipped over with a burst of energy, completely awake. Wukong's appearance was like a splash of cold water that brought Bulma back to her senses. Only then did she notice what Broly had said earlier. Aren't you and Wukong Earthlings? Broly flicked his tail and gestured. Isn't it obvious? So what you said earlier is true. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing Bulma's disbelief, Broly took off his chest armor and upper clothing, revealing his muscular upper body. Look, these are the proof. Looking at the numerous scars on Broly's body, some of which were even shocking, Bulma felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Perhaps other Saiyans would see these as medals, but I don't think so, for I know that the true evil lies within us Saiyans. We are the ones invading others' homes and bringing them pain and separation. As Bulma's hand lingered, Broly inexplicably pulled her into his embrace. Although Bulma sensed something was off, she didn't resist for reasons she couldn't comprehend, her cheeks flushing crimson. Though Broly appeared calm on the surface, continuing to recount the story of the Saiyans, turmoil raged within him. Damn it. What am I doing? She's still a child, even though I'm not much older. Watching the two embrace, Wukong thought of his grandfather's son Wufan. Big brother, why are you hugging her? Hug me instead. Ooh, I suddenly miss Grandpa. Hearing this, Bulma quickly broke free from Broly's embrace, while Broly's face turned red, and he pulled Wukong beside him. It's getting late. Let's save your story for another day. I'm going to sleep now. With that, Bulma hastily ran back to her room and slammed the door shut. After Bulma returned to her room, the scene outside shifted from ambiguous to warm. Big brother, do I have parents? Yes, everyone has parents, but sometimes they might not be by your side for various reasons. Your name on our planet is Kakarot, and you also have a brother. Does Big Brother know my parents? Yes, your father is a hero among us Saiyans. Listening to this, Wukong fell asleep. As he lay there with moonlight spilling across his face, Broly couldn't help but think to himself, yes, Wukong, you have friends, teachers, a wife, and children, but where is my belonging? I have a cheap old man who is trying to use me to rise in status, burdened with sins and blood, fleeing east and west, finally arriving at my past live's hometown, but unfortunately, there is no home for me in this world anymore. At this moment, Broly's body underwent some changes. If he were to look in a mirror now, he would see his pupils momentarily turn light green before returning to normal. The next morning, Wukong woke up from Broly's thigh. Are you awake? It's Big Brother. Do you want to train with me? Wukong got up and stretched, instantly revitalized. Seeing Wukong's enthusiasm, Broly decided to fulfill his duty as an older brother. Sure, today I'll teach you how to control your tail. Control my tail? I can do that. Oh, I washed myself with my tail yesterday. No, I mean using it to fight. Broly walked up to a massive rock, crossed his arms, and shook his tail twice before, with a speed Wukong couldn't see, smashed the rock into pieces. I'll give it a try. Wukong approached another giant rock and swung his tail at it. Although he had some strength, it couldn't compare to Wukong's power. It hurt. Stop. Please stop. Who is it? Hearing this voice, Wukong got startled. In fact, Broly had already noticed the turtle, but for the sake of the storyline, he chose to let Wukong make contact while he followed behind. So you're not a rock. I'm sorry, I thought you were a stone. Saying this, Wukong bowed to the turtle as an apology. Hearing the commotion outside, Bulma changed her clothes and came out. Since Wukong had slept with Broly at night, Bulma was spared from trouble. The turtle said, forget about what happened earlier, but can you get me a glass of salt water? If possible, add some seaweed to it. Bulma gave it a sideways glance. You turtles sure know how to enjoy yourself. Nevertheless, she complied and brought it a bucket of salt water. After drinking, Wukong insisted on taking it home, but Bulma disagreed, unwilling to get involved. As they argued, Wukong thought of his older brother. Big Brother, what do you think? The turtle and Bulma also turned their heads toward Broly, who had unknowingly become the backbone of the group. Let's go, just as a way to clear our minds. Well, since Broly says so, we might as well take it along. Seeing Bulma change her attitude so quickly, the turtle rolled its eyes. Broly knew the turtle wanted to go back to call Master Roshi and was waiting for them, so he let Wukong ride Bulma's motorcycle while he took the turtle back to the seaside first. Even so, Bulma and Wukong took a while to arrive, and Master Roshi slowly floated over on the turtle. Master Roshi hummed a tune as he jumped ashore, beginning to tremble continuously, pointing at Broly, but unable to say a word. The three exchanged glances, unsure of what the old man meant. Old man, what's wrong with you? Wukong asked, looking at Master Roshi. This question brought Master Roshi back to his senses. Returning to his senses, Master Roshi's muscles instantly bulged, bursting his clothes, transforming him into a muscle man. But that wasn't the end. He placed his hands in a pose, and a shining energy sphere began to glow in his hands. You all better stay away from him. Master Roshi shouted at Wukong and Bulma. Huh? Is this aimed at me? What's wrong with this old man? Broly was left with a head full of question marks. Kamehameha. A beam of light the thickness of a barrel and dazzling blue-white shot from Master Roshi's hands toward Broly. Broly raised his hand and deflected Master Roshi's full-powered Kamehameha. The rebounded Kamehameha exploded in the air, creating a massive blast that knocked everyone but Broly off their feet. Master Roshi looked terrified. That didn't have any effect. It seems I'll have to use that technique. Wait. Broly knew this was the moment to speak. Elder Sir, what do you mean? Why attack me the instant we meet? I haven't done anything, at least not yet. Seeing Broly make no move to strike, Master Roshi exhaled in quiet relief and countered, what is your connection to King Piccolo? And how did you grow so strong? At the name King Piccolo, Broly instantly understood. Saiyans could not suppress their battle aura, and to Roshi, the strongest being he'd ever sensed was the Elder Piccolo, whose power barely reached 200. Broly had already surpassed 20,000 in combat strength when he left Vegeta's squad. Though unlike his original counterpart, his power didn't surge endlessly with time. His body had matured steadily. His current strength likely hovered between 30 and 40,000. So it was only natural Roshi would lump him in with King Piccolo's ilk. Yet to put it bluntly, how could an ant comprehend the difference between an elephant and a blue whale? Because I am a Saiyan, a race born for battle, and I've never met this King Piccolo you speak of. Fearing Roshi remained uneasy, Broly added hastily, I came to Earth with no grand purpose, merely to eat, drink, and enjoy life. These words offered little reassurance, but Roshi soon sighed inwardly. If this man truly surpassed King Piccolo by such a margin, then even if he harbored ill intent, none on Earth could hope to stop him. He only prayed the evil containment wave would still hold. Ah, I see. My apologies. I acted rashly, Rashi said solemnly, bowing deeply before Broly. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Master Mateto, though many call me Master Rashi after my beloved turtle. No need for formality, Master Mateto. I am Broly, this is Son Goku, and that is Bulma. They are my friends, and my family, Broly added, gesturing warmly toward them. Son Goku. Do you know Son Gohan? At the familiar name, Rashi's voice trembled with sudden excitement. He is my grandfather, Goku replied. Grandfather? Of course, of course. Hearing your name, and seeing your Nioibo, I should have recognized it at once. I gifted it to him myself. I was his master. Yet, Rashi's expression clouded with quiet confusion. Your tales? We are Saiyans. He was sent to Earth as a child and found by adoptive parents. As for me, I came searching for him after our homeworld was destroyed. Broly explained calmly. Ah, what tragic fates these children bear. Very well. Since you are the grandson of my disciple, and since you saved my turtle, fortune has bound us. I shall gift each of you something special. As he spoke, Rashi completely overlooked Bulma. Hey, I helped save him too, you know, she protested, bristling. Fine, Bulma, take my gift instead. Master Mateto, if possible, I'd like the orb you wear upon your chest. We're seeking precisely such an artifact. Broly pointed to the Dragon Ball gleaming at Rashi's throat. Of course, you may have it. I found it while diving years ago and kept it for its beauty. But promise me this, young one, walk the righteous path and guard your heart's unwavering sincerity. Rashi offered no resistance, simply unclasped the Dragon Ball and handed it over. I will, Broly replied, accepting it and immediately passing it to Bulma. Ha, so young yet. Your trials have only just begun. Rashi chuckled, his earlier tension dissolving into mischievous levity as he winked slyly at Broly. Old turtle, what nonsense are you spouting? We're not like that. Never mind. Youth truly is a wondrous thing. Rashi turned to Goku. Goku, is it? Then let me bestow upon you the Phoenix. The Phoenix? In hushed anticipation, nothing happened. Broly stood frozen, mortified toes curling inward, as Rashi's theatrical invocation eerily mirrored his own first summoning of the system. The turtle murmured, didn't that Phoenix fellow die last year from food poisoning? Rashi scratched his head sheepishly. Then, how about the flying Nimbus cloud? The flying Nimbus cloud. Moments later, a radiant golden cloud drifted down from the sky and settled gently beside them. Can I eat it? Goku asked, stroking its soft surface curiously. Rashi shook his head. No, it's not edible. But ride it, and you'll soar through the heavens. Then I don't want it. A collective gasp rose from the group. This legendary treasure casually declined. Even Broly blinked in disbelief. Who among mortals hadn't dreamed of riding the clouds? Stranger still, why would a boy so young refuse such a marvel? Had he unwittingly triggered a butterfly effect? My older brother can fly too. He promised to teach me. So I won't need it. Rashi frowned faintly. Flight technique. Could he be trained by Crane Hermit? No. Given his strength, mastering flight is hardly extraordinary. Yet Goku's refusal had stranded Rashi mid-gesture, his dignity hanging precariously in the air. Goku accepted. Though I vowed to teach you flight, you're not yet strong enough to learn. Let the Nimbus carry you for now. Play explore, or simply keep you company. Broly urged gently. Rashi shot him a look of sincere gratitude. Broly, of course, harbored a private motive. Though he carried 40 years of accumulated lifetimes, he remained at heart an eternal youth, eager to test whether the Nimbus would bear him even if he held little hope of success. As always, Broly soared freely above. Goku, though feigning reluctance, soon surrendered to joy, looping, diving, and performing dazzling aerial feats atop the Nimbus. Bulma alone remained earthbound, grumbling bitterly atop her motorcycle. Ugh, why fly so fast? Do you think I can keep up? Is it fun to mock me for lacking wings? Hearing her lament, Broly halted midair. Then I'll carry you. No, don't touch me. Bulma's thoughts flashed back to that night, when Broly had swept her into his arms, and her cheeks flushed crimson. I suspect in such moments a woman's no is but a veiled yes. Without hesitation, Broly swept her up and shot forward. Though cradling beauty in his arms, Broly wrestled inwardly. Why did I do this? Wasn't I resolved to win over number 18? Then why this stirring for Bulma? Why this impulsive act? Oh heavens, am I deep down merely a roving heart incapable of fidelity? Beep, 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 beep. Bulma referenced the Dragon Ball radar and pointed in a direction. It should be nearby him. Got it, it should be in that village below. Broly took the lead and descended from the sky. Upon entering the village, the three found it unusually desolate, and after looking around they saw no signs of life. Broly roughly guessed where they were. Bulma remarked, this village is so strange, there's completely no one inside. Goku looked around and shook his head, saying, no, this village does have people. Broly was surprised. Logically, he shouldn't be able to sense any energy right now, so how could he perceive people? Previously, he hadn't concealed his energy and Master Roshi was the same. He didn't sense anything either. This was truly bizarre. Goku walked up to a house and said, "I know you're inside, open the door." He knocked loudly, but there was still no response. Since that's the case, Goku punched the door with a bang, breaking it open and forcing the lock. Isn't this a bit much? Seeing Goku's actions, Bulma tried to advise him from behind. Just then an axe fell from the sky and struck Goku on the head. "Watch out!" Bulma shouted urgently. Due to the suddenness of the axe, Goku had no time to dodge. At that moment, Broly intervened, using his forearm to block the blow. The bloody scene Bulma had anticipated did not occur. Instead, the iron axe shattered into pieces upon hitting Broly's battle suit. So it really had no effect. Goku, seeing the unexpected attack, took a stance and questioned the assailant. "What are you doing? Why are you attacking us?" The assailant was a middle-aged man dressed in a rural American style, with a little girl in Native American attire hiding behind him, who looked even younger than Goku. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the man quickly surrendered. "I'm sorry, Oolong, I'll give you as much food and money as you want, just spare my daughter." "What are you talking about? Who is Oolong?" Goku looked at the man in confusion. After realizing the three were not Oolong, the man called out to the villagers. Bulma glanced at Broly's arm with concern and reproached the man. "Hey, if that axe had hit me, I would have been dead." The man looked embarrassed and repeatedly apologized. Goku looked at the little girl's dress and reached out to pat it. Broly punched him on the head. Although he had already dodged the axe in the original story, Broly's punch was much harder than the axe, and a bump immediately formed on Goku's head. "That hurt, big brother." Bulma also scolded Goku for his behavior. "How could you touch a girl's private parts? That's truly rude." Broly, as the responsible adult, also apologized to the villagers. "I'm sorry, I'm his older brother. That kid can't distinguish between genders yet, so." Speaking of which, who is this Oolong you all are talking about? Bulma skillfully defused the awkwardness. Upon hearing the name Oolong, everyone became visibly tense, and even the man's daughter hurriedly hid behind him. The man nervously began to explain, "Oolong is a monster that lives here, very powerful and ruthless." "Very powerful, huh? Why not just defeat this guy then?" Goku's character was fully revealed. The man got even more agitated upon hearing Goku's words. "Are you joking? That monster is so tall and big, and he said that if we resist, he will wipe us all out. Jingke once said he would kill Qin Shi Huang too." Broly had no good feelings towards this guy who was using intimidation. Bulma nudged Broly. When Broly looked at her, she signaled with her eyes. Broly understood this clever hint and said to the man, "We can help you deal with this, Oolong, but we are looking for a starry Dragon Ball. You can give it to me as a reward." Saying this, Bulma took out a Dragon Ball for everyone to see. Just then an old lady from the crowd stepped forward. "I have one of those." She rummaged through her belongings and pulled out another Dragon Ball. Broly took the Dragon Ball and handed it to Bulma, saying, "Elder, we accept your reward. I will help you deal with Oolong." Looking at Broly, who towered over them, no one had any doubts. Just then Goku reached out again, preparing to attack the old lady. "Goku!" Broly pretended to glare at Goku angrily. Seeing Broly's stern expression, Goku quickly retracted his hand and instinctively covered his head. Bulma helplessly said, "Broly, keep an eye on him, don't let him bother the girls again." At that moment the ground began to shake rhythmically, as if something was approaching step by step. Outside, villagers shouted, "Oolong is coming, everyone run." Broly and Goku rushed outside and saw a figure dressed in a suit resembling a red demon from an island country. "Goku, go ahead. Remember, no matter what he transforms into, his strength won't change." Broly looked down on Oolong and had no intention of attacking him. "Very well, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Since that's the case." Oolong transformed directly into a robot, holding a bowl of ramen soup in his hands. "Then I'll have to eat you too." Broly could no longer stand the sight of this guy and shouted to Goku, "Don't waste time talking to him, remember what I taught you." Goku nodded, walked up to Oolong, and rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "It should be here." Seeing that Goku was not afraid of him and was still talking, Oolong began to exert more force. "Kid, are you already scared, silly?" At that moment, Goku suddenly jumped up and punched Oolong on the chin, causing Oolong to roll his eyes and faint, his body turning back into its original form amidst a puff of white smoke. Under everyone's watch, Goku lifted Oolong with one hand and tossed him in front of the crowd. After rescuing the girl who had been tricked by Oolong, he left Oolong behind to work in the fields, paying back the food and money he had previously stolen. Broly and the others headed towards their next target, the Bread Mountain. Next up, it should be Yamcha, right? Broly muttered to himself. Though Broly didn't have any particular aversion to Yamcha, looking at the bigger picture, Yamcha was quite pitiful because of his early stage introversion, which led him to become a playboy later on. He had fought and died multiple times for Earth only to end up as an ordinary person. Perhaps if he hadn't met Goku, he would have lived a better life. After taking a detour, they finally arrived at the desert, but due to the intense heat in the air, Bulma insisted on walking on the ground. After only walking a few hundred meters, Bulma began to cry and refused to go on, finding a rock cave to lie down in. The longer you take, the more time you suffer. Are we not searching for the Dragon Balls to make a wish anymore? Broly, however, felt no discomfort. He had faced numerous hardships since childhood. Goku was somewhat similar. Although he grew up on Earth after Gohan's death, he had become quite wild himself. I won't go with you two wild monkeys. Bulma pouted as she lay on the ground. Knowing that Bulma had been pampered since childhood, Broly understood her situation. How about I carry you over? Just endure for a bit, it would be quicker that way. Absolutely not. If I just fly over, my skin will get tanned. Bulma started to throw a tantrum. Someone's coming. Broly sensed a presence rapidly approaching them. No way. Who could it be in a place like this? He didn't even need to guess who was coming. You lot hand over your money and universal capsules. The voice echoed from afar before the person even arrived. Goku, go handle it. Broly directed Goku towards the oncoming individual. A man with long hair and a sword jumped off a motorcycle accompanied by a creature with blue fur. A woman. This is troublesome. But as long as there's no contact. Yamcha saw Bulma lying on the ground, feeling a bit flustered. After getting a clear view of the newcomer, Broly instinctively glanced at Bulma, who did not appear to be starstruck as he had imagined. Thankfully, wait, why am I feeling nervous? In terms of looks and physique, how could I be inferior? Once you've seen the vast ocean, no other water can compare. Broly himself did not realize the small relief in his heart. Hearing Broly's call, Goku jumped in front of Yamcha, ready to take a stance, waiting for Yamcha's next move. Perhaps because there was a woman present, Yamcha felt compelled to show off. Hey, that tall guy, you've got such a big frame, yet you're hiding behind a woman and a child. Hearing himself called out, Broly couldn't help but laugh and stood up, slowly walking towards Yamcha. His steps were not large, but they shook Yamcha's heart like an earthquake. The closer he got, the faster Yamcha's heart raced, until Broly finally stood right in front of him. Broly placed his hands on his hips, slightly bending down, and asked Yamcha, "Are you talking about me?" When Broly stopped in front of Yamcha, Yamcha's heart raced to the point of nearly stopping, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The pressure from this giant made it hard for him to breathe. Yamcha instinctively jumped back, swallowing hard, thinking, this is it, I seem to have picked the wrong person. This guy is tough. Although fear had already taken root in his heart, he did not show any sign of backing down. Don't think I'm afraid just because you're taller than me. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your things, or I won't hold back. Oh. Broly glanced at Yamcha, and the next second, he was already behind him. He's gone. Yamcha was taken aback as he searched for Broly's figure. Just then Por shouted, "Yamcha, behind you." He's right behind you. The moment Yamcha heard the word, behind, his body was covered in goosebumps, and his scalp tingled. He forced himself to turn his head, and saw the tall shadow on the ground. This cry sounded like a battle roar, but was more like Yamcha trying to encourage himself. With that shout, his body was finally able to move, and without a second thought, he swung his weapon behind him. The next scene left Yamcha dumbfounded. His slash had landed perfectly on Broly's neck. Not only did it not draw blood, but his full force strike didn't even make Broly budge an inch. Clang! The blade shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. "Run, Yamcha!" Por shouted at him. Yamcha didn't need to be reminded. If he could run, he would have done so long ago. His legs were completely unresponsive, frozen in place. Broly extended his right hand, effortlessly firing a fist-sized energy blast to the side, hitting a rock pillar. The towering pillar, several meters high, instantly turned to dust, leaving only a large pit as evidence of its existence. Seeing this scene, Yamcha collapsed to the ground, barely supporting himself with his hands to avoid falling over. "I'm a fair person. If you want to rob me, you'll just take your money and capsules." As he spoke, Broly extended his hand. Seeing this, Yamcha hurriedly handed over all his belongings to Broly. "You can leave now." Suddenly, Broly seemed to remember something and called out to the two, "Wait." As Yamcha got up ready to flee, he felt his heart sink. Oh no. This guy isn't going to change his mind and kill me to silence me, is he? In the future, keep your distance from us, especially from her. His voice was low, intentionally kept within the range that only Yamcha could hear, while he glanced at Bulma. Following Broly's gaze, Yamcha understood what he meant and quickly replied, Yes, rest assured, I promise I won't show up in your sight again." Seeing that Broly had no intention of stopping them, Por transformed into a large bird and swiftly flew away with Yamcha from this troublesome place. "What's wrong, Broly? Do you know him?" Bulma asked. Broly looked puzzled. "I don't know him. Why do you ask?" "Then why do you have such hostility towards him? It's the first time I've seen you so angry." As she spoke, Bulma pointed at the large pit left on the ground. "I just lost control of my strength for a moment." "Let's not talk about that. We now have a means of transportation since that kid left his belongings and capsules behind." Broly scratched his head, thinking, am I really that easy to understand? Meanwhile, the recently escaped Yamcha dared not target Broly and the others for the time being. After resting for a night, they set off again. "Why do I feel like it's getting hotter?" Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead asking, I feel it too, it seems even hotter than when we were in the desert. Bulma was also drained by the heat. Because up ahead is the exploding bread mountain formerly known as the Liangjing Mountain. Later, after breaking the alchemy furnace of the immortals, a huge fire turned this place into what it is today. This fire is not an ordinary flame. Regular water can't extinguish it, so it is now called Flame Mountain. Broly explained. Because right ahead is the Bread Mountain, which was once known as Liangjing Mountain. It later became engulfed in flames after the immortals' alchemy furnace was broken, and the fire that consumed it is not an ordinary flame. Even common water cannot extinguish it, hence it is now called Flame Mountain. Broly provided the explanation. Wow, are there really immortals in this world? Upon hearing about the immortals, Goku immediately perked up. But, how do you know this? Didn't you just arrive on Earth? Bulma immediately seized on the key point of the question. Broly wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, thinking as expected of the one with the intellect, they've caught me out. It seems I need to be more careful with my words in the future, just like when Daidoku first came to Earth and spoke to Goku. One wrong word could change the future. A thief told me about it earlier. I asked him about the road ahead, hee. Broly replied evasively. Goku wanted to say more, but Broly interrupted him. No more, but let's hurry. We're just 2 more Dragon Balls away. Don't you want to grant your wishes sooner? As they advanced, they finally arrived at the castle of the Bull Demon King, a medieval-style European castle engulfed in flames. Tisk, is this the legendary Sino-American collaboration? Broly silently scoffed. Big brother Bulma, I'll check from above on my flying Nimbus to see if I can get inside and grab the Dragon Balls. Perhaps Goku was still thinking about the immortals as he took the initiative to suggest entering the castle. Broly shook his head and said that's not possible. Flames burn upward and hot air is lighter, which means it will rise. Conversely, the place with the least oxygen inside is actually not as hot. But the problem is, how do we break through the outer flames? After hearing this, Bulma changed her view of Broly. I didn't expect someone so muscular to understand chemistry. Broly puffed out his chest and replied, just kidding, we Saiyans also have advanced technology, you know. Look at my battle suit. Yet in his heart he thought, I learned all this back in middle school, okay. Just then a massive axe flew towards them, its size nearly matching Bulma's. As the axe flew close, Broly delivered a spinning kick that sent the giant axe flying back. Following the path of the flying axe, they saw a very rough-looking giant. Indeed, he was rough and stood in stark contrast to them. He wore a horned helmet, had a beard, and looked quite terrifying. After the axe returned, the giant slid about 10 meters before coming to a stop. The Bull Demon King, having halted, said, You little brat, what great strength you have. He didn't realize that it was only because Broly had held back his strength that he wasn't harmed. What are you doing here? Wait. Is that not the flying Nimbus? What is your relationship with Master Roshi? And that staff, who are you to Sun Wukong? Upon seeing Goku's flying Nimbus, the Bull Demon King seemed to change, losing the ferocity he initially displayed. Sun Wukong. The flying Nimbus was given to me by an old man who rides a turtle, and the golden staff was given to me by my late grandfather. Goku answered honestly. Is that so? Gohan has already. The Bull Demon King briefly mourned for son Gohan. After the mourning, he eagerly asked about Master Roshi's whereabouts. Goku, do you know where Master Roshi is? With him my castle will be saved. Can you borrow Master Roshi's banana fan? That way we can extinguish this fire. Goku. Bulma seized the opportunity to give Goku a meaningful look and pulled out a Dragon Ball from her pocket, shaking it. With previous experiences, Goku understood Bulma's intention without needing to be told. Uncle, if the time comes, can you give me such a ball? Yes. The Bull Demon King thought to himself that if he took any longer, everything would burn. By the way, if you see my daughter on the way, bring her back too. She could be your bride. Please. Goku asked Broly, Big brother, are you coming along? You would make things faster. After putting away Chi-Chi's photo. I'm not going. Today's journey has made me a bit tired. You go and come back quickly. Broly waved his hand. After Goku left, Bulma whispered, Do Saiyans also get tired? Haven't you heard? This time, they need to bring back a bride. Why should I go? I'm just afraid this kid will misbehave. Broly explained. I thought you Saiyans weren't good at handling emotions, Bulma retorted. That's true, but I'm an exception, well versed in the ways of the world. As he said this, Broly flashed a toothy grin at Bulma. Bullshit. At this, Bulma turned away and ignored Broly. What's wrong with this girl acting so strangely? As he spoke, Broly hummed an old song from his past life. I thought I guessed, and guessed the hearts of girls are truly strange. After some simple greetings, Master Roshi looked at Broly and asked, Why are you here? You made me come for nothing. Broly clasped his hands and said, It's like this, Master Roshi. Perhaps I seem very strong to you, but that is just the natural talent of a Saiyan, and our ability to utilize Chi is not as good as yours. I fear. That's true, you've reminded me. Well, since I'm here, I will help you once more. As he spoke, Master Roshi transformed into his explosive form and unleashed a Kamehameha, extinguishing the fire on Flame Mountain. Unlike the original work, this time the power was reduced. Although the castle was still damaged, it left Goku with some belongings. Under Master Rose's demonstration, Goku learned the Kamehameha. Seeing Goku's high talent, Master Roshi decided to take him as a disciple and said to Broly, "You should join too. Although I'm not as powerful as you, I can teach you some chi techniques." Broly understood Master Rose's intention. Although this old man had a bit of a lecherous side, he wasn't bad-hearted. He probably thought of me as the same type of person as Tianjin Fan, fearing I might go astray. That's exactly what I meant. I just want to learn some chi techniques, and receiving your guidance will greatly enhance my cultivation. However, we have some matters to attend to first. We need to find the Dragon Balls, and then we will visit your island. Broly understood Master Roshi's meaning. Though the little old man was somewhat lecherous, his heart was not ill-intentioned. His remark likely stemmed from lumping Broly together with Tien Shinhan, fearing Broly might stray onto a dark path. That is precisely our plan. We shall first locate the Dragon Balls, then pay you a respectful visit. As the trio pressed onward, they arrived at a quiet town where they decided to restock supplies before resuming their journey. Having lived outdoors for so long, Broly felt an unexpected ease upon entering the town. His spirits lifted, and he eagerly decided to stroll through its streets and do some shopping. First, the three checked into an inn and took refreshing showers, washing away the weariness of the road. They then agreed to meet at a clothing store. Bulma purchased several capsules she anticipated needing on their travels, while Broly treated Goku to a hearty feast. Finally, the three emerged freshly attired. Bulma chose a linen ensemble evoking Middle Eastern aesthetics from her past life, her hair drawn high into a bold ponytail, claiming she wished to immerse herself in local customs and culture. Goku was outfitted by Broly in a sleek black long-sleeved Taoist robe. At first, Goku hesitated, preferring the garments left to him by his grandfather. But Broly gently insisted such precious mementos should be preserved, not worn daily lest battlewear diminish their sanctity. When you long for Grandpa, take them out and hold them close. As for Broly himself, he opted for simple training attire, form-fitting black athletic wear paired with black shorts, and retained his original white combat boots, deeming them far more practical than conventional footwear. Something still feels missing. Broly fastened the cobalt blue dragon hide sash back around his waist. Now that's perfect. Bulma gazed at the two brothers clad entirely in black, and suddenly felt oddly out of place. Is it just my imagination? Why do I suddenly feel like the provincial outsider? Especially when looking at Broly, Bulma experienced a fleeting moment of breathless awe. I don't even want to find the Dragon Balls just yet. As Bulma stood lost in thought, commotion erupted outside, shattering the tranquil interlude. A band of absurd figures, dressed in outdated military overcoats and wearing rabbit-eared caps, were looting the townsfolk, seizing goods without payment. Marching down the street, they spotted Broly, Goku, and Bulma emerging from the clothing store. "Hey, blue-haired lady, you're quite the looker. Come entertain us for a bit." One of the rabbit troop soldiers pointed directly at Bulma. This behavior feels strangely familiar. Watching the scene unfold, Broly felt a sudden surge of fury rise within him, his fists clenching involuntarily. With a single powerful push off the ground, Broly launched himself forward, delivering two brutal, unadorned punches straight to the rabbit troop soldiers. Given Broly's overwhelming power, even these raw blows proved catastrophic for ordinary men. Their bodies exploded in crimson spray, leaving only mangled torsos behind. A few drops of blood even spattered across Bulma's face nearby. Chaos erupted instantly in the street. Some cheered wildly, others shrieked in terror. Broly glanced around indifferently, then calmly wiped the blood from his hands. Even Bulma remained uncharacteristically silent. Ordinarily, she would have been the first to wail and rage, but now she drifted into quiet reverie. Was he truly enraged for my sake? So I matter to him after all. Women ever thus. Wretched scum. Broly spat once, then returned to Goku and Bulma. Staring at his bloodstained palms, Broly could not fathom the source of his fury. Perhaps it welled up from ancestral hatred buried deep within his bloodline. Since arriving on Earth, this world, so reminiscent of his lost homeland, had softened his savage instincts. Even Yamcha, a potential rival for Bulma's affections, had been granted clemency. So why did these two nameless men ignite such volcanic wrath? Just as the group prepared to depart, a whimsical rabbit-shaped vehicle rolled to a stop. At its appearance, the previously chaotic street emptied in an instant, every civilian vanishing as if swallowed by air. From the vehicle stepped an anthropomorphic rabbit, who ambled over, swaying his head side to side, surveyed the carnage on the ground, and asked, "Who did this?" "So, you're their leader?" Broly replied, ignoring the question entirely. "Did you order them to pillage, burn, and slaughter here?" "So, it was you then. Take this." The rabbit lunged, landing a punch squarely on Broly's thigh, harmless, barely registering. "Watch out!" A familiar voice rang out. From the shadows, Yamcha and Por leapt forth. Humiliated by his earlier retreat before the women, Yamcha had sworn vengeance and had secretly trailed Broly's group ever since. Had Goku been nearby, Broly might have sensed Yamcha's presence. But Yamcha was far too weak even compared to Goku, and with deliberate concealment Broly had mistaken him for an ordinary bystander. To Broly, the rabbit's punch moved with glacial slowness. He hadn't even bothered to dodge. As Broly raised his palm preparing to deliver a stinging slap that would humiliate his foe beyond measure, Calamity struck without warning. With a sharp crack, Broly transformed into a carrot. "Brother! Broly!" Goku and Bulma cried out in unison. Broly cursed inwardly. How did I end up in the same predicament as Vegito? So much time had passed, many plot lines had faded from memory. He never expected to stumble here. Yet he remained unruffled. If Vegito is the strongest coffee candy in the universe, then I, Broly, must surely be history's most formidable carrot. "Goku, don't touch him. Anyone he touches turns into a carrot. Strike him with the staff behind you." Yamcha shouted urgently. "No need." The carrot floated upward, then shot forward like a bolt. A fresh crimson wound bloomed across the rabbit's snow-white fur. The rabbit collapsed lifeless. Broly instantly reverted to his true form. He quickly inspected himself for lingering anomalies while Goku and Bulma rushed forward, poking and prodding him from every angle. "I'm sorry." Realizing he'd inadvertently exposed himself, Yamcha spun his legs into blurs and fled with Por in tow. So he was trying to save us. What a fool, yet not an unkind one. My earlier threats weren't cruelty, they were protection. And still he charged right back in. Broly shook his head. "Forget it. If you're dragged into danger again, at least I'll rid you of this wretched vegetable man." The trio resumed their journey. Only one Dragon Ball remained to be found. "Hey Bulma, what's your wish?" Broly teased playfully. I recall her saying she wanted a handsome boyfriend. Goku recalled aloud. "Cancelled. That wish is void," Bulma declared, then stole a quick furtive glance at Broly. Broly feigned ignorance, continuing to fly ahead. "And what about you? Do you have a wish? Would you like me to yield mine to you?" Bulma murmured shyly. "I want endless meat." Goku blurted out first. "I want to eat endless meat." Wukong exclaimed eagerly. "I wasn't talking to you, son. Wukong, I was asking Broly. What does it matter? My big brother loves meat too." Wukong still couldn't let go of this wish. "My planet has been destroyed and my wish is to protect you all and safeguard Earth, this second homeland." Saying this, Broly smiled slightly. Those lines felt familiar. "I hope that man from the Leo constellation can forgive me. Protect me. He said he would protect me. After this Dragon Ball journey ends, I will take him back to West City to get married." Bulma selectively heard you, her eyes turning into hearts as she drooled in fantasy. "By the way, today is September 10th, right?" Broly suddenly asked out of the blue. Bulma awakened from her fantasy, looked at the electronic watch on her wrist, and replied, "Yes, why?" Upon hearing her answer, Broly landed on the ground and set Bulma down. "Wukong, Bulma, I have something to attend to tonight. You will know what it is when evening comes." "What, eh? Where are you going? You can't leave us." Bulma blurted out upon hearing that Broly was leaving. After saying it, she felt a bit flustered and quickly made a clumsy excuse. "I mean, you finally came to Earth to find Wukong. Are you just going to abandon him like that?" Wukong looked at Broly with a disgruntled expression. "Big brother, where are you going? Please take me with you. Don't worry. He'll find you later tonight. As an alien, I don't have a home on Earth. Where could I go?" After saying this, Broly patted Wukong's head and then Bulma's. "Damn it. Don't treat me like a little kid like him." Bulma feigned dissatisfaction, but in her heart, she was overjoyed. "You two should come out now. I know you've been following us the whole time," Broly said. "If you don't come out, I will have to resort to force." Saying this, a green light flashed in Broly's hand again. "I'm coming out." Yamcha and Por raised their hands and walked out from behind a large rock. Having learned from the last lesson, Broly kept a close eye on Yamcha. If it weren't intentional, how could they keep up with Broly's speed? Broly called Yamcha aside and whispered, "You two protect them well. One is my brother and the other." Yamcha's gossiping spirit flared up as he stared at Broly, waiting for him to continue. "Ahem. The other is my girlfriend, so don't take advantage of the situation and steal someone's love." With that, Broly exuded a powerful aura, and in an instant it felt as if the sky had darkened. I understand." Yamcha trembled with fear. Finally, Broly held up two fingers pointed at his own eyes, then pointed at Yamcha, who nodded frantically to express his sincerity. After giving instructions, Broly soared into the air and flew off into the distance. In reality, he just circled around, hiding behind a few people. Earlier, when he asked Bulma for the date, it was just to confirm if today was a full moon. Wukong was still okay. At most, he had a combat power of dozens. Even if he transformed into a great ape, it would only be in the hundreds, not enough to be considered a fraction. However, if he were to transform unexpectedly, there wouldn't be anyone on Earth who could stop him. Even if he didn't harm Bulma and the others after transforming with a combat power of several 100,000, it could easily attract Frieza ahead of time, causing some unforeseen events. Broly thought it would be safer to follow the storyline, and besides, this way, he would have a chance to wait for the Dragon Balls to make wishes. As for the three-person team, they were even more innocent than Bulma, and Broly was even less worried they would pose any threat to Wukong. In the early Dragon Ball world, it was still a comedic manga, and there wouldn't be any truly evil characters. The only thing he couldn't stop worrying about was whether Yamcha would act inappropriately. If he dared to do anything to Bulma, Broly wouldn't care about the storyline and would be willing to drag the entire Earth down with him. Pure love YYDS. After Broly left, Yamcha didn't have any thoughts about Bulma. After all, Broly's terror was evident to all. He had been secretly following behind because of the Dragon Balls, and he had learned the secret of Saiyan tales when they were at Flame Mountain. You underestimate my ambition. With the Dragon Balls, I can become fearless of women and marry countless beauties. In fact, Yamcha's initial wish was really this pure. Yamcha was still thinking about the Dragon Balls because he had previously let Broly take over the fight. He had no idea he couldn't even defeat Wukong. And Bulma, who should have been a girl and her youthful crush at this age, had no more contact with Yamcha. Because of her crush, she only felt that he had helped them a little before, so he wasn't too bad. Now she was solely waiting for the Dragon Ball journey to end, so she could return home with Broly. Only Wukong was still thinking about Broly's prowess earlier. Big brother should be stronger than Grandpa, and Master Roshi right. I must surpass him and let him teach me martial arts when he comes back. With that, the few of them walked on, each harboring their own thoughts. Perhaps due to the will of the world, they were captured by a mixed rice group and taken to the dungeon. Until the mixed rice group made a wish and summoned the dragon. Thunder and lightning filled the sky as a gigantic green legendary creature appeared before the comedic trio. I want the whole world. I want to control my anger. Broly, with a cloth covering his eyes, appeared before the dragon. That wish cannot be fulfilled. Your power exceeds me by too much. The dragon did not grant his wish as imagined. Who are you? How dare you steal wishes from me, the great king? The mixed rice group furiously questioned Broly. The great king of mixed rice is with son Wukong. His name is Broly, and he is extremely terrifying. The scout Mai whispered to the mixed rice group. Broly ignored them and casually shot an energy ball that silenced the trio. Then I wish I could retain my sanity when I transform into a great ape. The dragon's eyes emitted a red light. Your wish has been granted. Then it transformed into several stone balls and scattered across the world. Broly leaped and grabbed one of them. He remembered the significance of this 4-star ball to Wukong as well as to their group of Dragon Ball enthusiasts. The mixed rice group knelt on the ground, crying like a child. Damn it, my dream of conquering the world. By the way, since he is with son Wukong, I want to execute his companions. Just wait. You will know the terrifying consequences of angering me, the great king of mixed rice. The mixed rice group stopped crying and picked up the intercom, shouting, lock them in that room. On the other side, just as Broly was considering whether to blow up the entire castle to rescue them, a change occurred. Wukong had just finished telling the story from Grandpa and noticed that Bulma, Yamcha, and Puar were hiding far away. In fact, Bulma and the others had already sensed that something was wrong, but the scheming Bulma inadvertently pointed Wukong's gaze at the full moon. Wukong's muscles suddenly bulged, his nose and chin began to protrude, and his brow and forehead also started to rise. Then hair began to grow all over Wukong's body, transforming him into a great ape. Son Wukong's body erupted with coarse fur as he transformed into a colossal ape. With a thunderous roar, the ape shattered the dungeon's confines and unleashed chaos upon the land. So there you are. You truly never make things easy, do you? Broly gazed at the towering beast with serene tenderness, utterly unshaken. Oi, Monkey Kong. Snap out of it. Yamcha, I'd nearly forgotten about them. In a flash, Broly whisked the group from the castle's upper floors down to solid ground. Thank goodness, you've come to save us, Broly. Bulma clung to him like a vine wrapping around an ancient tree, refusing to let go. Beside her, Yamcha mimicked her, instantly gripping Broly's other arm with desperate tenacity. That giant ape, it's Goku. He transformed after gazing upon the moon. Bulma, shut your mouth, now. Before she could finish, Puar and Yamcha clamped their hands over her lips. Broly is a Saiyan too, and far stronger than Goku. Do you want to get us all killed? Hearing Yamcha's words, Bulma recalled Broly's Saiyan heritage and instinctively covered her mouth in silence. Seizing the momentary lull, Broly gently withdrew his arm. Relax. I retain full awareness even in Great Simon form. And look. He gestured toward the cloth blindfold covering his eyes. Only then did the three exhale in quiet relief. I'll check on Goku first. At the mention of Goku, their gazes snapped back to the monstrous ape looming before them, whose own golden eyes now locked onto theirs. Brat, wake up now, or I'll knock some sense into you. Broly soared before the ape, attempting to pierce through its feral haze with sheer will. The ape no longer recognized Broly, nor crucially the terror he embodied. With a guttural snarl, Great Simon Goku seized Broly's shoulders, fingers crushing inward, as if to pulverize bone and sinew. Gazing upon this defiant, unrestrained Goku, Broly sighed inwardly. If awakening reason were so simple, attaining Super Saiyan 4 would hardly be legendary. Broly tensed, muscles coiling like tempered steel, then wrenched free. In one fluid motion, he drove a devastating blow precisely to the diaphragm region just below Goku's navel. Take my diaphragm strike. To Bulma and Yamcha's stunned eyes, Broly hadn't even shifted his stance, yet the ape froze mid-motion. Its breath-hitched lungs seizing air fled its throat like water draining from a breached dam. Then, like a mountain collapsing under its own weight, the colossal ape crashed backward, rigid and lifeless, eyes rolled, white, consciousness extinguished. Broly, he's terrifying. Yamcha and Bulma's eyes bulged outward as if sprung from springs. The next morning they found Goku sprawled naked upon the earth, deep in slumber. Bulma, ever thoughtful, had tenderly covered his navel with a cloth. When Goku stirred awake, farewells loomed inevitable. Go see Master Roshi, Goku. You still have much to learn. Broly ruffled Goku's hair as he spoke. Got it. But when did you even get back? Haha. Looks like he's already forgotten last night. Having survived that harrowing night together, Yamcha realized Broly wasn't quite the monster he'd imagined, though the memory of Goku crumpling beneath a single strike swiftly recalibrated that impression. Still, he was surprisingly kind. The Dragon Balls are gone. We must depart. Yamcha and Por leapt into their car, waving farewell. You're really leaving? Can't I come with you? Bulma's voice trembled, her heart heavy with parting. Goku, go play nearby for a while. I need a word with Bulma. Okay. Bulma, I think I understand what you feel, but we both need time to reflect. I don't want our bond born of impulse alone. If after you complete your studies your feelings remain unchanged, come find me at Master Roshi's house. Her nose stung, tears spilled, unchecked speech dissolving into silent sorrow. I love you. But we each bear paths we must walk alone. Look, you built the Dragon Radar at such a young age. Imagine how brilliant you'll become after graduation. I may well need your help someday. Broly spoke without thought, heart raw, then gently cupped Bulma's tear-streaked face and pressed a soft, reverent kiss to her forehead. In my homeland there's an old saying, parting is but the prelude to a sweeter reunion. Her tears ceased. She felt the warmth where his lips had lingered, and fell into quiet, contemplative stillness. She neither wept nor pleaded. She understood his resolve. Yet parting always carries sorrow. Even the breeze brushing her cheek turned cool and hollow. Goku, it's time to go. Broly called him forward. All right, you two go ahead, but I won't come looking for you at Roshi's house. If you want me as your girlfriend, you'll have to find me in West City. Bulma swallowed her grief, turning away, her voice defiant despite trembling lips. Goodbye, Bulma. Broly said nothing more. Only Goku's farewell echoed, then the sharp, rushing whisper of nimbus clouds vanishing into the sky. Only when silence settled did Bulma slowly turn, determined for one final glimpse of his retreating silhouette. You haven't left yet. She blinked, astonished to find him standing right before her. I sent Goku ahead. I'll escort you home, so I won't lose my way when I come for you later. With those simple words, every ache, grief, longing, melancholy, dissolved like mist beneath morning sun. He swept her into his arms and soared skyward. After delivering Bulma safely to West City, Broly returned to Master Roshi's island to begin rigorous ki cultivation. Knowing Roshi's early training for Goku focused solely on physical conditioning, Broly privately consulted the master, explaining he required no such basics and instead wished to master the Turtle School's refined ki control and advanced combat techniques. His ambition was clear: to embody G-Terra Goku, not merely a warrior but a tactical master, commanding Solar Flare, Afterimage Fist, Four-Body Fist, and Destructo Disc with effortless precision. For now, only Afterimage Fist and multiple Afterimage Fist were within reach. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin endured the most unforgettable chapter of their youth, hauling boulders, delivering milk, tilling soil, and suffering food poisoning. Notably, Krillin inexplicably harbored a simmering, unshakable animosity toward Broly. 7 months later, as dusk bled across the western horizon, Krillin quietly pulled Goku aside. Goku, isn't your big brother awfully intimidating? And why does he sit cross-legged in meditation all day while we train? Krillin quietly pulled Goku aside and whispered, Goku, your big brother is really fierce, isn't he? And why does he just sit cross-legged for a whole day while we train? Krillin, you shouldn't speak ill of my big brother. He's even stronger than Master Roshi. And Goku looked around sneakily before continuing. I heard Master Roshi say that there is no one on Earth who can match him. He's even stronger than Master Mateto. You must be joking. Krillin rolled his eyes in doubt. You two don't slack off. The whispers of the two little ones couldn't escape Master Rose's notice. After scolding them, he muttered to himself. Not to mention you really don't understand how terrifying that kid is. Even the current gods might not be his match. Master Mateto. Just as Master Roshi was lost in thought, a large hand patted his shoulder, startling him so much that his shell nearly flew off. Turning around, he found that Broly had somehow appeared behind him. It's me, Master Mateto. Broly waved his hand innocently. Oh, it's Broly. It seems you've successfully trained to hide your ki. The multi-image fist shouldn't be a problem for you now, right? Master Roshi patted his chest and sighed in relief. Yes. Child, I don't have much more to teach you. Do you know why I don't let you call me master like the others? Because your strength is such that even my teacher Master Mateto wouldn't stand a chance. I don't qualify to be your master. You are too modest. A teacher, even for a word, is still a teacher. Besides, you have taught me so much. You can still bear the title of master. I dare to call you master. However, the world is vast, and there is still much I wish to learn, so I wanted to inform you first to seek your forgiveness. I know what you are worried about. It is precisely because I understand that I have come to you to learn, seeking to control this power. All right. Master Roshi had also observed Broly's growth. Although he was older, his extensive experience made him less rigid in his understanding of things. This child, despite being somewhat cunning, had a decent character, though he retained the inherent brutality, bloodthirstiness, and combativeness of a Saiyan. To call such a strong-willed and powerful person master would be disingenuous. No worries, as long as you and Goku can walk the right path, I would consider it a contribution to the martial arts world. Big brother, you're here. After chatting for a while, Goku, who had been training, took off his shell and ran over, wanting to bond with his big brother. Krillin hid behind Goku, secretly watching Broly. Since you're all here, let's end today's training. I have something to tell you. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, and the organizers called me to participate. Oh, so that's what it's about. Bulma mentioned this in her letter. I came because of that. Broly took out the letter from his pocket and shook it. So that means the championship is yours for sure. Shall I take you with me to see it? Master Roshi looked at Broly and then turned to the two little ones. Hey, Master Mateto is so biased. We've been training hard these days too. Hearing this, Krillin felt a bit unconvinced. Right, Goku? I feel like I've gotten quite stronger too. I wonder if I can defeat my big brother. Although Goku's words were not so sharp, there was still a fighting spirit within him. Master Roshi and Broly exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Master Roshi laughed. Haha. Good young people should be like this. Shall we set off tomorrow? No, Master Mateto. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll head over first. After saying this, Broly's face turned red as he flew into the sky. Is it just my illusion? Master Roshi watched Broly's receding figure and asked Goku. Goku, has Broly grown taller than before? At the dinner table, Goku was munching on food while mumbling, why is big brother in such a hurry? The tournament hasn't even started yet. I still want to spar with him. Master Roshi first burst into a mischievous laugh and blurted out, that kid has been holding it in for quite a while. The turtle watched Master Roshi helplessly and reminded him, aren't you being a bit too disrespectful? Lanchi is still here and Goku and Krillin are still minors. Seeing the gaze of several people on him, Master Roshi cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Ahem. Then he seriously said, children shouldn't ask too much about adults' matters. Yes. The two little ones began to eat their meals. On the other side in West City at Capsule Corporation, Broly appeared at the door in sportswear and pressed the doorbell. Excuse me, is Bulma at home? A middle-aged woman with yellow curly hair opened the door. It was evident from her appearance that she was also a beauty in her younger days. Yes, who are you? Broly slightly nodded. Hello, ma'am. My name is Broly. I am a friend of Bulma. I came to West City specifically to see her. I know you. Bulma told me about your adventures in searching for the Dragon Balls. Mrs. Brief walked closer, pausing for a moment. You are so tall. Bulma, your little boyfriend is here. Mrs. Brief turned around and yelled. Bulma sprinted to the door, looking upset. Mom, don't say such things. She then took Broly's hand and walked outside, making Broly break into a cold sweat. Your family really is quite unconventional. After greeting Bulma's parents, Bulma dragged Broly outside, saying she wanted to see how Broly had been doing lately. Bulma, don't be in such a hurry. Mom hasn't seen such a handsome guy in a while. Let your boyfriend chat with us a bit more. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth with a smile. Mom, can you not be so infatuated? Actually, I didn't come just to see Bulma. I also need Uncle Brief's help with something. As Broly spoke, he rummaged through his pocket. Oh, what do you need? I'll see if I can help you. Mr. Brief had a good impression of Broly. Not to mention his appearance, which was a bonus point, and he was quite polite compared to those delinquents or rebellious youth outside. This can you check if it can be copied? I'm worried there may be listening devices on it, so I haven't opened it for 10 years. If it can't be done, then this little thing will be a souvenir for you, Broly handed Mr. Brief the device he received from the Vegeta squad when he left. This is a... Mr. Brief's squinting eyes opened wide as he carefully took the device and began to examine it. And these are my old battle suits made of great material, light and elastic. There shouldn't be anything like this on Earth. Broly also handed Mr. Brief his future battle suit. Alright, leave it to me. If it can be copied, you'll have made a significant contribution to Earth. Although Mr. Brief said this, his eyes had never left the items Broly brought. Bulma was somewhat dissatisfied. It's better to ask me than to ask him. I'm reliable too, you know. The world's #1 genius girl. Broly could easily guess Bulma's thoughts, explaining whether it can be copied or not isn't important. I can't just show up empty-handed, right? Bulma rolled her eyes at Broly. I didn't expect you to become so slick after coming to Earth for such a short time. You're really different from that little guy Goku. Broly mischievously curled the corner of his mouth. As I said, there's only one Saiyan like me. The next day, Broly awoke in the guest room of Bulma's house. After the intimate moments of the previous night, Broly felt as if he was bathed in spring breeze, while Bulma, radiant as she was, still bore a hint of shyness upon seeing her lover. Don't misunderstand, they merely held hands and exchanged kisses, which was quite daring for their age. Early in the morning, Broly had changed into the martial arts outfit gifted by Master Roshi and began his warm-up in Bulma's yard. Bulma did not disturb him, merely gazing from the upstairs, lost in her thoughts. Up so early. This isn't like Bulma at all. Bulma's mother unexpectedly entered her room, following Bulma's gaze downwards. Oh, not bad. So energetic in the morning. Did he sneak into your room last night? Bulma's mother eyed her with a teasing glint. No. We haven't gotten to that stage yet. Don't cause trouble, Mom. Bulma exclaimed as she pushed her mother out. You child, why are your thoughts so conservative? How did I give birth to such a simpleton? Simpleton. Don't look down on people. Bulma slammed the door shut and returned to the window to look at Broly. Honestly, that kind of thing should only happen after marriage, right? The elderly woman was of considerable age. What on earth was she thinking? How annoying. Hearing the commotion, Broly waved towards the upstairs and then leaped to perch on Bulma's windowsill. Good morning, beautiful, Broly said, pinching Bulma's cheek. Get lost, how shameless. Bulma swatted Broly's hand away, feeling a bit shy after her mother's morning comments. She asked, what do you plan to do moving forward? Broly plopped down on Bulma's windowsill, leaning back. In the near future, I plan to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and after winning first place, I'll buy a house near your place. Is he already planning for marriage? Bulma blushed and pressed on, and then what? I want to take some time to visit the sacred temple. Since coming to Earth, I haven't engaged in proper training for a long time, just recently learned a few moves from Master Wutian. Broly spoke without hesitation, sharing his plans with Bulma. After all, given his current level, he believed only at the temple could he find a way to improve. Always talking about training, is that really more important than me? Not receiving the response she wanted, Bulma started to grumble. Realizing Bulma was upset, Broly sat up straight, his expression serious. Bulma, this way of thinking is incorrect. Our relationship shouldn't affect our individual passions. If I were to ask you to stop researching and inventing from now on, would you agree? That's moral coercion. I believe we should be equal and respectful in our relationship. Besides, in the future. Broly paused at this, fearing that discussing the future might lead to unforeseen complications. Bulma understood these principles, but felt that Broly lacked sensitivity, being too much of a buzzkill. How frustrating. Doesn't this kind of thing need to come from the girl? Saiyans are truly muscle-headed. Bulma knew today's conversation had come to an end. With Broly's mindset, continuing to talk might lead to all sorts of tangents. Girls can get angry quickly, but they can calm down just as fast. By afternoon, she accompanied Broly to sign up for the World Martial Arts Tournament, her arms wrapped around his with a blissful expression. At the tournament venue, Broly. Is that Broly and Bulma? Do we know each other? Bulma looked at the long-haired man who seemed somewhat familiar, struggling to recall who he was. Is that Yamcha? Broly recognized the newcomer instantly. After all, he had been training at Master Rose's place for so long that even if Yamcha's appearance had changed, his aura remained the same. You forgot your comrades just because you have a boyfriend, he said jokingly, yet Yamcha showed no signs of anger. Yamcha approached them, extending his hand towards Broly in a friendly gesture. Broly, how did you get so tall? Now we have to look up at you, Bulma said, resting her head on Broly's arm, feeling smug. Blabber. Blabber. Yamcha, caught off guard, looked both embarrassed and angry. I knew it. When I left yesterday, I thought you seemed taller than before. Master Roshi along with Goku and Krillin also arrived. Long time no see, Bulma. Why are you always clinging to Big Brother? Goku pointed at Bulma and asked. Blushing, Bulma shouted, adults' affairs are not for kids to ask about. Krillin quietly told Goku those two are now a couple. What does it mean to be a couple? Can you eat it? Ha ha. Everyone was defeated by Goku's innocence, bursting into laughter. After reminiscing and chatting for a while, Master Roshi mysteriously called Broly aside. Broly, since you're participating in this tournament, I won't take part. Instead, you teach those two little brats a lesson so they understand there's always someone stronger and not to be too arrogant. Understood, Master Wutian. Even without you saying it, I would do that. In truth, Broly had a half-thought he kept to himself. After all, they were the future of Earth. The next day, the martial arts tournament officially began. The group smoothly passed the preliminaries, and every opponent against Broly was knocked out in a single blow. Yamcha in the back seemed to sense something and asked, Broly seems different from before. While he always defeated opponents in one hit, this time it feels different. Goku's battle instincts were still sharp. Is it the aura? Big brother hasn't used any aura at all. Yamcha stroked his chin, unable to figure it out, as at this moment he had not yet joined Master Rose's ranks. Aura. Could it be the technique Master Wutian used at Flame Mountain? Never mind, whatever it is, it's to my advantage, and I still have my secret weapon. Due to Master Roshi not participating this time, his numbers serendipitously ended up in Broly's hands. After the preliminaries, Yamcha was the first to face Broly. With a few beats of a gong, the two combatants stepped onto the stage. After exchanging greetings, they both assumed their stances. Broly, I won't hold back. After the warning, Yamcha took the initiative to launch an attack on Broly. Broly, I will not hold back. After the reminder, Yamcha took the initiative to attack, Broly leaping into the air and throwing a punch. Broly stood his ground, merely tilting his head to the side to evade the attack effortlessly. Seeing Broly dodge easily, Yamcha followed up with a sweeping kick in midair, but Broly remained motionless, leaning back slightly to avoid Yamcha's strike once again. Realizing his two attacks had missed, Yamcha accelerated the speed and rhythm of his offensive. Yamcha transformed his hand into a claw and lunged at Broly. Using his right foot as a pivot, Broly sidestepped Yamcha's attack, while grabbing his wrist, pulling him forward, nearly throwing Yamcha off the stage with the force. Alright, it seems I can't hide my true abilities any longer. Watch my ultimate move, Wolfang Fist. Be careful. Yamcha felt a bit insecure knowing he might not have another chance if he didn't go all out. Okay, then let me show you the Tiger Claw of the 5-element fist. Broly also transformed his hands into claws, assuming a stance. Yamcha charged forward, leaping with a claw strike, but Broly dodged again, and Yamcha changed his attack to a gut punch. Broly seized Yamcha's right hand with his armpit, executing the Tiger Claw pounce as his right hand lunged toward Yamcha's face. Yamcha attempted to evade, but since Broly had already captured his right hand, he could only tilt his head to the left. With his first strike, missing, Broly rotated his wrist, following up toward Yamcha's head. Yamcha had no choice but to lower his head and arc it in the air, narrowly avoiding Broly's attack. Broly lifted Yamcha's right arm, seizing the moment of his exposed flank to execute another Tiger Claw grasp, aiming for Yamcha's right rib. Yamcha had never encountered such a technique and was confused about Broly's intentions. As Broly's fingers curved sharply, Yamcha realized too late that Broly intended to crush his rib. However, Broly's grip on his right arm was like an iron clamp, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. In a moment of desperation, Yamcha grasped Broly's tail around his waist, but Broly didn't lose strength as he imagined. Instead, it merely granted him a brief moment to breathe. With another fierce move, Broly executed the Raging Tiger push forcefully, sending Yamcha flying, who crashed into half of a wall before falling to the ground. Before losing consciousness, the only thought running through Yamcha's mind was, this guy really shows no mercy, and then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Often an overly spectacular performance is unappreciated by the audience, however this level of combat was just right for them. After Yamcha was carried off, the spectators began to cheer. Broly, well done. Bulma led the applause from the audience. The host stepped onto the stage to announce Broly's victory. After a few rounds of rest, it was once again Broly's turn. Next up, Krillin will face Broly. What should I do, Goku? I couldn't even see Yamcha's moves. How could I possibly defeat Broly? Krillin, who had just won against the barbarian, knew he wouldn't be a match for Broly, feeling somewhat deflated. If you're scared, just admit defeat. On the other hand, if the opponent were a big brother, I would have no confidence at all. Little Goku was always so straightforward and blunt. Baka, what nonsense are you talking about? If I admit defeat now, Master Roshi and Broly will laugh themselves to death. Goku's words oddly gave Krillin the determination to step onto the stage. Bang! The gong sounded again, and the match began. Brother, can I call you that? Krillin looked at Broly's cold face, feeling a bit nervous. Broly nodded slightly. Don't be nervous, just fight with all your ability. Losing is not a big deal. What would be shameful is if you don't even step onto the stage. This was Broly's inner thought. In his impression, Krillin was quite timid. He was terrified in the presence of Vegeta and Frieza, yet he ultimately chose to go to Namek. Alright, then I will fight with all my strength. Pardon my rudeness. Krillin started with a jump, just like Yamcha, but while Krillin used a series of kicks, Yamcha used punches. There was no choice. The height difference between an average person and Broly was too great, especially since Krillin was just a child. However, Broly did not show any leniency due to Krillin's young age. On the contrary, because of Krillin's weak character, Broly felt the need to impose stricter training on him. So for this match, Broly chose a more aggressive Muay Thai style, setting a standard within the minimum range Krillin could endure. Broly clenched his fists with his elbows bent above his head, leaving the center wide open, his back slightly arched, his weight shifted back, right foot behind, and splayed outward, left foot's toes touching the ground, adopting a perfect stance. As Krillin approached, Broly firmly planted his left leg using his waist and hips to generate force, executing a high sweep with his right leg that rushed toward Krillin like a whirlwind. Before Krillin's body even made contact with Broly, he felt the violent wind kicked up by Broly's right leg, and he immediately knew this strike would be powerful. It was even heavier than his fight with Yamcha. When Broly's shin struck Krillin, his left leg first rotated, then his right thigh engaged his knee, and the knee's rotation propelled the lower leg, applying tremendous force that pinned Krillin to the ground. With just that one strike, Krillin fell and couldn't get up. Goku peering over the backstage wall, worried about his little buddy Krillin. "Wake up, big brother won't kill you." The referee walked onto the stage to start the countdown. 1, 2, 3. In his dazed state, Krillin heard Goku's encouragement and struggled to prop himself up with his arms. Bulma covered her mouth in panic. Did Broly really need to hit that hard? We're all companions. Master Roshi, however, rebutted seriously, "No. This is also for Krillin's own good. If he lacks determination, it would be best to stop here." Master Roshi even felt a twinge of guilt for allowing him to participate in martial arts due to a magazine. But if he encounters a strong enemy in the future, was he being somewhat irresponsible? Yet Broly was indeed too harsh, and Master Roshi was unsure whether it was right to have Broly take his place. Watching Krillin tremble as he got up, Broly executed another low sweep, kicking Krillin's leg. The immense force caused Krillin's legs to involuntarily lift off the ground, and his head also fell forward due to the combination of this force and gravity. But fortunately, Krillin instinctively braced himself with his forearm to avoid hitting his head on the ground. "Are you still not admitting defeat?" Broly inquired. Not admitting defeat," Krillin persisted. Broly raised both hands, gripping Krillin's shoulders, pressing down his entire body, dragging his left foot on the ground, then thrusting forward suddenly with his abdomen, his knee bending sharply as he charged into Krillin. At that moment, Krillin leaned back and bumped his head against Broly's nose. That spot was indeed quite vulnerable, and even Broly felt a twinge of pain. "Now, you can admit defeat," Krillin said weakly. "Krillin, good job. You not only gained the courage to confront your enemies, but also understood when to fight. For you at this moment, you've qualified." Broly placed Krillin on the ground, signaling the referee to conclude. "I didn't expect Broly to praise someone." "Haha, what do you mean? I'm quite amiable." Broly bumped fists with Krillin. Shortly after, Goku came up to the stage to help Krillin down. The winner of this match is still Broly. Although everyone who knows the two is certain that Broly will emerge victorious, Goku is also a Saiyan, and what if something unexpected happens? Even if Broly is still the victor, the battle between these two brothers is bound to be captivating. After a break from several other matches, Yamcha and Krillin regained their senses, unwilling to miss the outcome of this grand tournament despite their injuries. Though Broly's strikes seemed ruthless, he was actually holding back. Otherwise, even Piccolo, with a combat power over 200, would be instantly defeated by Broly. The two were speculating on which brother would win. Will Goku win? Only Goku's close friends would ask such a question. How could that be, Krillin? Why would you think that? It's Broly we're talking about. Did he hit you so hard that it damaged your brain? Yamcha joked with Krillin. "Yeah, we both got easily defeated," he said, shaking his head and dismissing the unrealistic thought of Goku winning. "But," Yamcha pondered, resting his chin on his hand, "it's not entirely impossible. They are brothers after all. What if Broly concedes?" The two continued their conversation backstage. The finals are starting. With the host's command, the grand finale commenced. The moment the host gave the signal, Broly moved his toes, barely touching the ground, before he sprang forward. "Goku, I really wanted to fight you, but unfortunately you've always been too weak. This time I'll lower my power to match yours, so we can have a proper battle." "All right, big brother, I will win." Though Goku's power wasn't much stronger than Yamcha's and Krillin's, his combat awareness and talent far surpassed theirs. Perhaps it was due to the Saiyan bloodline or the influence of Broly's wings, but Goku was currently much stronger than in the original story. Broly's punch connected with Goku's face, but Goku used the friction of his feet to dissipate the force. Before Goku could recover, Broly launched another attack, delivering an elbow strike to Goku's abdomen. Goku bent down to evade, immediately coiling like a spring, and then using his hands to propel himself, kicking towards Broly. Due to his size, Broly had nowhere to dodge and took the full brunt of the kick. However, Goku soon realized something was off. Even a kick strong enough to shatter stone had no effect on Broly's abdomen. Sensing danger, Goku used the momentum to bounce away and maintain distance from Broly. Broly swung his fist at Goku again. Given Goku's smaller stature, this punch came from above. Seizing the opportunity, Goku dodged and climbed up Broly's arm, jumping to deliver a sweeping kick to Broly's face. Unfortunately, the result was the same. The kick only caused Broly's head to turn slightly, without inflicting any real damage. Though Broly didn't voice it, he was surprised in such a short time this kid had gone from merely observing to keeping up with his speed. Should I say it's truly the halo of the protagonist? Broly steadfastly endured the force of Goku's kick, adjusting his face back to its original position. Goku knew Broly was about to counterattack, so he employed the same tactic. He forcefully stomped both feet towards Broly's chest, intending to use the recoil to leap away and maintain distance. But just as Goku learned quickly in battle, Broly was no slouch either, who isn't a genius in their own right. In midair, Goku found his foot caught by Broly. With a pull from his left hand and a punch from his right, Goku was sent flying like a cannonball, the force causing him to roll twice on the ground before being launched out of the ring. Goku is so strong. He can actually keep up with Broly. Yamcha and Krillin's eyes widened in shock, having both been utterly defeated by Broly without any chance to retaliate. Has Goku really become this strong? I must be getting old. Master Roshi couldn't help but sigh. Is it true that the impressive contestant Goku cannot escape from Broly's terrifying dominance? The host exclaimed as he watched Goku about to fall out of the ring. Just when everyone thought Broly was about to secure victory again, Goku's figure halted in midair, performing a somersault and standing upright. He grinned at Broly, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Big brother, I've learned to fly. Broly smirked slightly, thinking to himself, Goku, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? I only taught him the flying technique twice, and I forgot about it myself. I didn't expect him to learn it on his own. Goku charged at Broly in the ring, executing a flying kick. Meanwhile, Broly stood still, watching Goku kick towards him without making any move. As Goku kicked out, it felt as if he had struck cotton. He sensed no resistance and seemed to continue flying forward with the momentum. In plain sight, Broly transformed into a shadow, shattered by Goku's kick. Suddenly, another Broly appeared behind Goku, hands clasped together, knocking Goku down like a baseball bat. Goku remained on the ground for quite some time, making Broly somewhat displeased. Is this your limit? Goku, our Saiyan physique doesn't go down so easily. Aren't you getting up? As he spoke, Broly lifted his right foot, pretending to stomp down. Seeing that Goku really wasn't moving, he steeled himself and stepped down. When his foot made contact with Goku, he felt a bitter smile in his heart. Indeed, just as Goku had felt earlier, the Goku on the ground transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Broly landed on one foot and jumped back. Just as he did, a Goku descended from the sky, kicking at the spot where Broly had just stood. Master Roshi, watching from below, had his sunglasses shattered, his eyes nearly popping out. My afterimage fist, he learned it just from a glance. Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit frustrated. I can't believe you dodged that. You've indeed gotten stronger, Goku, Broly praised sincerely. However, it's been enough fun, let's end this here. Saying this, he aimed a mid-level sweep kick at Goku, but due to height differences, the actual target was Goku's head. Goku reacted quickly, ducking to avoid it. Broly immediately squatted down, using the momentum to switch legs, swiftly executing a sweeping kick that sent Goku flying. Goku's fall was perfectly positioned near Broly's knee, and Broly was ready to kick him out of the ring like a soccer ball. Unexpectedly, just as Broly was winding up for the kick, Goku's tail grabbed Broly's supporting leg, pulling hard, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. Lying on the ring, Broly continued to praise Goku. I didn't expect you to bring me so many surprises this time. Besides your natural talent, you still remember to apply the tactics I taught you, turning your tail from a weakness into a weapon. Until both of them simultaneously noticed something in the sky. Is that the moon? Their pupils dilated severely as they lay on the ground, their bodies beginning to change, gradually sprouting hair. Oh no! Oh no! Yamcha and Bulma, who had witnessed Goku transform into a giant ape, shouted in unison. Am I really going to die here at such a young age? Bulma said, almost in a daze. Am I really going to die here at such a young age? Bulma said, seemingly lost in thought. The turtle hermit looked at the two changing before him and asked, do these two still have a trump card? Bulma and Yamcha from the audience and backstage respectively recounted the tale of the giant ape to Krillin and the turtle hermit. That's not a secret technique. After seeing the full moon, Goku loses his reason and transforms into a giant ape, becoming incredibly destructive, yet he cannot distinguish friend from foe. Run! Yamcha grabbed Krillin and ran, the previous pain suppressed by a surge of adrenaline. In his panic, Yamcha shouted toward the audience, Master Mateto. Bulma, run! The turtle hermit grabbed Bulma's wrist, intending to leave this dangerous place first, but Bulma showed no intention of leaving, sitting down on the ground. It's useless, just Goku alone is already a headache, and with Broly added we are doomed. After transforming, Broly stood up first, flexing his fingers. Looking at his arms now covered in black fur, this was not his first transformation into a giant ape, but it was the first time he transformed consciously, so he curiously felt the changes in his body. After becoming a giant ape, his attack and defense were astonishing, but his agility dropped to an unacceptable level. Moreover, Broly vaguely felt an impulsive desire urging him to destroy everything. Hey, Broly, do you plan to kill your girlfriend and companions like this? Bulma, filled with an unexpected courage, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Broly, trying to bring him back to his senses. Bulma, are you crazy? You're provoking him. The turtle hermit was astonished at this scene, never expecting this woman to risk her life without thinking. At that moment, Yamcha also ran over with Krillin from backstage, panting as he said, perhaps there's still a way. Earlier, Goku had been pulled by the daughter of the Ox King to his tail, and he immediately lost all his strength falling from the Nimbus. Master Mateto lets attract their attention so that Pure can cut off their tails with scissors. As the family was discussing strategies, Broly moved. Dragging his massive form, he moved his mouth and unexpectedly spoke. What nonsense are you saying? I am not Goku. With that, he blinked his red eyes. Seeing that Broly still retained consciousness, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Broly was fine, Goku wouldn't cause too much trouble. Meanwhile, while the group was talking, Goku had already begun to wreak havoc on the surrounding buildings in his giant ape form. Broly caught Goku with one hand, lifting the massive creature by squeezing his face. Goku began to struggle, slapping Broly's arm. Broly's rigidity was already formidable, and so far no one he had fought had been able to break his dominance, let alone Broly transformed into a giant ape. You should take a nap for a while. Broly punched Goku in the belly, and even in his giant ape form, Goku fell into a baby-like slumber after receiving Broly's blow. Broly threw Goku onto the ground and turned to look at the moon. In truth, Broly felt a bit reluctant to destroy the moon, as in the civilization of his past life, only the Huaxia people had a special sentiment for the moon, with the full moon representing reunion, embodying the romance of this nation for thousands of years. Mighty roar. Broly opened his mouth wide, shooting a beam of green light towards the moon in the sky. Broly did not choose to destroy the moon, for he knew that what truly affected the Saiyans was not the moon itself, but the blood's waves emitted by it. Then I will just push it away a bit. If one looked closely, it was no wonder the moon had such an impact on the Saiyans. This world's moon was far too close to Earth compared to the previous life. After pushing the moon far enough away, Broly also descended from the sky. Goku and Broly's bodies began to change, gradually shrinking back to human form. Once Broly returned to human form, he discovered that the host had not fled in the chaos, which was quite dedicated. Moreover, he knew that it was the Z warriors who saved the Earth from Cell, and he had lived to a great age, even hosting battles between Shao Fang's grandson and Vegeta's descendants. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the audience with whistles and cheers. Wow, he has such a good physique, a female spectator commented. Not only her, but the female spectators beside her also covered their faces while secretly watching the situation on stage. Broly felt a bit puzzled, looked at the unconscious Goku, and said to the referee, "Isn't it time to announce the results of the match?" The referee pointed at Broly and said sternly, "Ahem, contestant Broly, please be mindful of your image." At that moment, Bulma jumped into the ring, quickly ran to Broly's side, and took off her jacket to cover Broly's important parts. She stood in front of Broly, shouting at the audience, "You are not allowed to look. He is my boyfriend." Broly finally understood why the audience and the referee were looking at him with such strange expressions. That turned out he had exposed himself. Even with Broly's impressive skills, the thought of having exposed himself in front of so many people potentially on television made him blush, and he slipped backstage. After Broly and Goku changed their clothes, the referee fulfilled his duty and announced the conclusion of the tournament. Ultimately, the winner of the last match is this young contestant, Broly. Champion Broly. 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 The crowd both on and off the stage cheered for Broly's name. Although this match felt like child's play to Broly's strength, it held significant meaning. It not only bore the memories of watching the animation in the past, but also truly lived up to the term martial arts tournament. Big brother, congratulations on winning the championship. Goku beside him sincerely congratulated. Goku, hurry up and become stronger. I can't wait to unleash my full power and have a match with you. This battle with Goku also ignited the combative spirit within Broly's blood. At the celebration feast, the two Saiyans were indulging in a feast. The turtle hermit asked in front of everyone, "What technique did you use when you fought Yamcha and Krillin before?" "5 elements, fist, and Muay Thai." Broly replied without looking up, gnawing on the leg of a large creature. "Your Saiyan techniques. That claw move is somewhat reminiscent of my master's techniques." The turtle hermit reminisced about the time when Master Mateto brought him and the crane hermit to train together. Broly paused his actions and replied, "No, it was taught to me by a master I encountered while passing through a certain planet. He might be from Earth." Broly told a lie. The turtle hermit handed his plate to Broly, yet his mouth did not stop. "Since you acknowledge me as your master, don't mind my chatter. It's always good to learn more, but don't be greedy and bite off more than you can chew." Broly nodded. "I understand this principle, but my philosophy is to go from formless to form, gathering the strengths of various schools, and then going back to formlessness, achieving a comprehensive understanding. That master once said to be like water. When water is poured into a cup, it takes the shape of the cup, and when poured into a bottle, it becomes the shape of the bottle. It can not only drip through stubborn rocks, but also transform into solid ice and invisible steam, yet from a distance it appears to be just a puddle of water." Everyone looked at each other, no one understanding Broly's meaning. Only the turtle hermit murmured, "Indeed a great master, like water, huh? Like water. How much?" A middle-aged man in business attire smiled at Broly and said, 1.7 million Sony. After the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Broly had planned to use the prize money to buy a house near Burma's family. Having wandered the Longzhou world for so long, he fancied finally owning a home of his own. Yet the real estate agent casually named a price of 1.7 million. Broly quietly pulled Burma aside and asked, "Does this fellow think I'm a country bumpkin to be fleeced? Why is it so expensive?" Burma, harmless and unconcerned, answered, "No, it's not expensive. The prices have been like this for years. Where's the overcharge? Cursed capitalism. Damn the rich. My prize is only 500 Sony, all right." Broly muttered under his breath. "I offered to have you live at my place and you refused. Our house is so big and even has a robotic butler. I don't understand what men are thinking sometimes." Burma shot Broly a look. Broly thought to himself, "What nonsense. Do I look like someone who begs on his knees? I won't be like Vegeta living as an in-law for decades." Seeing Broly's embarrassment, Burma suggested, "Why not use my money? After all, what's mine is yours. It can become our marital home in the future. Are you lecturing me on how to handle money?" Broly put on a tough voice, though the atrocious price gnawed mercilessly at his fragile pride. The agent, seeing the couple dithering without any sign of payment, guessed their predicament. "Dear customers, if this one isn't suitable, how about this half-round design? Its curvature is precisely calculated. Not only is the exterior clean and elegant, but it also offers good resistance to earthquakes and typhoons. Its structural framework distributes stress more evenly. And the price is only 800 Sony. Only 800 Sony. Only 800 Sony. 800 Sony." The agent's words became a devilish whisper that echoed in Broly's ears and would not soon fade. "I suddenly feel our Wanning Jianan Company's place is big enough. There's no need to buy another. Even with money, you shouldn't squander it like this." After saying that self-deceptive line, Broly dragged Burma toward the door. "Welcome next time." The agent wore a professional smile as he escorted them out. Outside the sales office, Broly was sullen, forcing a bitter smile as a watery glint gathered at the corner of his eye. "I traveled across worlds and became the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Am I reduced to begging on my knees? Must I be tormented by the burdens of everyday life even here? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Burma felt uneasy under Broly's peculiar stare. In the end, Broly resigned himself to the reality of living off someone else, though inwardly, he comforted himself. What kind of house can possibly be worth so much? Don't talk to me about evenly distributed stress. Can it withstand one blast from Buo? One strike from Nappa? One blow from old Baiku? What will you do when your precious house crumbles in your hands? Crushed and determined, Broly resolved to focus on cultivation. If anyone dared ruin our house, he vowed to flay them and make a tent of their skin. Back at Burma's home, his future father-in-law Broly brought good news. The battle suit and the Shirkoti device Broly had brought could be successfully replicated. At a time when most still used landlines and the streets had rotary booths, a replicated Shirkoti could not only display an intruder's power level and help avoid danger, it could also function as a team radio. Because its electronic components were extremely delicate, mass production was not yet possible. Besides including the original Broly brought back, there were only 2 units. Broly also told Broly his guess was correct beyond the functions mentioned. The return Shirkoti had listening capabilities. Broly had already removed the transmitter. Luckily, Broly had been cautious. Otherwise, Fu Lisa might have come to Dichio earlier in search of the Longzhou. Broly was not afraid of Fu Lisa at this moment. In the previous life, the animated Broly arrived on Dichio only slightly stronger than him, yet still dealt a crushing blow to golden Fu Lisa and even landed a few exchanges with Super Blue Vegeta. What truly worried him was the possibility of being beaten into madness and prematurely becoming Black Gold. Then matters would be far more difficult. Holding one Shirkoti to his ear, Broly handed the other to Burma. "Put this on and see how strong my power level is now." Buluwali led Burma to the courtyard and for the first time on Dichio raised his power level. As Buluwali's key rose pebbles on the ground began to roll and lift. The once tranquil weather curled into a wind centered on him. 6, 9, 73, 380, 500, 870, 2004. As his power climbed, Buluwali's hair began to rise, and the animal pelt at his waist was whipped upward by the gale, trembling uncontrollably. Wow. When Buluwali is serious, he's so handsome. Burma gaped giddy at the sight. 8750, 11000. Wow. Buluwali, your number has broken 10,000. The wind Buluwali generated intensified. Burma had to press a hand to her forehead to sweep her hair aside and clutch her skirt with the other hand. After Buluwali's power exceeded 10,000, a white aura flickered around him, enveloping his body. 33400. With a roar from Buluwali, the final power level settled at 33400. The turf beneath his feet had been tossed up, and the ground radiating outward from where he stood began to crack. Not bad. A power level in the low 30,000s is a dimensional mismatch in the early days, though it's only the level of a transformed Sabo and still inferior to Jinyo. I wonder if my post-near-death revival power would increase at my tier. Buluwali, you really made a mess here, Burma complained as his aura began to subside, and she stepped forward to scold him. Buluwali's mind was elsewhere. He did not hear Burma's voice. Seeing Buluwali ignore her, Burma stood on tiptoe, but the height difference was too great, and she gave up. She shouted, Buluwali, look what you've done to my yard. I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Buluwali felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his temple. He thought, as expected of Burma, she dares to yell at a scion with 30,000 power at this time. No wonder later gods of destruction never took her seriously. Sorry, I zoned out. Seeing the beauty angry, Buluwali lowered his head and apologized. Burma turned her face aside with a mock huff, pretending to be angry and ignoring him. Buluwali slid a hand to Burma's waist and grew syrupy. You look so much less lovely when you're angry. None of your business. Burma snapped, but her body obediently leaned into his embrace. Seeing Burma calm, Buluwali shared his plan. I might have to go off to train again. Before Buluwali finished, Burma pushed him away, trying to wriggle free of his arms. She could not outmuscle him and was pulled back into his embrace. Don't worry, listen to me first. I can't tell you the reason, but you know I love you. Who would abandon a pampered beauty at home to toil themselves to death in training? Besides, you're practically a little rich lady. Why not relax? While pleading, he flattered her, and Burma's expression softened. Seizing the moment, Buluwali added, trust me, you'll come back often. And your father fixed the sure coyote, we can call each other anytime. Then go. Once you leave, you'll find another handsome man, Burma said, still a little displeased. Then I will have to destroy Dichio and die with you, Buluwali pretended sadly. Shameless. Get out. Go die somewhere, and don't come back. Burma's retort was cut short, as Buluwali silenced her with a kiss. After the kiss, Buluwali pinched Burma's flushed cheek and teased, there's no rush. I can leave a few days later. We could fly a kite or watch a movie before I go. Finally, he added, remember, if something happens while I'm gone. He tapped the sure coyote at his ear as he spoke. A few days later at Karinta, a person and a cat stared at each other, each harboring their own thoughts. How did this terrifying creature end up here? Should I report this to the deity? My goodness, this caring deity is so large and plump for a cat. Damn it. I am a deity, not an ordinary house cat. The caring deity exclaimed angrily, his rage making him forget Broly's strength. Mind reading. How could I forget about that? Sorry, caring deity, please don't be angry. I'm just inexperienced. I brought you something good this time, take a look. Broly apologized with a fawning expression and tossed out a capsule. Bang! A refrigerator appeared on the ground. Broly stepped forward, opened the refrigerator door, and found it stuffed full of fish. You're quite accommodating, aren't you? Now tell me, is there something you need my help with? The caring deity wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Broly was not as frightening as he had imagined, he took a more authoritative stance. Don't you have mind reading? Why go through the extra trouble? Broly was somewhat puzzled. Using mind reading casually is impolite. This deity has more class than that. As he spoke, the caring deity licked his paw and looked at Broly. I accept your gift, but if there's nothing else, I must ask you to leave. There is something actually. I came here to ask you for two things. First, I heard you have a type of magical bean that can heal injuries and allow one to go several days without eating. I would like to request some. The magical bean. Yes, I do have such a thing. The caring cat tapped the ground with his cane, and a bag appeared out of thin air in front of Broly, who instinctively caught it. The second thing is I want to become stronger. As he spoke of becoming stronger, Broly's expression turned resolute. I cannot help you with that. Perhaps a deity can assist you. You may continue to ascend and see. The caring deity promptly refused Broly without a second thought. I definitely plan to go to the deity, but before that I must start my training with you. The reason you refuse is that you've seen my strength right. But mere strength is a waste without skill. I also heard you have super holy water and super divine water, which require trials to drink. That is true. Which one do you wish to drink? However, super holy water is just ordinary water. Broly shook his head. I don't want to drink either. I just want to attempt this trial. The super holy water, as the cat deity said, was just ordinary water, but the super divine water could indeed enhance strength. Not to mention the potential consequences. Broly was cautious, having heard informs that Goku's heart condition was caused by the super divine water and the Kaioken technique, so he wanted to avoid such harmful substances. You are quite a peculiar individual. Try to snatch this bottle from my hand, but your strength is too great. You must suppress it to the minimum. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Are you sure you want to try? Broly remained silent, merely suppressing his energy to the lowest level, intending to rely solely on his physicality to pass this trial, thus responding to the cat deity with action. Broly initially thought that relying solely on his physicality would allow him to breeze through this trial. After all, the cat deity's level was at most around 100, and his Boda's strength and speed were not something the cat deity could contend with. It might be difficult at first, but once he found the rhythm, it should be easy. But Broly was mistaken. The trial had already been going on for an hour, yet he still couldn't snatch the bottle from the cat deity's hand. Clearly, the cat deity's movements appeared to him like slow motion, yet every time Broly was about to touch the bottle, the cat deity would unexpectedly change his actions. So how about it? Do you want to continue? The cat deity yawned and asked. I will not give up. In fact, the stronger the individual, the less patience they tend to have. Broly's demeanor was quite to the liking of the cat deity, who then offered a reminder. I'm glad to see your determination, but sometimes you can't rely solely on your eyes. You need to use your brain. Damn fat cat, is he insulting my intelligence? Broly felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. Logically, your speed should far exceed mine, and your strength is incomparable to mine. The reason you can't grasp it is that you haven't understood my actions, nor have you grasped my breathing. It seemed the cat deity realized that his previous words were somewhat ambiguous, and continued. Broly couldn't help but curse inwardly. Isn't this just stating the obvious? If I could understand, I would have snatched it already. Wait, not understanding its movements. Does this mean I need to predict and speculate its next move? No wonder every action seems unexpected to me. And what does understanding its breathing mean? Do I need to imitate this dead cat's sleeping habits like Goku? Next, I'm going to increase the difficulty. The cat deity said, and after finishing his words, his body transformed into several copies, twisting and turning provocatively while observing Broly's movements. After image fist. It seems this technique was perhaps learned from here by the turtle sage. Does this mean I need to distinguish between the real and fake based on breathing? There's no need for that. After image fist only requires sensing the opponent's energy. This is completely unnecessary. Broly complained inwardly, yet his hands did not stop moving. And so the standoff continued between the man and the cat. After a long time, Broly finally managed to snatch the bottle from the cat deity's hand after numerous attempts. So that's how it is, I understand now. Broly finally grasped the meaning of understanding the cat deity's breathing. Every time the cat deity made a big movement like jumping or dodging, it would take a deep breath and then exhale rhythmically, just like his former physical education teacher had told him to learn how to breathe. This was the Boda's instinctive response. Controlling the rhythm of breathing would not interfere with each movement. For smaller movements like turning or shifting hands, the breathing would remain very steady. Previously, Broly had fallen into a misunderstanding, thinking the focus should be on the prediction the cat deity mentioned, but feints cannot be predicted. However, the rhythm of breathing would not deceive. Had Broly discovered this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Broly felt that it was his own mistake that led to unnecessary time wasted, while the cat deity deemed Broly's talent to be exceptionally high, considering the last person to pass this trial was the turtle sage 300 years ago, who took a full 3 years. It seems I underestimated the training of the deities. These things are truly difficult to notice without guidance. Broly was still savoring the events from earlier when the cat deity extended a furry paw and handed him something. Here, take this. Here, take it. And Master Cat handed Broly a small bell. And this is a gift for you. When you reach the divine realm, simply present it to the kami. Understood? Next time I'll bring you some fish. Just save me extra sacred beans. And having passed the trial, Broly felt elated. He turned and leapt from Karen Tower, soaring toward the celestial temple suspended in the heavens. After flying for some time, Broly finally spotted a temple shaped like an inverted funnel. How towering! It must pierce the stratosphere. Broly murmured under his breath. In the moment he arrived at the temple, he found the kami and his attendant Mr. Popo already awaiting him. You are Broly, correct? The kami asked. Yes, your holiness, Broly replied with a respectful bow. You passed that young one's trial, and still seek further cultivation. To be frank, you have no rivals left on earth. Why cling so fiercely to this path? The kami asked cautiously. In what lies beyond earth? I too long for tranquility, to live peacefully upon this world. Yet what if stronger invaders descend upon our planet? What then? Born amid peril, perishing in comfort. That is the way of things. Moreover, cultivation itself is profoundly fascinating, especially when divorced from mere conflict. Broly answered calmly, neither deferential nor defiant. N. You speak truly, mused the kami after a pause. I shall impart all I know, but in return I ask one favor of you. Though Broly had already surmised the elder kami wished him to eliminate Demon King Piccolo, and thereby atone for the devastation he'd wrought upon Earth, he withheld immediate assent, offering instead a deliberately open-ended reply, should any threat endanger Earth, I shall intervene. With those words I am reassured. When you are ready, begin your training, Mr. Popo will guide you. As for me, I am old and must rest often. So saying, he turned and strode into the temple unceremoniously. And Mr. Popo, I believe we may begin. I am eager to start. Broly spoke not out of politeness. In his past life, he had observed the Ultra Instinct technique and sensed its uncanny resemblance to Mr. Popo's rigorous training of Son Goku. Now, given the chance, he genuinely yearned to experience this youthful variant of Ultra Instinct firsthand. First, lower your ki. I must assess your current level before deciding where to begin. Mr. Popo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Very well. Watch closely. In an instant, Broly teleported before Mr. Popo and launched a punch, intending to gauge his opponent's habits. NMR. Popo vanished, reappearing instantly at Broly's flank. Just as I anticipated. Broly whirled and delivered a spinning back kick. Once again, Mr. Popo reappeared, this time at Broly's opposite side. What a... He evaded it. And before Broly could react, Mr. Popo executed a swift takedown, hooking Broly's supporting leg and sending him crashing to the ground. It seems Master Cat's teachings remain vivid in your memory. You can already anticipate your opponent's movements. Yet your performance belies your raw power. Frankly, you wield your strength with utter ineptitude. Is it not premature, Mr. Popo, to pass such judgment so swiftly? Lying prone, Broly lashed out with his tail toward Mr. Popo's ankle, only to miss entirely. Yet as Mr. Popo recoiled, Broly surged upright in a fluid kip-up and unleashed a blinding barrage of rapid-fire strikes. And what if I accelerate my tempo? At heart, Broly remained unconvinced. He knew full well his combat prowess was still rudimentary, but Mr. Popo's blunt assessment stung his pride. After all, even 100 kames would fall before his current might, yet here he stood dismissed as inept. As Broly intensified his assault, Mr. Popo shifted from pure evasion to occasional parries, just as Broly had anticipated. Mr. Popo deflected one punch with a sharp elbow strike. And my physical resilience alone inspires absolute confidence, Broly declared, and redoubled his force, sending Mr. Popo staggering backward. Indeed, your body's strength and speed are formidable, but you wield them without art or awareness. My assessment remains unchanged. Broly's temper flared, reason receded, and instinct took over. He attacked again and again, relying solely on velocity and reflex. Observing Broly's mounting frenzy, Mr. Popo grew serious once more. The battle reverted to its initial rhythm, every strike evaded flawlessly. If you wish to proceed with deeper cultivation, you must discard all prior methods, including those taught by Master Cat. This path is their precise antithesis. Mr. Popo evaded another strike and materialized behind Broly. In hearing those words, Broly stilled, his assault ceased. Forgive me, Mr. Popo, how ought I proceed? Your heart must be as still as the boundless sky, your motion swifter than lightning. Still as the sky, must I empty my mind entirely? Then the neural conditioning from my incubation chamber shall serve me well. Broly drew a slow, deep breath and closed his eyes. That instant, Mr. Popo appeared before him and thrust a punch straight at his face. Sensing the shift in air pressure and sound waves, Broly evaded at the very last moment. Whoa! But Mr. Popo, unbound by convention, followed up immediately as Broly leaned back to dodge. Mr. Popo struck his abdomen with a vicious uppercut. Unaware of the second blow, Broly absorbed it fully. Pain searing through him so violently, he nearly vomited bile. Somewhat intriguing, but insufficient. Given your capacity, perhaps I should employ the very regimen I endured in my own youth, though I was far weaker then. Broly inwardly sighed, so now he resorts to reverse psychology. I shall maintain this state, and lower my bodily defenses to their barest minimum, wagering my life as you do. Broly stood resolute. Such resolve pleases me. Then follow me. NMR. Popo led him to a peculiar machine. Go to Korin Mountain and retrieve the sacred crown. A cascade of prismatic light flashed, and Broly found himself transported to a mountain peak. And upon a stone dais stood 2 eerie statues atop. It rested a gleaming golden crown. Broly studied the carvings on the dais and the grotesque statues, then murmured in quiet awe, remarkable. I never noticed before. These engravings resemble Puma Punku. Or perhaps the Anunnaki. He lifted the crown, turning it thoughtfully in his palm. Fascinating. It bears striking resemblance to Artemis's ancient laurel wreath. The moment Broly grasped the crown, thunderheads gathered overhead. And instinctively he glanced upward, then down at the wreath in his hand. Surely not. Given this omen, will lightning strike me from the heavens? And even as he spoke, a bolt split the sky and descended with terrifying speed. And damn it. It's real, eh? You've got to be kidding me. And Broly hurled the crown aside, but the lightning struck him nonetheless. Groaning, he dragged himself upright. Nature's fury was merciless. The bolt had ignited his blood, searing his skin in places, cooking it almost to crispness. Staring at the crown lying on the ground, Broly fell into contemplation. If I remain still, might this lightning forge my body anew, strengthening me from within? Broly gazed at the crown on the ground, lost in thought. If I don't dodge, could I enhance my physical strength by forging my body with heavenly thunder? Damn it, what are you thinking? Your training requires you to avoid these lightning bolts. The voice of the celestial god thundered from the sky. Alright, I'll give it a try. Having been scolded, Broly reined in his bold thoughts. However, dodging lightning was no easy feat. With speeds of several thousand kilometers per second, even though it wasn't as fast as light, it meant that by the time you noticed it, it was often already too late to escape. As expected, Broly was struck by lightning and lost consciousness, marking the trial a failure. Thus he lived a life of battling Bobo a few times, only to be stunned by lightning several times. In the meantime, there was a small episode where Bulma contacted Broly through Scott. Broly initially thought Bulma missed him and wanted him to come back, but instead it was Goku's plea for help. Broly declined, for such an action would not only hinder Goku's growth, but also affect the storyline. Moreover, he felt contempt towards a mere Piccolo Daimao, and after advising Bulma to stay away from the battle, he ended the call. Aren't you going to take a look? Piccolo Daimao is the embodiment of my evil, and your brother is currently no match for him. The celestial god unexpectedly appeared behind Broly and asked. It's unnecessary, Goku can handle it well. Without crisis, how can he grow? Understanding the natural order brings tolerance, and tolerance leads to fairness. Fairness encompasses all aligns with heaven. Heaven conforms to the Tao is everlasting, and with no self there is no danger. Only by knowing the natural laws can one be all-encompassing, thus achieving calmness and fairness, which aligns with the Tao and leads to longevity, ultimately steering one away from calamity. This can be considered non-action. After listening to Broly's interpretation of the Tao Te Ching, the celestial god nodded, exclaiming, "What a non-action! It seems you are more suited to be the celestial god than I am. How about you take my place after Piccolo Daimao is defeated?" I must decline, and my ambitions do not lie in that direction. Broly refused without a second thought, joking that being the celestial god pales in comparison to enjoying life on the ground. What a pity, what a pity. The celestial god did not refute, but merely repeated his lament. In the year 753 of the IGG, Broly in the temple was already able to sense the movements of enemies with his chi. His understanding was that spreading his chi in the air acted as a radar, allowing him to perceive everything around him even with his eyes closed. However, Bobo claimed his understanding was still incomplete and did not reveal the reason, urging Broly to comprehend it himself. Just as Broly was training, as usual, a familiar aura was approaching the temple. Finally, as he arrived, Broly ceased his movements, awaiting the arrival of the aura's owner. A familiar orange figure climbed up the temple, and upon seeing Broly, he leaped up in excitement. "Big brother, it's so good to see you." Broly saw Goku crouching down and bumping fists with him. "How does it feel to defeat your enemies on your own? Do you blame me?" "Not at all, but Piccolo is really strong. It took a lot of effort to defeat him." Broly smiled and shook his head, choosing not to comment. "Also, Bulma said she would give you a piece of her mind the next time she sees you." Goku imitated Bulma's tone. Broly's sweat poured down his forehead, internally grumbling, this woman doesn't relay messages through the communicator and instead has Goku deliver her threats. Broly quickly changed the subject. "Goku, you're here to train, right? I've learned some things. Let me introduce you to this. Is Bobo, the servant of the celestial god. If you want to train, you can ask him for help." A few days later, Bobo asked for one of Broly's hairs and informed him of new training content, allowing him to train alongside Goku. After a while, Broly looked at his opponent, who was about the same height as him, and suddenly remembered who he was going to battle, feeling discontented. He complained, "Damn, I was so focused on cultivating and honing my perception that I forgot about this. And you, Bobo, after I've been here for so long, you only remember this when Goku arrives." Truly a protagonist. Despite his complaints with this opponent, Broly could finally unleash his full strength and test his abilities. The battle began. Knowing that this opponent was essentially himself, Broly finally released all the suppressed chi within him. Goku, who had just faced off against Piccolo Daimao, was startled and fell to the ground. Has Big Brother become this strong? Goku asked, watching the two fierce combatants. No. He has always been this strong since he arrived. He has been training in technique. Bobo's words were still discouraging. I will definitely catch up to him. Goku was not disheartened by the gap between him and Broly. Instead, his desire to grow stronger intensified. With this determination, Goku also initiated his battle. During the fierce clash, Broly's strength even impeded Goku's ability to fight, as the aftermath of the battle was beyond what Goku could withstand. For some reason, Broly noticed that the fighting style of his doppelganger was completely different from his own. His doppelganger seemed to resemble the early Bobo, dodging every attack and avoiding unnecessary movements, with all remaining strength directed toward offense. In contrast, Broly's own fighting style began by adhering to Bobo's teachings, but as the battle intensified, it transformed into a reckless exchange of injuries. Moreover, this was not something Broly controlled. It seemed to be the fighting style his body preferred. Broly, be as tranquil as the sky. Do you remember? Bobo called out, reminding him. As Broly engaged in intense combat with his doppelganger, the Celestial God also emerged from the temple. Bobo approached the Celestial God and bowed, saying, Lord Celestial God, I believe Broly is more suited to take over your position than to be the Celestial God himself. The Celestial God made no comments, simply responding, who knows? The road ahead is still long, and the choice is his to make. Eventually, Broly emerged battered and exhausted, while his doppelganger was damaged beyond use. In the year 756 of the IGG, as the days passed, Broly's progress became evident. From initially trading injuries and anger, he gradually learned to maintain his composure even in fierce combat, ultimately employing the most effective fighting methods all the way to the current state, where he comprehended Bobo's teachings, using chi to sense the unseen, achieving tranquility like the sky and speed like lightning. Broly realized that this state did not require wrapping his chi around the objects he needed to sense, but rather merging his chi with nature, using nature to perceive the movements of his enemies. This type of perception not only covered a broader range, but also required significantly less chi. However, it took Broly 6 years to attain this state, twice as long as Goku. This was not due to a lack of talent on Broly's part. Rather, it was more challenging for him to reach this realm, perhaps because his power was more potent and restless, or perhaps due to the uncontrollable rage hidden within his bloodline. Big Brother Broly, the World Martial Arts Tournament, is about to begin again. Are you going to check it out? Goku had already packed his bags, preparing to return to the surface. It is time to go back and take a look, but given Bulma's temper after being away for so long, you must help me keep her at bay when the time comes. All right. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Goku, usually cheerful and optimistic, also showed a troubled expression. Before leaving, the Celestial God imparted a profound message to Broly. Your path is different from Goku's. If you follow the same path as him, you will need to work several times harder to succeed, but conversely, you will gain much more than he does. However, if you choose your own path, it may suit you better, though the outcome is more unknown. I hope you can maintain your will and not be swayed by that power. Light rain fell from the sky, yet the crowd of visitors attending the Tianyi Martial Arts Conference continued to flow in. The first to arrive at the venue were none other than Master Roshi and Lan Chi, who waited at the entrance for the others to return. After the battle with the Demon King Piccolo, everyone realized just how weak they were, prompting each to embark on their own journey of cultivation. The second to arrive at the venue was the now graceful Bulma, dressed in a black and purple short dress, complemented by cream-colored knee-high boots that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her long azure hair fell to her shoulders, radiating the vitality of youth. Noticing that Goku and others had not yet arrived, Bulma struck up a conversation with Lan Chi, another woman present, reminiscing about the past. As they discussed the changes over the years, a little girl chased after a balloon that had escaped her grasp, approaching the group. The balloon, drifting just past Bulma, became snagged on a branch and came to a halt. Bulma, now standing at a relatively rare height of 1.7 meters, found that even when she tiptoed, she could barely reach the balloon string. Hey, could you all lend a hand? Just as Bulma turned to speak, a tall figure effortlessly retrieved the balloon and handed it back to the little girl. Long time no see, Dana. It's been a while. Hey, isn't that Broly? Master Roshi was the first to recognize the newcomer. I heard you've been training in the Heavenly Temple. Did Goku come to find you? Have you become stronger? Master Roshi, upon seeing Broly, was even more enthusiastic than Bulma, asking him a myriad of questions. Long time no see, Master Mateto. I'm sorry I couldn't be there during the fight with the Demon King. How have you been lately? Broly greeted the others as well. Oh, that's no problem. I understand you young folks have your own ideas and difficulties. Besides, look at me. I'm doing just fine. Master Roshi said, patting his chest to show his resilience. Ahem. Upon seeing Broly, Bulma's expression visibly darkened. Bulma, you've become even more beautiful, he. Broly complimented Bulma with a flattering smile. Cut it out. Do you even know how to come back? Bulma feigned annoyance. Of course I had to come back. I was afraid you'd run off with someone else. Speaking of which, I knew my judgment was never wrong. I'm just glad you chose me and not Goku, haha. TCH, please. I'm not a weirdo. How could I ever like that little brat? Bulma found herself unconsciously going along with Broly's words. By the way, where's Goku? Didn't he come back with you? With the mention of Goku, everyone was eager to see how the once little savior had changed. Goku, come say hello to everyone. Broly held Bulma's hand and stepped aside, clearing a path for the person behind them. Long time no see. How have you all been lately? The man behind Broly greeted everyone. Though he wasn't taller than Broly, he stood like a colossus among the others present. You are Goku. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Over time, Goku had grown from a small child to a height of 175 cm, and his figure appeared much more reliable. Bulma whispered to Broly, no wonder you said that earlier. It seems Goku has grown into quite the adult. Sure, he's not an adult yet. There's a good show tomorrow. Hey, Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so pale and your lips are so red, Goku pointed out Bulma's appearance. What do you know? This is makeup. Broly pulled Bulma behind him and waved his hand at Goku, signaling him to step back. Go away, don't get so close, keep your distance from my Bulma. Haha, my brother gets so jealous when it comes to Bulma. Goku laughed heartily at Broly's reaction. Bulma tightened her grip on Broly's arm, feeling a surge of sweetness in her heart. Yes, from now on Master Mateto won't dare to be inappropriate with Bulma anymore. Indeed, Master Roshi, you're such a scoundrel. Lan Chi teased. The playful banter made Master Rose's face turn red as he sternly replied, brat. Don't say such nonsense. Do you think I would ever tease my disciple's girlfriend? I also have to be bold. This guy is far more terrifying than the Demon King Piccolo. All participants of the martial arts conference, please complete the registration procedures swiftly. As everyone conversed, the event staff issued the final reminder. Goku, Broly, hurry up and complete your registration. We can talk later. Master Roshi advised. I won't be participating this time, though I'll leave the opportunity for everyone else. I mainly came back to see how everyone has grown up. And to see Bulma, primarily Bulma. Once Broly finished speaking, Bulma finally released the soft flesh at his waist with satisfaction. Master Roshi caught a glimpse of Bulma's small gesture and muttered softly, this woman's personality is truly terrible. After Goku completed his registration, Krillin and the others arrived just in time before the registration deadline. Broly, are you really not participating in this event? I wanted to see how much you've grown. Master Roshi confirmed Broly's intentions once more at the last moment. No, I'm just here to take a break. To put it simply, my strength hasn't really increased much. I mainly focused on refining my mind and techniques in the temple. What a pity. I heard everyone talk about how strong you've become and was hoping to face off against you in this competition. The one speaking was Tianjin, who had recently joined Master Rose's school. At this time, Tianjin had just begun to reign in his brilliance and was not yet so zen. Seeing the goodwill from the other party, Broly politely replied, it's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I've learned all I can in the temple, and I'll be staying for a longer time this time. Once the competition is over, we can find time to spar. Goku said to everyone quietly, Grandpa, don't say that. If Broly participates in this competition, we won't have a chance. Is Broly really that strong? Even you, Goku, aren't his match. Tianjin still didn't grasp the full extent of Broly's strength. Goku replied seriously. While in the temple, the Supreme Kai mentioned that before Broly went to train in the temple, he could easily destroy Earth. During our training, I also matched up against him many times and never won. The Supreme Kai also said that even 100 Demon Kings Piccolo wouldn't be his match. The only thing we need to worry about on this Earth is whether Broly can control his emotions. Is he really that terrifying? Originally, after returning from training, Krillin felt quite confident, but upon hearing Goku's words, he felt deflated. Everyone secretly glanced at Broly, who was flirting with Bulma, and sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, Broly is on our side now, and someone can already handle him. Don't be disheartened, everyone. After all, Broly isn't participating in the martial arts conference this time, so we all have a chance. Seeing everyone still lost in thought, Goku encouraged them. In that case, let's work hard since we are all striving to cultivate as well. The next day, the Third World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced, and as the preliminaries began, the competition became quite intense. Broly, like everyone else, stood in the audience. Experiencing the match from the field and watching it from the sidelines are truly two different feelings. To ensure Bulma could see clearly, Broly lifted her up and let her sit on his shoulders. This tournament has indeed attracted quite a few interesting characters. Though they may lack in fighting power, they certainly have their reasons for being here, ha. Looking at the people in the arena, Broly remarked. What nonsense are you talking about? Bulma didn't quite understand Broly's meaning. Look, that little chubby guy wearing a mask should be the one who previously helped Goku defeat King Piccolo Yajirobe. And that one with the mechanical prosthetics, Master Roshi should be quite familiar with him. Broly pointed each of them out with his finger. They look familiar, but I can't quite remember where I've seen them. Getting older does that to you. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and said, that one is Crane Hermit's younger brother, who was once known as the world's #1 assassin. He ended up being defeated by Goku due to dirty tricks, and it seems he has been resurrected through modifications. Was this done by the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army? Broly recalled the storylines he had seen before. Red Ribbon Army, that terrifying organization, and that Tao Pai Pai, it seems he has come here to seek revenge on Goku. Hearing that terrifying name, Bulma clutched Broly tightly. And then there's that guy in a cloak. He's the son of the deceased King Piccolo Jr. He has come for revenge as well, without a doubt. Broly pointed at Piccolo again. Piccolo! Bulma exclaimed in horror, and Broly quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down, don't create a panic. Broly remembered that Piccolo had once done a live broadcast. If the others recognized him, it would surely cause a panic, and he didn't want to miss this show. You think Broly wants to see Goku battle Piccolo? No, Broly is actually looking forward to Shishi giving Goku a good beating. Indeed, most of Broly's life has been spent on meditation and self-cultivation, which can be quite dull. Therefore, his personality has developed a penchant for dark humor, transforming him into a jester. Sensing Broly's gaze, Piccolo also looked over. However, upon seeing that towering figure, he felt no fear. Instead, he noticed the curious look directed at him. Piccolo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After casting a threatening glance at Broly and the others, he turned his head away. Today's highlight is that woman in the Chi-Pao. I won't reveal her identity, but Bulma, you and Master Roshi have both met her. She's quite beautiful, but her temper is so fiery that most people can't handle her. As he spoke, Bulma twisted Broly's ear, spinning at 180 degrees. Who are you calling beautiful? Seeing this scene, Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, you two are just as bad as each other. Broly was quite interested in the preliminary rounds of the tournament. In the early stages, everyone's skill level was low and victories were mostly achieved through technique. Aside from the main cast, there were many other martial artists from various styles, such as judo, boxing, karate, and even wrestlers and Shaolin disciples. While they might not measure up to the main cast, none of them were weak in a past life. Unfortunately, due to changes in the rules, the preliminaries could only be viewed through recordings, and the audience was not allowed to enter the arena. As the competition progressed, people began to exit the arena with faces filled with regret. Some were even carried out. Among them was a familiar face, Kayat. They surrounded him, concerned about Kayat's condition. Kayatsu, who did this to you? Master Roshi scolded. Broly pulled out a senzu bean and fed it to Kayatsu. He had a certain fondness for these characters with a hint of Chinese cultural flair. After eating the senzu bean, Kayatsu's body returned to normal, and he floated up from the stretcher. I don't know who he is, but he feels familiar. It should be your former master, Tao Pai Pai. It's indeed hard to recognize him in that state. Broly said, but seeing Kayatsu's concerned expression, he added he has shown restraint, perhaps because he doesn't want to lose his qualification for the tournament in seeking revenge on Goku, or maybe due to previous connections. This form of consolation might be a man's gentleness. Kayatsu said nothing and returned to the audience with everyone else. In the end, the preliminaries concluded, leaving 8 participants for the official match, with Goku and the others naturally qualifying. The first match was between Tien Shinhan and mechanical Tao Pai Pai. Even though Tao Pai Pai had become stronger than before, he was still no match for Tien Shinhan. However, the words he spoke before the match made Broly's defenses crumble. This body cost me 1,000 billion zeni. I will take terrifying revenge on you and Son Goku. 1,000 billion. Damn rich people. How infuriating. If I had known this guy was so wealthy, I could have robbed him in my spare time. Broly howled to the heavens. Hey Broly, what's wrong with you? Master Roshi looked at Broly, who seemed lost in thought. Bulma, what happened to this guy? Seeing Broly's lack of reaction, Master Roshi turned back to Bulma. After Bulma explained about Broly using his prize money to buy a house, everyone seemed to suddenly understand. So that's how it is. Broly, why not learn from me and Goku, and find a good place to build a house yourself? You could also connect more with nature. Master Roshi poked Broly with his staff and said, by the way, isn't Bulma's family quite wealthy? After you two get married, won't you also have money, huh? Launch, being a woman herself, teased Bulma beside her. No way, marriage. Isn't it too early to think about that? I want to travel the world with Broly while he has the time. Bulma's face turned red, but she didn't deny the thought of marriage. Perhaps I could take over Tao Pai Pai's business in the future. Killing might be a bit much, but bodyguards are pretty good. Broly was still pondering that 1,000 billion, completely unaware that Bulma had already spread his embarrassing story. As the match progressed, as Broly had predicted, Tao Pai Pai was no match for Tien Shinhan. However, recalling their previous connection, Tien Shinhan didn't want Tao Pai Pai to lose too badly. Yet Tao Pai Pai remained unfazed, determined to take revenge on Goku, employing underhanded tactics and even resorting to using firearms against Tien Shinhan after the dedicated host risked stepping onto the stage to stop him. In the end, Tien Shinhan resolutely decided to teleport in front of Tao Pai Pai and ended the fight with a single punch, carrying Tao Pai Pai off the stage. Scene 2: A battle between Wukong and Chi-Chi begins. Broly emerges from the shadows of 1,000 billion as the second match commences. Unforgivable. Son Wukong, I will never forgive you. As the match started, Chi-Chi declared her intentions toward Wukong. Unfortunately, due to her drastic change, only Broly, who had secretly read the script, recognized her. Wukong looked puzzled and asked, I still don't understand, have you mistaken me for someone else? Chi-Chi replied sternly, there's no mistake, you are son Wukong, aren't you? Are you all ready? Let the battle officially begin. The host's voice rang out, and Chi-Chi charged at Wukong, launching her attack. Chi-Chi first rushed in front of Wukong, executing a series of spinning sweeps, which Wukong dodged with ease. When she realized her moves weren't effective, her gaze became more resolute, and she transformed her hand into a blade, aiming a strike at Wukong's face. Kiki's foundation was impressive as she continuously lunged and slashed at Wukong, delivering kicks and sweeps that forced him to the edge of the stage. Then she concentrated her power in her waist and launched a flying knee strike toward Wukong. What a fierce attack, and the movements are remarkably fluid. She maintains her balance, even while attacking from above and below. Her strength might soon rival that of the previous Tao Bai Bai, but unfortunately her physical strength is too weak and her power and speed cannot keep up. Broly commented from the side, genuinely believing that with proper training Kiki's talent could allow her to at least hold her own against the young Wutian and Trunks. However, being a woman, she likely wouldn't want to leave any scars on herself, and as for those muscles, that goes without saying. What's wrong? Do you think highly of her? Bulma, overhearing Broly's praise, felt displeased. You're overthinking it. I just genuinely think she has great talent, and you can rest assured, oh, just wait and see. Broly didn't elaborate further. He knew it wouldn't be long before Chi-Chi revealed her identity. Have we really met before? Wukong dodged Kiki's attacks while trying to recall the image of this furious woman. Really? When? Wukong thought for a long time, but couldn't recall who this woman was as Chi-Chi had changed so drastically. It's precisely because you've forgotten everything that I feel angry. As she spoke, Chi-Chi quickened her attacks, engaging Wukong, while saying, you don't understand a woman's heart at all. Wow. She even risks herself to perform a spinning kick, but in a battle at this level, it only creates openings for herself. Broly continued his commentary, while Bulma relaxed, realizing that he truly had no ulterior motives toward Chi-Chi. While others listened to their banter, Broly focused on observing Kiki's movements and attacks, and Bulma became fully engrossed in their conversation. She has been waiting for you. Wukong then asked a question that even made Broly facepalm. You say you're waiting for me, waiting for what? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chi-Chi erupted in rage, her attack power and speed doubling, as she retorted, have you forgotten our promise? The two of them battled from the ground to the sky. Wukong only wanted to clarify what was happening and didn't wish to engage in pointless tussles. After all, no matter how strong Chi-Chi was, she was still within the realm of an ordinary person, so he jumped high into the air. The promise. Is it the promise between you and me? Nonsense. Chi-Chi surprisingly continued to attack Wukong in midair, using both hands and feet to trouble him. This girl is indeed quite strong, and it seems she's using the turtle school techniques, but I don't recall having any female disciples. The turtle sage noticed something amiss in Kiki's moves. As their figures fell from the sky, Chi-Chi finally ran out of patience. Can't you remember, no matter what? Then I'll tell you, you promised me that when I grew up, you would come to marry me as my groom. Groom. Everyone inside and outside the arena gasped, unaware of when Wukong had made such a promise. Only Broly, who already knew that this girl was Chi-Chi, and Wukong, who didn't even know what a groom was, were unfazed. Wukong quickly sought help from the audience, calling out to Krillin, who was backstage enjoying snacks with Yamcha. Krillin, what is a groom? Idiot. A groom is when you two get married. Krillin replied helplessly. It means becoming a couple and living together. Yamcha added, living together. With you. Did I ever agree to such a thing? Wukong looked shocked. Hearing such unbearable words, Chi-Chi didn't become any angrier. Perhaps she had realized Wukong's indifference to worldly matters, or maybe she was already at her boiling point. Who are you? Please tell me quickly. Wukong pleaded. I can tell you, but you have to defeat me first. Chi-Chi seemed to understand that Wukong was oblivious to the significance of the vow made long ago, as a confident smile appeared on her face. That's great. I thought I would have to live with someone whose name I didn't even know. When it came to battle, that was Wukong's forte. Chi-Chi's strength was still not enough to concern him. Wukong simply stood still and threw a punch at the air before him, the force of his fist sending Chi-Chi flying off the stage. Chi-Chi, riding the momentum, revealed her identity, shocking everyone once more. It turned out this agile girl was the daughter of the Ox King. The host handled the situation adeptly, stirring the enthusiasm of the confused audience as they applauded. Amidst the cheers, Chi-Chi walked backstage holding Wukong's arm. Broly and his friends in the audience were also granted special permission to enter backstage to offer their congratulations to Wukong. I remember you are Wukong's older brother. Thank you for taking care of him. From now on I will be his wife. My name is Chi-Chi, please take care of me. Kiki's transition in demeanor was not only quick, but also quite natural, leaving Broly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hello, I am Broly. Although we share the same lineage, I'm not Wukong's biological brother, I just met him early on. If given the chance, I will introduce Wukong's family to you. Ahem. In such moments, girls tend to be quite hopeful, but upon hearing Broly's lack of self-introduction, Bulma coughed to pressurize him. Sorry, I forgot to introduce her. This is my girlfriend Bulma. You two can have a good chat. With that, Broly spread his palm, pointing at Bulma. All right, Miss Bulma. In the end, we've known each other since childhood, so our families should get closer. Absolutely, definitely. It must be said that Chi-Chi's emotional intelligence was high. Just the phrase our families made Bulma's heart bloom. Though Chi-Chi's unexpected arrival stirred varied emotions among the spectators, the tournament proceeded without delay. Krillin had scarcely shaken off his envy and admiration when it was already his turn to step into the ring. This match features the Demon Kings, Air versus Krillin. Baldy. Piccolo struck first, not with force, but with mockery. That single word, Baldy, plunged Krillin deeper into frustration. Unfamiliar with his opponent and unburdened by prior grudges, Krillin felt only raw indignation at the insult. Though seething with anger, Krillin retained his composure, waiting patiently until the referee declared the bout open. Only then did he assume a stance unfamiliar even to Broly. In truth, the technique had been in use for so long that he'd nearly forgotten it. Crouching low in a firm horse stance, fists clenched tight, Krillin's martial virtue remained unwavering. He loudly announced, "Let's begin," before launching his assault. Claws-like hands thrust forward, and two blazing orange energy waves surged from his palms, streaking toward Piccolo. At first glance, the attack seemed unimpressive, moderate in speed, modest in power, and burdened by an overly long wind-up. Even Piccolo dismissed it as trivial. With a dramatic flick of his cape, he vanished, reappearing moments later high above the arena. Then came the surprise. Krillin, with astonishing precision, redirected both energy waves mid-flight, pursuing Piccolo upward into the sky. This bald young man already commands ki with such finesse, even now. Truly no one should ever be underestimated. Piccolo recoiled in genuine astonishment. Broly too watched in quiet awe, and offered rare praise. Nanny. Unprepared for an aerial pursuit, Piccolo faltered, just for an instant. But his overwhelming strength prevailed. Twin beams erupted from his eyes, intercepting Krillin's waves in a thunderous explosion. Seeing the modest impact of Krillin's carefully prepared technique, Piccolo resumed his customary sneer. Only to be blindsided, Krillin materialized behind him and delivered a devastating punch, sending Piccolo hurtling backward. Krillin tumbled midair, slowing his descent with a controlled roll before landing smoothly. Piccolo, by contrast, halted his flight abruptly, hovered motionless, then descended with deliberate grace. Not bad. This fellow still has honor in his heart, Broly remarked coolly. Hey, since when are you cheering for him? Krillin's on our side. Bulma, captivated only by spectacle, failed to grasp Piccolo's intent, and promptly raised her voice in fervent support of Krillin. If he masters flight, he could strike Krillin from above, launching dive attacks or firing energy blasts from range. Yet he chose instead to return to solid ground. Broly offered the explanation. Perhaps his flight technique only allows brief hovering. Bulma refused to yield, convinced Broly was undermining their side, and retorted sharply. No, flight once mastered demands little effort. Have you ever seen me descend midair? Or Kaiatsu? He hovers almost constantly. Oomph. Bulma snorted, irritated not by his logic, but by his refusal to indulge her, and fell silent, refocusing intently on the match. Krillin launched another assault, furious, relentless fists raining down like a storm. Yet every blow was effortlessly deflected by Piccolo's flowing cape. Krillin charged like a raging bull. Piccolo stood unmoved, the red cloth unrippled. Still refusing to yield? Rest assured, I won't kill you. Not yet. As he spoke, Piccolo's left arm stretched unnaturally, snatching Krillin's leg and yanking him close. Then in one fluid motion, he drove a brutal backfist into Krillin's jaw, launching him skyward. Before Krillin touched ground, he lunged again, only to meet the same fate. Piccolo's boots sent him soaring once more. Midair, Krillin realized Piccolo's might likely surpassed his own, and that hesitation would cost him all chance. Regaining balance, he formed his hands into the iconic sunflower shape, gathering his final Kamehameha. Piccolo ascended, closing in behind Krillin, poised to repeat his earlier ambush. But Krillin anticipated the strike. Spinning swiftly, he unleashed the fully charged Kamehameha, only for Piccolo to dissolve into afterimages, vanishing before Krillin's eyes. It's over, Broly murmured. See, I told you Krillin would win. Who doubted him just now? But if he dies, will Krillin be disqualified? Bulma, having misheard Broly's remark as referring to Piccolo, finally seized her chance to deliver a quiet, pointed jab. Broly ignored her barb eyes fixed on the battlefield, waiting for any shift in fortune. From the sidelines, Goku shouted urgently, Krillin, behind you. Piccolo reappeared, directly behind Krillin. Hands clasped into a crushing hammer fist, he slammed downward onto Krillin's skull. Krillin plummeted, crashing violently onto the arena floor, shattering the platform beneath him. Broly muttered inwardly, no wonder this kid never grew tall. Everyone keeps aiming for his head. The arena fell utterly silent. Every gaze locked on Krillin, awaiting his rise. Slowly, painfully, he pushed himself upright, only to collapse again, sitting heavily on the broken ground. I forfeit. Krillin knew the gulf between them was vast, and that pride alone couldn't sustain a contest meant only for sport. His surrender was swift, honest, and resolute. No reproach followed his admission, not even from Master Roshi, who had trained Krillin since childhood. Among this new generation, Broly stood strongest. Goku possessed unmatched talent, and Krillin, clever, pragmatic, perpetually scheming, was the sole ordinary human to rise so far through sheer grit and guile. Hearing the verdict, Goku dashed from the wings onto the stage, gently lifting Krillin and guiding him from the ring. The final quarterfinal match now loomed: Yamcha versus the mysterious Saiyan. Broly had puzzled over this Saiyan, a name unknown to him, until glimpsing the man's face and memory stirred faintly, recalling fragments of the arc. At the sight of Saiyan's unremarkable attire, the crowd erupted. What is this? Just some average middle-aged man. Given that Yamcha should advance easily to the semifinals. Bulma, ever the most outspoken, broke the silence first. Shall we wager? Loser owes the winner one favor. Why must you always oppose me? Never mind that. Dare you accept? Who's afraid? As she spoke, Bulma suddenly flushed, her cheeks burning crimson. The final match of the top 8 ended quickly, surprising everyone except Broly. This celestial contestant exuded a certain absurdity in both appearance and behavior, yet only Broly knew that this fellow was actually a deity. Although his combat power paled in comparison to Broly, it must be said that the Divine Clan possessed many enviable techniques, such as their chi being undetectable unless you were also a god, and their instant teleportation, which allowed them to move directly to their desired location without sensing anyone's energy, consuming far less than ordinary teleportation. No matter how Yamcha attacked, he was easily evaded by his opponent, forcing him to unleash his ultimate skill, the energy bomb. Yamcha controlled the energy bombs to continuously assault the Celestial, but they were all dodged one by one. In the end, when Yamcha directed an energy bomb downward to strike, it was narrowly avoided by the Celestial. Just as the Celestial praised Yamcha's creativity and technique, Yamcha retorted, "Isn't it too early to flatter? You don't think this is over, do you?" The Celestial was still puzzled by Yamcha's words when suddenly from beneath the floor where the energy bomb had just struck, another energy bomb shot out, finally hitting this seemingly harmless Celestial contestant. The Celestial seemed to view that blow as a humiliation. Upon landing, he swiftly knocked Yamcha down to the ground, causing him to fall off the stage. Everyone gasped in astonishment as the match concluded before they could react. Bulma was shocked, saying, "I never expected Yamcha and Krillin to be that strong, yet they still lost the match. It's unbelievable." Broly shook his head and said solemnly, "From the perspective of an ordinary person, they are indeed strong, but enemies will also grow stronger. If you do not strive to improve yourself, one day you will be surpassed by others." Bulma nodded, though she seemed only partially comprehending. Next up was Goku battling Tien, which was the main reason Broly came to watch the match. While the final showdown would be even more intense, this match was particularly important to Broly, as Tien might unleash his long-awaited solar flare and four-way fist. Broly felt that rather than merely enhancing combat power, these techniques and moves would yield surprising results. As the battle began, Goku initiated the attack, engaging Tien in a fierce duel. The two were evenly matched in speed, but Broly knew full well that Goku was not yet revealing his full strength. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, both fighters vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of their bodies colliding. "Where did they go?" Bulma exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the stage. The other spectators were also searching for the two, but all they could hear were sounds without seeing their movements. "They haven't disappeared, their speed is just too fast for you to see. The human eye can perceive about 24 frames per second, but if their speed exceeds 85 Hz, it surpasses your field of vision. So they are invisible to the naked eye, but even though we are close to them, the stage is still within our sight. In theory, they are moving faster, right?" "That's true, but that is not Goku's full strength. He is still wearing weighted clothing, and unless something unexpected occurs, Tien will likely lose this match." "What? Little Son is still wearing weights at that speed. If he takes them off, won't Tien be unable to see his movements?" Speed alone is useless in battle. Such rapid movements place a burden on one's body. If no damage can be inflicted, it merely drains one's stamina unnecessarily. Moreover, battles are not like exams. Many unforeseen factors can determine the final outcome unless the gap in strength is too great. As if to confirm Broly's words, the two quickly abandoned their high-speed combat style and shifted to a display of brute strength, grappling and wrestling each other. Broly found it hard to watch as the two men engaged in their strongman lock, while the audience cheered below. No matter how spectacular their speed battle was, the audience couldn't see it, but the display of strength with bulging muscles, protruding veins, and surging blood was all visible to the naked eye. The magnitude of their power was clear to no one more than the ground beneath their feet, which even began to crack. Breaking free from Goku's hold, Tien leaped high into the air, and Goku followed. Unexpectedly, Tien used his agility and clouds to obscure Goku's sight, landing a heavy blow on him. Goku realized that not only was he growing, but his companions were also becoming stronger, and it was time for him to unleash his true power. After falling off the stage, Goku stripped off his inner lining wristbands and shoes. When Krillin and Yamcha helped him remove these clothes, they discovered that the total weight was nearly 200 pounds. Looking at Goku on the stage, Bulma glanced at Broly with a strange expression and asked, "You aren't wearing any of those strange clothes, are you?" As she spoke, Bulma playfully poked Broly, seizing the opportunity to tease him. "Stop fooling around," Broly replied, pushing her hands away. Although he secretly enjoyed it, his face showed no expression. It seems that saying looks matter is indeed true. Only if you are handsome can you know how proactive women can be. That level of training is useless to me. Those 200 pounds feel like carrying 2 pieces of paper in my pocket. Ineffective. Broly satisfied Bulma's curiosity, explaining that he too trained in the temple, but did not wear weights like Goku. After removing the weights, Tien's speed could no longer match Goku's, to the point where he couldn't even see Goku's movements. Reluctantly, Tien had to use his ultimate technique. Tien stood firmly in place, legs apart, fists crossed, and his form split from 1 into 2, and then from 2 into 4, until 4 Tien stood on the stage, each striking their respective stances. This is it. Upon seeing Tien use the 4-way fist, Broly closed his eyes, feeling Tien's movements through his chi. Broly not only sensed Tien's movements through chi, but also felt the flow of chi within Tien's body. I see. Through sensing the flow of chi, Broly already grasped the usage of the 4-way fist. Is that an afterimage punch? Seeing Tien use his technique, Master Roshi wasn't particularly surprised. However, after Goku was ruthlessly beaten, cold sweat dripped down Master Rose's forehead, isn't it? These 4 are all real entities. This move has obvious weaknesses. It's better to face multiple weaker opponents. If Wukong can recall what Bobo taught him, he should easily discover it. Since Broly perceives the flow of Tianjin Fan's chi at its essence, he clearly understands the move's weaknesses. However, Broly doesn't comprehend why Wukong learned so quickly during training in the heavenly realm, while forgetting what he had learned, as if the author had forgotten his own setting. Is little son really unable to defeat Tianjin Fan? Compared to Tianjin Fan, Bulma definitely favors Wukong, as they grew up together and have been through so much that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they share life and death. How could that be? Look at him. He's taking hits, yet his breathing shows no signs of disorder, while Tianjin Fan's breath becomes rapid after the speed contest. Broly knows Wukong. He isn't the type to take down an enemy in one go. The 4 Tianjin Fans position themselves at the corners of the arena, planning to launch a ki blast at Wukong in the center. Since the attack comes from 4 angles, even if he dodges, he would still be caught in the explosive power. Thus, Wukong chooses to leap high, hiding among the clouds like Tianjin Fan. The Tianjin Fans at the corners extend their index and middle fingers beside their third eye, which begins to shine brightly. At the moment of the strike, Wukong's voice echoes from the sky. "I'll borrow your ultimate move first. Solar Fist." "Oh no, quickly close your eyes." Broly hurriedly shut his eyes and covered Bulma's eyes with his hand before feeling Wukong's ki. Compared to the 4-body fist, the Solar Fist is quite simple. It just transforms ki into light, and ki itself has the property of emitting light. What happens next is only seen by the referee and Master Roshi, as they are the only ones wearing sunglasses, while Broly keeps his eyes shut, perceiving it through ki. In such a scenario, if it were Broly, he would simply dive towards the ground, following the intense light, throwing the enemy off the stage. However, being Wukong, he does not exploit the moment, but chooses to explain first. "Because your eyesight is excellent, you rely heavily on your eyes. Once you can't see, you lose track of my movements." As he speaks, Wukong accelerates, throwing all 4 Tianjin Fans off the stage, before gradually pointing out their second weakness. "Even though you have split into 4, your strength and speed are also divided into 4. Broly listens, feeling speechless. Isn't this stating the obvious? Don't normal people use their eyes to see? They haven't trained under Bobo, and realizing the weakness of power division only now indicates that you haven't maintained this state, as Bobo advised. Watching Wukong show off on stage, Broly feels speechless, but ultimately refrains from ruining the moment. The following match isn't as cheerful. Saiyan first fights against Piccolo in a physical battle. Perhaps due to borrowing a human body, or perhaps because he's aged while his opponent is in their prime, or maybe both, Saiyan is at a disadvantage physically. Ultimately, Saiyan decides to use the Demon Seal Wave to seal Piccolo. However, Piccolo was prepared and reverses the Demon Seal Wave, sealing Saiyan into a bottle. Yet at the moment of being sealed, the god abandons Saiyan's body, leaving him a chance to escape. As the god is sealed by Piccolo, a gloomy atmosphere envelopes the arena, and it even begins to rain lightly. The crowd gathers with men discussing how to deal with Piccolo, while women and non-combatants watch from a distance. Master Roshi speaks first. Recalling previous events, he tentatively asks Broly, will you intervene this time? Let Wukong handle this. He is more than capable of dealing with Piccolo. For Broly, defeating Piccolo would be a matter of a single hand, but for Wukong this is a chance for growth, and Piccolo still needs Wukong to change. But even the god has failed, relying solely on Wukong. Master Roshi trails off. Although Wukong is formidable, Broly's strength is overwhelming. If he intervenes, the odds would be significantly better. Wukong fights for this world, and continuing might hurt feelings even if Wukong may not pick up on it. Broly wraps his arms around Wukong and Master Rose's shoulders, giving them a reassuring pat, saying, don't worry, Wukong, you will definitely win. You are the strongest warrior in the universe. Then Broly squats down and turns his face towards Master Roshi. Master Mutant, rest assured, if Wukong fails, I will take care of it. This time no one will die. Seeing Broly's words, Master Roshi feels much more at ease and pats Wukong's shoulder, smiling as he says, with Broly saying this, I feel reassured. The responsibility to protect this world falls on you once again. I depend on you. Wukong. Just as he speaks, Broly's expression turns cold as he turns his head towards a certain direction and suddenly says, do you like eavesdropping on others? When Broly notices Piccolo, a powerful ki envelopes him, restricting his movement. Piccolo, who initially intended to act tough and throw a few harsh words, did not expect this unknown giant to be so terrifying. Do those who gossip about others have the right to say that? Even restricted by Broly, Piccolo's mouth remains defiant. Broly merely gives Piccolo a warning. This guy is too arrogant to suddenly appear behind them without hiding his ki. If Piccolo knew Broly's thoughts, he would probably be furious. The reason the god can remain undetected is that he transforms his ki into divine ki, a skill he possesses only after becoming a god. How could Piccolo know this? Seeing that he has achieved his purpose of intimidation, Broly withdraws his ki. You are strong. After I deal with Son Wukong, I will prioritize killing you. Piccolo glared at Broly and instantly vanished from his spot. After Piccolo leaves, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the Z fighters let out a sigh of relief. However, they are unaware that Piccolo also breathes a sigh of relief, savoring the sweetness of oxygen, secretly remembering Broly's figure and placing him on his kill list. With the two stepping onto the stage, everyone has different thoughts. The Z fighters are aware that the outcome of Wukong and Piccolo's battle might determine the fate of the world. Wukong is determined to defeat Piccolo not only for the sealed god for this world, but also to live up to Broly's expectations of him. Piccolo feels somewhat uneasy. He believes that Son Wukong is not his opponent, but that Broly poses a challenge. He has made it clear that he cannot deal with him, now hoping that these righteous warriors will let him leave safely after defeating Son Wukong, so he can find an opportunity to take them down later. Broly doesn't think much of it. According to the plot, Wukong should narrowly win, and from the ki, Wukong seems slightly stronger. Even if something unexpected happens, he still has himself. The audience feels the most relaxed. They have no idea what this battle signifies, only knowing that a new champion is about to be born. As the match commenced, the two fighters blurred into motion, their forms intertwining in swift succession. Though evenly matched in speed and strength, victory would hinge on which of them could seize the decisive advantage. After a fierce exchange, they broke apart. Then Piccolo suddenly extended his arms, replicating the very technique he had once used against Krillin. But Goku was no Krillin. He evaded the lunge with effortless grace, seized Piccolo's outstretched limbs, and hurled him violently across the arena. Seizing Piccolo's momentary suspension midair, Goku launched a feint strike, then accelerated forward, closing the distance for brutal hand-to-hand combat. Midair, Piccolo abruptly halted his descent. First, he unleashed a ki blast that shattered Goku's momentum and sent him plummeting downward. Then, as Goku fell, Piccolo deployed his Prince's combat technique. A deafening explosion erupted, shattering the stone tiles of the ring, fracturing the terrain into jagged debris, and hurling dust high into the air, veiling all sight. Broly enveloped the entire spectator gallery in a protective aura. Ordinary humans were fragile, and even stray fragments from the blast could prove fatal if they struck a vital point. As the dust settled, Goku's upper garment lay in tatters, torn apart by the blast. His GI's been blown off, so their probing phase is nearly over. Broly mused, observing this phenomenon for the first time in reality. He wondered not without irony whether such a spectacle bore any hidden significance. No longer testing one another, they each surged their ki to its absolute saturation and launched into a far more ferocious assault. Once fully engaged, both unleashed astonishing techniques. While grappling with Goku, Piccolo fired twin crimson beams from his eyes, but Goku ducked beneath them just in time. Then Piccolo elongated both arms like whips, seizing Goku and slamming him mercilessly into the ground. Goku refused to yield. Wrenching free from Piccolo's grasp, he vaulted up. Piccolo's extended arms closed the gap and drove a devastating knee strike straight into Piccolo's face, nearly dislocating his jaw. Goku accelerated again, vanishing from sight. Yet Piccolo anticipated his reappearance and struck him down before he could re-engage. Instantly, Goku dissolved once more into invisibility. This time he materialized behind Piccolo. His right leg coiled and charged, then unleashed in a thunderous reverse kick that sent Piccolo hurtling away. Goku followed with a blinding flurry of blows, leaving Piccolo stunned and unable to counter, before delivering a final soaring kick that launched him skyward. Hovering in the air, Piccolo stabilized himself, only to see blood welling from his wounds. His temper flared. All thought of Broly, the colossal presence looming nearby, vanished from his mind. Clenching his fists, he gathered overwhelming ki, unleashing a gale so violent it forced the crowd to shield their eyes. He's abandoned restraint entirely. Broly observed Piccolo's stance, intuiting his intent, and once more extended his aura to shield the entire battlefield. Neither Goku nor Piccolo spared a thought for Broly now. Goku chose instead to meet Piccolo's ultimate attack head-on, leaping skyward and shouting defiantly, "You want to strike me? I'm right here. I'm right here." Watching Goku's bold maneuver, Broly offered a faint wry smile. Truly reckless, yet only such unwavering sincerity could shape the future Piccolo, Vegeta, and even the original Broly himself. Piccolo's ki blast did not strike Goku squarely. It grazed him, then veered wildly, detonating several distant hills in a cataclysmic chain of destruction. The spectators stood frozen in awe. Had Goku not intercepted that blast, they themselves would have been obliterated. None among them knew what Broly had done. Returning to the ring, Goku surveyed the devastation and felt his own inner fire ignite. Gathering radiant cerulean energy in his palms, he roared, "Taste my Super Kamehameha." "No, Goku, calm yourself. If you kill him, now the Guardian will perish too." Rashi's voice rang out urgently. At Rashi's warning, the brilliant blue light in Goku's hands dissolved into thin air. As Goku hesitated, Piccolo, hovering above, spotted an opening below and mocked him, deliberately eroding his composure. "So where is this legendary technique you boast of? Your greatest weakness is your inability to act without mercy. You hesitate because you fear for the Guardian's life, while I bear no such burden. I will slaughter every last soul here and turn this place into hell." With those words, Piccolo gathered ki far more potent than before. Hearing Piccolo's vow and recalling the sheer force of his earlier blast, the crowd realized their lives hung in the balance. Panic erupted. Ordinary spectators fled in all directions, leaving only the Z-fighters and the unflinching announcer behind. Broly exhaled softly in relief. Saving lives was infinitely harder than taking them, and now with bystanders gone, he could focus solely on shielding Bulma and the others. At that critical juncture, Krillin reignited Goku's resolve. "Goku, don't be afraid. Once he's gone, we can revive the Guardian with the Dragon Balls." As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, Broly might have forgotten minor plot details, but he'd never forget the cardinal rule: when someone dies, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. Still, he withheld his doubts, watching the unfolding drama in silent contemplation. Empowered by Krillin's words, Goku launched his Kamehameha without hesitation. Broly inwardly scoffed, "Brilliant." Charging headlong into a beam duel with Son Goku. I suppose he truly has no concept of mortality. Unsurprisingly, Goku's Kamehameha proved superior, overwhelming Piccolo's blast and driving it backward, engulfing its caster in the recoil. Broly sensed it clearly. Goku had held back, not enough to spare Piccolo injury, but enough to ensure he survived. Perhaps even now the Guardian's fate weighed upon him. What followed left Broly momentarily baffled. Piccolo underwent rapid, massive enlargement, launching a direct assault. This Goku possessed no shrinking ability, so he resorted to cunning, first goading Piccolo into growing even larger, then darting into his mouth and unleashing a furious barrage from within. At last, Piccolo expelled Goku, and along with him the sealed Guardian encased in his crystal vessel. Princess Iron Fan murmured, "Ah, this I know well." Once the Guardian was freed, Goku fought without restraint. Though already slightly stronger than Piccolo, he pressed the advantage. exchanging blow after punishing blow until both warriors bore deep wounds and unmistakable exhaustion. Piccolo knew his close-quarters prowess lagged behind Goku's. Recognizing his dwindling reserves, he channeled his last vestiges of ki into the explosive demon wave, a final gambit to end the battle. Watching Goku make no move to disrupt Piccolo's charging, instead urging others to flee, Broly bristled with frustration. Even now he indulges his stubbornness. Piccolo's technique bore resemblance to Vegeta's self-destruct, concentrating immense energy around his body before detonating it outward. Yet there was a crucial distinction. Vegeta fused ki with his very life force. Still, Broly judged it more suited for clearing hordes than delivering lethal precision. True lethality resided in techniques like Piccolo's special beam cannon, Frieza's death beam or death saucer, or Krillin's Destructo disc, where ki was compressed to its absolute limit. Diffuse blasts lacked that refined penetrating power. After the shockwave subsided, Goku remained upright, having endured Piccolo's full power assault without falling. Piccolo, however, was spent, his strength utterly exhausted. Goku, still possessing reserve energy, gathered what remained and surged toward his opponent. Following a blistering sequence of strikes, Goku leapt skyward and unleashed his final Kamehameha upon Piccolo. As the referee and crowd debated whether Piccolo had perished, a sudden reversal occurred. Though already counted out and lying motionless, Piccolo rose at the final second, firing a searing beam directly into Goku's right chest. Broly witnessed it all, but remained silent, choosing to speak only after Goku collapsed. "You knew the Guardian still lived. Why lower your guard? You knew the Guardian still lived. Why lower your guard?" Struck down, Goku coughed up blood, unable to speak. After struggling weakly on the ground, he staggered upright and fixed his gaze on Piccolo, whispering hoarsely, "Sorry. I was careless." Unmoved, Broly asked coldly, "Have you considered what would become of your friends if your carelessness cost you your life? What of your wife?" With renewed fury, Piccolo lunged at the newly risen Goku, aiming relentlessly at the wound already pierced through his chest. What followed was grim. Piccolo shattered Goku's legs and arms, then prepared the killing blow. Bulma could bear it no longer. "Enough lectures," she pleaded with Broly. "Save Goku now. He'll die if you wait any longer." Hearing Bulma, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and the others quickly joined her plea, urging Broly to intervene and end Piccolo's rampage. Broly sighed deeply, torn within. Part of him recoiled from imposing change, resisting the urge to mimic some fictional, historical purist. He felt these beings vividly real, not characters in a script. Yet another part acknowledged Goku's recurring recklessness. How sparing Frieza led to mechanical resurrection, how Earth would have fallen entirely without Trunks' intervention. Seeing Broly remain unmoved, the Guardian recalled his earlier mention of Wu Wei, non-interference, and chose not to beg for aid. Instead, he beseeched Tien Shinhan to slay him. Death would sever Piccolo's life as well. Learning the Guardian intended mutual annihilation, Broly felt a pang of shame. Scions are not mere playthings for anyone to abuse. That cry resonated with raw fury, not directed at Piccolo's cruelty nor at Goku's mercy, but inward at himself. Broly whispered inwardly, "Perhaps I was wrong." Then, another twist unfolded. From Goku's mouth erupted a sapphire flame, shattering Piccolo's concentration. Already gravely wounded Piccolo, clinging to consciousness by a thread, could no longer endure the blow. He plummeted from the sky, life ebbing fast. The others rushed to Goku's side. Broly withdrew a Senzu bean from his pocket and placed it gently on Goku's tongue. The Guardian watched, and understanding dawned. Smiling, he said, "No wonder you showed no concern, Broly, and treated him so sternly. You held this secret all along. Yet Goku has surpassed even your expectations, no all of ours." Having swallowed the bean, Goku stretched his limbs. Every wound healed, his vitality restored completely. Having consumed the sacred bean, Goku stretched his body, his wounds fully healed and restored to their former vitality. Broly had not anticipated that Goku's first words upon full recovery would be an apology. "I sincerely apologize. For my negligence, I placed everyone in grave peril. From now on, I shall remain vigilant until every battle concludes." With that, Goku bowed deeply and solemnly before the group. "No, just now you taught me something too. Spare us the sentimental speeches." Though slightly embarrassed, Broly accepted responsibility without hesitation and spoke those words with quiet resolve. In the end, all was resolved harmoniously, and the group gradually relaxed into casual conversation. Observing Goku's restored physique, Broly recalled the earlier battle. Ultimately, Goku had triumphed over Piccolo through his own strength. Yet one detail puzzled him, was that technique and imitation of my mighty roar. I used it only once, at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. And even then we were both transformed into great apes, while you had lost all rationality. Logically, you should retain no memory of it. Goku scratched his head. Well, Piccolo had crippled my limbs, and in that desperate moment your image, Firing energy from your mouth flashed across my mind. So I tried it, and somehow it worked. Broly reflected upon the scene. Though Goku had mimicked the outward form of his technique, its underlying principle differed fundamentally. Broly's mighty roar required intense emotional resonance, channeling chi into sound itself, hence the term roar. Goku, however, had merely replicated the act of projecting energy from the mouth. Still, what mattered was efficacy, not origin. As he spoke, Broly noticed the Guardian approaching the near-lifeless Piccolo, face resolute, hand raised like a blade poised to strike. Broly cast Goku a subtle, urgent glance. Following his gaze, Goku swiftly stepped between the Guardian and Piccolo. "What are you doing, Kami?" "This fiend must perish," the Guardian insisted, weaving another convenient lie. "If left alive, he may yet unleash new calamities. You and Broly might suppress him now, but what of tomorrow when you two are gone? Our lifespans are exceedingly long. Moreover, after my death, you can revive me with the Dragon Balls. But won't the Dragon Balls turn to stone upon your death?" Broly interjected coolly. Before the Guardian could reply, he continued, "You may possess the power to kill Piccolo today, but what if stronger foes emerge tomorrow? Let tomorrow's trials be ours to bear. Besides, the Dragon Balls remain a potent tool, don't you agree?" With that, Broly glanced meaningfully around the circle. Others nodded in unison. "Absolutely. We may lack Goku's or Broly's might, yet we vow to train diligently and protect Earth." Master Roshi, speaking as a peer, addressed the Guardian. "Lord Kami, the children speak wisely. The future must ultimately rest in their hands." Seeing such unanimous conviction, the Guardian at last relinquished his intent to execute Piccolo. In the end, Goku administered the sacred bean to Piccolo, under the bewildered gazes of all present. This time Broly remained silent. Though the outcome mirrored the past, perhaps the very moment he arrived in this world had already stirred the winds of change, like a butterfly's wings setting distant storms in motion. Yet what shape that future would take remained unknown. Once peace settled, Goku married Shishi and fathered a son, whom he named Gohan in honor of his grandfather. Thereafter, he returned to Mount Pazu, the humble home where he and his grandfather once dwelled. Broly chose to reside in West City. Having savored the conveniences of modern life, who would willingly trade them for rustic simplicity? He did harbor a quiet longing for rural life, but not yet. When his story arc neared its natural conclusion and the world gravitated toward lasting peace, he would take his wife and child to experience countryside serenity. For now, he embraced the ordinary joys of mortal life. Occasionally, Broly visited Mount Pazu, with Bulma dropping by Master Roshi's turtle school. In the original timeline, Bulma and Shishi had clashed, perhaps due to Goku's influence. But here, having chosen Broly, Bulma found genuine kinship with Shishi. Broly considered using this tranquil interlude for rigorous training. Though Goku still lagged far behind him, he could now exchange several meaningful blows. Yet progress plateaued, yielding negligible gains. Broly then experimented with four-way fusion, pitting himself against himself, or techniques akin to shadow clones. Still, results proved identical: stagnation. Frustrated, Broly turned to Bulma. During their earlier wager, she had pledged him one favor. Upon learning of his request, Bulma blushed faintly and hesitated, insisting it could only be fulfilled after marriage. Recognizing her misinterpretation, Broly quickly clarified his true aim. He recalled Vegeta's frustration on Earth, unable to transform until Dr. Briefs constructed a gravity chamber. Through relentless training amid crushing gravity and fueled by pride and fury, Vegeta finally achieved transformation. Thus, Broly sought a similar chamber, ideally exceeding Vegeta's 300x gravity threshold. Yet Dr. Briefs had already been tasked with designing Broly's battle suit and the scouters. With no tangible reward to offer, Broly felt uneasy burdening his future father-in-law, so he asked Bulma to intercede on his behalf. Realizing her misunderstanding, Bulma flushed with mortified embarrassment, but though displeased, she did not refuse. After all, Broly was vastly more considerate than Goku or the Turtle School disciples. They trained ceaselessly, and Goku absurdly maintained that regimen even after marriage and fatherhood. Broly, by contrast, regularly took Bulma shopping, gaming, or on scenic outings, whispering delightfully corny endearments. Though Bulma's thoughts occasionally veered impish, their bond remained pure, reminiscent of first love and adolescence, tender, innocent, and achingly beautiful. The very essence of youthful romance, even evoking in Bulma the fleeting illusion that she had forever remained a girl. Alas, Dr. Brief's reply brought little comfort. This world's technological tree grew strangely askew. He could fabricate capsules, yet smartphones remained absent. People still relied on public telephone booths. Automobiles had evolved into levitating vehicles, yet firearms still fired gunpowder-propelled bullets. Dr. Briefs informed Bulma that current capabilities could not produce a gravity chamber owing to missing critical electronic components. Once those parts matured through future iterations, he would attempt construction. He also instructed Bulma to reassure Broly there is no need for such formality. I pursue research for joy alone. Should I create something beneficial to humanity, I shall rejoice. My only obstacle is a drought of inspiration. If Broly has any promising ideas, he need only share them. I will spare no effort to bring them to life. Broly received the news without surprise. After all, even the spacecraft destined for Namek required Namekian technology as reference. Patience, therefore, was the only recourse. Yet a quiet unease lingered with his strength stalling despite near-death recoveries and disciplined training. Broly sensed, intuitively, irresistibly, that his body might respond only to combat against true equals or superiors. Though unverifiable, the premonition burned with uncanny certainty. With no superior path forward, Broly chose contentment, playing mahjong and card games with Bulma's family, offering Dr. Brief's modern insights to inspire innovations, smartphones, LCD televisions, projectors, savoring ahead of time the quiet luxuries of advanced civilization. Thus 5 ordinary years passed, and in the year 761 of the IGG era, a spherical spaceship crashed violently in the northeastern part of Earth. A tall Saiyan emerged from it, none other than Raditz from Vegeta's team, who had parted ways with Broly years ago. At this time, Broly was accompanying Bulma on a shopping trip for the upcoming gathering at Kame House. In his past life, he knew that shopping with a woman was exhausting, but now he realized that shopping with a wealthy woman was even more tiring. After eliminating the onlooking farmers, Raditz left behind a legacy of pitiful fighters and then used his scouter to search for Goku's presence. Upon detecting a stronger ki, Raditz mistakenly assumed it was Goku and set off towards the wrong target. Piccolo was in deep meditation when he suddenly sensed a powerful ki rapidly approaching his direction, causing his face to turn pale with fear. Is it son Goku? No. It's that Broly. While Piccolo was still trying to identify the newcomer, Raditz had already descended from the sky. Piccolo feigned calmness and asked, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Raditz replied with a smile, "I am not here to find you." "Then are you here to die?" Piccolo had already sensed the strength of this person and did not know why he was speaking this way. Raditz pressed on the scouter on his ear, and it displayed Piccolo's combat power. Combat power of 322. No wonder you are so arrogant. On this planet with generally low combat power, you indeed have the capital to be proud. Although he said this, Raditz did not regard Piccolo as a threat. Is that a tail? Upon seeing the tail wrapped around Raditz's waist, Piccolo recognized the origin of this person. Is he from the same race as Son Goku and that Broly? Strange long hair, the same tail, it can't be wrong. Knowing the identity of the newcomer, Piccolo struck without mercy, launching a ki blast at Raditz. The explosion kicked up some dust, but did not inflict any significant damage on Raditz. Raditz brushed off the dust in front of him and was about to retaliate when his scouter beeped, detecting another stronger ki. Ignoring the startled Piccolo, he took off into the sky. At this moment, Broly had just picked out some clothes for Bulma. "I think lighter solid colors would be better because your hair color is too eye-catching, and wearing too flashy outfits would overshadow that advantage. In contrast, solid lighter colors would complement your hair color and emphasize the main theme." Meanwhile, Raditz had already arrived at Kame House first. "Finally we meet. Although you've grown up, I recognized you at a glance, Kakarot. You look just like your father." Raditz did not care about the feelings of others present and started chatting with Goku. "That name, Broly mentioned it. It's your original name. He should be your kin, right, Goku?" Master Roshi remembered the first time he met Goku and Broly. Krillin also noticed the tail at Raditz's waist and confirmed Raditz's identity. "That's right, Goku, he is indeed your kin. He has a tail too." Raditz ignored everyone else and questioned Goku, "What's going on, Kakarot? Wasn't your mission to destroy all humans on Earth?" Goku remained silent, recalling the stories about the Saiyan race that Broly had told him in his childhood. "Hey, Kakarot, did you hit your head as a child? How could you forget your own mission?" Seeing that Goku was not responding, Raditz raised his voice. "No. Broly told me that my father sent me to Earth for refuge. He had already foreseen the destruction of our race, but no one believed him." Goku retorted loudly. "What have you all been talking about, Broly? Wait, bro." Broly. The name forgotten in his mind resurfaced with a series of battle images. Raditz anxiously glanced around until he confirmed Broly's absence and finally felt relieved. "Damn, things just got trickier. I didn't expect that guy to be here as well. After he left, there was no news, and I thought he was dead. I had no idea he had come to Earth." Upon hearing Broly's name, beads of cold sweat appeared on Raditz's forehead as he vividly recalled how he had once defeated Vegeta in one hit. A tail. Raditz saw the tail behind Gohan and suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Is this little brat your son?" Actually, Raditz had already guessed the answer upon seeing Gohan's tail. Without waiting for Goku to respond, he delivered a knee strike to Goku's abdomen, sending the injured Goku crashing to the ground, struggling to breathe. Raditz held Gohan in his arms, muttering, "With this little brat, Broly should think twice before acting recklessly." Looking at the fallen Goku, Raditz was shocked to discover that Goku had no tail on his backside. Raditz's expression turned ferocious as he asked Goku, "Where is your tail? You bastard. Did Broly do this? I removed it for convenience while training." Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz's expression softened somewhat as he scolded, "Idiot. Don't you know how important tails are to us Saiyans?" The more Raditz spoke, the angrier he became, knocking Goku unconscious, hoisting him over his shoulder while holding Gohan in his arms as he flew into the sky. Before leaving, Raditz left a parting remark to the people on the ground: "I've taken the person, let Broly come find me." By the time Bulma and Broly arrived, it was already too late. "This is how things are." Master Roshi explained the situation to Broly. "That guy really is cautious. As soon as he hears my name, he runs away. He even took Goku with him. It seems things have changed." Broly analyzed the current situation. Although the newcomer had not introduced himself, from everyone's descriptions Broly guessed that it should be the weakest Raditz. "Alright then, I'll go take a look. Don't worry, one Raditz is not my opponent." Saying this, Broly took out the scouter that he hadn't used in a long time to locate Raditz and Goku. With Broly's current strength, it's a bit unrealistic to spread out across the entire Earth to find someone. Moreover, with Raditz's combat power of just over 1,000, it would take ages to find him this way. Fortunately, I took a new type of scouter with me when I left. It's really convenient. Just as Broly opened the scouter to track Raditz, a figure appeared in front of everyone. "That guy is very strong, don't underestimate him." It was Piccolo, who had been forgotten by Raditz earlier. "Piccolo, this is a matter for us Saiyans. It has nothing to do with you." "Bastard, do you look down on me?" "First, I'm not looking down on you. You're simply not his match. Second, rest assured my strength is more than enough to deal with Raditz, and I don't need your help. On your path to conquering the world, you just need to chase after me and Goku. You don't need to worry about anything else. However, if you want to watch, that's fine too. Experience is also valuable." Broly understood that early-stage Piccolo was just like Vegeta, prideful, so he didn't say anything too harsh. After finishing, Broly took off into the sky. Piccolo remained silent. He knew Broly was right. He was indeed not a match for that Saiyan, and it seemed he wouldn't be able to help, but watching the battle was also a way to better understand his future opponent, wasn't it? Thus, he chose to quietly follow behind Broly after he flew away. Broly found Raditz, and the scene before him left him in disbelief. Raditz was feeding Goten, while Goku watched anxiously, fearing that this brother of his might do something to his son as they chatted idly. "Kakarot, did Broly really tell you that you were sent to Earth? That guy was on my team. How come I didn't know about this?" "How would I know? He didn't tell me that you bastard actually kidnapped my son as a hostage." "Don't worry, Kakarot, I won't kill you and your son. The purpose of my visit is to bring you back. There are only 5 Saiyans left, including Broly. Vegeta has a brother, but I don't know if he is alive or dead. We need manpower now." As he spoke, Raditz muttered under his breath, just loud enough for himself to hear, "That damned old man lied to me, saying I was sent here to conquer the planet, but it turns out I came here to seek refuge. That old man is so biased." "What? Are you jealous? Who said Saiyans don't care about these things?" Broly descended from the sky, looking at Raditz's flustered expression, and teasingly remarked. Upon seeing Broly arrive, Raditz hurriedly threw away the food in his hand, gripping Goten's neck tightly, and warned, "Broly, don't come any closer, or he'll strangle this little one." Broly completely ignored Raditz's actions, and instead walked over to the spaceship he had previously used, reminiscing. "Ah, how nostalgic. I remember I left when I was 8, right? It's been over 20 years since we last met. After all, we were comrades. If you really cared about these things, you wouldn't have betrayed Vegeta after defeating him." Raditz cautiously used his scouter to check Broly's power level. 0. How is that possible? Raditz felt turmoil inside, but maintained a calm exterior. Raditz, of course, had no idea that Broly had reached a state where he had emptied his mind and thoughts, causing his energy to be completely contained within, making it undetectable unless he chose to release it. "Stop looking, that broken machine isn't broken. I'm just here to chat with you. Do you really think holding your nephew will stop me? Regardless of whether you are faster than me, why do you think holding on to your brother's son can threaten me?" Although Broly guessed roughly what Raditz was thinking, Raditz still had no intention of letting go. "Stop trying to scare me. Oh, I won't release him, no matter what you say. If you aren't tired, then keep holding on. Did Vegeta send you to Earth?" "Yes. He said we lack manpower to attack other planets." "Yes. You fool, don't you realize that Vegeta has figured out the situation? Why would he send you to find Kakarot, this low-level warrior, instead of growing more crops?" Seeing Raditz unable to respond, Broly began to gather energy. As Broly's power became increasingly impressive, the readings on Raditz's scouter skyrocketed. Ultimately, the scouter short-circuited and exploded due to its inability to measure Broly's full power. "Still using a 20-year-old machine. When I left, Frieza sent 500 new model scouters. It seems Frieza really doesn't regard you as people. Do you still believe that Vegeta's planet was destroyed by an asteroid?" Raditz couldn't answer this question. In fact, since Broly left, Raditz had pondered this matter more than once, But like ordinary Saiyans, he was unwilling to accept the truth. Broly shook his head and said, Vegeta is planning to net his catch, gathering manpower to prepare for a betrayal of the Frieza force, and you fool, are still in the dark. However, Vegeta is not very clever either. Frieza probably already knows about his plan, right? Once Vegeta is no longer valuable, he will likely meet the same fate as our planet destroyed by Frieza at will. How could that? Raditz slumped to the ground, and Goten landed on his butt. Seeing Goten released, Goku immediately scooped him back into his arms. Broly's words weren't many, but they made Raditz think for a long time. Finally, Raditz stood up, raised his face, and asked, Why should I believe what you say? Whether what I say is true or false, you can just wait for Vegeta to come and ask him, and you'll understand everything. Raditz walked silently towards the spaceship he arrived in, while Broly, having already appeared in front of him, reached out to stop him. Are you sure that if you don't bring Kakarot back, Vegeta will let you live? Just wait, he will assume your death if you don't respond to the message he sent you, and will come looking for you here. Goku and Piccolo were dumbfounded, wondering if this verbal duel had truly resolved their formidable enemy. Even Broly himself was somewhat surprised in his impression. Raditz was not an easy person to talk to, and he thought he might have to fight him, which is why he brought Piccolo along. Broly's strength was already enough to instill fear in Raditz, not to mention that Broly's words were reasonable and had no flaws. In fact, when Broly left years ago, his tough demeanor and the things he said had already planted seeds in the hearts of a few people. What do you plan to do from here on out? Seeing Raditz looking dazed, Broly felt somewhat disappointed. What happened to the warrior spirit? What can I do? Even if you can convince Vegeta, what about Lord Frieza? That guy Frieza already knows about Vegeta's plan, right? I just want to find a place to hide and calmly enjoy the remaining time. Is that what scares you? Listen, Goku, including all of you, do you have any understanding of how strong Frieza is? Let me tell you, his first form has a battle power of 53000. His final battle power will exceed 100 million. Perhaps you don't understand what this number means. The combined power of the two of you wouldn't exceed 1,000. Even the Demon King Piccolo, who once dominated Earth, only had a power of over 200. Hey, don't get it twisted. Frieza is your Saiyan problem. Don't tie this matter to Earth. Piccolo didn't believe Frieza would come to Earth. Although Goku said nothing, he thought the same. Even if Broly instilled these concepts in him during his childhood, he still felt more like an Earthling, just with a slightly changed view of Saiyans. Broly nodded. You're right, this indeed has nothing to do with Earth. I won't force you to make a decision, but he will eventually discover the secret of the Dragon Balls and come here. I will seek him out in 2 years. This is not only the resentment of the Saiyans, but possibly the fate of the North Galaxy. Brother. Broly's speech caused Goku's Saiyan blood to begin to boil. Stop calling me brother. Raditz is your true elder brother. Just call me by my name from now on. I remember telling you that we Saiyans don't value family ties much, yet even so this elder brother has not done anything to you or your son. It is precisely for this reason that I allowed him to stay on Earth. You both need to remember that we are the descendants of the Saiyans. As he spoke, Broly felt a wave of emotion. Looking at the setting sun, he finally said, Descendants, that is a title with no home to return to. Saying this, Broly felt a twinge of sadness. Looking at the setting sun, he finally stated, Descendants, that is a title that no longer holds a home. No. At least you still have me. Bulma had arrived in a plane not knowing when, accompanied by Master Roshi and Krillin. If you can lead the remaining Saiyans, it would be good for them to live on Earth, Master Roshi said seriously, exuding the demeanor of a martial arts master. It is too early to say such things now. You should have heard what I just said. The matter regarding Frieza is not baseless. However, you can rest assured, as I mentioned, Earth is my second home. I will seek him out before he arrives, so even if we Saiyans fail, we won't bring disaster to Earth. Since Broly realized that his power was increasing very slowly, it became a knot in his heart. He did not dare to place all his bets on the potential of this body, therefore, even if he harbored hopes, he had to prepare for the worst. What about you, Goku? 2 years later, will you come with me to find Frieza? Broly knew that Goku had no sense of belonging to the Saiyan identity, but if he joined it would increase their odds of success. After all, he was the originally intended protagonist, the child of destiny. But as Broly had thought, since he came to this world, many things had changed. I don't know. I want to go back and ask Shishi. Goku also didn't know how to choose. On one side were his friends on Earth, and on the other was Broly, who had raised him since childhood. He shouldn't go. His battle power as a lower-class warrior would be useless there. It would be better to stay here with that boy and preserve the Saiyan legacy. Raditz crossed his arms and said disdainfully, Even if you are Goku's older brother, you can't speak like that. 2 years is enough for Goku to surpass you, and this is not our concern. Krillin, who was nearby, couldn't take it anymore. He felt that Goku going would also help you Saiyans, yet you speak like this. Is being stronger than me enough? Stronger than me? Vegeta is still working under Frieza. Raditz's attitude was very firm. Ha ha ha. Raditz, is this the gentleness of the Saiyans? He thinks we will lose this time and doesn't want Goku to die at Frieza's hands. However, he was also right, you grew up on Earth and can completely refuse. This way, even if we fail, the Saiyan legacy can still be preserved, and if Earth faces a crisis, you will still be here to protect it. No, I will go. If you all die and he finds Earth, it will be even harder for me to win alone. Goku made up his mind. He was not only fighting for the Saiyans, but more for the future of Earth. Goku, you. Krillin looked at Goku, and then at Master Roshi, who understood Krillin's thoughts and nodded at him. Seeing that his master agreed with his thoughts, Krillin also made up his mind. Since you, Goku, intend to go, I will go too. Just to be clear, I am not doing this to help you Saiyans. My life was brought back by Goku's wish to the dragon. I am doing this for Goku and Earth. Although, I might die. As he spoke, Krillin's voice became quieter. Thank you, Krillin, Goku said solemnly, expressing his gratitude. Then I'll leave this child in your care, Piccolo. Since Goku has decided to go, the future of Earth will be entrusted to you and Gohan. Why our Saiyan race should train ourselves. Besides, his strength isn't stronger than mine. Raditz voiced his objections. Enough. Raditz, trust my decision. I have my own plans. Broly knew that when it came to wild education, it might indeed be better for a Saiyan to teach Gohan. But if Piccolo were to take him, not only would Piccolo change Gohan, but Gohan would also change Piccolo. Broly glanced at Goku, seeking his opinion. After all, he was Gohan's father. Goku nodded. Then he'll trust Gohan to you. At first, Piccolo was a bit perplexed, but seeing that Goku said so, he tacitly accepted it. Perhaps this was his way of contributing to Earth in another form. You Saiyans all have something wrong with your heads. With that, Piccolo took Gohan and left. Seeing Piccolo leave, first Broly brought everyone to Bulma's house, and also called Yamcha and Tien Shin'en, who were still training, because even if it were a vegetable person, one alone was not something the current Earthlings could handle. Broly did not expect that having something precious would one day cause him to worry about vegetable people. Don't think too far ahead. Let's focus on the present. Vegeta is not someone who will obediently listen even if our goals are the same. Raditz, what is Vegeta's current battle power? I'm not quite sure. I only know that, like you, the scouter can no longer detect all of his power. After you left, Vegeta regarded the fact that you defeated him with one blow as a disgrace. He trained daily and attacked other planets, brooding over it for a long time until he became normal after not hearing from you for a while. Broly calculated in his heart, Raditz and the others must still be using the old model of scouter, so Vegeta must have exceeded 2-0, which is already higher than the 1-8-0 in the original story. According to Raditz, Vegeta's team now consists of only Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. I can deal with Vegeta, but Nappa conservatively estimates his battle power at around 4,000. Moreover, they also have vegetable people around them, each with about 1,000 battle power. I am afraid we won't be able to take care of you at that time. I didn't bring vegetable people when I came, so there should be less than 10 left. So this means that before Vegeta comes to Earth, he has to train to surpass those vegetable people, right? This question was asked by Krillin. That's right, and the vegetable people can self-destruct, and their heads can secrete strong acid. You all need to pay attention to this. Saying this, Broly glanced at Yamcha. Bulma, get 2 scouters. Everyone might not have a clear concept of battle power yet. Bulma nodded and went to the laboratory to get 2 new models of scouters. After Broly brought everyone to the yard, they were all curious about this new gadget and wanted to check their strength. The results came out. The highest battle power was Broly with a full power of 350, followed by Raditz, whose battle power was 170, which was also higher than in the original story. As for Goku, his battle power was less than 500, and the weakest was Master Roshi with a battle power of only 150. Upon seeing the data, only Raditz did not display any surprise. He had long known that Vegeta had over 100 battle power at the age of 8, yet was still defeated by Broly in one blow. Battle power doesn't mean much. It only gives you a rough idea of strength, because many styles like the Turtle School can hide their own ki. Broly explained to everyone. Is there such a technique? No wonder when I used the scouter to check your battle power was 0. Is this kind of technique looked down upon by Saiyans? But if you are checking someone you don't know, and they suddenly attack you, you will die a terrible death. It not only helps you hide your energy, but also creates a surprise effect, saving energy consumption. You can learn it when you have time. Broly understood Raditz too well, the arrogance ingrained in the Saiyans. Damn, even though we have worked so hard, is the gap still so large? Tien Shinhan tightened his fists. Broly, we already know the gap, but how should we train next? Goku was not very interested in these things about battle power. He just wanted to become stronger. I have also thought about this. Krillin, Yamcha, you can go to the temple. There are some good things there from the Supreme Kai, which I trained with Goku. Everyone had no objections to this. Even training must be done step by step. Goku, you can let the Supreme Kai take you to find King Kai. He will help you become stronger. Aren't you going? Goku asked. Broly shook his head. I have committed many sins in the past. King Kai won't like people like me. During this time, I will take time to see your training with Gohan. What about me? The only one not assigned was Raditz. You go with them to the Supreme Kai, will learn to control your ki. One thing you must remember is to control your temper. Before you do something foolish, think of Frieza, whose first form has a battle power of 5300. Broly still reminded Raditz, otherwise he was afraid Raditz would clash with the Supreme Kai or these Earth Warriors. Stop babbling. It seems that Raditz has been eliminated, his scout has lost contact, and the messages sent to his spaceship have gone unanswered. Meanwhile, far away on another planet, Vegeta has also noticed the unusual happenings on Earth. Useless trash. Can't even handle a low-class warrior like Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed, showing little concern as he leisurely ate the fruit in his hand. However, before losing contact, he seemed to mention Broly. The events from back then left a deep impression not only on Vegeta, but also on everyone present, including Nappa, who cautiously observed Vegeta's expression when the name was mentioned. Nappa's worries were not unfounded. Upon hearing the name Vegeta, crushed the fruit in his hand, his face contorted with rage as he uttered, "Go to Earth at full speed." Hearing Vegeta's command, Nappa had no choice but to set the destination on the spaceship. With Raditz, the lowest-ranked Saiyan, out of the picture, these tasks naturally fell upon Nappa. After setting the course, Vegeta and Nappa embarked on the same path as Broly and others. Earth. On the other side of the universe, Earth. Broly emerged from the room of spirit, in time tossing a broken doll to the ground. He casually accepted the scarf handed to him by Boppo, and said, "No progress at all. Even after enhancements, that doll can only fight for 10 minutes. It might be a problem with the materials that can't hold out for long, and if it takes too much damage it will break early. During my time inside I fought against myself using the four bodies fist, but the results were still unsatisfactory. How's your new form coming along?" The Supreme Kai was concerned about Broly's prior mention of a new form he was researching. He said that if he could successfully transform, it would be much stronger than the Great Ape form. Broly shook his head. He initially thought that the Anger form was just another variant of Super Saiyan 4, transforming first into a giant ape and then reverting to human form during the transformation's duration. However, the outcome was not as smooth as Broly had imagined. He failed to achieve Super Saiyan 4, and the humanoid Great Ape Anger form also did not materialize. Broly reflected on the reasons for his failures. Perhaps he had been mistaken from the very beginning. The processes seemed similar, but the principles might differ. His Anger form was about using the berserk power of the Great Ape, while in human form, which shouldn't relate to maintaining rationality. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 involved staying conscious while transforming into a giant ape. The original Super Saiyan 4 transformed into a golden Great Ape before changing back to Super Saiyan 4. This golden Great Ape likely required transforming into a giant ape while in Super Saiyan form, or perhaps it was simply that his base strength was insufficient. In the Dragon Ball universe, transformations are initially very slow and their duration is limited. With multiple transformations over a long period, not only does the duration extend, but the transformation speed can also shorten to an instant. This was evident during the Cell Saga. Additionally, Broly also attempted to transform into a regular Super Saiyan, whether through anger or by concentrating power on his back, but ultimately failed. Logically, the transformation method from Universe 6 should be simpler. Broly has been on Earth for over a decade, and after years of meditation and training, his cells should be sufficient for transformation. It seems that there is also a power threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Hey, Raditz, that's not right. You should first draw your energy back into your body and unleash it when needed. Tien, you can try my method by using your main body against the 3 clones. Broly also offered suggestions regarding their training methods. Goku was training under the guidance of King Kai, practicing King Kai's techniques. Time passed, and everyone's strength visibly improved. 10 months later, 2 spherical spaceships crashed into a city filled with skyscrapers. Vegeta was the first to exit the spaceship. Looking around at the gathered crowd, he scoffed. Kakarot and Broly couldn't even conquer this weak planet. Truly useless. Nappa give these backward Earthlings a little Saiyan shock. After receiving Vegeta's affirmation, Nappa extended 2 fingers, unleashing a massive wave of energy from within. Countless energy waves surged from the ground into the sky, obliterating the entire city. Following this, the energy detonated violently, destroying the city's buildings and terrain from the inside out. In an instant, the once modern city transformed into a desolate wasteland. The blinding light from the explosive shockwaves could even be seen from the surface of the Earth, demonstrating the sheer magnitude of the power. In fact, the warriors on Earth had already sensed the 2 powerful presences long before the duo entered the atmosphere, rushing towards their landing site. Upon feeling the energy from Nappa's destruction of the city, they quickened their pace. Interestingly, Broly was the most anxious. The location where Vegeta and Nappa descended was near the center of the Dragon Ball world, only a short distance from West City, separated by a town called Paris. If they didn't hurry, West City would likely be affected. Bulma's home is essentially Broly's home, and while he had already ensured the safety of the people, what about the property? Broly couldn't help but recall a meme from his past life when Ultraman lifts the car you bought with a 3-year loan and smashes it into your 30-year mortgage house. Do you still believe in light? With that thought, Broly quickened his pace. In fact, it wasn't just Broly and the others pursuing Vegeta and Nappa. Even if he didn't seek them out, Vegeta and Nappa would likewise be tracking Broly and the others. Since Broly had come to destroy Raditz's scout, Vegeta was still unaware of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth. It could be said that Vegeta's visit to Earth was precisely to find Broly. Wherever Broly is, trouble is sure to follow. Wherever trouble arises, Vegeta will be there. Just as Vegeta and Nappa had barely made their greeting to Earth, they prepared to use their scouters to locate the others, but found several energy signatures already approaching their location. Nappa, it seems we don't need to search anymore. They are coming to us. Just as the words left his mouth, a tall figure arrived at their location. As memories and images began to overlap, Vegeta finally fixed his gaze on the face of the newcomer. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his fists tightly gripped, veins bulging on his forehead. Long time no see. Nappa. And Prince Vegeta. Broly greeted. Broly, we rushed over upon hearing the news. I didn't expect you to be alive. Did you and Kakarot take down Raditz? We fought together. The one speaking was Nappa, who had been greatly affected by Broly's last words before he left. He never imagined that Broly had actually killed Raditz, who was also a fellow Saiyan and comrade, which made Nappa quite angry. Before Broly could respond, the other warriors arrived at the scene. Nappa, what nonsense are you saying? Who did you say was eliminated? Nappa, what nonsense are you talking about? Who did you say was taken down? Vegeta's expression darkened as he maliciously asked, so are you planning to side with Broly then? With that said, Vegeta raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. In that case, I will ensure you reunite in hell. Vegeta's middle and index fingers began to glow. At the critical moment, Nappa understood Vegeta's intention and shouted, no. What? Do you want to side with that guy Broly too? Vegeta never expected that Nappa, who had followed him for so long, would dare to interrupt him after Raditz's betrayal. No, Vegeta. I have no intention of betraying you. We are all Saiyans, and there are only a few of us left. Can't we talk about this? Nappa first expressed his loyalty, then shared his thoughts. Nonsense. I don't need useless trash. Once I deal with those 3, they'll handle you. Vegeta glared fiercely at Nappa. His interrupted spell began to glow again. Enough. In the blink of an eye, Broly had already reached Vegeta's side, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Dragon Ball Z, facing Vegeta and grabbing his attacking right hand with his left. Vegeta looked surprised, not expecting Broly to be right in front of him, just from glaring at Nappa. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Nappa knew that they probably wouldn't win this fight today. Usually Vegeta was not only ruthless, but also calm and collected. However, upon encountering Broly, he had lost his composure after just one glance. Let go. Vegeta tried to retract his hand, but Broly's grip was like a vice, firmly holding onto Vegeta's wrist, and the pressure was steadily increasing. As Vegeta found it impossible to pull his hand free and the pain in his wrist began to intensify, he realized that if they didn't separate soon, Broly might crush his hand. Vegeta's right hand had lost its strength, so he pivoted on it, leaping into the air to kick Broly in the face with his left leg. Generally, others might have let go of Vegeta and turned to evade, because continuing to hold onto Vegeta's hand would mean that they were immobilizing their own upper body, and Vegeta's attack was horizontal, making evasion difficult. Unfortunately, his opponent was Broly, who showed no intention of evading, as if to say to Vegeta, even if you kick my neck, I will still crush your hand. Seeing this, Vegeta smiled. Even if Broly crushed his hand, it would merely be an inconvenience. However, if Broly were to break his neck, he would undoubtedly die. In the next moment, feedback from his foot told Vegeta, this is bad. Vegeta's foot was planted on Broly's face, which didn't even flinch. Broly stared at Vegeta and said, long time no see, Vegeta. Is this how you greet someone? Seeing that his foot had not inflicted any damage on Broly, Vegeta was stunned, having no time to respond to Broly's words. Then let me return the favor. With that, Broly tightened his grip on Vegeta's wrist, stepped forward with his right leg turned, shifted his weight downwards, and then stepped back with his left foot bending down to slam Vegeta harshly onto the ground. After receiving Broly's powerful slam, Vegeta's lungs and diaphragm were compressed, making it hard for him to breathe and preventing any movement. Broly lowered his body, looking at the fallen Vegeta, and said, I initially wanted to talk with you, but if I can't beat you, you probably won't listen, right? Broly knew Vegeta all too well. This guy was typically unyielding to hard pressure, but would only yield to someone stronger than him, except for that cat. Moreover, having heard Raditz speak about events after his departure, Broly felt that this guy had already seen him as a rival, much like the old Broly and Goku always shouting Kakarot. He wanted to eliminate him on sight. I advise you not to treat me as the person I was before. Suddenly lying on the ground, Vegeta struck out, launching several energy blasts directly at Broly's descending face. Broly did not expect Vegeta to fire energy blasts so close that it seemed he still had a fierce streak in him. Broly leaned back, dodging several energy blasts, but when he looked toward the ground, Vegeta had disappeared. In that case, Nappa, plant all the Vegeta people. You and the Vegeta people handle Raditz and these Earthlings. Don't hold back. Having fought just a few rounds, Vegeta realized that although he couldn't detect Broly's battle power, even if he was stronger, it wouldn't be by much. Thus, he decided to let Nappa deal with Raditz and these Earthlings while he held Broly off. I understand. Nappa also knew that Broly was correct. Vegeta was not the type to heed others' words. Regardless of who wins or loses, they must finish fighting before they can talk, provided that the loser can survive. But deep down, he still hoped that Broly could win. Broly was now an adult, and he wanted to hear Broly's thoughts. Nappa took out 2 transparent bottles from his waist pocket, each containing several green bean-like objects. He crouched down, preparing to bury them in the soil. Broly fired a green energy blast at Nappa, not wanting to kill the few remaining members of his clan. Before Broly's energy blast reached him, Vegeta also launched a purple energy blast, which collided with Broly's blast in the air, causing an explosion. The sound of the explosion startled Nappa, causing him to stop his movements. Fool, what are you waiting for? This was Vegeta questioning Nappa. Raditz, don't you know the level of the Vegeta people? Do you need him to plant them for you? How have you survived fighting out there for so many years? This was Broly reminding Raditz. Although Raditz felt displeased upon hearing Broly's reminder, he acknowledged its validity and charged toward Nappa. Similarly, after hearing Vegeta's reminder, Nappa quickened his movements while also focusing on Raditz and the several Earth fighters. Seeing Raditz charging toward him, Nappa thrust his knee into Raditz's stomach, then kicked him away to maintain distance. After kicking Raditz away, Nappa finally buried the seeds in the soil. Just as he was about to retrieve another bottle, Krillin also moved, raising his right hand, which formed a spinning disc blade, and threw it toward Nappa. Nappa saw Krillin's significantly increased battle power on his scouter and realized this move was not ordinary. He dodged Krillin's energy slash, but the ground where Nappa had stood was already cut open. Damn energy blasts. The remaining fighters also joined the battle, launching attacks at Nappa. Yamcha also used his super ability to restrict Nappa's movements. However, due to the fundamental disparity in strength, Nappa countered several of their attacks with just a few energy blasts. He poured the culture liquid from the other bottle onto the ground, and moments later, several green Vegeta people crawled out from the soil. Several vegetable people poked their heads out of the ground, looking at the Nappa and Vegeta they had cultivated, waiting for their commands. Broly, distracted, saw that the vegetable people had indeed been cultivated. Without a second thought, he planned to end the matter quickly by destroying them with an energy blast. At that moment, Vegeta appeared behind him and hugged Broly, interrupting his spellcasting. You lot, get to work and eliminate all these people. Vegeta issued the order to the vegetable people to eradicate the Z warriors, and upon hearing the command, the vegetable people sprang into action. Raditz suddenly appeared behind one of the vegetable people, and with a hand chop, he decapitated the unfortunate vegetable, which then exploded into fragments. Useless waste. Vegeta cursed, ready to give another command to the vegetable people, when Broly broke free from Vegeta's hold, grabbing his foot and throwing him towards several vegetable people, then unleashed another energy blast at Vegeta. As Vegeta collided with one of the vegetable people, he steadied himself and sensed Broly's energy approaching. He grabbed the vegetable person he had just hit and threw it towards the incoming energy blast, causing it to explode upon impact and blocking the attack aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta's heart underwent some changes. Things were not unfolding as he had arranged. With 2 vegetable people down, the situation was becoming dire. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Piccolo had arrived, accompanied by Gohan. Seeing the fierce battle, Piccolo wasted no time and unleashed a special beam from his mouth, eliminating another vegetable person. Don't let yourselves be taken out like this. Self-destruct now. Vegeta issued his final command to the remaining 3 vegetable people. Although they were reluctant, they complied. It must be said that while their combat power was not exceptionally high, though still quite good, with over 1,000, far surpassing Frieza's minions, and they required no salary or resources, with unquestionable loyalty, their combat awareness was quite impressive. The 3 vegetable people decided to charge at the weakest individuals present: Gohan, Chaos, and Yamcha. Perhaps fate was at play. The first misfortunate was Yamcha. However, due to Broly's earlier warning, upon being grabbed by the vegetable people, Yamcha enveloped himself in chi, forming a makeshift energy shield. Although he was still severely injured, he managed to survive, ultimately collapsing into a small crater created by the explosion of the vegetable people's self-destruction. Gohan and Chaos were luckier. The vegetable person approaching Gohan was swiftly grabbed by Piccolo, who lifted it by the arm. Before the vegetable could react, Piccolo finished it off with a lethal strike. Chaos coordinated with Tien, First, Chaos used his psychic abilities against the approaching vegetable person. Although the vegetable's combat power was higher than Chaos, the difference was not too significant, allowing Chaos' abilities to briefly hinder the vegetable's movement. Seizing the opportunity, Tien unleashed a powerful attack, obliterating the last remaining vegetable person. Now, not only Vegeta, but even the slow-witted Nappa realized that they could no longer afford to play around and began to raise their energy. Nappa launched an attack on Krillin, while Piccolo countered with a demonic technique against the charging Nappa. Nappa dodged and shifted his target to Piccolo, kicking him away. The battle among the few grew increasingly fierce, but things were not developing positively. Due to Broly's influence, Vegeta's relentless training also affected Nappa and Raditz, making them stronger than in the original storyline. However, the gap between Raditz and Nappa remained significant. Even after training in the Sacred Land, Raditz was still insufficient to handle Nappa. Perhaps due to Broly's influence, the group would have perished at Nappa's hands, but because Broly expressed a desire to talk to them, Nappa held back and did not go all out. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and as a result, they all suffered severe injuries from Nappa attacks. Only Raditz fared somewhat better, possibly because he was the strongest among them, or perhaps due to their shared heritage, Nappa showed him some mercy. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Vegeta continued. Broly had initially held back, learning Vegeta's combat habits and techniques. Seeing his comrades all down, Broly decided to give it his all. The only good news was that through fighting Vegeta, Broly sensed that Vegeta's power was likely beneath his own. Broly's combat power was now at 3500, while Vegeta's was around 300, nearly doubling his power from the original storyline. In the original, Vegeta only reached this level after nearly dying twice, suggesting that he had indeed put in considerable effort since the humiliation of that time. Although Vegeta and Nappa's strengths were somewhat greater than in the original, it should be noted that Broly learns and grows stronger from fighting enemies, and since arriving on Earth, he has consistently been honing his skills. Even if they matched his combat power, Broly was confident he could surpass Vegeta. Moreover, given that Saiyans are naturally proud, they would not opt for a multiple against own scenario unless in a life-or-death situation. In his exchanges with Broly, Vegeta felt increasing pressure. Broly seemed to be getting stronger, and Vegeta's speed and strength were becoming increasingly inadequate. Nappa observed the battle between the two, surprised by their strength. Vegeta had reached a combat power of 1000 at just 8 years old, a rare talent indeed, yet he was easily defeated by Broly. After Broly's departure, Nappa was aware of how hard Vegeta had trained participating in Frieza's suppression and invasion activities, and his power had grown to a level beyond measuring with a scouter, yet he was still being dominated by Broly. Nappa stroked his chin, pondering, could the rumors from back then be true? No, it shouldn't be just rumors. Broly's combat power at birth was already much higher than Vegeta's, but later it was claimed to be a machine malfunction. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent mechanical sounds interrupted Nappa's thoughts. Nappa looked in the direction of the sound and found the scouter that had been discarded earlier. Vegeta had mentioned that the people on Earth had ways to alter their energy signatures and advised against trusting the scouter, so the two had set it aside. Nappa picked up the scouter and looked around as someone was approaching. The target's combat power was around 200, rapidly closing in. Kakarot. Just in time. Since I'm idle, why not test your mettle? Let's see if I who fought alongside Vegeta am stronger, or if you who accompanied Broly hold the upper hand. Shortly after, an orange figure leaped down from the sky. It was Goku. Before long, an orange figure leaped down from the sky. It was Wukong. Having finally arrived at the battlefield from Planet King, Wukong first scanned the situation. His former companions had fallen one after another, but fortunately, they still had some residual energy. Vegeta and Broly were locked in fierce battle, completely unaware of Wukong's arrival. On the field, a bald man seemed to be waiting for Wukong's arrival. Noticing that he was observing the fight between Vegeta and Broly, Wukong surmised that the survival of his companions was intentional on this fellow's part, and he felt a hint of goodwill towards this kin. You must be Nappa, the one Broly spoke of. Did you defeat them? Wukong asked Nappa with a serious expression. Oh, you are Kakarot. Compared to Vegeta and Broly, you are quite well known. I remember the son of Bardock, who had a battle power of only 2 at birth, is the low-level warrior sent to Earth, right? Nappa sensed a hint of threat and intimidation in Wukong's tone and retorted, no need for small talk. Since those two are busy, I'll take you down first. Wukong assumed a fighting stance. That suits me perfectly. Nappa shouted and launched an attack at Wukong. After a few rounds of combat, Nappa realized he was no match for Wukong. Perhaps the intense fighting aura of the surrounding Saiyans affected him, as he surprisingly retained his composure and entered a serious mode without Vegeta's prompting. The battle resumed, and this time Nappa surprisingly exchanged blows with Wukong, even slightly gaining the upper hand. This won't do. If it continues like this, he'll lose. It seems I need to use the Kaioken. Wukong made up his mind, preparing to unleash the Kaioken against Nappa. Just then the ground began to tremble, and even a nearby hill was shattered by the surging energy. Wukong and Nappa's battle came to a halt as they turned to observe the fight between Broly and Vegeta. It turned out that Vegeta had been suppressed by Broly all along, and ultimately his anger triumphed over reason. Vegeta unleashed his energy, causing his muscles to bulge slightly, brimming with explosive power. "Oh, is this all your strength?" Broly looked at Vegeta with a calm demeanor. "Broly, I will definitely kill you and wash away the humiliation you brought upon me with your blood." With that, Vegeta charged at Broly once more. Sensing Vegeta's offensive after unleashing his rage, Vegeta had improved in power, speed, and defense, even subtly surpassing Broly in speed. Although Broly, like Nappa and Rikum, was a powerhouse, he had not neglected the importance of speed. He understood the principle that sheer strength is useless if one cannot hit the opponent. Speed is the ultimate trump card. However, due to Broly's size, mass, and even thicker muscle fibers, he was slower at the same speed. As the battle continued, Broly began to sense his body adjusting to Vegeta's speed and power. Vegeta was shocked. "How could this be? This is all the strength I have." In an instant, a natural phenomenon occurred. The sky darkened and the earth quaked. This tremor, though not as violent as Vegeta's explosive energy, lasted a long time. "Is this Bulma and the others calling forth the dragon?" Broly wondered at the sight before him. Due to Raditz not returning with news of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta was also unclear about what was happening. Watching the changes unfold, Broly felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. As the earth cracked open, thick vines sprouted from the soil. Let's call them vines, for they were incredibly robust, each having a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Pause for a moment. Broly called out to Vegeta. "What? Are you conceding?" Vegeta continued to taunt Broly with words. Broly looked at the towering vines, feeling a sense of familiarity, until he saw a massive tree rising from the ground, and he realized what these vines truly were. Broly exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, this is the Tree of Might. Vegeta, wait for me to deal with this before we continue our fight." With that, Broly ignored Vegeta and turned to fly away. Vegeta would not let Broly leave so easily. To him, even if Broly defeated him in the ongoing battle, he wouldn't feel as bad as being abandoned like this. What did it mean to just leave him behind? "Do you look down on me? Bastard, don't run away. Do you think so little of me?" Vegeta attempted the prince's technique against Broly, but Broly effortlessly dodged each attack, not even sparing him a glance. "Don't think you can escape." Seeing his attacks evaded by Broly, Vegeta chased after him in a furious frenzy. Watching Broly and Vegeta fly off, Nappa followed their figures without a second thought, leaving Wukong behind alone. Realizing that Broly had left both Vegeta and himself behind without a word, Wukong understood that something serious had occurred. After glancing at his fallen companions and telling the Kai to take care of them, he also pursued after them. As Broly flew, he pondered the current situation. Vegeta was still unresolved, and the Tree of Might had already been planted, which meant another Dales would emerge. He wondered how strong this person would be and how he would handle both at once. Moreover, weren't those characters and events only found in the movies? Yet he was the new version of Broly, and logically, he should correspond to the world of Dragon Ball Super. Before Broly could fully comprehend the situation, he arrived near the Tree of Might, gazing at its sprawling branches and leaves that blocked out the sun, along with the roots surging forth from beneath the ground, leaving him astounded. The Tree of Might would continuously drain the life energy of Earth, eventually leading to the wilting of plants, depletion of water sources, and ultimately turning the Earth into a barren desert where no life could survive. With this in mind, Broly gathered energy in his hands, preparing to obliterate the Tree of Might. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you on planet Vegeta?" A sudden voice rang out behind Broly. Broly turned to see a figure strikingly similar to Wukong, clad in a blue-black vintage battle suit and red-tinted glasses. The difference was that this Wukong had skin of a darker gray tone, and a tail was wrapped around his waist. This familiar figure looked exactly like the character from Broly's memory. He was the villain from the movie Earth's Championship Battle Dales. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you on planet Vegeta?" Broly gazed at the Saiyan before him, his face eerily familiar. "You must have been sent to another planet shortly after birth, correct? Thus you narrowly escaped catastrophe. When planet Vegeta exploded, you were spared from death." No sooner had Broly spoken than Vegeta and his companions arrived, stunned by the colossal spirit tree towering before them, and even more so by the Saiyan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Well, if it isn't the noble Prince Vegeta? You look utterly battered. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the so-called Saiyan prodigy Prince Vegeta himself would one day be beaten black and blue? How utterly laughable. The Saiyan's eyes flickered with seething resentment as he mocked them. It seems Broly was right. Your status as a low-class warrior spared you from annihilation. Vegeta dismissed the stranger without a second glance. Saiyans were few in number. Had this warrior possessed any notable combat prowess, his name would surely have echoed across their ranks. His anonymity betrayed only one truth: he was nothing more than an ordinary lower-tier warrior. Vegeta did not even realize. Rarely had he ever found himself agreeing with Broly. With the gathering now complete, the Saiyan clad in black and blue battle armor introduced himself. "My name is Dares. What you say is true. I am weak. At birth I was dispatched to another planet much like this one. Its inhabitants possessed negligible combat power, and I swiftly conquered it. Afterward I returned to my birth world, and like all Saiyans engaged in planetary conquest and trade. Yet alas, lower-class warriors are born to serve and suffer. Despite my relentless effort and unwavering devotion, what did I gain in return? So I chose to break from my squad, and it was precisely then that I obtained this." At this pivotal moment, Dares paused and turned his gaze toward the spirit tree. "From that day onward, I knew the gods of fate had not forsaken me. Rather, they revealed, through this very path, that the flaw lay not in me, but in the absurd Saiyan hierarchy itself. Do you know how elated I felt when Planet Vegeta was destroyed?" Dares grew increasingly agitated, his expression twisting into something feverish, unhinged. "In truth, I sensed your battle the moment I arrived on Earth, and out of sheer magnanimity I decreed that the victor would earn the rare honor of joining my ranks, serving me directly. But make no mistake, I recruit only elites. I shall never under any circumstance accept trash." With that, Dares swept a condescending glance over Broly, Vegeta, and Nappa, the once vaunted elite Saiyans. "What are you staring at? Do you think I'm trash?" Nappa shot back. "How utterly tiresome. Broly, resume our battle immediately. I have no patience for this wretch's delusions of galactic dominion." Vegeta refused even to acknowledge Dares as a threat. "And what precisely is your plan?" Broly asked, seeing Broly respond, not with Vegeta's brash disdain, but with quiet, measured interest. Dares seized the opportunity to paint his grand vision. "I shall continue conquering planets, harnessing the spirit tree's power to ascend further, until finally I crush Frieza beneath my heel. Then the entire cosmos shall bow as my subjects, and you, Broly, shall stand among my most honored lieutenants." How absurd. To be fair, the Saiyan's downfall is self-inflicted, but you're merely pathetic. Instead of striving to reform a flawed system, you fled. Now that the spirit tree has granted you fleeting strength, you return, not to liberate, but to seize the throne of oppression for yourself. How tragically ironic. You're nothing but a clown. In my eyes, you're not even worthy of standing beside Vegeta 3. Broly's words stirred an unexpected surge of satisfaction within Vegeta, who likewise held Dares in utter contempt. Fine, fine, fine. Dares spat the words, each one trembling with suppressed fury. "Since you refuse the cup of grace, I declare today there shall be only one Saiyan left alive, me." Once Dares had loathed Vegeta most, born both elite and royal heir to the throne. But now Broly ignited a deeper, sharper hatred. Not only was Broly an elite warrior, but his words had stripped Dares bare, exposing every hollow pretense, every unanswerable truth. Without warning, Dares erupted, launching a colossal energy sphere straight at Broly. A radiant emerald aura flared around Broly, his ki surging violently. Just as Dares' blast neared impact, a shimmering green barrier enveloped him, absorbing the full force of the assault. But the barrier did not stop there. It expanded rapidly, swelling from 3 meters in diameter to several kilometers across. This was no mere shield. It was a radial detonation, akin to Majin Vegeta's self-destructive blast, originating from Broly himself and radiating outward in perfect concentric fury. "What madness is this?" Vegeta cried, hastily erecting his own barrier, as Broly's indiscriminate wave surged toward them all. An overwhelming tide of viridian energy engulfed the group. When the light faded, the surrounding terrain lay utterly obliterated. Dares stood defenseless. Disheveled ash streaked, his armor cracked and warped beyond recognition. The others fared far better. Goku and Nappa, though weaker in raw power, suffered only torn clothing. The blast's devastation had deliberately spared them, a testament to Broly's precise control. Though bruised, Dares bore no grave injury, only humiliation. Smirking bitterly, he sneered, "All that bluster, yet the punch amounts to little more than a puff of wind. That maneuver must have drained you considerably, daring to reduce me to this state. Today you die." Broly remained silent, merely watching impassive as Dares postured and raged. A faint disdainful smile curled Vegeta's lips. He spoke first. "Fool, you still haven't grasped it." Then with deliberate theatricality, he raised his thumb, pointing toward the spirit tree. Before their eyes, the spirit tree visibly withered, its bark cracking, its leaves crumbling, until it collapsed entirely into gray ash. Indeed, Broly's target had never been Dares. It had always been the world tree beside him. Using the explosive spectacle of his energy barrier to misdirect Dare's focus, Broly had channeled his ki deep into the tree's core, shattering its roots and trunk from within like a storm tearing through ancient timber. "You monster! You dared!" Gazing upon the spirit tree's final dissolution into dust, Dare's last vestige of reason shattered. With a guttural roar, he charged Broly headlong. Dare's unleashed a torrent of frenzied strikes, but to Broly they were no more threatening than Vegeta's own blows. He neither dodged nor blocked. He simply stood absorbing every blow with chilling indifference. Mid-assault, a flicker of clarity pierced Dare's fury, his eyes widening in shock. Not a single strike had drawn blood-inflicted pain or even staggered Broly. As Dare's mind reeled, desperately demanding why, Broly struck back. A classic diaphragm strike, sudden, brutal, paralyzing. Before Dare's could react, Broly spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, launching him skyward. Dare's soared along a flawless parabolic arc, before crashing hard onto the shattered earth. "Is that all? How can I possibly lose?" Looking at Broly's decision to prioritize attacking the spirit tree, Vegeta felt somewhat satisfied. Although he was unsure what benefits the spirit tree might provide to Dare's, it was clear that this was Dare's reliance and trump card. This is the fighting style that a Saiyan should embody, never leaving an opening for the opponent. It is precisely with this belief that Vegeta in the original story could employ tactics such as sand throwing and Prince's combat method. It's much like facing a Saiyan enemy who creates an artificial moon with energy. Broly's action here is akin to blowing up that artificial moon, leaving no chance for transformation. However, the later Vegeta, whether due to the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan or the influence of Goku, seemed to have forgotten this fighting style. He even gave Cell an opportunity to transform into his perfect form. In truth, Broly's sole intention was to prevent the spirit tree from continuing to absorb Earth's vitality. If Earth were destroyed, ordinary people like Bulma would also suffer, so he prioritized attacking the spirit tree, nothing more. "Broly, isn't it our turn to continue the fight from earlier?" Vegeta was eager. The majority of his past 20 years had been spent preparing to defeat Broly upon their next encounter. Glancing at the fallen Dares whose breath had become chaotic, he realized that even if he were to get up and attempt a sneak attack, it would not pose any threat to himself. Thus he decided to align with Vegeta's intent and end this battle. Having made his decision, Broly engaged in battle with Vegeta once more. Vegeta gradually realized something was amiss. His attacks seemed to be missing Broly more and more. Although this was the same scenario he encountered when he first fought Broly, he had entered his full power state early on. Even while at a disadvantage, he could still injure Broly. However, seeing the current situation, Vegeta finally understood Broly was growing stronger, not only adapting to his fighting style, but also enhancing his physical strength, power, and speed. At this moment, Dares, who had been knocked down, managed to climb back up. With his strength, he could still perceive the battle between the two. Seeing Vegeta gradually falling into a disadvantage and the gap between them widening, he felt fear for the first time. "Vegeta, if this continues, you will die. What do you say? Consider my proposal to join me. I will share this universe with you." This was merely Dare's delaying tactic. He never truly intended to share the opportunity to become the emperor of the universe with anyone. Even though Vegeta was slightly stronger than him now, he thought that once he returned to his ship to check for any leftover spirit fruit seeds and replanted the spirit tree, he could easily handle Vegeta. Dare's shouting distracted Vegeta for a moment, and Broly seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Vegeta from behind. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted quickly enough to block Broly's attack with his forearms, yet even so his body was still sent flying. Vegeta did not respond to Dare's invitation. He simply spat out a single word dismissively: "Get lost." Seeing this, Dares became anxious like an ant on a hot stove. If he did not find a chance to eliminate the two during this battle, they would undoubtedly become obstacles on his path to becoming the emperor of the universe. He decided to forcibly intervene in this fight, first helping Vegeta take down Broly, and then springing a surprise on Vegeta. Dares rushed between Broly and Vegeta, taking up a fighting stance. Broly paid no mind to Dares' clownish behavior. Instead, he welcomed Dares' involvement in the battle. From his earlier fight with Vegeta, he sensed that his prior feeling was correct. Through this confrontation, his strength would rapidly increase. At this point, Vegeta alone posed no significant threat to Broly, and he was eager to test whether he could take on two opponents. Dare's power level was estimated to be between 25000 and 3000, while Vegeta's combat power was just over 3000. Broly had only 3500 before the battle began, and the combined power levels of the two were nearly double Broly's. Even with the skills he had learned, he would still struggle to fight both at once. However, he had also gained some power from his fight with Vegeta, though he was uncertain of the exact increase. "Get lost, you scum. I can handle this on my own." Vegeta kicked Dares, who was facing away from him, sending him flying, and menaced, "If you interfere again, I'll kill you first." "Vegeta, you." Dares, who had been kicked away, clutched his side, glaring at Vegeta with a sinister expression, contemplating his next move. At this moment, both Dares and Vegeta coincidentally thought of a planned transformation. However, Vegeta hesitated. Although Broly was not wearing battle armor and was dressed as usual in a tight black outfit with a blue dragon skin draped over his waist, Vegeta had caught a glimpse of Broly's tail in the earlier skirmish. Unlike Kakarot, who had cut off his tail, Broly was capable of transforming into a great ape. But Vegeta had his own advantage. He was unaware that Broly had made a wish to the dragon, and in his understanding, only he and King Vegeta could transform while retaining their sanity. While some higher-level warriors could maintain a degree of sanity, none could match his control during transformation. Dares wasn't thinking that far ahead. He believed this was a twofold strategy. Once Broly transformed and lost his reason, even if Vegeta was unwilling to team up, he would have to. Moreover, the combined strength of Dares and Vegeta would surpass Broly's, and transforming into a great ape would only widen that gap. Comparing Broly to 4, with himself and Vegeta as 2 and 3 respectively, 2, 3, 4, 1, but 2, 3, 10, 4, 10, 10. He expended a significant amount of energy, concentrating it into his right hand. Once the energy condensed into a white energy ball, Dares hurled it between Vegeta and Broly. Broly had been keeping an eye on the relentless Dares, but he only thought that this guy might attempt a sneak attack while he and Vegeta were engaged. Seeing the energy ball's flight speed, Broly sensed something was off. Why was this energy ball moving so slowly? What is that? Vegeta also noticed the energy ball thrown by Dares. Not many Saiyans could execute this technique, but Vegeta happened to be one of them. In the air, the energy ball first vanished into the atmosphere, blending with the air, then reappeared, growing larger. Broly remembered that in the original story, Vegeta had transformed into a great ape during his battle with Goku, so he had some recollection of this technique. Broly's mind raced with a daring thought: if he fought Vegeta in his great ape form, while in his humanoid form, could his combat power quickly rise as well? Of course, the corresponding risks would also increase. He could end up dead. But without courage, there can be no gain. After Dares launched the energy ball, Broly felt something was off, shifting his focus elsewhere and opting not to transform. After Dallas threw his energy sphere, Broly sensed something was off and shifted his gaze elsewhere, opting not to transform. Dallas merged his energy with the air, creating a glowing sphere resembling the moon, reflecting the light of Burz, while his body underwent a transformation under Burz's influence. Vegeta was similarly affected by Burz's light. Amidst his astonishment, his hair and physique began to grow. Ah! Goku exclaimed in shock. Broly found it puzzling, as he had already informed Goku about the great ape transformation. Goku should have known that Gohan had also been crushed under his transformation. What was there to be surprised about now? Broly looked towards Goku and finally understood why Goku was surprised. It turned out that both he and Dallas, the instigator of this farce, had subconsciously overlooked Goku and Nappa. Goku, perhaps due to Gohan's situation, had chosen to discard his tail, but Nappa, being a Saiyan himself, was also overlooked simply because his combat power was not that high and did not exceed 10,000. Hence it was easy to forget that he could transform as well. This is bad. It was already quite difficult to handle a unknown situation, and now with Nappa added, fortunately Goku and Raditz haven't transformed. This time things might really get out of hand. Earth might not withstand it either. However, the ensuing events did not unfold as Broly had anticipated. Although Vegeta and Nappa transformed under Dallas' influence, they both retained their consciousness and did not act recklessly. On the contrary, Dallas, after transforming, first went into a frenzy and launched an attack on Vegeta and Broly. As Dallas swung a punch, Broly observed the fist, which was nearly identical to his own, coming toward him. Instead of boasting, he chose to defend against Dallas' attack with both hands. However, the outcome left Broly astonished. He was aware that his strength would significantly increase after transforming into a great ape, so he had defended with both hands, yet the force of the great ape exceeded his expectations, causing him to slide back a distance after absorbing that punch. In contrast, Vegeta had a relatively easier time. Dallas' strength was already inferior to Vegeta's to begin with, and after transforming it remained the same. Vegeta caught Dallas' punch with one hand and headbutt Dallas' nose, causing blood to gush from the giant's nostrils. Having lost his sanity after transforming into a great ape, Dallas acted purely on instinct for destruction. Vegeta's strike enraged the frenzied Dallas, who spewed forth red beams of light. The beams twisted and turned with Dallas' head, tracing irregular circles in the air and across the surrounding terrain, annihilating everything they touched. Broly utilized the sky dance technique to control his body, evading Dallas' attacks. After transforming into a great ape, Vegeta's voice became deeper and slightly echoed. He did not evade or defend, but disdainfully exclaimed, "Trash." Indeed, you are not mistaken. You can see the corner of this giant's mouth curve upward, filled with disdain. Vegeta chose a higher-level technique, Super Magical Mouth Cannon, to counter. A white light emanated from his mouth, and a thicker energy blast shot out, directly colliding with Dalla's Great Ape Fire, pushing it back, and ultimately exploding on Dalla's face. Perhaps the transformation gave Vegeta confidence. The person who had previously been toyed with by Broly now felt empowered. He confidently directed Nappa, "You are not allowed to intervene in this battle, otherwise I will definitely take you down after it's over." "Yes." The transformed Nappa ignored Goku beside him and sat down on a large stone, even resting his chin on one hand. However, Nappa's heart was not as calm as it appeared. Firstly, he would not interfere in this battle. Vegeta had waited long for this moment, and he knew it well. Secondly, this fellow was ruthless and would keep his word. Lastly, and most importantly, he had no ability to intervene in their battle. Did he not understand that? "Broly, come on, no one will interfere in our battle anymore. You wouldn't be arrogant enough to think you could defeat me without transforming, would you?" Broly certainly thought so, but he did not voice it. That would only provoke Vegeta. He had considered this back in the temple. If his combat power increased during battle, he could not allow his opponent to unleash their full strength right from the start. If he were to be defeated instantly, it would waste his talent. Because Broly did not provoke Vegeta, it instead brought Vegeta a sense of joy. Previously, Broly had dominated him. Now the tables had turned, and anyone would feel pleased in such a situation. Vegeta again sent Broly flying with a punch. Before Broly could rise, a massive shadow descended from the sky. Vegeta stomped down mockingly, saying, "Haha, you still haven't transformed after all this time. Could it be that you still can't control your transformation and lose consciousness like before?" Although Vegeta and Broly had been teammates for a while, Broly had never transformed in front of others. He did not want to expose his weakness to anyone, even if Vegeta would eventually redeem himself, so he always fought alone. Even when circumstances required a transformation, he avoided doing so in front of his teammates. Although Vegeta had never seen Broly transform, he could discern from the terrifying energy emitted during battle and the destruction left behind that Broly likely could not control his great ape form. However, he did not take it seriously back then, as he was still young. Broly was so powerful that he could be considered a superior warrior. Perhaps he would master control over his rationality as he matured. Vegeta, of course, did not know that Broly's physiology was unlike that of ordinary Saiyans. Born with a battle power exceeding 10,000, a terrifying talent, and a transformation different from other Saiyans. How could Vegeta comprehend such a thing? Only Broly understood that this was a double-edged sword. Wielded well, it could bring victory, but conversely, it could lead to self-destruction. Since you can't control this power, don't say I bully you. I've grown tired of playing this game. As he spoke, Vegeta's voice suddenly amplified, and the force in his feet surged. Die. Vegeta found that he couldn't press down completely. Logically, given his current size and strength, creating a massive pit in the ground should be normal. Why did it feel like he couldn't push down anymore? Did this guy still have strength? Indeed, Broly also wondered why. From the moment Vegeta stepped on him, his mind felt swollen, blood surged, and a killing intent surged within him, causing his power to increase continuously. From barely holding on to avoid being crushed by Vegeta, he gradually lifted Vegeta's foot, exerting all his strength to throw Vegeta's gigantic form away. Even before Dallas appeared, Vegeta had sensed that Broly's battle power seemed to increase during their fight. At first, he thought it was an illusion. Perhaps Broly was hiding his strength. But with the energy used in his own attacks flying and the energy used against two opponents, how could Broly still have a hidden card? From how he interacted with him, even if he hadn't reached his limit, he shouldn't have had extra strength left. This indicated that Broly must have used some method to grow stronger in battle. If this were the case, it would be terrifying, and he must not hold back any longer. Otherwise, as Broly grew stronger, he might become even more fearsome than Frieza. Vegeta, thrown away, had not yet stabilized his body in midair when he struck opposed legs, partially squatting hands together and positioned behind him, emanating a pink-purple glow. Broly sensed that while the great ape form was said to possess 10 times the power of his original form, it fundamentally relied on an increase in energy, enhancing both attack and defense. Unfortunately, speed would drop significantly, and the difference in size rendered many offensive movements ineffective. This also explained why Vegeta had not used the great ape form again later. Thus, it was a wise decision for Vegeta to conclude the battle with an energy wave. Naturally, Vegeta himself understood that the optimal choice now was this energy wave. If Broly could indeed grow stronger during battle, his stamina would dwindle, and the previously reversed situation could shift once more, widening the gap. Therefore, he concentrated all the energy within him, knowing that if this attack could not defeat Broly, he might face defeat again. As Vegeta gathered his power to deliver a decisive blow, Broly chose not to interrupt him. The power he had just displayed was more akin to adrenaline, continuously augmenting his strength and diminishing his pain perception, along with a slight increase in speed. However, his body would be injured if he failed to defeat Vegeta in this state. He might find himself without the ability to continue fighting due to exhaustion. This state resembled another form of Kaioken. However, while Kaioken drains one's life, force muscle bone, and cellular activation, this state tapped into potential akin to the goddess tier in LOL, where each battle increases your total mana pool, but the increase in current mana is minimal. Alright, let's settle this with one decisive move. It turned out that Broly harbored the same thought. While Vegeta gathered his energy, Broly was also preparing his next attack. After much contemplation, Broly decided to end the battle with the Kamehameha, also compensating for Vegeta's missed opportunity to face Goku. More importantly, Broly was uncertain whether his full-strength technique would kill Vegeta. Just like Tien's Dodon Ray with equal force, a smaller contact area increases pressure and penetration. Other similar energy attacks rely primarily on explosions which have a wider range, but do not inflict as much damage as the Kamehameha. If he did not severely injure Vegeta, he would undoubtedly retaliate mercilessly, thus it was not an option for Broly. Only the Spirit Bomb and Kamehameha offered a form of attack that compared to explosions, penetration and cutting provided more of a pushing force, slightly gentler in nature. In terms of power, if the user desires, these attacks can be quite formidable. For instance, Cell, whose head was blown off, versus Goku's tenfold Kamehameha. Broly positioned his hands in a sunflower shape by his side. As energy began to gather towards the center of his palms, the blue-white light growing ever brighter. Die. A purple Kamehameha of about 1 to 2 meters in diameter shot from Vegeta's hands without any hesitation, hurtling straight towards Broly. You two, get out of the way. Broly shouted to Nappa, and Goku not far away. In truth, even if Nappa were caught in the blast, it wouldn't matter much since he was still in his Great Ape form, which significantly boosted his defense. As long as he wasn't hit directly, he would be fine. However, Goku was a different story. With a combat power of less than 10,000, if he were to take a blow from Vegeta in Great Ape form, even just a glancing hit would be extremely dangerous. However, the others did not quite understand Broly's words. Was he giving up? If so, why not interrupt Vegeta's charge? Was he going to die in battle? But perhaps that would be the best fate for a Saiyan. Nappa grabbed Goku with one hand and jumped back into the air, putting more distance between them and the previous spot. Let me go. I want to help. Nappa, being one of Vegeta's subordinates, naturally wouldn't allow him to assist. Moreover, dying in battle was something many Saiyans desired. Nappa did not want Goku to disturb the fight between the two. His only role now was to ensure Kakarot's safety. Even Vegeta was affected by this tragic atmosphere, yet he did not cease his actions, even increasing his output of energy, only saying in a voice that he could hear, "I will remember you, Broly. If you return with Kakarot, perhaps you won't die." Vegeta's Gallic Gun was already flying towards Broly, yet he remained still, further solidifying everyone's thoughts until Vegeta's full-powered Gallic Gun in his Great Ape form was indeed powerful. The dust and smoke it stirred up spread like a flood. Goku was likely the most unfortunate, as Broly had warned. The blast force even affected him and Nappa, who were watching from the sidelines. Although Nappa consciously shielded Goku from some of the damage, the residual wave was too much for Goku, with his combat power not being able to withstand it easily. Fortunately, he was not severely injured. He felt quite aggrieved. He might be the first person in this world to be injured just from watching a fight. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to retract the artificial moon that he had little energy left to maintain, and was making plans for the next steps, when his eyes suddenly widened as he spotted that dazzling blue-white light through the dust. What? It turned out that Broly had no intention of dying in battle. His stillness was merely to accumulate energy for a longer duration, enhancing the power of his Kamehameha. Just as the Gallic Gun was nearing, Broly executed the afterimage technique, pulling off a trick to catch Vegeta off guard. Thus, Vegeta had no time to assume a defensive posture and took the nearly point-blank Kamehameha Hiden. Thankfully, his Great Ape form provided some defensive enhancement, preventing it from being fatal. In the last few seconds before losing consciousness, Vegeta used all his strength to utter a few words. Despicable. What do you mean despicable, Vegeta? Is that your line? Broly did not care about Vegeta's judgment. After all, Vegeta had once thrown sand at Zarbon. To call him despicable was rather ridiculous to Broly. Broly was unaware of the assumptions of others. He believed that Vegeta was upset because he had not matched energy waves with him. Who said that if you throw out an energy wave, I must reciprocate? You, a Great Ape, attacking me in my normal form. Only a fool would engage in an energy clash. What about you, Nappa? Still want to fight? Broly panted warily, eyeing the Great Ape Nappa. Nappa responded to Broly's question with action. He fired an energy blast from his hand, destroying the artificial moon created by Dars, and said, "No more fighting. Let's talk after you recover." With the disappearance of the artificial moon, whether it was the fallen Vegeta and Dars, or the standing Nappa, their bodies began to undergo evolution, their fur disappearing while their forms returned to normal size. After ensuring the others were settled, Broly instructed the Z fighters to collect the Dragon Balls. The impact of Dar's spirit tree on Earth was quite significant, and if not handled promptly, it could trigger a natural disaster. Although the Z fighters were severely injured by Nappa, who had been enhanced as long as they were not dead, they had plenty of Senzu beans. However, Broly was not as benevolent as Goku. He did not intend to use Senzu beans to revive these Saiyans. Firstly, he was uncertain whether their survival would increase their combat power. Secondly, he wanted to take the opportunity of their injuries to thoroughly brainwash them, as only then would they be receptive. A day later in the central wilderness, Dars touched his swollen face, pondering, did I actually survive? I wonder who won between those two. Never mind, what does that have to do with me? I need to hurry back to the spaceship and see if there are any spirit fruits left. If not, I'll have to look for fruit seeds and stay on other planets for a while. Just as he thought this, Dars struggled to get up. Want to go back to your spaceship? Don't think about it, I blew it up. Something like the spirit tree should not exist in this world. What, blew it up? Dars exclaimed in shock, wanting to unleash his anger, but was suppressed by himself. He saw Broly looking completely unscathed, as if nothing had happened. There was no choice, one must bow their head when under the eaves. As a Saiyan, instead of thinking about how to become stronger on your own, what use is relying on external forces. Do you honor your tail? Dars understood that he could not break ties with Broly just yet, but his tone still carried a hint of resentment. Humph. That's easy for you to say. If you had experienced what I went through, I wonder if you could still say that. Are we lower-class warriors destined to be oppressed? Your lofty attitude while saying such words makes me sick. You have a point indeed. One should not advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. But do you think being a higher-class warrior with greater combat power is enough? Being feared by others, almost being exiled to a desolate planet to survive on your own, is that the life you desire? If it weren't for my cleverness, Vegeta 3 might have blown me up right in the incubation pod. Dars did not expect Broly to have such experiences. He wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words. You are awake now, stop pretending to be asleep. Broly glanced at Vegeta beside him. Indeed, Vegeta 3's reign was a failure, and he made many foolish decisions, but were you all blameless? Which of you does not have blood on your hands? Which of you has had the courage to resist Vegeta 3 or Frieza? At this moment, Raditz, Nappa, and Goku arrived, coincidentally hearing this, and pretending not to have heard anything. With everyone gathered, Broly began his brainwashing. Not only do you not have the courage, but I don't either. Why? It's simple, because we are too weak. Perhaps Vegeta 3 was a bit better, as some had grown accustomed to his rules and ways, but Frieza saw us as slaves and threats, ultimately aiming to annihilate us, even when we obeyed him. I don't know if any of you know Kakarot's father Bardock. He was the only Saiyan who dared to confront Frieza Hedon with just a power level of 20 to 30,000. His squad was killed, and he narrowly escaped injury. After dealing with the Frieza forces that intercepted him, he dragged his wounded body back to planet Vegeta, bringing the news of Frieza's intent to destroy the Saiyans. But Broly drew out the word. Not a single person chose to believe him. No, it should be said they didn't dare to believe him. They had no idea how to respond when Frieza, who had a power level of 5300, without even using his full strength, aimed to destroy the Saiyans. But what was the result? Frieza still annihilated planet Vegeta, claiming to you surviving Saiyans that it was destroyed by an asteroid. A race of warriors known as the Saiyans ended up relying on a lower-class warrior to protect their planet and their kin. This is the truth behind the annihilation of the Saiyans. Do you feel shame after hearing this? After saying this, Broly paused, scanning the expressions of the others. Nappa, Raditz, and Dars clenched their fists upon hearing it, while Goku lowered his head, imagining the figure in his memories. Vegeta, on the other hand, crossed his arms and turned his face away, but the fingers buried in his flesh revealed his current emotions. Seeing this, Broly felt quite satisfied. If these few could unite, they would become a significant force in the future, as the potential of the Saiyans is well known. Even the Saiyans from Universe 6 could contend with the main cast. If there was an opportunity to revive other Saiyans and guide them onto the right path, it would be just like the lyrics say, from now on even the gods will feel awe. I believe both Vegeta 3 and Frieza have erred. I assign no hierarchy between them. I only know that Vegeta 3 was annihilated by Frieza, yet Frieza's oppression over us remains unrelenting. The time has come to rise. No one is born destined to be a slave, nor is anyone inherently fated to be branded a lower-class warrior. Our fate rests solely in our own hands. Kakarot stands as proof. Born with a mere combat power of 2, he surpassed even Raditz, who had once been ranked among the elite warriors. If he could shatter his preordained destiny, then so can you, so can I, so can every one of us. Vegeta, you recall the words I spoke to you all before. Surely they've taken root in your hearts. You've long plotted rebellion against Frieza, haven't you? How did you know? Vegeta asked, astonishment flashing across his face. The vegetable people surpass even Frieza's foot soldiers in combat prowess. and they obey without question, requiring neither resources nor coin. Were Frieza to learn of them, he would certainly take interest. Moreover, by sending Raditz to Earth, you sought precisely to gather the last surviving Saiyans. Your intent is self-evident. So what if it's true? Even combined, our strength falls short of Frieza's elite Jinyu force. This is all empty talk. No, it is not empty talk. True, we are vastly weaker than him. But do you know why Frieza fears us Saiyans? Is it truly only for this great Saiyan transformation? Since childhood, a legend has endured among Saiyans. You speak of the Super Saiyan, a baseless myth. In all recorded history, including the conquest of planet Vegeta, not a single Super Saiyan has ever appeared. Yet I happen to know both the legend and the method of transformation. Broly's voice, though quiet, struck like a nuclear detonation in still slumber, seizing the full attention of everyone present. What? Is it truly more than legend? The Saiyans shall rise again. Listen, while the galaxy perceives Saiyans as cold, ruthless, indifferent to kin or comrades, even death holds no weight for us. And indeed, that perception has held true. Yet before my arrival on Earth, I heard something, an account that stirred profound revelation within me. On a distant world dwells a race eerily akin to ours. Warriors who rank first or second in raw power upon their homeworld, though still incomparable to Saiyans. Their strength springs largely from their eyes, but awakening this power demands extreme provocation, the death of loved ones, or unbearable torment. Once the means of awakening spread, some even resorted to fratricide. On their world, whispers arose that they were a cursed people. I dismissed such notions, until I heard another version. Theirs is not a race devoid of emotion. Quite the contrary, their bond to feeling is so profound that such an awakening manifests only through its rupture. Their power does not arise from slaughtering kin. It exists solely to safeguard those very bonds of devotion. Are you suggesting we Saiyans must undergo similar trials to achieve transformation? Vegeta, desperate for power, could barely contain his impatience. Yes and no. What I mean is, without something precious to protect, attaining the Super Saiyan form remains nearly impossible. I'll spare you the suspense. There are two proven paths. First, like that alien race, we must endure overwhelming emotional shock, most commonly incandescent rage. Second, better suited for our scientists and support personnel, this path requires prolonged residence in stable environments. When cells accumulate sufficiently within the body, channeling energy to the back triggers transformation. Before Broly finished speaking, several rushed to test the methods. Even Vegeta and Nappa, both grievously wounded, joined eagerly. If anything, they were most fervent. There's no need to test further. Both paths are undeniably viable. Yet transformation demands immense combat power, roughly in the millions. That figure may seem distant now, but at least we now possess a clear goal. I've gathered you today not only to share this legend, but also to ask for your aid. In approximately 1 year, I will confront Frieza. I hope you'll stand beside me then. This is merely a request. You may decline. But should you choose not to fight, I ask only that you preserve the Saiyan flame, and within your capacity protect this beautiful planet. With that, Broly bowed deeply. As his head dipped forward, Vegeta stepped forward and steadied Broly's shoulder with a firm hand. Unnecessary gesture, he muttered. Goku too placed a hand on Broly's shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. He who relies solely on others for salvation deserves no freedom. Rise up, brothers. Broly raised his fist high. Goku, the Saiyan who had lived longest beside him, immediately understood, thrusting his own fist forward to meet Broly's. Then his gaze turned to Raditz. After less than a year together, Raditz had accepted Goku as his younger brother, and subtly his character had begun to mirror Goku's. Seeing the two fists collide, Raditz extended his own. Nappa, having finally absorbed Broly's entire speech, recalled vividly the look of disappointment on Broly's face during their parting years ago. Now he understood Broly had resolved then to lead the Saiyans to vengeance, and clearly Vegeta shared that resolve. For a blunt warrior like Nappa, needing no longer to choose sides was already the finest outcome. Nappa too raised his massive fist. Dor and Vegeta exchanged glances. Perhaps Broly's vision of universal Saiyan equality and the utopian future he painted had already captivated Dor beyond calm reflection. Yet among Saiyan men, such open sentiment remained difficult to express. Let it be clear, I'm only cooperating with you temporarily. Broly, you didn't just destroy the spirit tree and spirit fruit. You shattered my dream of cosmic dominion. Once Frieza falls, I'll settle accounts with you. Then Dor too thrust forth his fist to join the others, though his dark gray skin stood in stark contrast to theirs. Very well, I await you. Not only you. After Frieza's defeat, I welcome all who seek vengeance against me. This was no hollow courtesy. Should they grow stronger, even surpass him, Broly welcomed their challenge, for such rivalry would forge his own ascent. At last, all eyes turned to Vegeta. Broly knew this proud prince all too well. How could Vegeta possibly lack interest in toppling Frieza? Recall his words on Namek to Goku and Frieza. His ambition was never absent, only constrained by insufficient strength and an unyielding pride. To Vegeta, Saiyan honor outweighed all else. He bore the title Prince of the Saiyans with absolute conviction, and that regal self-respect defined his arc across the Dragon Ball saga. Finally, Nappa spoke. Closest to Vegeta and fiercely devoted to uniting the few remaining Saiyans in pursuit of revival, he dared broach the subject. Vegeta, you. Nappa, have you forgotten your station? Are you instructing me now? And you others, don't get carried away. Vegeta, temper your fury. I believe the second method suits you best. Broly showed no offense at Vegeta's defiance. In fact, he offered him graceful recourse. Preposterous. Clearly a battle genius like myself is meant for the rage path. But before Vegeta could finish, Broly's large hand seized his wrist firmly. After several futile attempts to break free, Vegeta ceased struggling, clenched his fist, and joined the other's salute, though he defiantly turned his face aside, feigning reluctance. On a warm and sunny afternoon, everyone gathered together, bringing various items to hold a party. Nappa and Dallas listened to Raditz boasting about how weak the people on Earth were, casually claiming that anyone could easily find a job and make a fortune. During work, Broly had repeatedly reminded them that Earth was already Goku's and his second homeland, urging them not to misbehave on Earth, as it might also become the Saiyans' second homeland. Dallas, needless to say, had previously dreamed of becoming a cosmic emperor. Although he had given up that dream, now experiencing the peaceful life of Earthlings was still a good choice, especially with Broly being there, making cultivation and sparring convenient. Nappa remarked, I've fought all my life, can I enjoy myself a bit? However, Vegeta chose to leave. This battle made him realize the Saiyans' hidden trait, the ability to increase strength irregularly upon near-death experiences. Thus, he decided to return to Frieza's side first, while also keeping an eye on Frieza's movements to gather the latest intelligence. If Frieza had not discovered the events on Earth, Vegeta's combat power would still be useful for a while, which would help him enhance his strength. Broly thought this was actually not bad. Frieza was currently unaware of the Dragon Balls, and he couldn't guarantee that Frieza would not go to Namek, so having a spy under him would be quite beneficial. Broly handed Vegeta a scouter and instructed, this is specially made for you by Bulma at my request. Normally Frieza will hear your movements as usual, but in special situations pressing this will switch to our private channel, and you can contact us in case of danger. TCH. Vegeta said nothing further and put away the scouter. This party is a farewell for you. You won't get to taste Earth's delicacies elsewhere, so enjoy this moment of tranquility before the great battle. You guys better not forget to train. If you dare to hold me back, I will be the first to eliminate you. Having said that, Vegeta no longer held back and began to show off. You with both your face and mouth so foul. Broly specially prepared this party, and even if you don't appreciate it, don't say such discouraging things. Bulma couldn't stand it any longer and reprimanded Vegeta. It's alright, Bulma, it's nothing. Saiyans are like this, you don't need to take it to heart. Broly comforted Bulma, pulling her into an embrace. Seeing Broly at a loss for words, Vegeta felt quite pleased, munching on food, while saying, this woman has quite the Saiyan style, but her combat power is too weak. On our planet, she probably wouldn't even match up to the logistics personnel. What do you mean by having a Saiyan style? Bulma had heard from Broly that apart from the rare exceptions like Goku's mother Chi-Chi, most female Saiyans were like Sarapa. How should I put it, female heroes? Due to the previous battle and the Saiyan temperament, Broly had deliberately arranged for several Saiyans to sit separately from the Earth warriors, but because of this little commotion led by Raditz, everyone burst into laughter, making the atmosphere more harmonious. Bulma can indeed be a bit frightening when she gets angry, Goku teased. Vegeta's right, every female Saiyan is a tigress. Alright, stop talking. You can't silence your mouths with food. Broly quickly grabbed some food and shoved it into the mouths of the two brothers. Broly instinctively looked at Bulma, only to realize that she had changed her hairstyle, and he found himself momentarily mesmerized by her appearance. Although he knew Bulma had always been versatile, seeing her in this style in reality was undeniably captivating. Bulma had adopted a mid-length wavy hairstyle reminiscent of the Showa era. In his previous life, both Nakayama Miho and Kudo Shizuka had loved this hairstyle, though Bulma's sky blue hair color seemed a bit out of place compared to the black-brown he remembered. Hey, can you at least say a couple of words for me? Hey. Bulma elbowed Broly, only to find him staring blankly at her. Seeing this, Bulma's irritation evaporated instantly, and a smile crept onto her face as she intentionally tidied her hair. Time passed quickly, and Saiyans did indeed have a great appetite. After finally satisfying their hunger, Bulma suggested they entertain themselves by using a capsule to produce a drone. From the drone's emitted light, a 3D projection appeared, but it was just a news broadcast. The host in the projection explained their recent discovery. We have found 2 spherical machines in the previous ruins. According to relevant authorities, this could be a spaceship. The large-scale explosion prior was likely caused by extraterrestrials coming from here. Isn't that Vegeta's and my spaceship? Nappa pointed at the image in the projection and said, we can just take it back after all it originally belonged to us. Why make it so complicated? That short guy, do you recognize this thing? Bulma said while shaking an object in her hand. Short guy, are you calling me? Vegeta's face visibly darkened. When he saw what Bulma was holding, he couldn't afford to act rashly anymore. Isn't that the remote control for my spaceship? How did it end up with you? Hurry and give it back. Krillin found it. Since your ship is so advanced, can't you just summon it back? I already studied it last night. Although the remote control was in Bulma's hand, Vegeta wasn't too worried. He knew that even jokes had their limits, and besides, Broly had mentioned that the new type scouter was also modified by her. This woman was still a scientist, if she shouldn't make any mistakes. Bulma, hurry and give the remote control back to Vegeta. He needs to go back, Broly said, reaching out to take the remote control from Bulma's hand. What a joke! Bulma was not someone who listened to advice. Even if Beerus and Whis came, it would depend on her mood. Bulma fiddled with the remote, and the spaceship in the image began to move. What the heck, it's no big deal. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, the remote control emitted a beeping sound, and then the spaceship in the projection exploded due to electromagnetic interference. Because the two ships were placed close together, the one nearby was also caught in the blast. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Even Broly didn't expect Bulma to pull off such a reckless maneuver. You woman, give me back my spaceship. If it weren't for Raditz and Nappa holding him back, Vegeta would have exploded with rage. What are you shouting for? How was I supposed to know your Saiyan spaceships had self-destruct mechanisms? Broly quickly stepped between the two and acted as a mediator, saying, don't be angry, don't be angry. The spaceship I came to Earth with is still with Bulma's father. If it doesn't work, there's still another one with Raditz. After sending Vegeta away, the group began to explore methods to travel to the universe. Broly's spaceship had been dismantled by Brief and was still under research, while Raditz's ship had also been taken away by Vegeta. This prompted Broly to remember the Supreme Kai, who being a Namekian must have his spaceship still somewhere. Broly contacted the Supreme Kai through telepathy, and after explaining the situation, the Supreme Kai generously gifted his spaceship to Broly and the others. The next phase involved Bulma and Brief modifying the Supreme Kai spaceship, while the others chose to continue their training as they awaited news from Vegeta. Broly decided to stay with Bulma to offer them some advice. Given that a larger number of people would be traveling, the Supreme Kai spaceship was insufficient, necessitating the construction of a larger vessel. In addition to the essential facilities, Broly also requested Bulma to reserve a space for training. The gravity device Broly had previously mentioned could also be utilized after studying the Namekian spaceship. I must say the technological level of Namek is truly impressive at this stage. It even surpasses that of the Science and the Frieza Force. Broly sincerely exclaimed. The Namekian ships were not only faster than their Saiyan ships, but they also required no manual operation, being controlled by voice commands, which was incredibly convenient. In fact, Bulma suggested using the Dragon Balls to teleport everyone to Namek, as this time Piccolo was alive, and similarly the Supreme Kai also survived, meaning the Dragon Balls were usable. However, Broly rejected the idea, feeling that unforeseen events could occur. To be on the safe side, it was best to keep the Dragon Balls for emergencies. With the spaceship arranged, the next step was to select personnel. The few Saiyans had no objections to going, and next was Piccolo. In the Supreme Kai's words, if they were to confirm a trip to Namek, Piccolo should go in his stead to see his homeland and fight for it, especially since he could communicate with the Namekians. However, to Broly's surprise, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma also decided to join. What nonsense! What do you intend to do there? Broly scolded Bulma loudly. If I don't go, who will repair the ship if it breaks down on the way? Bulma retorted sharply, leaving Broly speechless. Indeed, aside from Goku, the Saiyans present could operate the ship, but no one knew how to fix it. What about him, Kakarot? Why should he be involved in this? Raditz pointed at Gohan, questioning the earlier decision to preserve a bit of Saiyan bloodline. If he wants to go, then let him go. Surprisingly, Piccolo, who was often said to be closer than Gohan's biological father, did not oppose this time. What are you talking about? He is the last hope of our Saiyan race, do you understand? Raditz grabbed Piccolo by the collar, questioning him. Let Goku decide. He is Gohan's father, Broly interrupted. Goku shook his head and said, I think he should make his own decision. When Raditz came to Earth, he was scared and didn't dare to fight. If he makes a decision, we should respect it. Broly nodded. It was often said that Goku's parenting method had issues. To him, it seemed that Goku was so focused on training that he neglected the family, while Chi-Chi, disappointed, could only place all her hopes on Gohan. However, influenced by Broly, Goku's character had also changed. From Goku's earlier words, Broly could see that Goku was a good father. Kid, are you really going? There are man-eating monsters there, you know. We might not be able to protect you. Raditz was still not giving up, deliberately trying to scare him. Gohan was initially frightened, but then his expression hardened as he nodded. Krillin, what about you? I've said it before, this trip is entirely about our Saiyan matters, you don't need to get involved. Broly still asked while the others might not know, but Krillin had the least chance of survival, and it was only by sacrificing him that Goku could transform. Broly was not a benevolent person, but still felt the need to remind him. It's true that I'm afraid of dying, but as I said, I'm going to repay Goku's favor this time. Moreover, I found that after spending a long time with you Saiyans, it isn't too hard to get along, haha. Since Krillin had made up his mind, Broly no longer said anything and began preparing for the final arrangements. In Broly's heart, the nature of this operation had changed. He once thought that if they failed, they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect, but if Gohan, Bulma, and Piccolo were present, failure would mean total annihilation. Thus, Broly silently resolved that this battle could only be won and not lost. Meanwhile, Vegeta returned to the temporary base of the Frieza force where he was assisted by the minions to reach the healing chamber. Although Vegeta had rested on Earth for a few days, he added some injuries to himself to avoid suspicion from Frieza. After a few days of treatment, Vegeta emerged intending to find Frieza and inquire about the upcoming arrangements. However, the medical staff indicated that Frieza was no longer on this planet. Looks like he got bored again. Vegeta was not surprised if Frieza indeed had such a personality. Lord Kuei said to meet with him in the training room once you are healed, he has something to discuss. I have nothing to say to that waste. With that, Vegeta strode out. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave the palace, he was intercepted by Kuei, who was approaching. Hey, Vegeta, I heard you suffered a crushing defeat on Earth. Even Raditz has betrayed you. I wonder who the opponent is capable of making the invincible Saiyan helpless. Kuei deliberately emphasized the word invincible, clearly trying to mock Vegeta. The opponent is also a Saiyan, isn't it normal to defeat a Saiyan? Get lost, I don't have time to chat with you. Although Vegeta didn't want to waste time talking with Kuei, his pride compelled him to explain a bit. Just as Vegeta was about to pass by Kuei, Kuei grabbed Vegeta's shoulder armor and said, I didn't expect there are still other surviving Saiyans, but it doesn't matter, Lord Frieza will take care of them all. What do you mean by that? Kuei's words piqued Vegeta's interest. You don't think what you've done is flawless, do you? You already planned to betray Lord Frieza, right? You don't think Lord Frieza only installed a listening device on your scouter, do you? Actually, both Broly and Vegeta had guessed that the scouter would have a listening effect, so Vegeta didn't reveal any useful information to Frieza. However, he didn't expect Frieza to have this trick. When did it happen? Although Vegeta was greatly shocked inside, his expression remained unchanged. Your spaceship has one too. Although nothing valuable was heard on Earth, the brilliant Lord Frieza had long suspected your betrayal. However, Kuei's words were cut off as he stared intently at Vegeta's face, hoping to see a look of panic. But he was disappointed. Vegeta's face remained as calm as a dead sea. Kuei continued, however, Lord Frieza hasn't put you small fries in his heart. Recently, someone informed the Lord about something called Dragon Balls, which supposedly can grant any wish. Lord Frieza said that after he wishes for eternal youth and life, he'll deal with you remnants of the Saiyans. Oh no, so he has already gone to Earth. Earth? No, the information that person brought said it was on Namek, but it doesn't make much difference. Lord Frieza will eventually go to Earth. Finally, seeing panic on the once unassailable Vegeta's face, Kuei felt satisfied and launched another round of mockery. What? Even the invincible Saiyan can feel fear. Vegeta did not respond. Suddenly, he lunged forward, delivering a heavy knee strike that bent Kuei over, and then swiftly decapitated him with his right hand. After completing this, Vegeta rushed towards the spaceship he arrived in and pressed the communicator Broly had given him. Broly, as you predicted, Frieza already knows about the Saiyans, but according to Kuei, they haven't heard any conversations on Earth and are still unaware of the Super Saiyan. However, Frieza not only heard about the Dragon Balls from elsewhere, but has already set off in advance. Understood, we will hurry to Namek as soon as possible. Vegeta did not respond. Suddenly, he erupted with fury, first delivering a heavy knee strike that bent Chio-E over, and then swiftly decapitating him with his right hand. After completing this, Vegeta dashed toward his spaceship, pressing the button on the Scott that Broly had given him. Broly, as you predicted, Frieza is already aware of the Saiyans, but according to Chio-E, they did not overhear the conversation on Earth and are still unclear about the Super Saiyan situation. However, Frieza not only heard about the Dragon Balls from other sources, but has also set off in advance. Understood, we will hurry to Namek as soon as possible. Upon receiving the news from Vegeta, everyone ceased their delays and swiftly headed toward Namek. Everyone hold on tight, it won't be bumpy once we leave the atmosphere, Bulma reminded. Broly retorted, most people here have traveled through space, only you, Piccolo, and Krillin lack this experience. Piccolo's temperament has been somewhat tamed by Goku. He spoke up, saying our Namekian memories are inherited. To be precise, only you two lack this experience. What's so impressive about that? Oh no, we rushed out too hastily and forgot one thing. Does anyone have the coordinates for Namek? Bulma, ever since you started being with Broly, you've become so unreliable. Goku also took a jab at Bulma. Bulma's face turned red as she retorted, talkative. Didn't you also forget? The coordinates are SU 839045XY. I investigated this before coming to Earth. At this moment, Broly stepped forward. He originally planned to make a few wishes on Namek before heading to Earth, but ultimately abandoned the idea. He remembered that Namekians had the ability to read minds, and he feared that if his identity as a traveler were exposed, Whis and Beerus would come looking for trouble. Even if such abilities couldn't detect him, if his actions while with Vegeta's team were discovered, the Namekians would likely not allow him to use the Dragon Balls. As for forcibly making them grant wishes, Broly had never considered it. The Namekians would likely rather die than comply, which would also lead to enmity with them, causing inconvenience in future battles with Frieza. A few days later, due to the urgency of time and the situation, Broly also informed a few people about the Saiyans' predicament and prepared some senzu beans for them. Everyone's strength was rapidly increasing, including Broly, whose power grew stronger the more battles he fought. Originally, the journey with the Kai ship would take a month, but Broly had already given his ship to Bulma for research, and this time the ship was redesigned based on the Kai ship, making it much faster. They reached Namek in less than half the time. As Broly gazed at the green sky, three suns, and the beautiful scenery, he felt a sense of familiarity despite this being his first time on Namek. I hope Frieza doesn't act too quickly. Everyone turn on your detectors and search for news about the Dragon Balls and Frieza. Let's regroup here in an hour. Additionally, I've already explained the use of ki to everyone. Frieza cannot sense weaker ki. If unnecessary, or if Frieza has already been detected, avoid using ki as much as possible and don't use flight, just walk. After guiding everyone to disperse, Broly stayed back with Bulma to guard the spaceship as it was too unsafe for her to be alone. The strategy set by Broly was to surround the city from the countryside. Frieza certainly wouldn't come alone this time. Why would he personally handle the mundane task of searching for the Dragon Balls? Broly decided to silently eliminate Frieza's subordinates sent to search for the Dragon Balls on Namek first, and then let Raditz, Nappa, and Dorius deal with those left on Frieza's ship before finally confronting Frieza together. Frieza was not slow either. He had been on Namek for a day and a half and had already found 4 Dragon Balls. Sitting in his baby carriage, Frieza instructed his subordinates to be cautious of Vegeta. News had already come from the previous temporary base that Vegeta had defected and eliminated Chioi. Dodoria, bring the Ginyu Force here. I have a feeling that this time on Namek there may be an interesting battle. As he said this, Frieza seemed to remember something and instructed the two, after you send the message, go with Mr. Sorbet and deal with Vegeta. I've heard his battle power reached 300 before. The two of you should be enough. I don't want anyone disturbing me while I make my wishes. It was as if something was pushing fate, causing events to unfold as they originally had. Gohan and Krillin discovered Frieza's whereabouts and miraculously survived, snatching the healing Namekian Den from Frieza. We've been spotted by Frieza. 2 of them are chasing us. Everyone, hurry to Gohan's location. There may be Frieza among the pursuers, so be careful. After saying this, Broly hid Bulma in a concealed spot far from the spaceship and headed toward Gohan's location. Did you engage in battle with them? Were you injured? Goku asked anxiously. No, they were looking for the Dragon Balls. An old man who looked like Uncle Piccolo destroyed their detector, then I charged in, and Uncle Krillin saved us with the solar flare. Detector? Solar flare? Upon hearing this, Broly marveled, inwardly realizing it was indeed a wise choice that was unlikely anyone else could have escaped from Frieza's grasp, let alone save someone. Dodoria and Sorbet were still desperately searching for Gohan and Krillin when they encountered a not particularly tall figure. Vegeta, you really are bold. Didn't you hear the news from the detector? Lord Frieza ordered us to deal with you, yet you dare to appear before us. Huh, you're quite the talker. Without your detector, you should have no way to signal right. Look around you. Hearing Vegeta's words, Dodoria and Sorbet looked around and found that unknowingly several people had surrounded them. Raditz, Nappa, weren't you both already? And 2 Saiyans who looked alike, but whom I had never seen before. Seeing the group of burly men surrounding them, cold sweat dripped from Dodoria's plump face. In a moment of panic, he even tried to negotiate with them. Vegeta, are you really going to openly defy Lord Frieza? You better think carefully. If I were you, I would take this group of Saiyans to another planet. What are you afraid? Vegeta grinned wickedly. Dodoria glared angrily at Gohan, causing Gohan to hide behind Goku in fear. Damn, that little brat is actually bait. If it were just you, you would definitely be the one to die, Vegeta. Dorius couldn't bear to watch any longer. Raditz and Nappa had previously been in Vegeta's team and held some respect for him, especially with Broly absent. But Dorius didn't buy into that. He only viewed Vegeta as an ordinary comrade, and there were hardly any Saiyans left. So he spoke up. Vegeta, why waste breath on him? Quickly deal with them. We have important matters to attend to. You all continue with your tasks. Leave these 2 to me. Vegeta had heard Broly's plan and had to admit that even a seasoned warrior like him couldn't find fault with it. However, he felt a twinge of resentment toward the two arrogant individuals before him. So you all just want to keep rolling with me, huh? Don't waste time. If we attract Frieza's attention too early, it will impact our plans. Dorius didn't understand what was wrong with Vegeta. He was a person who used as much strength as he had. Why would he say something about unknown combat today? Let him deal with those two. We will continue with our tasks. Broly, who was the furthest away, also arrived. After the battle on Earth, Vegeta's power was now at least over 5,000, while Dodoria was 2,000 and Sorbet was under 3,000. Moreover, any battle power exceeding a certain threshold within the Dragon Balls would result in instant death. Seeing Broly speak, Dorius no longer hesitated and dispersed according to the original plan. Sabo, transform quickly. Seeing that the others had truly left, Dodoria anxiously shouted at Sabo. Damn Vegeta, I never wanted to transform into this ugly form. You brought this upon yourself. If you don't want to transform, then don't. Before Sabo could finish his words, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy. Next, it's your turn. Looking at Sabo, who was taken down beside him, Dodoria began to plead for mercy. Vegeta, spare me. I was only following Frieza's orders. How about this? If you let me go, I'll help you take down Frieza. I've long found him displeasing. If you can't even defeat me, why would I choose to ally with you? Didn't you see? We Saiyans have come for revenge. His doom is at hand. As he spoke, Vegeta gathered energy in his hand. Wait. If you spare me, I can tell you a secret. A secret about the Saiyans. Dodoria's desire to survive was strong. Oh, go on. Your Saiyan planet was destroyed by Frieza. Warriors like you are becoming increasingly numerous, and Frieza fears your unity, thus he annihilated your planet. Alright, can I have a chance to live now? What were you trying to say? Can you guess why so many Saiyans are appearing on Namek? So you knew all along. Before Dodoria could finish, Vegeta fired another energy wave, sending him on his way. This is a dividing line, Broly. From the detector, Dallas' voice came through. I found 4 Dragon Balls on Frieza's ship. I found one here too. That's Goku's voice. I have one here as well. This one was found by Vegeta. How did things go with Frieza's men? Dodoria and Sabo have already been taken care of by me, Vegeta replied. Most of the ones we encountered on the way have been dealt with too. Dales, how about you guys? Haha, there are no survivors on the ship anymore. Good, then let's converge towards the location of the last Dragon Ball. After giving the order, Broly also flew towards the location of the last Dragon Ball. Now only one Dragon Ball remained. Once all were gathered, we could use the power of the Dragon Balls to reverse things. But what wish to make? It required careful thought. What wish could the dragon fulfill that would also defeat Frieza? Piccolo, are you there? I'm with Goku. Wasn't Gohan saved from Frieza by one of your kin? You can speak with him about the matters on Namek. However, Broly actually wanted Piccolo to ask about the Grand Elder, but he had never met the Grand Elder, and such matters could not be openly stated or it would alert the cautious Namekians. Alright. As expected, the last Dragon Ball was indeed at the Grand Elder's residence. Upon arrival, Piccolo reminisced with the Grand Elder inside while Dandy helped the others summon the dragon. Suddenly, the arrival of a group of unexpected guests brought the situation to a standstill. Someone is coming, and it's not just one, and their energy is quite strong, but not yet at Frieza's level. It seems to be a mercenary team under Frieza, the Ginyu Force. Having worked under Frieza for many years, Vegeta was quite knowledgeable about Frieza's matters. No, there are only 5 of them, but based on the energy, it feels like there are 8 people. Broly, who had trained the longest and had the strongest perception among them, pointed out the inconsistency in Vegeta's words. Little guy, hurry up and make a wish. It will be too late if you wait, Broly urged. Seeing this, in a moment of urgency, he decided to lead the Saiyans away to give Krillin and Gohan the chance to make the wish. Draw them away first, Broly shouted. Mid-flight, he suddenly thought of something and stopped, shouting to Krillin, no matter what wish you make, Piccolo must not die. Leaving those final instructions, Broly charged into the distance. Dandy, you heard that too. Let's make our comrades live forever. Using the Namekian language, Dandy summoned the dragon Purunga, darkening the sky as a massive shadow was cast from the Dragon Balls. No, the dragon says he was split from one person into 2. Without merging back into one, this wish cannot be granted. Well then, let's try this wish and see if it can be fulfilled. The 8 individuals who were originally heading towards the Grand Elder's location seemed to sense Broly and the others' energy and abruptly changed direction to pursue Broly. This should be a good spot. It shouldn't affect Gohan over there. It should be Piccolo who makes the wish. I wonder if Gohan and Krillin will make any reckless wishes. While Broly was still pondering, the group that had been chasing from behind finally arrived. As they landed, everyone could see their true appearances. It seemed that these 8 individuals were not working together. They split into 2 groups and showed their identities one after another. First was a team of 5 striking strange poses, indeed the Ginyu Force that Vegeta had anticipated along with 3 others that Vegeta had never seen before. But Broly recognized them. Isn't this? How did they end up here? Greetings, Saiyans. You must have heard of our names. We are the mercenary organization affiliated with Frieza's army, the Ginyu Force. The speaker was Captain Ginyu. Then another person who appeared to be a leader from the other group stood up. His appearance could barely be called handsome. He wore a strange one-shoulder armor, and the purple tight-fitting inner garments looked exactly like the Saiyan's battle suits. However, what drew the most attention was his blue skin and golden hair. You probably don't recognize us. You might be more familiar with those 5 guys. Let me introduce myself. We are the personal guard of Lord Cooler, the Cooler Armored Squad. I am the Captain Savaza. Please take care of us. Who is Cooler? Goku asked curiously. Ginyu introduced them. Vegeta, it's surprising that you haven't heard of Lord Cooler after serving under Frieza for so long. Listen well, Lord Cooler is Frieza's elder brother. Stronger than Frieza? Savaza chuckled, covering his mouth. Don't be scared, it wouldn't take the 2 lords to deal with you. Lord Cooler heard that Lord Frieza found a new thing called Dragon Balls, so he came to check it out. Please do not misunderstand. Savaza, there are only 6 of them, we have 8. How do you want to divide this? Suit yourself, we're just here to clear away these annoying flies for Lord Cooler. How we do it doesn't matter to us. Well then, they will all belong to us. In an instant, Broly kicked the neck of the shortest among them, good, breaking it. Now, there are only 7 of you left. Lick him, what? Such incredible speed, Bart. He seems even faster than you. Cough. Indeed, his speed almost caught up with me. Although Bart is tall and sturdy, he specializes in speed, so he is quite sensitive to it. Just now he didn't even see that strike clearly, but he couldn't express that. Damn it. We worked hard to choreograph such elegant dance steps, and you killed Gudu. Captain Ginyu, you'll have to redesign a 4-person dance routine now. Lickum complained. Sure, but let's deal with them first. Ginyu seemed completely unconcerned about Gudu's death. Hey, Ginyu, for the sake of our past, let me remind you, don't underestimate them. Although Frieza was watching coldly, he still kindly warned. Shut up. Since we are handling these wild monkeys, don't meddle. Frieza's good intentions only fueled Ginyu's resentment. Originally, Ginyu was supposed to be the captain of the Gula Mecha Squad, but due to Frieza's emergence and his stronger abilities, Ginyu was eliminated. Even Frieza doesn't know about this. Given his domineering nature, how could he accept people eliminated by his competitor Gula? Moreover, Frieza had even seen Ginyu's original form. It seems they aren't as harmonious as they appear on the surface. That makes things easier. They likely think we are Saiyans and have misunderstood our strength, so they want to toy with us. In that case, we can divide and conquer, dealing with them one by one according to their arrangement. But we shouldn't be too optimistic. Once they realize, they will likely attack us together with their numerical advantage. Before that, we must strike unexpectedly to either kill or incapacitate them, ensuring they pose no threat to us later. Broly observed the situation on the opposite side and temporarily instructed a few people to play along, feigning weakness. Hey, that big guy, you must be the powerhouse among you, right? Come over and have a few exchanges. Your captain will be left to our Captain Ginyu. Lickum pointed at Nappa. Go, Nappa, remember what I said. Broly advised. All right. I haven't fought seriously in a long time. It's fine to kill him, right? Nappa revealed a cruel smile. Although he had experienced more friendship and kinship on Earth, killing and fighting were the essence of Saiyans. Fool, don't underestimate your opponent. A different kind of concern came from Vegeta. Nappa stepped out of the crowd, beckoning Lickum to attack him. Since you're not coming, then I will. Lickum took a few steps forward and rushed in front of Nappa, throwing a punch at Nappa's stomach, causing his abdomen to contract and his back to arch. Following that, he launched a series of combination punches to Nappa's face. Humph, just a Saiyan monkey daring to look down on me. You deserve to die. Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't spare you. Lickum felt it was about time. He charged up a backhand punch, intending to knock Nappa away and finish the battle with his mouth cannon. Now, just as Nappa, who had just been hit and was still recovering, moved, he didn't choose to block or dodge. Instead, he pressed forward towards Lickum, catching Lickum off guard. Nappa dove tilted his head and hooked his abdomen in one smooth motion. With just one punch, he left Lickum stiff, clutching his stomach as he struggled to regain his breath. Then Nappa approached Lickum, leaned his face to one side, and grabbed Lickum's hair with one hand to direct his gaze towards himself, saying, "Your hairstyle is just like my old one. Ew, I don't like it." Then with his other hand, he executed an uppercut, striking Lickum's chin and sending him flying. Finally, Nappa extended 2 fingers, striking a classic pose. Nappa's elbow slightly lifted, driving his 2 fingers upward. At that moment, the flying Lickum experienced a powerful explosion. It must be said that Lickum truly lived up to being a powerhouse. The explosion did not obliterate him, but he simply fell from the sky. Is this the end? Not. Lickum struggled to rise from the ground, but unfortunately before he could finish, he collapsed again. Nappa! Vegeta shouted. Upon hearing this, Nappa looked at Broly, understanding their intention. He directed another energy wave at the downed Lickum. Stop! Among the Ginyu Force, Bart had the closest relationship with Lickum. He was also the fastest in the team and wanted to rush forward to take the hit for Lickum. Don't meddle. As Bart moved, Vegeta also acted. Bart, eager to save his friend, had no thought that someone would strike at him. In an unexpected move, Vegeta subdued Bart. Nappa's energy wave hit the downed Lickum without any obstruction. After this explosion, Lickum no longer had any breath left. Lickum, how dare you? Bart watched helplessly as his companion died, blaming Vegeta, who had obstructed him for all of it. Goku, keep an eye on Ginyu, the one with purple skin. Be wary of his ultimate move. He can swap bodies with his opponent. You have to be careful when he injures himself, but when he swaps bodies, he needs to spread out his limbs and fire the body swap beam. Just keep an eye on that beam, and you should be fine. Moreover, he cannot move while releasing the body swap beam. Oh, okay. Over here, Vegeta wrapped his arms around Bart's neck, locking him tightly. After Bart struggled unsuccessfully multiple times, filled with immense hatred, he charged fiercely to the ground, landing Vegeta beneath him. After several impacts, blood dripped from Vegeta's mouth, but he revealed a cruel smile and whispered in Bart's ear, "I will not let go." Observing the growth of the others, Broly felt a sense of accomplishment. Although such technique-based moves would not be used much once their combat power increased, as he said, they would always come in handy unexpectedly. After all, these techniques are derived from the most scientific analysis of modern combat, and if used properly, their effects are not only significant, but also immediate. Moreover, Broly's philosophy is don't limit yourself to techniques. If it's useful, it's a good technique. Take Nappa, for example. He first feigned weakness to deceive Lickum into thinking he was easy to handle, dodged a crucial strike, countered, and finally delivered the finishing blow. Broly quite liked this move. It seems Nappa is both rough and detailed. When Bart intended to save his teammate, Vegeta was the first to notice and swiftly locked him in place with incredible speed, rendering Bart's most prized speed useless. Originally, he could have easily dealt with Bart by boiling the frog in warm water, but the death of his teammate affected his emotions, leading him to adopt a tit-for-tat approach against Vegeta. Seeing the stalemate of the situation, Vegeta couldn't think of a better solution for a moment when Broly made his move. Broly clenched his fists, crossing his wrists to form a cross shape. Vegeta noticed Broly's gesture and thought to himself, what does that hand sign mean? Got it. Suddenly, Vegeta understood the meaning within the tribe. He released his hands, pulling them away from Butter's neck, and Butter, sensing the release, swung his elbow to strike at Vegeta's chest. Unfortunately, Vegeta had anticipated this. Before releasing Butter, he had already considered how Butter would retaliate. Since Vegeta's legs were still locked around Butter's waist, Butter could only move his upper body, unable to turn his waist, making it difficult to land a punch on Vegeta. Thus, he had only two options, either to charge at Vegeta with his head or to strike back with his elbow. Vegeta leaned back to evade Butter's attack, and taking advantage of the moment when Butter relaxed his other hand during the attack, wrapped his right arm around Butter's neck, pressing the elbow side against Butter's chin to prevent his escape. He crossed his left hand over his right wrist to hold Butter's head down, ultimately locking his right hand onto Butter's left upper arm, effectively restraining Butter's left hand that had become lax due to his offensive. What are you still dawdling for? If this continues, your team will be wiped out. Frieza couldn't stand it any longer. Although he had a conflict with Ginyu, he found the latter too foolish. He had been pondering how to distribute their numbers against these Saiyans, and now not long after two of their side were already dead, with another one soon to follow, while Ginyu was still in a daze. You Saiyan monkeys dare to. Before Ginyu could finish his sentence, he charged out only to find an orange figure blocking his path. Beside him, Jis was also not idle, rushing out with the captain. However, his situation was similar to that of his captain, as a Saiyan with a crab-like head stood before him. Frieza, hurry up and help. At this moment, Ginyu could no longer care about past grievances or face. If he didn't save Butter, and if Ginyu Force brought shame to Frieza in front of Gula, even if he killed all these Saiyans, he couldn't escape death. Nez Dre, help out. Frieza merely ordered his two subordinates to assist, remaining indifferent himself. It wasn't that he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Ginyu. He realized that the strongest opponent was the one wearing the beast skirt, and he needed to keep an eye on Broly's movements. Seeing that the opponent could no longer sit still, Nappa and Raditz also prepared to join the battle. Vegeta, don't worry, we won't let these guys touch you. Nappa stepped forward again, but was stopped by Broly's hand. Although Nappa didn't appear severely injured, his previous aerial explosion had consumed a lot of energy. Nappa, take a rest. Raditz, deal with the one named Nez, the one that looks like a mantis. Leave the green giant and the blonde to me. With the support of his teammates, Vegeta felt a sense of ease he had never experienced before. He increased his grip, causing Butter's eyes to roll back and his face to flush. Unfortunately, once a naked choke was established, it was impossible to escape if the opponent's strength didn't exceed several times that of the attacker. Butter was better off than an average human. While a normal person would be knocked out, or even dead in just a few seconds, Butter managed to hold on for half a minute before collapsing from the air. Even so, Vegeta did not let go. As they both fell to the ground, he did not want to miss this opportunity to kill due to carelessness. After waiting for a full 2 minutes and confirming that Butter was dead, Vegeta finally stood up and spat on Butter's corpse. Everyone except Nappa had joined their respective battles. The worst off was Dre. Like Raikum, Nappa, and Raditz, he was also a power-type warrior, but he realized that his attacks were completely ineffective against Broly. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Broly wrapped his arms around Dre's neck and launched a series of knee strikes at him. With another heavy punch, Broly struck Dre's abdomen fiercely. The previous knee strike had already shattered his internal organs, and this punch nearly took Dre's life. He spat blood and fell forward, but Broly's fist was still supporting him. Is this the so-called first squad under the Cosmic Emperor Frieza and his brother? Saying this, Broly held Dre's face and threw him aside, casually launching a green energy blast that turned him into dust. Broly wasn't making threats or provoking anyone. He did this to intimidate the other enemies on the battlefield. Moreover, he wanted Frieza to lose his composure and rush over, preventing him from sending word to Frieza and Gula too early. If they returned quickly, they could still make a wish, thus increasing their chances against the two. The explosion caused everyone to pause their battles, and their gazes turned towards the source of the blast. Did Dre really get taken out that easily? Given the decrease in their numbers, Nez no longer wanted to fight against these Saiyans. Since the ones who had just died were all from Ginyu Force, he felt only suppressed. Upon witnessing Dre's tragic death, he realized the strength of the opponents and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Good opportunity. Die. Taking advantage of Nez's distraction, Raditz unleashed a one-handed energy blast that finally dealt with the enemy he had been struggling against. Drell also easily resolved his battle, observing the situation on the battlefield alongside his fellow comrades. Now the only one still engaged in battle was Goku. Goku was also known for his hard work and strictness with himself. Originally, he had the lowest combat power among the Saiyans, but with this group of Saiyans training together and the gravity machine on Bulma's spaceship, his level had even surpassed the 1/8 of his combat power in the original story, even without using the Kaioken. Broly arranged for Goku to fight Ginyu, who was at 1/8 of his to see if Goku would still be as naive as in the original story and get body swapped. Broly had already informed Goku of Jinyu's signature move and weaknesses. If he still got swapped, he would need to take several of Broly's character correction fists. Ginyu was also quite frustrated. As he fought Goku, he realized that his speed and strength were inferior to his opponents. He thought of a self-injury move to swap bodies with Goku, but when it came time to swap, Goku chose to evade, causing Ginyu to realize that his opponent had already seen through his tactics. He had foolishly used a self-harming strategy. No wonder when he self-injured earlier, everyone looked at him in shock. It turned out it wasn't an illusion. As Ginyu failed to swap bodies for the third time, a voice rang in his ears, Kamehameha. Taking advantage of Jinyu's weakness, after using the swap, Goku unleashed his signature move, Kamehameha. This guy's body swapping ability is disgusting, but we better not give him any chances. With that, green light began to glow in Broly's hand. The other Saiyans couldn't help but imagine the scene of being swapped with Ginyu, sending a chill down their spines, and they each unleashed their signature moves at Ginyu. Ginyu was left with nothing but dust as he departed from this world. Just as their attacks were about to reach him, he saw the entire world turn white, and thought to himself, today, though I die, I shall still hold honor. Tears streamed down his cheeks. What are these people doing? Shaviza was dumbfounded. Isn't it said that Saiyans are all fierce fighters? Why are they ganging up on him? To be honest, Shaviza was already regretting his earlier arrogance. He initially underestimated this group of Saiyans, but soon realized something was off as his companions fell one after another. He should have acted when he warned Ginyu. He had originally planned to ambush Broly when he made his move, catching him off guard to turn the tide against the Saiyans, but unexpectedly Broly was not only quick to attack, but also ruthless. In just a few exchanges, Dre was killed. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Shaviza. It felt like no matter how he moved, he was destined to die. Facing them Hedon was out of the question with so many opponents remaining. Even if it came down to just him and Broly, he didn't feel confident. A sneak attack was also unlikely during the chaos. He could have struck unexpectedly, perhaps using hostages to escape, but now everyone's attention was focused on him. He feared he might meet the same fate as Ginyu. His last option was to surrender. He hadn't attacked yet, so perhaps they would spare his life. However, he would likely be on the run for the rest of his life. Returning to Gula and Frieza would certainly mean his end. But fleeing was better than dying here. Wait! Shaviza raised his hands and shouted. I surrender. You see, I haven't attacked you at all, right? Now that the situation is settled, I won't foolishly sacrifice myself for Gula and Frieza. How about sparing my life? Oh, how do we know you won't inform your master? Dales was not convinced by his words, and as he spoke he began to gather energy in his hands. He wouldn't dare. His men and genius have all died. Neither Gula nor Frieza would spare him. Broly pointed out the reason. Yes, so please spare me. I promise I will leave this planet immediately, Shaviza said with a flattering expression. Broly remained silent, giving Shaviza a look. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Shaviza dared not delay for a moment, fearing they might change their minds. Of course, what he feared most was Gula and Frieza. Thank you for your generosity. Well then, goodbye, though I doubt we will meet again in this lifetime. As he spoke, Shaviza threw his detector to the ground, shattering it underfoot, and then took off, preparing to escape from Namek. Shaviza had not gone far when a red light, like an executioner's decree, tightly adhered to his chest and pierced through him. This guy has 1800 battle power, and he was taken down with just one hit. Who is it? Vegeta was very surprised because he was the only one present who hadn't trained in the gravity chamber, and his passive ability had been used the least, resulting in a battle power of less than 600. Even the highest among them, Goku, barely reached 200, while Nappa and Raditz averaged below 100. Dales was a bit higher, around 100, and as for Broly, the detector had always shown 0, so Vegeta had no idea about his true level. The only ones who could achieve such power are probably the Frieza brothers, Broly said, warily looking in the direction from which the beam had come. Clap, clap, clap. With a sparse applause, 2 figures descended from the sky. Lord Frieza, why? Shaviza couldn't understand. He had just removed his detector, and the Frieza brothers weren't wearing detectors either. Why did Frieza attack him? Were you trying to escape just now? Your comrades and my subordinates have already fallen, yet you want to run away alone. No, I was just trying to return to inform my master. Don't make excuses. Why are there no signs of battle on you? Frieza did not want to waste more words with Shaviza. After speaking, he shot another death beam at Shaviza, piercing through his chest again, this time ensuring he was completely lifeless. I should have been the one to make the move, Frieza. You are so uncivilized, Gula reprimanded, but he made no further actions. My dear brother, let's not dwell on these trivial matters now. I will talk to them, Frieza said, stepping forward to glance at the corpses on the battlefield. I didn't expect to see so many Saiyans here. You've done quite well, not only eliminating my Jinyu force, but also taking care of my brother's mech squad. So what do you think? Would you consider joining my army? And as for you, Vegeta, if you agree, I can pardon your previous crimes. Don't joke around, Frieza. If obeying your orders could spare our lives, then planet Vegeta wouldn't have been destroyed, Broly said, unmasking Frieza's deception. Is he Frieza? How has he grown taller? Vegeta voiced the doubts shared by himself, Nappa, and Raditz. The 3 of them had seen Frieza before, always in his first form, and Vegeta had genuinely not recognized this form. Perhaps he transformed because he wasn't on good terms with his brother. He should have 2 more transformations left. That Saiyan, what is your name, and how do you know so much? Frieza couldn't help but feel curious about Broly's identity. Broly knew that this matter would be discovered sooner or later, but he had already thought of an explanation. This was not only to answer Frieza, but also to clarify his teammates' doubts. As you can see, I am a Saiyan. As for your question, have you heard of planet Kanasha? I was hit by the illusion demonic fist of the Kanasha people, allowing me to glimpse the future occasionally, though it may not always be accurate, as the future can be altered. I see. So Broly, you are indeed very clever, unlike this group of wild monkeys who only know how to fight. You are right, Vegeta. I will definitely kill you. And as for those 2, their faces remind me of some unpleasant things. However, if you are willing, I can spare your lives along with Raditz and Nappa. What do you say? Broly looked in the direction Frieza pointed, and realized Frieza was referring to Goku, and Dales, understanding what Frieza was thinking. You must be talking about Bardock, right? When you destroyed planet Vegeta, a Saiyan broke through your encirclement, intending to perish with you. Isn't this situation quite similar to back then? Ha ha ha, indeed. That Saiyan died at my hands. If you mimic him, your ending will be the same. While I still have patience, it would be best for you to make a decision quickly. Goku clenched his fists, knowing that the Saiyan named Bardock was the person from his memories. Finally, Vegeta couldn't hold back any longer. Broly had mentioned it several times, and he could roughly guess that Frieza was responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, hearing the admission directly made Vegeta's reason give way to fury. Vegeta charged past Broly, rushing toward Frieza. You seek death. Frieza unleashed another death beam, piercing through Vegeta's chest. If you don't speak, I will take it that Vegeta is deciding for you. As he spoke, Frieza raised his hand once more, unleashing 2 more death beams. This time they struck Goku and Dales as Frieza eliminated the targets he had mentioned. Are your choices the same as his? Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their most powerful energy waves at Frieza. Die, Frieza. He foolish fools. Frieza took the full brunt of their attack without flinching, sustaining only minor injuries, and treated Nappa and Raditz in the same manner. It seems the Scions are truly going to be exterminated today. Wait, if I agree to join you, can you spare them? Broly crouched down to help Goku up, reluctantly asking. Wait, if I agree to join you, will you spare them? Broly knelt beside Goku, helping him up with reluctant hesitation. Pathetic coward. Cooler sneered from the side. Broly was baffled by the brothers' cryptic exchange, yet surely he wasn't meant to be lumped in with them. Had he too become a pawn in their game? In truth, Cooler and Frieza were merely ordinary siblings, albeit bitterly estranged, locked in a ruthless contest for the throne, as all such dynastic struggles go. Thus they contested every matter, large or small. Yet when Sammy had humiliated Cooler earlier, Frieza's arrogance had stung deeply. Cooler now secretly hoped Broly and his allies would expose Frieza's weakness, granting him both pretext and prideful justification to intervene and publicly shame his younger brother. Hey, Broly, Kakarot, a low-class warrior, has already arrived, and yet you still haven't struck. Surrender? Where is your Saiyan honor? Vegeta demanded hoarsely, clutching his wound as he spoke in broken, labored breaths. The others remained silent, but their eyes fixed intently on Broly betrayed their shared anticipation. Broly moved unhurriedly among them, pausing beside each one to place something into their mouths. As he withdrew the items from his palm, a faint, knowing smile flickered across his lips, and even Vegeta instantly grasped his intent. What Broly held were Earth's sacred artifacts, Senzu beans. Long before landing aboard the spaceship, Broly had deliberately rationed several Senzu beans per fighter, precisely for such an unforeseen crisis. His earlier words had been nothing more than a calculated ruse to buy time. Regrettably, I cannot comply, Frieza began, but the moment fractured before he could finish. Now, Broly led the assault, firing a death beam identical to Frieza's own. Just as they had coordinated against Geese, the entire group launched a synchronized, devastating ambush. Ha ha ha, excellent tactics. I admire your cunning. Cooler applauded from the periphery. As the dust settled, Frieza stood disheveled and battered, utterly unprepared for Scions who fought not just with brute strength, but with strategy and guile. This outcome fell squarely within Broly's expectations. If Frieza were so easily defeated, he would scarcely deserve the title of Cosmic Emperor. Damn Saiyan monkey, how dare you treat me like this? Frieza clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. Frieza, cease your folly. Their battle power surged many-fold during that last assault. Eliminate them at once. Cooler adjusted his scouter voice sharp with dawning alarm. So, you've already noticed. We are the mightiest Scions alive, the very Super Saiyans you so dread. Having recovered from near-fatal wounds, Vegeta's power had surged exponentially, far surpassing his canonical limits, fueling a surging, almost reckless confidence that slipped the forbidden term past his lips. A laughable jest. Though Frieza loathed the term Super Saiyan in times past, he would have instantly incinerated any who dared utter it. Yet now he could not deny Cooler's warning. Something truly unnatural was unfolding. First, Broly had administered some unknown substance. Then every Saiyan who'd fallen rose whole again. Stronger, fiercer, their battle power vastly amplified. I must neutralize that healer first. Yet in his current form, he lacked the power to contend with so many Scions at once. Frieza gathered his ki inward and triggered his second transformation. His body warped violently, twin shoulder plates erupted, his horns vanished, replaced by grotesquely twisted antlers, his skull elongated unnaturally. So alien, Broly thought only of the word xenomorph. His power now exceeds 2 million. I have no further stratagem. We must fight with everything we possess. Broly had privately hoped Goku would confront Frieza while he engaged Cooler, to test his own limits. But reality was stark. Even united, they might not withstand Frieza's third form. No, we retain one final recourse. Dodoria declared, gathering a brilliant white aura in his palms. The Great Saiyan form. The Great Saiyan form. Broly longed to object. In battles of this magnitude, losing control was fatal. And as Vegeta had demonstrated on Earth, a base power of roughly 30,000 multiplied only tenfold in Great Saiyan form, yielding perhaps 15 to 20 million in practice. Hardly decisive. Moreover, Raditz and Dodoria, upon transformation, retained no trace of rationality. Yet no alternative remained. Then let them witness the fury of the Scions. With Broly's ascent, Dodoria hurled the radiant sphere skyward. It vanished, then reappeared, swelling larger, brighter as it merged with the atmosphere. A chorus of bestial roars erupted as the Scions swelled, muscles bulging, fur erupting, bodies surging upward, until towering giants dozens of meters tall stood roaring amidst the shattered earth. Feeling their savage, overwhelming aura, Frieza experienced true panic, for though he knew Scions could transform, their low baseline power rendered such changes negligible. But these warriors, each boasting hundreds of thousands in battle power, now rivaled his second and third forms. That was unthinkable. The transformation granted not only immense power, but primal ferocity and untamed instinct. Yet Broly recalled from prior combat, even without full consciousness, Great Saiyaman never turned on one another. Thus he signaled Goku to withdraw, ensuring all rage focused solely on Frieza and Cooler. Such unrestrained savagery proved contagious. Even Cooler, mere observer moments before, was dragged unwillingly into the maelstrom. Chaos reigned. Frieza, once master of the battlefield, now found himself battered and overwhelmed. He strained to ascend to his final form, but with so many assailants, no opening presented itself. Desperation forced him to beg his elder brother, Cooler, hold them off, I must transform. At that moment Frieza cursed his own arrogance, believing his first form sufficient for any foe. Now facing opponents who denied him even the breath to change, he envied Cooler, who maintained his fourth form perpetually, never vulnerable, never exposed. A subtle sardonic smile curved Cooler's lips. At last his inept younger brother had bowed. Truth be told, he wouldn't lift a finger if Frieza perished here. He'd inherit the throne, an empire unchallenged. Yet Shisami's fate lingered in memory. Delay meant peril. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Therefore this confrontation must occur in his absence. Wukong, you've grown. Once again the weight of destiny falls upon your shoulders. Broly, enough of that. He'll deal with them swiftly and bring you all back to Earth. Kakarot, when did his ki surge so far beyond ours? Vegeta finally realized that earlier had assumed Wukong, tailless, would play little role in this battle. Yet he proved to be the ultimate trump card. Damn it. So at last we're reduced to being saved by a low-class warrior. Vegeta still clinging to your elite warrior and low-class warrior distinctions. It's precisely because of such arrogance that I despise you so-called elite warriors, Darls retorted. Vegeta fell silent. As Broly opened his mouth to speak, Darls continued without pause. Have you forgotten Bardock? The name Broly himself uttered. Does lineage or battle power truly matter? It is precisely this obsession that has repeatedly allowed low-class warriors to surpass you. For you possess nothing worth protecting. What you cling to only becomes dead weight, slowing your every step. Broly had never imagined that Darls, previously memorable only for his resemblance to Bardock and his consumption of the spirit tree fruit, could harbor such profound insight. Perhaps it was precisely his status as a low-class warrior and the injustice he endured that had forged his original descent into darkness. Yet meeting Broly had reshaped him into a second son Goku, no, something even more grounded, more attuned to the true essence of power. Watching Wukong battle Frieza, Broly harbored a persistent question. Though his strength had steadily risen, something vital remained missing. Logically, how could Broly, the Broly of canon, be defeated by a mere third-form Frieza? His original self had crushed two Ultra Blue warriors under relentless pressure. Even without transformation, he'd brutally overwhelmed Vegeta's later stage, Super Saiyan 1. Surely he should outmatch this Frieza by a wide margin. Was it because he wasn't the true Broly? No, this body was Broly's. He was Broly. He knew the narrative's trajectory and understood cultivation and ascension even more deeply than Broly ever had. Then was it his base form power that fell short? No, that couldn't be right. Though Broly's scouter failed to register his power accurately, the discrepancy couldn't be vast. Could a monster from planet Vampa possibly rival Broly's and Master Roshi's mastery of martial arts? Or the divine guidance of Kami and Mr. Popo? Broly couldn't fathom the answer, but he sensed clearly that this missing element prevented his strength from evolving into the true stronger through battle phenomenon seen in canon. He'd experienced surges before, but those stemmed solely from his body's innate advantages, his tactical acumen, his ability to dissect an opponent's fighting style mid-combat, and his intuitive grasp of their key fluctuations, merely one manifestation of adaptive growth. Yet he knew with certainty that the original Broly's evolution was not born of such calculation. Especially after transforming into the Great Saiyaman, the absence became even more palpable. What force could possibly influence both his base state and his Great Saiyaman form? Enough. When the boat reaches the bridge, the path reveals itself. Overthinking serves no purpose. Survival comes first. At first, Wukong held his own against Frieza. Evolving into the tactician, Broly had foreseen Phantom Fist, Solar Flare, and other unpredictable techniques. Yet the gulf between them remained immense. Frieza dominated utterly. How about this? I'll fight you with my hands bound. Seeing Wukong rely on tactics rather than overwhelming might, Frieza resumed his arrogant posturing. Such generosity. I won't refuse. Every advantage must be seized while it lasts. Don't grow too confident. I've yet to unleash my full arsenal. Though wounded, Wukong stood resolute before Frieza, a foe whose power dwarfed his own many times over. 20-fold Kaioken. Seizing Frieza's moment of arrogance, Wukong activated the technique, his body blazing crimson with surging ki speed and strength doubling instantly. Before Frieza could comprehend what had happened, Wukong's ki brushed past him, fleeting yet unmistakable. By the time he reacted, he was already reeling from a brutal barrage. Broly knew it was futile. This assault would only enrage Frieza, nothing more. Everyone, give me your remaining energy. Even death holds no fear. He knew Wukong possessed the spirit bomb, a weapon of cataclysmic power, yet its prolonged charging rendered it impractical. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could fell Frieza. Yet even he doubted it. Though Namek dwarfed Earth, its harsh climate had nearly eradicated the Namekians, prompting Elder Guru's exile to Earth. Even if the spirit bomb were gathered, Frieza had survived it once before. Only one path remained: Wukong's ascension to Super Saiyan. But Krillin remained with the Elder Guru, and even if present, Broly had no right to sacrifice Krillin's life to ignite Wukong's latent potential. The optimal course now was to force Frieza into self-destruction. If Broly's death triggered Wukong's transformation, then a single golden Frieza might yet fall to a newly awakened Goku. They say Krillin's sacrifice seals the victory, but who'd have thought a transmigrator would be the one to fall? Truly astonishing. Sensing Broly's resolve, the others offered no hesitation, channeling their final ki into him. While Wukong still held the upper hand, Broly launched himself forward, closing the distance in an instant, and locked Frieza in a crushing embrace. His frame dwarfed Vegeta's once ensnared escape became near impossible. Broly, what are you doing? I can handle him. Wukong instantly grasped Broly's intent from his stance. Silence, retreat now. Use the spirit bomb while you still can. Broly spoke no more. Time was treachery. He focused inward, gathering his energy with desperate urgency. Trapped Frieza felt a flicker of dread. Was Broly truly prepared to die with him? He writhed violently, attempting to coil his tail around Broly's throat. Frieza, have you forgotten I possess a tail too? Indeed. Scions bore tails. Broly's tail seized Frieza's, locking it in place. Just as Frieza braced for a humiliating end, the very thing Broly feared most came to pass. At that very moment, several violet beams shot forth from behind Broly, striking him squarely in the back. An excruciating pain surged through him, a grim reminder that his life was slipping inexorably toward its end. Broly turned his gaze backward, seething with hatred toward the source of the beams, Frieza. So the tyrant has finally stepped in. Seeing that Broly still refused to release his grip despite his grievous state, Frieza unleashed several more death beams without hesitation. Already at the breaking point, Broly's body betrayed him under the barrage. His muscles slackened involuntarily, he collapsed onto the ground, and his eyelids grew impossibly heavy, threatening to seal shut forever. Hey, do you honestly believe I'd let you kill him right before my eyes? With Broly's grip finally broken, Frieza resumed his characteristic pose, arms crossed, posture aloof, as he coolly surveyed the battlefield. Frieza, you wounded me. Was that intentional? Impossible. Had I not escalated my assault, that Saiyan would have dragged you straight into the abyss with him. Learn gratitude, dear brother. Finally freed, Frieza stretched his limbs, then brought his boot down hard upon Broly's chest. A gesture laced with contempt, as if blaming Broly for humiliating him before Frieza's own sibling. You Scions, Bardock, Vegeta, you, and even Bardock's son, each one stubbornly defies me, headstrong as mules. Yet what purpose does such defiance serve in the end? It serves a profound purpose, one you will never comprehend. Wherever oppression reigns, resistance inevitably rises. Though we may fall here today, though I may perish now, countless others will rise in my stead. This is the unbreakable will of the Scions. Broly uttered these words with a bloodied, hollow laugh. Seeing Broly still grin through agony, Frieza's fury reached its zenith. Yet he knew this warrior would never yield, not to brute force, nor to physical torment. So Frieza maintained his veneer of aristocratic composure, seeking instead to extract secrets in Broly's final moments, still spouting such foolishness. Are there other Scions still alive? Not a single one on this planet shall escape my wrath. Spare your breath, Frieza. I told you I will reveal nothing. I recall now. En route I encountered a small boy, not a Namekian yet tailless. By your reaction, he must be the offspring of one of you, correct? Pity, he proved just as obstinate as the elder. So I dispatched him along with another bald child, and the two fused Namekians and that ancient sage. Not a soul remained. What? Broly recoiled in disbelief. Gohan and the others were already slain. He had deliberately drawn them away. Had the Dragon Ball summoning's celestial anomaly betrayed their whereabouts? Observing Broly's shock, Frieza confirmed his guess. With no hidden reserves left, he could now execute Broly without reservation. Yet first he would fan the flames. Vengeance for every wound, every humiliation these Scions had inflicted upon him. It's true, you know. Don't you doubt it. You once wondered why I ascended to my second form. Because those fused Namekians surpassed 1 million in battle power. My first form was simply inadequate to face them. No. His words were real. If so, all was lost. Gohan and Krillin dead, Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls irretrievable. He should never have allowed Gohan to come to Namek. This time he had truly miscalculated beyond redemption. Bulma was here too. Once he fell, Frieza would surely obliterate this world. Why? Why had everything unraveled like this? Why couldn't he match his original self-strength? Why had Cooler appeared here? Why did fate itself seem aligned against him? I hate this. A torrent of raw, unbridled power erupted from Broly's core. Had Vegeta or the others retained consciousness, they would have instantly recognized it. The aura radiating from Broly was no longer suppressed or contained. Broly's hair rose strand by strand, the cord binding it into a tight braid snapped under sheer pressure. His wild locks whipped violently in the storm of his own raging ki. His silhouette eerily reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, yet cloaked entirely in jet black. His pupils blazed gold once more. Veins bulged across his temples and jawline, his musculature swelled. Denser, harder, more primal. His once emerald aura now shimmered translucent, swirling like liquid light around his form. Nearby, a dramatic transformation unfolded, not only surging with overwhelming energy, but drawing lightning itself from the heavens, converging toward that very spot. Broly's blood roared in his ears, reason receded. He was not mindless, but his thoughts narrowed to a singular burning imperative: slay Frieza. Slay Cooler. In truth, he had lost himself completely, consumed, blinded by rage. His volatile aura hurled Frieza backward, wrenching him off Broly's chest. Broly rose slowly from the earth, hovering inches above the ground, then extended a single finger toward Frieza and declared, "You shall be the first sacrifice in this blood rite." In the next instant, Broly materialized before Frieza. His fist shattered the tyrant's facial structure in one brutal strike. Then came the M-shaped onslaught, relentless frenzy devoid of technique or target. Pure, unfiltered catharsis of fury. The sheer ferocity of those blows ignited within Frieza a primal emotion long dormant, fear, paralyzing his will to resist. Still unsatisfied, Broly seized Frieza's tail and slammed him repeatedly against the earth, heedless of form or consequence. Then that immense energy signature arrived beside Broly. Goku stood there clad in his familiar orange gi, but his hair had lightened to pale gold, and his gaze held a new, unyielding intensity. "Leave him to me. I'll avenge Gohan and Krillin." Broly shot Goku a glare thick with resentment, then hurled Frieza toward him with savage contempt. "Then allow me, Lord Cooler, to stand as your worthy adversary." Cooler taunted, beckoning lazily with a curled finger. Anger made Broly dangerously predictable, and he took the bait. In a flash, he closed the distance and drove Cooler headlong into the ground with a crushing kick. Broly's fury continued to escalate. The translucent aura deepened gradually into vivid grass green, intensifying with every heartbeat. His attacks grew correspondingly more savage. He pressed his palm against Cooler's face and dragged him across the earth, then launched skyward, only to plummet downward in a devastating dive. He channeled gravity and his own titanic might into the strike, aimed precisely at Cooler still struggling to rise. Lying helpless, Cooler finally grasped the despair Frieza had felt moments earlier against such an opponent. Resistance was not merely futile, it was unthinkable. Sensing the blow, Cooler abandoned all pretense of dignity, rolling desperately aside in a clumsy, undignified somersault to evade the impact. Broly's strike gouged a colossal crater into the earth. Unprepared for Cooler's evasion, Broly plunged headlong into the abyss he himself had created. Staring at the yawning pit, Cooler shuddered inwardly. Had he absorbed that blow, death would have been certain. Cursed Saiyan. It seems I truly must unleash my full power, or perish here. While Broly remained buried, Cooler activated his final transformation. This metamorphosis was subtle, merely a helmet-like cranial armor, but his power surged past Frieza's by nearly half. No sooner had Cooler completed his transformation than a brilliant emerald light erupted from the crater, blazing skyward like a vengeful comet. Broly reappeared before Cooler in an instant. As Cooler hesitated, wondering why Broly approached unarmed, his eyes locked onto the seething green energy sphere forming over Broly's chest. At such proximity, detonation meant annihilation. Before Cooler's mind could process the threat, the sphere launched, propelling him backward before detonating with cataclysmic force. Although he understood Wukong's intention, he had already been captured, and if he did not block it, the force of the explosion would likely swallow him as well. "Gula, if you want to live, come help me now." Frieza suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. What would happen if he did not take it on? This planet will explode, and while he can survive in the universe, can you Saiyan monkeys? Goodbye, brother. Thank you for your help. I will avenge you. Saying this, Frieza unleashed all the energy within him, breaking free from Wukong's restraint. Just as Frieza prepared to escape with all his might, he discovered countless green stars around him. No, these are Broly's energy blasts. When Frieza noticed these stars sprang to life, and surged towards him. After the explosion, Frieza was blasted into several pieces, but the resilient life force of the Ice Clan did not allow him to die immediately. Instead, he provocatively taunted Wukong. Do you think you can survive like this? Broly's energy has already affected the core of this planet. Once the core becomes active, it will trigger tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and an increase in carbon dioxide. Ultimately, when the core can no longer bear the pressure, the planet will explode from within. You all have to accompany me to the grave. After hearing Frieza's words, Wukong also became anxious, turning to Broly to discuss how to escape Namek. As Wukong looked at Broly, Broly also looked back at him. In the next moment, Broly had charged in front of Wukong and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Wukong had already used up most of his energy during the battle with Frieza, and Broly's punch directly knocked him back to his normal state. Broly, are you crazy? Broly seemed not to hear, raising his hand and gripping Wukong's neck. As Broly increased his grip, Wukong realized that Broly was not joking with him. He had entered a frenzied state and truly wanted to kill him. Since this was the case, Wukong no longer held back and transformed into a Super Saiyan, gripping Broly's arm. With Wukong's size, grasping Broly looked somewhat comical, but Wukong could not care less, determined to try to awaken Broly from his berserk state. Wake up, Broly. If this continues, we will all die here. Broly still showed no reaction. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan have all died here, and what about Vegeta and the others? Do you want to die here too? Do you want the Saiyans to be exterminated here? Think about Bulma. If we don't find her now, she will also die here. Wukong's words finally brought a glimmer of clarity to Broly's eyes. The dark hue in his gaze was instantly replaced by a golden hue, and Broly regained his sanity. Looking at everything around him, Broly realized he had lost control. Recalling what had just happened, Broly made a decision. Let's run, Wukong. Frieza's spaceship should not be far from here. What about you? I will go back to find Bulma. If I can't find her, then I won't return. But the Dragon Balls. I know, actually, death is not such a big deal. The important thing is that you can return. There is another type of Super Dragon Ball in this world, and we will have the chance to meet again. Broly interrupted Wukong. This is all my doing, so I should bear the consequences. I need to find Bulma quickly. She must be very scared alone right now. Let's go. With that, Broly did not give Wukong a chance to refuse and turned to leave towards their spaceship. Wukong boarded Frieza's spaceship, pressing buttons randomly, and escaped just before the planet exploded. Broly returned to Bulma's hiding place only to find it had long been submerged by the sea. In despair, Broly closed his eyes, waiting for destruction to come. But the destruction he imagined did not come. A familiar voice rang in his ears, Broly. Broly opened his eyes to find himself in a temple with a beautiful figure standing before him. It was none other than Bulma, whom he had been yearning for, surrounded by Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and even Vegeta. Piccolo explained the situation to Broly. It turned out that previously Broly had led people away from Jinyu, and in a moment of desperation, Krillin had wished for Piccolo's second life. Before the remaining wishes could be completed, Frieza and his brother arrived at the Grand Elder's location. The group refused to yield, and even the fusion of Piccolo and Nail was no match for Frieza. Frieza killed the Grand Elder, and the dragon disappeared. After Frieza left, Piccolo contacted the Kaioshin and used the Dragon Balls of Earth to wish back all the good people that Frieza had killed on Namek. After the Grand Elder was revived, the dragon reappeared. The Kaioshin informed Piccolo of the current situation, and Piccolo immediately decided to send all living beings except Frieza and his brother to this place, but unfortunately the third wish could not be used. Looking beside him and not seeing Wukong, Broly understood that although the story's direction would change, it would still unfold in another form. Where is Wukong? Piccolo shook his head, replying that he did not know, but they could still wish for Wukong to be revived later. No need, he will return. The wish for next year will be to help the Namekians return home. Broly replied. How do you know? Krillin asked anxiously. Before he came to Earth, he was struck by the illusion demon fist of the Kanasha people, allowing him to see glimpses of the future from time to time. Vegeta provided the answer for Broly. Then I would like to thank you on behalf of the Namekians. With that, Piccolo and the Kaioshin slightly bowed to Broly. Broly waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite. The Dragon Balls were created by your Namekians, and it was my actions that caused Namek to become like this. I am the one who should apologize. No, if it weren't for you Saiyans, we Namekians would not have been able to deal with Frieza and his brother. The Kaioshin was more reasonable, acknowledging that even though Saiyans had committed many wrongs in the past, they had indeed helped Namek resolve the threat of Frieza. I have an idea, Kaioshin. I want to wish for the revival of the Saiyans after sending your people home. But you can rest assured I will lead the Saiyans on a different path. Broly looked into the distance. When that time comes, I will use the power of the Saiyans to protect Earth and Namek. Broly, you were already planning to revive the Saiyans, weren't you? Vegeta asked Broly. The Saiyans present were all excited. This was what they had hoped for, a future led by Broly. At the same time, after the Scions were revived, they could reunite with their family friends and those they had previously neglected. But let's talk about the future later. Thus, the Earth continued in peace for 2 years, reaching the year 764. Since the Z warriors did not perish in their battle against Raditz, they had saved several wishes. During this time, Broly wished to resurrect all the Scions and created a new planet Vegeta. The Scions were quite astonished, not understanding why they had come back to life, having clearly perished alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta. Just as the crowd was filled with confusion, Broly arrived at the new planet Vegeta with several surviving Scions. Everyone, I know you are puzzled. You indeed perished along with planet Vegeta. However, Broly led us to defeat the Frieza brothers and wished for your resurrection along with the planet. We have come to speak with you today. As he spoke, Dale stepped aside to let Broly stand before the group. I understand that you have grievances regarding the former king of Vegeta and Frieza, and I know you resent the rules they imposed. Therefore, I have devised a new way for the Scions to survive. Did he really defeat Frieza? Is that true? I remember there was indeed a young boy with a battle power higher than Prince Vegeta's. His name was Broly, if I recall correctly. I believe he is the son of Paragus, isn't he? After Broly's remarks, the Scions below began to murmur among themselves. How dare you? We Scions have always valued strength. How can it be that you dictate to us? At this moment, a familiar figure stepped forward amidst several guards, the former king of planet Vegeta. Vegeta 3, do you remember when we met before? Since you said so, I can give you a chance to challenge me. Broly knew that soft tactics would not suffice against this group of Scions. As he spoke, he released his aura, the powerful energy suffocating the crowd. His battle power detector has gone off the charts. It seems what he said about defeating Frieza is true. Silence. How could I allow him to lead the Scions? If you wish to replace me in governing the Scions, then defeat me first. King Vegeta surprisingly showed a moment of defiance. Old man, don't embarrass yourself. You are no match for him. The speaker was Vegeta. Seeing his son defend an outsider, King Vegeta was puzzled. Vegeta, I am doing this for you. How can you so easily give up our throne? I am no longer interested in such trivial matters. Vegeta crossed his arms and turned his face aside. Indeed, Vegeta remembered the battle on Namek and recalled Broly's mention of the Super Saiyan. He now only wished to transform, quickly surpassing Goku and Broly, and had little interest in the throne. Old man, he not only defeated Frieza. Do you know what a Super Saiyan is? He has already led a lower-class warrior to transform into a Super Saiyan. Don't you understand? A lower-class warrior transforming into a Super Saiyan. What does that even mean? There are only about 1,000 Scions in total, with few responsible for battle, and 80 of those fighters are lower-class warriors. Only a handful of guards are upper-class warriors, and among the so-called elite warriors there are only Vegeta and King Vegeta. This means anyone can become the legendary Super Saiyan. As soon as Vegeta's words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar with the crowd discussing the truth of this statement. Is this true? King Vegeta still did not believe it. The legend of the Super Saiyan is not only real, but the one who transformed is neither himself nor his son, but rather a lower-class warrior. This was unacceptable to King Vegeta, who believed in bloodlines. If it were false, how could he have defeated Frieza? I need not elaborate on Frieza's strength, do I? Indeed, so many Scions perished at Frieza's hands without even enduring a single blow. Could anyone still question Frieza's power? Seeing that the crowd's doubts were diminishing, Broly was quite satisfied and continued, when I say I will manage the Scions, it is not out of a desire for power. Because of these unfair and unreasonable rules, my friends and I have suffered greatly, and I believe the majority of Scions have too. Those who disliked fighting were forced into the research and logistics departments, while those who yearned for battle could not enjoy the resources they deserved due to their battle power and rankings. With that said, Broly paused, wanting to gauge the crowd's reaction. That's right. This is unfair. Why should only upper-class warriors enjoy these resources? Haven't I been fighting on other planets with my life on the line? Yes, we don't like fighting, and assigning us to the research and logistics departments is still for the sake of battle, isn't it? Why can't we do what we want to do? Hearing that everyone's emotions were stirred and resonating, Broly continued. It seems most of my fellow compatriots have had similar experiences. It is precisely because the previous rules were unjust that I aim to overturn them. First, let's address the work issue that everyone is concerned about. You can do what you wish, and you don't have to be confined to the combat department. Secondly, regarding resources, they will no longer be determined by rank, but rather by your contributions to everyone. Even if your battle power is low as a medical personnel, if you save many injured, that is a contribution. If you are in logistics, providing food and supplies for everyone is also a contribution. It will no longer depend on whether you are an upper-class warrior. As soon as Broly's new rules were announced, countless previously lower-tier warriors cheered. They had long been dissatisfied with the Saiyan rules, but no one dared to speak out, due to King Vegeta's iron-fisted methods. Lastly, and most importantly, I will abolish the Scion's duty to conquer planets. Upon hearing this, even the Scions who had previously supported Broly began to question, if we do not conquer planets, how will we survive? The operation of the entire planet will come to a halt. Everyone, please do not rush. I know those who have fought for years may find it hard to adjust, but have you ever considered why our Scion race, with battle power exceeding that of most races, has ended up in such a plight? We have fought abroad for many years, yet gained a notorious reputation. Our killings and conquests are the cause, and there are always consequences we must bear. One day, if we provoke a race stronger than us, there will be another Frieza to destroy us. Therefore, I have decided to change the duty of conquering planets to that of guarding and hiring. In this way, we can still be warriors between survival and battle, but we will also have the legitimacy to survive and thus obtain more and better resources. I plan to ally with Earth and Namek. We will provide military strength to protect them, and in return they will provide us with resources and technology. Finally, regarding the throne you speak of, I do not care much about it. Initially, I will manage on behalf of the throne, but during this time, everyone can elect a successor with strategy and courage. Yes, the throne will no longer be hereditary. No, it will no longer be a throne, but rather a position selected collectively by us to better serve the Scion race. As Broly finished his final words, the discussions below became even more lively, surpassing the earlier conversations about defeating Frieza. In this moment, the Scions understood that a new era was dawning on planet Vegeta. The events on planet Vegeta came to an end, and Broly returned to Earth. However, several Scions who once fought alongside Broly chose to remain on planet Vegeta due to new regulations. Nappa and Dales expressed their preference for battle, while Raditz chose to spend more time with his parents, stating that he would take them to see Goku when he returns to Earth. Only Vegeta chose to return with Broly, knowing that it was in this place that he could grow stronger and have the chance to surpass Goku and Broly. I know your return is due to your obsession with your own strength, but aren't you going to catch up with your old father on planet Vegeta? Broly wasn't worried about whether Vegeta could surpass him. While he had a desire to win, even if Vegeta did surpass him, what would it matter? It would just be a game of chase as long as their goals were the same. It was merely a bit of fun in an ordinary life. Broly was more concerned about this guy getting involved with Bulma. Although he was willing to trust Bulma, what if something happened? It's better to be cautious. The old man should just enjoy his retirement there. His temperament is destined not to amount to much. Broly was somewhat impressed by Vegeta's words. In his heart, he knew that while Vegeta was a bit headstrong, he did possess the means, courage, and ambition. Otherwise, he couldn't have endured so many years under the tyranny of Frieza and cold. His eventual death stemmed from rebelling against Frieza, demonstrating that the greatest flaw of such a person, despite their strength, was a lack of great wisdom. The scene shifted to Earth, where Broly was still sharing intimate moments with Bulma when the sound of the detector reached his ears. Broly, you were right. Frieza is leading his fleet towards Earth. The speaker was Dales. Broly knew that Frieza was surely coming to Earth for revenge, so he instructed the Scions under him to keep watch, ensuring that if anyone came to report, it would suffice, and to avoid direct confrontation, they would handle the main issue. Understood. Well, follow the plan. Once Frieza and his son arrive on Earth, you just need to deal with their surrounding fleet. Be patient and avoid unnecessary casualties. After giving Dales the plan, Broly went to the specially constructed equipment room, changed into a black combat suit, and prepared for the upcoming battle. Broly, you can feel it too, right? That familiar energy. Vegeta barged in through the door. Broly pushed Vegeta back outside, saying, I've known for a long time. I've had Dales keep an eye on the area around Earth. You don't need to be so panicked. Why are you always in such a hurry? If I were still in Bulma's room, would you barge in like this? Vegeta certainly understood what Broly meant and flushed, saying, That's obvious. I'm Vegeta, a royal by birth. How could I be so rude? I really don't understand what kind of spell that woman Bulma has cast on you. Now I can hardly see you in the training room, as you two are always stuck together. Do you even look like a Scion anymore? Broly thought to himself, because you're staying here, I'm with her to reduce the chances of you two meeting. Broly changed the subject, saying, You don't need to worry so much. Today's events will be handled, and today the Super Saiyan you've been thinking about will return too. Kakarot, that guy, dares to abandon us to train on his own. He dared. Not to mention that he isn't even as strong as you. Isn't he also afraid of Shishi, who abandoned him? Broly silently mocked in his heart. Let's go. Why are you not in a hurry now? Saying this, Broly led Vegeta toward the landing point of Frieza and his son, awaiting their arrival. When Broly and Vegeta arrived, they found the Z fighters had been waiting for a long time. Broly went over to catch up with them. As they chatted, a single-person aircraft descended from the sky, and Bulma, with her long hair flowing, pointed at Broly and scolded, Why are you not at home this early in the morning? What are you doing here? Bulma showed no mercy in front of everyone. Vegeta looked at Bulma's expression, turned his head away, and muttered, What a disgrace. After so many years together, Broly had long figured out Bulma's temper and softly said, Frieza has returned. I didn't tell you because it was to ensure your safety. Then you should have told me. If you die here alone, what will I do? As she spoke, Bulma hugged Broly's arm and leaned her head on it. TSK, TSK, TSK. At that moment, the sound of clicking tongues filled the air, expressing everyone's dissatisfaction with the two. Bulma, you're not even being discreet now. Can't you two just talk about this at home? Krillin couldn't bear to watch any longer. Having just experienced the heartbreak of his first love, he was not prepared to see this. What do you care? We'll die together if we have to. As everyone was chatting, that familiar round spaceship also landed, and the powerful aura of Frieza and his son made everyone lose interest in discussing anything else. Yamcha asked, did you actually fight against such a powerful enemy back then? Let's go take a look, Broly replied. But does it even matter whether our strength is enough to face them? Yamcha surprisingly hesitated. Tien Shinhan felt the overwhelming aura of the enemy and was also shaken, and there are two such powerful auras, one even stronger. Would it be better to not go? If he has a mind to do so, we can't escape no matter where we are. Piccolo, being the wise one, saw through the situation even without having fused with Kami yet. Having fought Frieza before, the one most afraid of dying, Krillin, surprisingly felt nothing. Because of Piccolo's words, Vegeta couldn't help but glance at him, thinking this Namekian still has some backbone. Meanwhile, Frieza, emerging from the spaceship, was filled with memories of that fierce Saiyan and the scene of the golden-haired Saiyan pushing him into despair. His fear of Broly and resentment toward Goku caused Frieza to start hallucinating, and he tightly clenched his fists, only finding relief after the pain from the blood flowing from his hands. The humiliation brought by those two Saiyans, I will repay you with my own hands. You go and kill everyone on this planet. Frieza issued the command to his subordinates. Frieza, are those two wild monkeys really as strong as you say? Why are you so angry? The tall figure beside Frieza spoke. It was none other than Frieza's father, Cold. Yes, father. The power of that black-haired Saiyan is unfathomable, and the other golden-haired Saiyan has already surpassed my full strength. And this isn't anger, it's excitement. I can't wait to see the expression on Goku's face when he returns and sees the Earthlings being slaughtered. What about the other one? Is he not on Earth either? Frieza fell silent for a moment, then replied, that guy can hide his aura. Before battle, the detector showed his energy as 0, so I'm not sure if he's on Earth. However, we have detected that Goku is about to return to Earth in about an hour. The mysterious boy extended his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy blast, though one shot was aimed at Broly and his companions. Broly caught it with his hand and felt it, just as he suspected it was energy. He never expected Frieza to possess such a thing. Although it appeared to be low-tech, storing energy without human control could be problematic. Normal energy could be manipulated by its master, remaining in place or triggering simple timed explosions, but once energy left the body for too long, it would dissipate, merging with the natural energy of the environment. It seemed that the seemingly inconspicuous item in Frieza's hand had quite a bit of depth upon closer examination. After understanding this, Broly chose not to hide any longer and hurled the energy blast back towards Frieza. The mysterious boy's pupils suddenly dilated as he sensed the whoosh of the energy blast passing by his ear, inwardly exclaiming, so fast. This was equally true for Frieza. He was taken aback. Fortunately, the energy blast was not aimed at him. Otherwise, even if the damage was minimal, he would still be embarrassed. It's you. Dad, he's the one who killed Gula and beat me up like this. Oh, looks like the main character has arrived. Let me meet him. Curdle tossed aside his cloak and observed Broly's movements. No, you've misunderstood. This time your opponent is him. Broly pointed at the boy in front of him and continued, I just came to say hello because I'm quite curious. Frieza, you've escaped death, but your brother Gula hasn't survived in this form. Did I take him out back then, or were you afraid he would take your spot and killed him? Upon hearing Broly's words, Curdle glanced at Frieza with a strange look. No, Dad. You initially planned to pass the throne to me. How could I do such a thing? Besides Gula, I see now it's all this wild monkey's scheme to sow discord between us. That's all irrelevant now. Curdle interrupted Frieza. I've heard good things about you from Frieza. How about it? Are you interested in being my son? What? Broly was bewildered, thinking, what are you also named Edward? Almost cursing in response to Curdle's words, he retorted, get lost. But ultimately he maintained his composure and replied, how about this? If you two can't handle that boy, you both should call each other brothers, and I'll consider you my son. Curdle's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to be so ungrateful and have such a foul mouth. Go on, Frieza, take care of that kid. If you can't handle him, I'll step in to help you. Hearing Curdle backing him up, Frieza's expression improved a bit. He still wasn't confident against Broly, but if Curdle also intervened, it would be a different story. Thank you for your trust. Oh, I will take care of them. The boy did not look back, only coldly throwing out this statement. After the boy finished speaking, he began to roar in anger, gathering the energy around him, causing the debris and dust on the ground to float upward in reverse gravity. This energy, why does it feel somewhat familiar? Vegeta's face showed confusion, and the boy's upright hair only confirmed his suspicions. How is this possible? Besides Kakarot, there's someone else who can transform into that state, and he doesn't even have a tail. Vegeta couldn't believe this fact. Over the past 2 years apart from the invisible Goku, he had worked the hardest among the Saiyans. How could there be anyone else who transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan before him? Hey, Broly, what's going on? Is this guy a Saiyan? And he doesn't have a tail, nor is he wearing battle armor. The insignia on him belongs to that woman Bulma. Could he be your illegitimate son? At this moment, Vegeta started spouting nonsense about Super Saiyans, completely oblivious that his words had ignited a heated discussion among everyone. Illegitimate son? Broly, what's going on? I don't recall having such an illegitimate child with you. Bulma immediately flared up. She couldn't accept that the Broly who had been with her since the search for the Dragon Balls now had a child with someone else. Krillin and Yamcha looked at Broly with mischievous grins. Didn't see that coming. Broly, you've hidden this well. Hee. Enough. This boy has nothing to do with me. For some reason, Broly felt extremely annoyed, loudly interrupting everyone's discussions and casting a complex glance at the boy before him. How dare you threaten me? You know how I've treated you all these years. Gohan is already this big, and you've never even mentioned marriage. Bulma, feeling wronged, finally exploded. In truth, Broly's annoyance stemmed from his knowledge of the boy's identity. He should have been named Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma, but now he was with Bulma, and the future had not changed. If the past cannot affect the future, then they were not on different timelines of the same world, but rather in another parallel world that diverged at some point. However, if it was a parallel world, this Trunks should have returned to their world's past using the time machine, not to the past of another parallel world. Could it be that Bulma from the future had designed the time machine incorrectly? Let's discuss this later. Trust me, I will explain everything to you. Broly made an effort to calm himself, holding Bulma's hand to reassure her. But Bulma, being headstrong, intended to pull her hand away from him since he hadn't answered her question. But how could an ordinary person match Broly's strength? She could only let him hold her, casting her glance aside to express her discontent. Watching the situation unfold, even Vegeta with his thick skin realized he had misspoken and silently turned his face away to watch the battle between the boy and Frieza. Frieza also seemed affected by the boy's words. He ascended to a high altitude, extending his right index finger upward rapidly, gathering an energy blast that resembled lava, which kept expanding. Is this guy planning to destroy the Earth along with it? Watching the energy blast raised by Frieza, Vegeta could sense that Frieza was now even stronger than he had been on Namek. Frieza, are you planning to destroy this planet? Kurta knew that Frieza was already furious at this point. As for that Broly, he could be dealt with in the universe. Even if he survived this attack, he wouldn't be able to last in the cosmos. Normally, Broly would have added fuel to the fire for this agitated fellow by saying, "You're getting anxious, look, you're getting anxious again." But now, due to the identity of the young man, he had no mood for amusement. If that young man couldn't handle it, he would take care of the two himself, venting the gloom in his heart. The young man's strength was quite impressive, raising Frieza's supernova with one hand as expected. Seeing the young man handle the attack so easily, Frieza shot a ki blast at his seemingly stable energy ball. Once the ki blast entered the energy ball, it exploded, destroying the stable structure, ultimately leading to a chain reaction that caused the massive energy ball to explode in the young man's hand. Frieza's attack was still quite powerful. The blast generated by the explosion would knock most people off their feet. Broly instinctively shielded the others behind him, tightening his grip on Bulma's hand. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Bulma's previously stormy emotions began to calm. After the explosion, Frieza and his father, as before, still hadn't learned to sense the enemy's position through ki. The young man was already standing on the giant rock behind them, but they were unaware and thought they had dealt with the troublesome young man. The young man formed claws with his hands, as if performing a seal, grabbing at something in the air, and finally opened his hands, aiming the tiger mouth of both hands at the Frieza father and son on the ground. That technique. Is it from the demon race? Broly glanced at Piccolo, but said nothing as he was in a very bad mood and many thoughts just remained in his mind. Frieza. The young man shouted Frieza's name before attacking. Did you think this was a gentleman, not taking advantage of others in danger? No, the young man's next move would tell you that this was actually a scheme. Hearing the voice, Frieza jumped to evade Trunks' attack, taunting, "You think you can defeat me with such a weak attempt?" In the next moment, the young man was already above Frieza. As the scene in his view split in two, the young man cleaved Frieza's body in half. Just like his cold expression, the young man's actions were also extremely ruthless. To prevent Frieza from reviving, as before he slashed Frieza now in two halves several times casually, using his left hand to pass through his sword-wielding right hand, unleashing a shockwave that turned Frieza into dust dissipating in the air. Cosmic Emperor Frieza this time truly met his end in a foreign land. Everyone present, including Kakarot, was shocked. They never expected that the even more powerful Frieza would be so easily dealt with by this mysterious young man before them. The sword you carry seems quite sharp. Can I take a look? Kakarot resorted to his old trick, attempting to provoke the young man to lend him his weapon. Or are you afraid that you can only kill Frieza with that sword and do not want to hand it over to me? You're too slow-witted. In an instant, Broly appeared before Kakarot. Before anyone could see his move, Broly struck with his hand, like a blade, severing Kakarot's outstretched hand that was reaching for the sword. Kakarot didn't even feel the pain before he saw his hand fall to the ground, succumbing to gravity. Before Kakarot could cry out in pain, Broly delivered another thrust, piercing through Kakarot's chest. Thus, the frozen demon family of three would rise no more. Broly picked up the cloak that Kakarot had just discarded and wiped the blood from his hands. You're strong, could you spar with me? The young man in front of him did not revert from his transformation, but looked at Broly vigilantly and said, sure, let's make it quick. I have some questions for you. Broly was already impatient, otherwise he wouldn't have acted to eliminate Kakarot. Are you a Saiyan? Not transforming. The young man's gaze was constantly on Broly's tail. I can't transform into a Super Saiyan yet. I can only transform into another form, but there's no need for a spar. Broly replied, even in a spar, I will give it my all, so be careful. The young man reminded him and drew his sword again, striking at Broly. The young man did not test Broly like he did with Goku. He could feel the strength of this unfamiliar Saiyan. Trunks slashed horizontally at Broly's neck. Broly extended his left arm to easily block the blade that had just cleaved Frieza. Then he delivered a heavy right punch, causing the young man to kneel on the ground, spitting out something that was either gastric juice or bile. You talk too much. Oh, do you need to announce to your enemy that you're about to attack? Broly seemed to be lecturing the young man before him, but in reality, he was venting the emotions in his heart. The young man constantly complained inwardly, isn't this a spar? I've never yelled during a real fight. We're going to pick up Goku, hurry up and catch up. Saying that, Broly pulled the young man up from the ground and headed towards Goku's location first. The reason for this was that Broly did not want others to hear their conversation, especially Piccolo. That guy had excellent hearing and was completely clueless. Once they arrived, Broly broke the silence, first asking, you're from the future, aren't you? How did you know? The young man looked astonished. Is your name Trunks? Yes. Broly extended a hand in friendship, and Trunks likewise reached out to shake hands with Broly. My name is Broly. As you can see, I am a Saiyan. During my past invasions of other planets, I was struck by an illusion fist, so I can occasionally see fragments of the future. What? See the future? Every word that Broly spoke struck Trunks' understanding like a continuous shock. Therefore, I know that your purpose for this trip is related to the androids 3 years from now, right? After hearing Broly's words, Trunks fell silent. He neither confirmed nor denied Broly's statement, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing that Trunks was not speaking, Broly understood that this young man did not trust him yet, so he decided to wait for Goku's return before continuing the discussion. After chatting with Trunks for a while, everyone who had been left behind rushed over, including Bulma, who took a flight to see what connection this young man had with Broly. Goku finally returned from training on Yardrat, and due to Trunks' secret, he told everyone that only Goku and Broly could know about it, which everyone understood. Trunks reintroduced his identity to Goku. You are the child of Bulma and Vegeta. Goku exclaimed in surprise. I thought Bulma would be with Broly. Goku scratched his head and said, Mom and you. Trunks' face flushed, and then as if he thought of something, he drew his sword from behind. Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Goku's expression also turned serious as he inquired. Seeing Goku's reaction, Broly felt greatly relieved. Even upon learning the young man's identity, when Trunks drew his sword, Goku did not immediately act as a mediator, but instead took a stand with Broly. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku, Mr. Broly. I have already said my father and mother are Vegeta and Bulma, and Mr. Broly's appearance may change the future, causing my existence to vanish, but there are still things waiting for me to do in the future. I can't just disappear. I must protect this Earth for Gohan. Trunks declared firmly, even if it meant confronting both Goku and Broly. Don't be hasty. First tell me about the future situation and I will analyze it for you. Besides, you can't be sure you can defeat both me and Goku at the same time, right? Broly was not angry. He understood that Trunks was the only hope for the future, so it was reasonable for him to have such thoughts. Trunks fell silent for a moment. He truly lacked the confidence to face both Goku and Broly at the same time, especially with so many Z fighters around. If a conflict arose, even his original parents might side with Broly. Most importantly, he had finally met these old friends and family again. He was not here to start a battle. Trunks decided to continue. I came this time because around 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12, 3 years from now, a powerful and terrifying duo will appear on an island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern area. They were created by Dr. Gero, a subordinate of the Red Ribbon Army, whom Mr. Goku defeated in the past. The Red Ribbon Army. I remember that name, or I thought they had been wiped out. Goku tried hard to recall what happened during his childhood. That's not incorrect, but Dr. Gero, who was affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army, did not die and is still conducting secret research. He has created 2 extremely powerful androids with infinite energy, and their personalities are brutal. Upon their emergence, they killed Dr. Gero, who created them. Since there are 2 of them, I cannot defeat them, and even unknown, I find it very hard to escape from them. As he spoke, Trunks remembered Gohan, his fists tightly clenched, filled with unwillingness. What? Even you, who could eliminate Frieza in an instant, can't handle this. Goku seemed to recall something. Wait, you just said unknown. What about the others? Hearing this question, Trunks lowered his head, feeling very guilty. They all died in the battle 3 years later. Only Gohan survived, but he died 4 years before I came here, while protecting me. Did I also die in battle? What about Broly? He's even stronger than I am. Goku asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku, you did not participate in the battle. You will soon suffer from a viral heart disease and die shortly after. As for Mr. Broly, Trunks paused regarding Mr. Broly. He does not exist in our time. This means that your world has changed at some point. Even if you kill me, it won't affect the future. In fact, it even provides historical legitimacy for a future without me, right? In other words, your appearance may change our world, but your future depends on your own efforts to change it. How can it be? Like this? Trunks seemed drained of energy, no longer exhibiting the cold maturity and vigor he had just shown in defeating Frieza. He had become what a 17-year-old should be after experiencing so much, a despairing, helpless boy. Cheer up, kid. Don't lose heart. If Gohan were still alive, this would be what he wanted to tell you. He sacrificed himself to save you, which shows he believes in you, trusts that you can protect your future with your own strength. Goku also patted Trunks on the shoulder as a show of encouragement. It's a pity I won't be able to witness the strong enemies you mentioned. Feeling the warmth that was absent in the future world, Trunks resolved to lift his spirits. In any case, please don't worry. I brought a special medicine for heart disease this time. Even if I can't change the future by altering the present, I will do my best to come and help everyone fight together. As he spoke, Trunks took a capsule from his pocket and handed it to Goku. Trunks had completed his mission, and just as he was about to say goodbye to everyone and prepare to use the time machine to report peace to Bulma in the future, Broly quietly stopped him. Mr. Broly, is there anything else? Although it might be a bit difficult for both of us to say, I still need to ask you to explain to Bulma about your clothing and Saiyan identity. Bulma currently thinks you are the illegitimate child of me and someone else. Trunks was speechless for a moment. It seemed that Bulma had a really good relationship with Mr. Broly in this world. As Broly mentioned, his world did not have Broly. Even if this world's Bulma chose Broly, it would not affect his own world. Since it was a misunderstanding caused by himself, he might as well explain, even though it was somewhat embarrassing. After informing Bulma that he was the son of the future world, even the whimsical Bulma couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. How is that possible? You are the child of me and Vegeta. After explaining the circumstances, Bulma surprisingly accepted this, saying very calmly, I see, so that world does not have Broly. Broly was somewhat incredulous. He still felt uneasy, unsure whether to be happy or angry as Bulma accepted it so easily. You accepted it so readily. What does it matter? Although she is another version of me, she is her own self, and I am my own self. Oh, we won't regret the decisions we made. No matter how the future turns out, it's enough to do what you feel is right and what makes you happy. After hearing Bulma's words, not only did Broly resolve his inner conflict, but Trunks also greatly benefited. He wholeheartedly agreed with Bulma's viewpoint. Mom is right. I will work hard to do my best and not let Gohan down. Mom, I finished what I needed to do, and it's time for me to go back. I want to report peace to the mom in the future world, and I will make time to visit you, and... Trunks did not finish his sentence, realizing that continuing would be somewhat inappropriate. He merely glanced at Vegeta. Little brat, don't call me that. I am not married yet, and in this world my husband is him, right, dear? Bulma first shot Trunks a glare, then wrapped her arms around Broly's and acted spoiled. In front of so many people, you shouldn't say such embarrassing things. Broly's face also turned red. He understood that Bulma was saying this to remind Trunks and save face, but since Trunks could be considered half a son, it felt a bit awkward to show affection in front of him. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Trunks returned to the future using the time machine, and everyone decided to embark on their training journey again in preparation for the formidable enemy arriving in 3 years. Goku also demonstrated his newly learned instant transmission to everyone. This technique is something even Broly envies. With this skill, he would no longer need to travel back and forth. Goku had stolen Master Rose's sunglasses from 1,000 kilometers away on Kame House, and even the initially sulky Vegeta had to admit the skill's excellence. Afterward, Goku decided to train with Gohan and Piccolo, while Krillin chose to return to Kame House to seek Master Rose's help, and Yamcha opted to train with Tien and Kayot. As for Vegeta, he entrusted his training entirely to technology, having Bulma build him a gravity chamber that was 300 times the normal gravity while he engaged in reckless training. Regarding Broly, he had finally resolved the inner conflict that had troubled him for so long and was ready to take his relationship with Bulma a step further. After all, since Trunks had already made an appearance, some matters needed to be prioritized. In terms of training, Broly planned to balance work and rest. Since returning from Namek, he realized where his issue lay. He had originally thought that his combat power would only increase during battles, but he later discovered he was mistaken. The power he gained from defeating Kuririn was actually derived from the battles on Namek. So why was there such a significant difference in battles? The answer lies in transformation. Previously, after transforming into a great ape, Broly felt something was missing in his body, which was actually anger and fury. The great ape form embodies the most primal and wild power of the Saiyans. Because Broly feared that this anger would affect his rationality, leading to a breakdown in distinguishing between friend and foe, he made a wish to the dragon to maintain his rationality after transforming. It was precisely because of this wish that Broly found it so difficult to transform into the human great ape form, or rather the rage form. Only by completely immersing himself in anger without leaving a way out would his power continually increase. However, entering this state made Broly a danger to both enemies and allies. The wish Broly made to the dragon brought him two consequences. The bad news is that Broly's rage form, as well as his Saiyan form, might require more of Broly's emotions, making it harder for him to touch the threshold. The good news is that once Broly enters a berserk state after transforming, it becomes easier to awaken than his original form. This could be considered an insurance for the easily ignited and explosive Broly. In the past 3 years, Broly lived a leisurely and carefree life. Occasionally, he would visit Kame House. It must be said that Master Roshi truly knows how to enjoy life. While Krillin was busy with his rigorous training, Master Roshi spent his time watching television and looking at adult magazines, and when he got hungry, Launch would cook for him. Life was indeed comfortable. From time to time, he would accompany Vegeta to the gravity room to practice maintaining his muscle memory so that his body wouldn't rust and forget its combat instincts. For Vegeta, he looked down upon Broly's behavior, having such a great talent, yet not using it for training, spending all day wandering around with Bulma. Broly countered with a remark that left Vegeta speechless. Vegeta, everyone has their own path. I can't demand how you should act, but you also can't say that what I'm doing is completely wrong. You see, even though I don't train every day like you, my strength hasn't diminished. On the contrary, a balance of work and rest may be beneficial for us Saiyans. Have you forgotten what I said about the second transformation of a Super Saiyan? That's just a misguided way of thinking. Saiyans should continuously strive to fight and enhance their strength, transforming only when their power reaches a certain threshold during battle. Vegeta rebutted. As I said, I won't say that your method is wrong. Let's look at the results. The true answer is that different paths lead to the same destination. Broly didn't mind. He knew that Vegeta's choice was indeed the safest and most correct. However, as a transmigrator, this body was the greatest cheat given to him by fate. Since he had already figured out the way to improve, who would choose a more difficult path? Since he couldn't choose his path in this new life, he might as well take the opportunity to explore this world more. Occasionally, Broly would also take Bulma to visit Goku's house. He knew that with Goku's personality, it was only natural for Shishi to become a nagging housewife during her menopause, so teaching Goku about social manners wasn't a bad idea. One evening, Broly took Bulma to Goku's house as guests wanting to taste Shishi's cooking. Shishi and Bulma were renowned for their cooking skills. Shishi's dishes looked terrifying, but surprisingly tasted good, while Bulma's creations looked exquisite, but were often disappointing in flavor. As soon as Broly entered, he saw Goku and Piccolo standing at the door, while Gohan was nervously doing his homework in his room. Seeing this situation, Broly immediately sensed something was off. Shishi was quite traditional and often indirectly criticized Goku's friends. This time with Piccolo also receiving scolding, Broly knew Shishi was genuinely angry. What happened? Broly asked tentatively. Broly, you're here. Upon seeing Broly, Goku looked as if he had found a savior, because Shishi had never spared anyone's feelings. Even Vegeta had to turn his head and pretend not to see her. Krillin, Piccolo, and Master Roshi, who hadn't she scolded? Only when she saw Broly could she calmly have a few words. It's those two. Not only are they not helping Gohan with his studies, but they also train all day long, and when it's mealtime, they just leave their dirty clothes for me to wash. Shishi recounted what had happened, explaining that she had almost fallen off a cliff while being chased by a wild boar, and Goku hadn't even shown concern. Goku, how can you be like this? Shishi is not your maid. Hearing the story, Bulma empathized with Shishi and scolded Goku. It was just a wild boar, what's the big deal? Shishi is very capable, ordinary people are no match for her. Goku scratched his head, not understanding why Bulma was siding with Shishi. Goku, this time you are indeed at fault. As a part of this family, especially since you are a man, you should take on the corresponding responsibilities and not leave everything to Shishi. Broly also spoke a fair word. Look at Broly and Bulma. Are you just muscle-brained? Hearing Broly and Bulma's words, Shishi felt a bit better and her anger subsided significantly. At that moment, Bulma suddenly said sarcastically, "Humph. Chi-Chi, don't listen to him. He talks pretty, but I haven't seen him do anything for us, has he?" Broly felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't that about Goku? Why did the topic shift to me? How about this, Goku? The revival of the Saiyans has been a while, and Vegeta Star is being managed well under Dales and the others. Once we get around to establishing diplomatic relations between Vegeta Star Earth and Namek, I will send someone to Earth and you and Vegeta can take turns bringing the Saiyans who guard Earth to train. How does that sound? This way, not only can you ensure that your training doesn't fall behind, but you can also earn some extra income. The location will be the place where Vegeta first came to Earth, which happens to be at the center of the world. I've even thought of a name for it: Vegeta Star Homeland Security Department Earth Office. This impressive title startled Chi-Chi, and she shot Goku a glare, signaling him to agree quickly. Alright, Bulma, can I ask you two for a favor? What is it? You don't need to be polite, whatever we can help with, just say it. After all, we have known each other for so long. Before Broly could finish his question, Bulma had already jumped in to agree, even giving Broly a pointed glare. Broly sighed. This woman is really getting less considerate of my feelings. It was one thing before, but now that I'm essentially living off her, she still acts like this. In the end, Broly didn't contradict Bulma's face and agreed, yes, Bulma is right. There is no need for you to be polite about our relationship. You all know that Goku hit his head when he was young. Although his personality isn't like you Saiyans, he is almost disconnected from this world. Besides training, he knows nothing. I want you to help him integrate better into modern society, at least to get a driver's license first. Oh, was that all? You don't even need to mention it, I will teach him that too. As for the driver's license, that's even simpler, you just need to have hands right. Bulma snorted and asked, what? Do you even have a driver's license? After thinking about it, although flying a spaceship was no problem, Saiyans didn't need a driver's license, and it seemed that she really didn't have one. Broly awkwardly chuckled, well, I've been quite busy since coming to Earth and haven't had the time to take the test. Tomorrow we'll take them to see. Seeing the two agree, Shishi was in a great mood and prepared dinner for everyone. The next day, Goku, looking very unwilling, complained, Broly, why does this have to be so troublesome? I usually use the instant transmission technique and never need a driver's license, and don't I have the Nimbus Cloud? Hey, Broly, why do I have to accompany you to take a driver's test? I don't even interact with people. The speaker was Piccolo, who couldn't understand why he, the great Demon King, had to accompany two Saiyans to take a driver's test on Earth. If one day he ruled the world, he would definitely abolish driver's licenses, ban all means of transportation, and make everyone practice the instant transmission technique. In her heart, Gohan listens to you more than he does to Goku. You are the root of the problem. Broly's mood gradually became agitated. And you say that? If it weren't for you, I would rather take the driver's test with Vegeta than be bothered by this. Broly originally thought that since it was a car, it shouldn't be much different, as he already knew how to drive. However, when he saw the car, he was dumbfounded. The operational settings were similar, but there was one small issue: the cars in Dragon Ball have the steering wheel on the right. The group found their respective examiners, and Broly began his complaints. In this world, don't you need to practice driving to get a driver's license? The examiner for Goku was an elderly man who looked to be the chief examiner, unable to even open the car door. Broly's examiner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s who didn't have much of an issue, but wouldn't stop chattering. Piccolo's examiner was a beautifully dressed young woman. At first glance, she seemed normal, but when she drove, it was as if she had been injected with adrenaline, screaming like a witch named Satomawako. As for the trainees, Goku forgot what he learned after a moment. He was like a SpongeBob who had no connection with cars. Piccolo was better able to follow the instructor's instructions to drive the car, but then he ended up racing with Goku. Among the three, only Broly, who had driven before in his past life, was somewhat better. After getting used to the car's operations, he could barely be considered stable. During the process, a small incident occurred where the three saved a bus that was nearly crushed by a landslide caused by the rain. Thanks to this incident, the chief examiner wiped the tears of gratitude from his face and stamped an unqualified mark on their score sheets. In the year 767 of the AG calendar, on May 12th, Wukong was quite eager for battle and arrived early in the South City, not expecting that Broly and his companion would arrive even earlier than the others. Upon seeing Broly, everyone discovered something remarkable. Wukong was astonished to find a baby in Bulma's arms while Broly was playfully teasing the infant. Wukong quietly asked Broly, "Is this your child?" Broly shook his head. This is Trunks. Didn't you see him 3 years ago? Huh. Bulma isn't with you. I thought history would change. Get lost. Broly retorted, giving Wukong a hard knock on the head. What are you talking about? This is my sister's child. Although his father is indeed Vegeta, his mother is not me, Bulma explained, revealing the child's identity. It turned out that since the Saiyans established diplomatic relations with Earth and Namek, this news had made its way across the universe. Bulma's sister Tais was a cosmic fantasy writer who hadn't returned home in a long time and decided to visit her sister and brother-in-law for inspiration, only to encounter Vegeta. Since Tais is the mother, the child's name continued the tradition of the Bulma family, using Trunks as the child's name. Seeing the child's white and purple hair, Broly immediately recognized that this Trunks was indeed the original Trunks. History was indeed returning to its rightful path in its own way. Huh, Bulma, you actually have a sister. The news astonished everyone. Yes, but she rarely comes home. After having the child, that woman ran off again. Where's Vegeta? Why hasn't he shown up, and instead you two are here with his child? Piccolo questioned. Perhaps little Trunks understood Piccolo's words, or perhaps he was frightened by his appearance, but he began to cry in Bulma's arms. Oh no, don't cry, Bulma said soothingly as she played with Trunks. What should we do? Dad doesn't care, and Mom doesn't either, so it's up to me, the aunt, to take care of him. They conveniently handed him over to the family's robotic butler to stay at home, fearing that the old couple would spoil him. These two really left me speechless. Haha, Bulma, your tone is starting to sound more and more like Broly's. Wukong laughed. It's about time I take this as a communicator, and let's split up and search. As he spoke, Broly handed out several scouters to a few individuals. I want you to him not accustomed to Saiyan equipment. Bulma glanced at Piccolo, who had declined, and then at his long pointed ears, falling into thought. Wow, your Saiyan gear is really convenient. Krillin exclaimed as he fiddled with the detector. The previous Saiyan model was outdated. Ooh, I modified it myself, Bulma replied, somewhat displeased. Yes, Miss Bulma is a genius beauty, Broly flattered her, but I remember you both are already over 30 older than I am. Wukong reminisced about the first time the three of them had met. Bulma's face darkened upon hearing this, but I haven't married or had kids, so I look much younger than your Chi-Chi, and besides our Broly still has a baby face, so he looks younger than you. Broly rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. He had taught Wukong quite a bit, yet this kid still had no sense. He always had to step in to change the topic. Regarding the androids, be cautious. They appear as a fat man and an old man because they use energy and the detectors cannot pick them up. However, they can absorb your energy and convert it into power. So if you see them, don't act rashly and inform everyone of their location immediately. Since Broly had mentioned that the Phantom Fist could foresee the future, everyone had long grown accustomed to Broly revealing plot details in advance. Yamcha, as in the original story, while searching for traces of the androids, was seized by Android 20, who began absorbing his energy. As he raised his right hand preparing to deal with Yamcha, a ki blast landed beside him, causing Android 20 to drop Yamcha and dodge to the side. The one who struck was none other than Broly, who had quietly followed Yamcha since they had scattered. He knew that if anything went wrong, it would certainly be trouble for the God of Tea. 19. What's going on? How come there's still one hidden here? Why didn't the monitoring system detect it? Unclear. There might be a malfunction in the system. My monitoring system didn't discover this guy either. On the other side, the others, hearing the explosion, rushed to the scene. Is this the legendary android? Not as strong as I imagined. Piccolo looked at the duo before him and said disdainfully, don't underestimate them. That's because they are androids. You can't sense their energy. Their true strength is roughly comparable to the previous Frieza. Broly slowly descended from the sky. Oh, how do you know about the androids? And it seems you knew we would appear on this island long ago. Android 20A, being a sharp-witted one, noticed the doubts in their words. He's trying to probe us for information. Ignore him. Broly clearly understood the importance of intelligence in battle and spoke up to remind them. Android 20 didn't expect that not only did the opponents know about their information, but they were also so cautious. Let's move to a place without people. Wukong once again showcased his good-natured personality, planning to leave Amianpo Island to avoid civilian casualties. Sure, son Wukong, you have special permission to choose your place of death. Android 20 answered Wukong's request without a second thought. The group changed locations again and selected a place devoid of human presence. Son Wukong, aren't you curious why I know your name? Seeing that no one responded, Android 20 continued, speaking to himself. I wonder if you remember the Red Ribbon Army, because you single-handedly destroyed the Red Ribbon Army and shattered my dream of conquering the world. You should die. At that time, only Dr. Gero survived. He used microbots to observe your every battle and collect information about you. We even know that the strongest among your group is that Broly, right? Hearing Android 20's words, Broly nearly retracted his previous evaluation, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his own background. Indeed, the intelligent Piccolo noticed something. Your tone suggests you are Dr. Gero. As everyone focused on the conversation content, Broly detected something amiss. Wukong was sweating profusely and trembling slightly. Broly had always paid close attention to the use and perception of energy, and his current level had nearly reached the realm of seeing through the world as depicted in some anime. He could even notice the movement of the opponent's blood vessels and muscles. The heart's beating frequency has declined. Sweating, weakness, trembling. These are all symptoms of a viral heart disease. Wukong, are you unwell? And though the words sounded like an insult, they were in truth an expression of deep concern. The word illness briefly transported Broly back to his past life, where for ordinary people it meant crushing medical expenses, agonizing suffering, and for certain ailments an inevitable sentence of death and separation. Even Saiyan stood equal before the ravages of disease. Unfortunately, he had never drunk the Super God water, and Trunks had delivered a potent remedy. Wukong, return and take your medicine. They'll handle them. Piccolo too had sensed the anomaly in Wukong's condition. It's nothing serious. I wish to test the strength of these androids firsthand. This time Wukong did not begin with cautious probing as he once had. Instead, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Yet even Android 19 could defeat you at this level. And you're ill. Today your death is all but certain. Go, Android 19. Android 19 nodded silently and joined the fray. Wukong knew he could not afford delay. That was precisely why he had transformed without hesitation. As 19 advanced, Wukong surged forward without pause, launching a direct assault. Android 19, seemingly aware of Wukong's compromised state, refrained from engaging heat-in. In dodging Wukong's strike, he leapt backward toward a nearby hill, apparently plotting something. Wukong, however, gave no thought to strategy. As 19 retreated, he pursued relentlessly, chasing him all the way to the hill's summit. There 19 appeared to smirk, then detonated the upper half of the hill into shrapnel. Wukong crossed his arms to shield his face, but in doing so he blinded himself. Seizing the opening, 19 unleashed a pink energy wave aimed straight at Wukong. Wukong blurred across space in rapid succession, vanishing and reappearing before 19 as if by teleportation. Startled, 19 lashed out with a punch, only for Wukong to vanish again, evading effortlessly. This time Wukong materialized behind 19 and delivered a devastating elbow strike to his back, sending 19 hurtling through the air and shattering the terrain around him. Wukong closed in once more with blinding speed, unleashing relentless assaults upon 19. On the battlefield, 19 was now clearly overwhelmed. If this continues, he'll collapse first. Why? The others were baffled by Broly's assessment. Haven't you noticed yet? After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Wukong should be vastly stronger than this. Why does he appear so battered and desperate? It was Piccolo who discerned the crux of the matter. Battered? What are you talking about, Piccolo? Wukong holds the advantage, and no. Though he appears dominant, his full-force attacks have inflicted virtually no meaningful damage upon 19. Have you forgotten the key sensing technique we learned at the lookout? That key encompasses not only the opponent's inner energy, but also their breath, their rhythm, the subtle cues that betray their next move. Observe Wukong's breathing. It's completely erratic, no different from an ordinary human after exhausting physical exertion, ragged, labored gasping. His heart condition has already eroded him far too much. Wukong delivered a crushing whip kick, hurling 19 from the sky and slamming him onto the ground, where he skidded violently for dozens of meters. Yet 19 rose again, unhurried and unscathed. They are androids. They feel neither pain nor fatigue. Damn it. High above, Wukong realized with mounting dread his blows left no marks on the android. Not even a tremor disturbed its mechanical composure. Wukong gathered a brilliant blue energy sphere in his palms, the iconic stance forming. Wukong, have you forgotten what Broly warned? Seeing the Kamehameha charge, Piccolo cried out in alarm. He's desperate to end this quickly. So desperate he's forgotten androids can absorb energy. Watching Wukong's furious expression, Broly already grasped his intent. Enough. I'll finish this. In an instant, Broly teleported behind Wukong, and with a single precise strike knocked him unconscious just as he prepared to fire. Take Wukong home to take his medicine. I'll deal with the rest. I'll go. I'm clearly of no use here. Consider this battlefield entrusted to you. With that, Yamcha, the very man Broly had rescued moments earlier, gently lifted the unconscious Wukong and soared away. Come on, little round one. I'll play with you. Broly flicked his fingers dismissively toward 19. 19 glanced at 20, awaiting permission. Since Son Goku has been rescued, continue fighting him. Intelligence indicates this Broly is significantly stronger and far more cunning. Proceed with caution. Cunning. I suspect you mean intelligent. But against vermin like you, I need no intellect at all. Broly rolled his neck side to side, cracking his joints with deliberate nonchalance. At that moment, Vegeta, who had remained conspicuously absent, finally descended onto the battlefield. Watching Broly and 19 clash, he scoffed. Arrived too late. Broly stole the spotlight. Where's Kakarot? Gohan replied. Father's heart condition flared up. He's been taken home by Uncle Yamcha. He'd always been perfectly healthy, so he'd never taken medication. Under Vegeta's piercing gaze, Gohan's voice dwindled with each syllable. And fool. Even I know what I may or may not do. With him gone, my performance loses its soul-worthy spectator. A sly predatory smile curled Vegeta's lips. Nas Broly lingered theatrically. 19 fired twin laser beams from his eyes, blasting straight toward him. 19 granted Broly no respite. Not even a breath between explosion and impact. He appeared before Broly in an instant. Though stunned to see Broly utterly unharmed, his limbs moved without hesitation. No pause for surprise. Broly seemed to regard 19's assault as little more than a nuisance. Absorbing blow after blow, he spoke calmly. Your strength falls woefully short. Now witness true annihilation. The moment Broly finished speaking, his body surged into motion. He seized 19's attacking right arm with his left hand and hoisted him aloft. Then with brutal precision, he drove a thunderous fist into 19's chest. And still suspended midair, 19 barely comprehended what had happened before the concussive force hurled him backward in a violent arc. 19. And 20 sensed disaster unfolding. Earlier, hearing that Son Goku's heart condition had recurred, he'd planned to let 19 stall, luring Goku into desperation, then absorbing his energy. He hadn't anticipated that this group had somehow acquired their intelligence, or that when Goku finally lost control and unleashed the Kamehameha, this Broly would intervene and thwart it entirely. 19 staggered upright, only to discover Broly's punch had torn a gaping hole through his chest, exposing gleaming internal components that sparked erratically with electric current. But it didn't end there. Glancing down, 19 saw his right forearm severed cleanly at the elbow, wires dangling limply from the stump. Instinctively, he looked up, and there stood Broly, still holding his raised posture, with 19's own severed arm clenched firmly in his grip. Broly turned over the arm of Android 19, then tossed it, and caught it again, playing with it for a moment before throwing it at Vegeta's feet. Isn't this a bit cruel? Krillin looked at the severed limb of Android 19, feeling a bit unsettled. Although Vegeta didn't understand Broly's intention, he still retorted Krillin with a hint of intimidation. What do you know, little bald head? Isn't it perfectly normal to lose limbs in battle? Have you ever seen someone with their chest ripped open and their intestines spilling everywhere? Vegeta, stop it. That's disgusting, Krillin said, grimacing and covering his mouth. Seeing his goal achieved, Vegeta also revealed a wicked smile. Due to the distance, Broly did not hear their conversation and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Pick up the arm. Pick up the arm. They rely on that switch on the arm to absorb energy. Bring it back for Bulma to study. It will be very useful." Seeing that Broly did not mean it that way, Vegeta reluctantly picked up Android 19's arm. Broly walked step by step toward Android 19 and asked, "Where did your confidence go just now? I thought you had a backup plan." Looking at Broly approaching step by step, fear welled up within Android 19. He did not want to continue the fight, knowing that the only outcome would be to be shattered into pieces. Though Broly's speed was not fast, each step he took seemed like a countdown to Android 19's death. Android 19 could no longer heed Android 20's commands. Since Broly had not rushed directly at him, he felt he had a chance to escape with all his strength. But Broly seemed to see through Android 19's thoughts, raising his hand to launch a ki blast toward Android 19's escape route. Android 19. Don't run. This is a great opportunity. Hearing Android 20's reminder, Android 19 finally reacted and said, "You couldn't hold back any longer." Android 19 stopped his escape, extended his remaining left arm, absorbing Broly's ki blast, and felt a surge of pleasure. What a powerful force. Now you will pay the price for your arrogance. Are you done enjoying yourself? The Broly who had been leisurely walking toward Android 19 had somehow already grabbed Android 19's left hand. Android 19 realized how foolish it was to have listened to Android 20's advice. This guy must have done it on purpose. Without hesitation, Android 19 shot 2 beams of laser from his eyes, but this time his target was not Broly, but his own left arm. As the laser hit his arm, his left limb broke irregularly. Fortunately, he felt no pain. Although his left arm was severed, he had escaped Broly's grasp. In the moment of Broly's surprise, Android 19 stumbled away. What an incurable fool. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Android 19, Android 20 casually remarked before making his escape. Android 19 also heard Android 20's insult, believing it was because he no longer followed Android 20's orders. But at this point, wouldn't running mean death alongside him? Broly's next move made Android 19 understand the true meaning of Android 20's words. "Oh, you a robot have quite a bit of courage." Broly once again threw the severed arm to Vegeta, but this time he did not pursue Android 19, allowing him to flee in disarray. Broly, don't let him go. He's a robot and can replace his lost hands. Seeing Broly stop chasing Android 19, Piccolo shouted in urgency. Stop shouting. He's not a low-class warrior like Kakarot. He won't make such a basic mistake. Besides, without his hands, he can't absorb energy. He's doomed. Vegeta raised his hand to catch the spoils thrown by Broly, replying, You know me well. Seeing that Android 19 was almost out of reach, Broly raised his hand and extended his index finger, shooting out a beam of green light from its tip. Android 19 initially thought Broly had given up on hunting him down, but this sudden attack pierced through the back of his head. After being shot through the head, Android 19's legs lost strength, and he fell to the ground, his mechanisms ceasing to function. This is Frieza's death beam. Broly learned it too. Krillin looked at the familiar technique, recalling the fear he felt when dominated by Frieza. Broly's combat talent is too strong. He learned my solar flare and four-way punch earlier. You'll get used to it. Tenshin Hands techniques had long been taken by Broly, so he was not too surprised. Let's chase after Android 20. That guy still has a trump card. Broly looked in the direction Android 20 had fled and said if it weren't intentional, how could Android 20 escape right under his nose? Android 20 hid in a nearby rocky mountain, not choosing to rush back to the research facility in one go. Broly and the others were closing in again. If he flew, he might be discovered, and Broly's strength was unfathomable. He resolved Android 19 in just a few moves. He was worried that Broly might be stronger than Androids 17 and 18. He initially planned to hide and absorb a few people to enhance his strength, but it seemed that he could only absorb Broly himself to have a chance. I can only restart Android 17 and 18 ahead of time. I hope this time there are no issues. You sure know how to hide. A sudden voice startled Android 20, causing him to jump back only to find his figure frozen in place. It turned out that Broly had already grabbed his shoulder. How is this possible? Aren't you supposed to sense an enemy's movements through ki? How did you find me? Sorry, I'm not the talkative type of villain. This actually refers to Broly's perception, which is different from others. Most people sense ki by spreading it out, but Broly integrates his ki with the natural energies of the environment. This perception allows Broly to see images of the areas where ki is present, so he was able to see Android 20's location directly through ki. He also used this method to pass the lightning trial of Korin. However, this way he sees many images, and if the search area is too large, it becomes less effective. How could Broly reveal such information to the enemy? Android 20 knew that Broly's goal was the absorption device in his palm. Without hesitation, he mimicked Android 19 and severed his arm from the shoulder. No matter where you run, I can find you. Want to place a bet? You might indeed have impressive detection methods, but next time you won't be so lucky. As long as what? Broly pressed on. You fell for it. Android 20 erupted with energy from within, not with great destructive power, but to obscure Broly's line of sight. When Broly opened his eyes again, Android 20 had vanished once more. The others heard the commotion and rushed over in a moment. Even Trunks, who had not appeared before, arrived. This Android 20 is the former Dr. Gero. He transformed himself into an android. I asked Bulma about it. His lab is in the northern mountains, but the exact location is unclear. He must be hiding nearby, waiting for us to leave before heading to his lab. If we head directly to his research facility, he will definitely get there ahead of us and lead the way. Why don't you just take him out directly? With your strength, you could easily eliminate him before he even acts. Is there something at the lab? Vegeta asked, having some concept of Broly's strength. That Android 20 could be eliminated even by himself, let alone Broly. That's right, he and Android 19 aren't the androids Trunks mentioned. The two androids he spoke of are still inactive in his lab, which is why he wants to get ahead of us when he sees us approaching. This must be the place, Broly said, gazing at the cave before him. Let's go in and find out. Vegeta extended his palm, striking a pose eerily reminiscent of a traffic officer conducting a vehicle inspection. Big Bang attack. A compact energy sphere slammed into the iron gate, blocking their path. Yet the ensuing explosion defied its modest size. The blast tore open the mountain's peak, laying bare the hidden research facility beneath. As the smoke cleared, the figures inside emerged into view. Besides No. 20, whose arm had been severed, stood two unfamiliar individuals. One sported short black hair, wore a black and white mock-layered top, an orange silk scarf around his neck, denim jeans, and stylish green knee-high socks that rose above his blue high-top canvas shoes. The other was No. 18. The legendary android Broly cherished most from the Dragon Ball Chronicles, her crisp golden bob-framed eyes of serene azure, lending her an ethereal grace. Her black and white striped undershirt paired with a denim vest, a denim miniskirt over black tights, and rugged denim boots. A bold frontier-inspired ensemble that radiated quiet menace. Both bore identical circular earrings, and the crimson doubler insignia of the Red Ribbon Army adorned their clothing. Oh, looks like your enemies have come knocking, Dr. Jiro. No. 17 teased No. 20 with a sardonic smile. Damn it. So soon. No. 17. No. 18. Eliminate them, quickly. Watch out for that tall one. Realizing the intruders had breached the facility, No. 20 barked orders at his fellow androids. We only kill when we wish to. No. 17 replied coolly, ignoring No. 20's command, while No. 18 remained motionless beside him. Do you truly wish to fall back into slumber? No. 20 brandished the remote control designed to halt No. 17 and No. 18's power systems. At that moment, Broly moved, appearing instantly before No. 20 and wrenching off his remaining arm with brutal, unhesitating force. Excellent, Mr. Broly. Press the remote and you'll deactivate both androids. Trunks shouted, exhilarated. This sudden control of the situation thrilled him deeply, for these seemingly harmless androids had once haunted his nightmares. Now both androids fixed their gaze on the remote clutched in Broly's hand. Had they truly awakened only to face dormancy again? Being controlled by such a device must feel unbearable. I understand your anguish. My father once installed a power limiter around my neck to suppress my strength, and he wielded a remote nearly identical to this one. Huh. Vegeta frowned in bewilderment. Did Paragus really do that? Since when? And I've never seen any limiter on your neck. Not once. Freedom is hard-won. Cherish it well. With those words, Broly crushed the remote, and No. 20's hand, into dust. No. 20 stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom that Broly would seize the remote only to obliterate it. No. 17 and No. 18 were equally stunned. How could an adversary so casually destroy the very device they'd feared most? What then did he intend? Even their allies were astonished, especially Trunks, who watched in disbelief as Broly discarded what seemed a perfect opportunity. Why destroy the remote? Vegeta erupted, roaring at Trunks' silence. Is that pathetic expression truly worthy of a Saiyan? On the contrary, I find things growing rather interesting. Broly cast a complex, contemplative glance toward No. 18. Upon arriving in this world, he'd envisioned a graceful, fated encounter with this goddess, but fate, it seemed, had already bestowed upon him Bulma. You consider yourself spared for now, No. 17 declared in his own laconic way, offering Broly something resembling gratitude. No sooner had No. 17 spoken than he struck, lunging forward to pierce No. 20's chest with his bare hand, then delivering a devastating kick that shattered his skull beneath his boot. No. 18. There appears to be a No. 16 sealed nearby. Release him too. Then with a faint amused smirk, No. 17 turned to the group. And you? Who shall be next? Trunks gathered energy in his palm. He couldn't allow another android to awaken. Two were already overwhelming enough. Fool. I told you not to act rashly. Seeing Trunks prepare to strike again, Vegeta delivered a thunderous punch, shattering his concentration mid-formulation. Hey Broly, you've handled everything so far. My turn now. Let me show you my new power. Vegeta's voice brimmed with unshakable confidence. I advise against it. They're unlike any opponents you've faced before. Are you afraid my power has surpassed yours? Rest assured, I hold no interest in the Saiyan throne anymore. I merely wish to broaden your horizons. Vegeta dismissed Broly's warning entirely, convinced only that Broly feared being eclipsed. Shaking his head, Broly murmured, "A doomed soul resists even wise counsel," then stepped aside, yielding the field to Vegeta. How about it? After sleeping so long, shall we warm up? No. 16 reactivated and emerged from containment. Toward his comrade, No. 17 displayed unmistakable camaraderie. I decline. Then I'll take it, No. 18 stepped forward, her gaze locking onto Broly. Won't you join us? Rest easy, we honor No. 17's word, we won't kill you. I prefer fighting those truly strong. What do you dare imply I'm weaker than him? Enraged by No. 18's remark, Vegeta transformed instantly into a Super Saiyan and charged. Vegeta and No. 18 clashed, exchanging rapid, precise blows. But theirs was still only a dance of mutual probing, not full commitment. Vegeta, you're impressive indeed. But unveil your true strength. I'm already growing bored. With that, No. 18 tossed her denim vest aside. Oh, you dare withhold your full power before me, Vegeta? How utterly reckless. Soon I'll grind you and your puppet kin into dust. With that, Vegeta lunged again, only for No. 18 to drive a crushing knee into his abdomen, then follow up with a lightning-fast kick that sent him hurtling backward before he could react. Stung by wounded pride, Vegeta launched repeated aggressive assaults against No. 18. He accelerated his movements and intensified his strikes, yet No. 18 continued to deflect every blow with effortless grace. Even as she fought Vegeta, No. 18's eyes never strayed far from Broly. Then without warning she called out, "If you don't step in soon, he really will die." No, father's losing. He's given everything he has. But these androids feel neither pain nor fatigue and possess limitless energy reserves. Against such foes, mere parity is fatal. Over time. Their infinite stamina inevitably tips the balance, turning certain defeat into inevitable victory. Another sweeping mid-level kick. No. 18's foot struck Vegeta's left forearm. He'd attempted to block with the outer edge of his forearm, but no. 18 moved too swiftly. His reflexes simply failed him. The impact landed squarely. Vegeta's forearm twisted grotesquely backward, the point of contact collapsing inward with sickening distortion. Already drained by prolonged combat, Vegeta collapsed to his knees under the weight of that devastating blow. Stop. His arm is broken. He can no longer fight. Since you say so. No. 18 seized Vegeta's battle suit, hoisted him aloft, and hurled him toward Broly. Here, he's returned to you. Now we are even. Die. Seeing Vegeta injured, Trunks couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward with his sword. Unfortunately, Trunks' skill was still lacking compared to the androids. With a single strike, his sword, which had effortlessly cleaved through Frieza, now bore a crack. Meanwhile, observing from the sidelines, Android 17 decided to join the fray. He circled behind Trunks, and with a double-fisted strike sent Trunks back to his normal state. Just when Android 17 was about to attack again, Broly finally stepped forward. Deep down, Broly did not wish to fight these two. A significant part of that was due to Android 18, while the rest stemmed from the feeling that these two reminded him of rebellious teenagers, not inherently malicious, but needing guidance. If I win, can you promise me one thing? Broly asked. No way. Then you would be just like that old man. Stop telling us what to do. Android 17 rejected him without a second thought. I just want to talk, not to teach you anything. That's not. Sure. Android 18 interrupted Android 17, irreadily agreeing. Android 17 looked at Android 18 in confusion. He did not understand why she would agree to this. Broly, even if he had destroyed Dr. Gero's controller, he could have taken action himself. It doesn't matter, we don't have anything else to do anyway. Besides, he probably can't defeat us, can he? Android 18 habitually tossed her hair and gave Broly a teasing glance. Broly felt awkward, having almost forgotten how frivolous these two had been earlier. Since you all agree, let's get started. You can attack together. You sure are bold with your words. Upon hearing Broly, Android 18 swept a kick towards his head. Broly blocked Android 18's attack with the outside of his forearm, at which point Android 17 also began his assault. Though silent, the intensity of his attacks revealed that Broly's words had similarly influenced his mindset. Android 17 chose to sweep low from behind. Broly raised his leg, blocking Android 17's attack with the outer side of his knee. Seeing that Broly was not overwhelmed by their two-known situation, they instinctively quickened their assault. Yet even so, all of their attacks were still intercepted by Broly. Android 17 seized a gap in Broly's defenses and performed a flying kick to Broly's chin, forcing his face upwards. But in the next moment, Broly returned to normal, his eyes carrying a hint of anger. In a two-known scenario, their coordination was impressive. One attacked from the front, while the other attacked from the back, one from the left, while the other from the right. This strategy ignited Broly's fury. He grabbed both of their heads and executed a powerful skull splitter, smashing their heads together. This moment stunned both of them, allowing Broly to land a punch to Android 17's abdomen, followed by a sweeping kick that sent him flying. Then Broly appeared behind Android 18, delivering an elbow strike that caused her to lose her balance and fall. But it wasn't over. Broly seized one of Android 18's legs and swung her around before throwing her away. So what now? Do you still want to fight? It's too early to give up now. Android 17 wiped the dust off the corner of his mouth, reignited by Broly's presence. No, we concede. Android 18 refuted Android 17's words, once again signaling her defeat. Why, Android 18? Even though we were at a disadvantage earlier, we have unlimited energy. If we keep going, he won't stand a chance. Android 17 was unwilling to concede due to his earlier surge of fighting spirit. Moreover, he couldn't comprehend why Android 18 had contradicted him twice today, something that had never happened before. We were originally 2 against 1, and haven't you noticed? He hasn't even used his full strength. According to Dr. Gero's intel, he is also a Saiyan. If he transforms into that golden-haired state from earlier, we would have already lost. Though anger influenced Android 17, he had to admit that Android 18 was correct. That form could give a Saiyan a tremendous boost, but currently this person showed no signs of transforming. Broly listened, feeling quite speechless. I'm sorry, but I can't transform into a Super Saiyan yet. Then let's go? You were just activated, and it should have been quite a while since you last moved. In this era, the world changes rapidly. He'll show you this world. Let's find a place to sit and chat. With that, Broly turned to his companions and added, he'll take them ahead. and led the group flying towards the city. Where are we going? First, let's get you some new clothes. Broly took the three to a clothing store. Android 17 casually glanced around and quickly chose an outfit, while Android 18 took her time scrutinizing this and that. Taking this opportunity, Broly chatted with the usually silent Android 16. Though your body is entirely mechanical, unlike Android 17 and 18, your appearance was based on Dr. Gero's deceased son. In other words, you could be considered half his son. If Android 17 killed Dr. Gero, would you hate him? Seeing Android 16 remain silent, Broly had almost decided to give up, but Android 16 still answered his question. As you said, I am a robot and do not understand the feeling of hate, but I do not dislike Android 17. At this moment, Android 17 emerged from the changing room. His chosen outfit was similar to his previous style, just with a linen coat added on top. He happened to overhear the conversation between Broly and Android 16. Isn't it too despicable to stir up trouble from behind, eh? No, I would ask the same question even in front of you. Broly did not deny his earlier dialogue with Android 16. You must understand, even if we are androids, she is still a woman. Android 17 casually found a place to sit down, waiting together with the two for Android 18. Your target is number 18, right? Don't think I can't see through you. As she spoke, number 17 cast her gaze toward number 18, who was still selecting clothes inside. She's not an ordinary woman. Can you accept everything about her? No, I think you misunderstood. She's very beautiful, and I do have some feelings for her, but my actual purpose for coming here is the three of you. Oh, you really are a strange person. And isn't there anything in Dr. Gero's intel about this? You may have heard of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma, the daughter of Brief, is my girlfriend, so I won't do anything to number 18. I just want to see your thoughts and plans for the future. You're as boring as those ordinary people. While they were chatting, number 18 also emerged after choosing her outfit. The clothes she chose were quite bold. Instead of the wide-shouldered denim outfit from the original, she opted for a black sports outfit, a short black women's sports tank top, paired with black stretch sports pants and white sneakers. Broly was surprised by her outfit. Although it didn't quite match current fashion, it accentuated her perfect curves and gave Broly a strong sense of dissonance, as if he had returned to the world of his past life. Does it look good, oi? The answer was naturally affirmative, but Broly did not respond. Don't get ahead of yourself, number 18, she has a boyfriend. It's a shame you chose an outfit quite similar to hers. Number 17 wore a playful smile, eager to see how Broly would handle the situation next. Well, we Saiyans all dress like this. The material is only for convenience in battle, it doesn't have any special meaning. Oh. Number 18 simply replied, then looked at number 17 and said, I just chose the clothes I like. Is there a problem? After saying this, number 18 led the way out of the clothing store. Number 16 and 17 exchanged glances and followed her out. Broly shook his head helplessly and turned to pay before chasing after them. Let's find a cafe where we can sit down and talk, Broly expressed his thoughts. In the original story, number 18 was the backbone of the trio. Number 16 was taciturn and preferred not to speak, as long as the other two didn't violate his principles, he silently followed behind, cleaning up their messes. As for number 17, he often came up with ideas, but if number 18 had other thoughts, number 17 would also follow her arrangements. Number 18 was still sullen from what had just happened and did not respond. Seeing this, number 17 had to take the lead and agree. Why choose a place like this? We don't need to eat, you should know that. Actually, I don't really like sweets either, but desserts and fried foods always bring happiness. I didn't realize you were such a pleasure-seeking Saiyan. Let's talk business. What plans do the three of you have for the future? I want to kill Son Goku, number 16 replied. Our purpose of being created is just that. Besides, we have nothing else to do, so why not set a goal for ourselves and enjoy the process? So this isn't just because of Dr. Gero's orders. Seemingly perceiving Broly's confusion, number 17 provided an answer. Number 18 remained silent, simply enjoying the dessert in her hand. Since you can make your own choices, it shows that you have your own consciousness. There are many things in this world that can bring joy, and I believe you should enjoy them, but the premise is that you must follow the rules of this world. Number 18, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Is persuading us to abandon killing Son Goku your purpose for coming here? Number 17 chimed in. If that's the case, then you're really boring. Killing Son Goku is what we want to do right now. According to Dr. Gero's intel, you and Son Goku not only belong to the same race, but also have a pretty good relationship, right? I won't deny that, but what I want to say is, in your perception, what do you consider yourselves, eh? Are you humans? Or androids created by Dr. Gero? If it's the former, then you should know how to determine for yourselves what kind of beings you want to be. If it's the latter, Dr. Gero is already dead. I hope you can live for yourselves. Broly's words left the three of them in silence, pondering the question of what their existence truly meant. Seeing that his words had an impact, Broly pressed on. Whether it's the purely mechanical number 16 or the two of you who were modified from human bodies, or even if you are silicon-based or carbon-based life forms, it doesn't matter. We are all beings of the present. The past has already happened, and the future will not come. Your consciousness is the essence of existence itself. Humans often say that you decide what kind of self you want to be, and that saying is quite accurate. Our consciousness determines the existence of the self, so you should not be bound by your physical forms. The three of them were still savoring Broly's words, which almost overloaded their CPUs. Broly tossed out a line, "You should all think about this yourselves." He then paid and walked out of the cafe. At that moment, Trunks called, urgently updating Broly on the current situation. During the time Broly was having lunch with the androids, Bulma, Trunks, and Gohan discovered a new time machine. Additionally, they found a huge cicada shell and its eggs nearby. After hearing this, Broly wasn't flustered. He had anticipated the situation with Cell. If nothing unexpected happened, the TV should report on the people absorbed by Cell. The real concern now was that these androids might be absorbed by Cell. Without a doubt, number 18 was safe, and regardless of the past or present, Broly had a good impression of number 17. If possible, he hoped to help the two of them avoid this disaster. "There's one more thing, Mr. Broly. It's about..." Trunks hesitated on the other end of the line, sounding somewhat embarrassed. "Just tell me. If you wait too long, it might delay the timing. It's about my mom. She said for you to go find that woman android, and that you don't need to come back tonight." Broly felt confident about the situation with Cell, as it had always been within his expectations without any major changes, but Bulma's side indeed made Broly anxious. "Why are you back again?" Seeing Broly return, number 17 asked. "It's nothing, just a minor issue. There's one more thing you must be cautious about. I nearly forgot to mention it." After a moment's reflection, Broly decided to inform the three of Cell. "You mean that old man created another monster? His ultimate goal is to absorb me," and 18. Even the usually unflappable 17 wore an expression of genuine astonishment. "Yes. After absorbing both of you, his power will surge dramatically, allowing him to achieve his final perfect form. We won't let him absorb us, not after finally regaining our freedom. Unfortunately, he is stronger than either of you. To prevent unforeseen complications, I advise you remain as still as possible. You possess no key. If you deliberately conceal yourself, Cell won't detect you. He'll eliminate him as swiftly as possible and return to inform you. His emergence should occur within the next few days." At that very moment, Broly sensed two overwhelming bursts of ki, and 16 equipped with a power detector felt them too. These two signatures belong to Piccolo and another Piccolo. It seems Cell has emerged ahead of schedule. We must confront him immediately. Having sensed Cell's ki, Broly wasted no further hesitation. He shot off toward its source. "Shall we follow?" 18 asked. "Let's not. Didn't he just say it? That monster was engineered specifically for us. His true objective is us. Right now, I'd rather find a quiet place to rest and ponder Broly's words carefully. Isn't he strong enough? He won't stand idly by while we're absorbed, and didn't he himself say it? Do what you wish. If you're too timid to go, fine. 16, let's go." With that, 18 launched herself toward Broly's trajectory. 16, will you truly indulge her recklessness? No. I simply find Broly's reasoning sound. I wish to forget the act of killing Son Goku, and instead savor the beauty of nature. Yet if you and 18 are absorbed, this world will fall irretrievably. So 16 departed as well. You fools. Never mind. I still doubt this Cell could possibly be that formidable. In the end, 17 too chose to follow. By the time Broly arrived, Piccolo and Cell's battle had already concluded. Having witnessed the terrifying might of the androids, Piccolo had fused with Kami, granting him overwhelming superiority in combat. Sensing numerous key signatures converging upon the battlefield, Cell concealed his own energy and fled. Damn it, we were just too late. It's all right. Cell's strength barely exceeds that of the androids. As long as he fails to absorb 17 and 18, he cannot evolve into his perfect form. Even I can match him then, but ordinary people will suffer greatly. We'll have no choice but to summon the Dragon Balls once this crisis ends. By the way, what about the androids? Earlier you seemed reluctant to kill them. Piccolo, having merged with Kami, was no longer the same being he once was. Kami's temperament and habits had subtly reshaped him. His speech too had softened, imbued with newfound humanity and warmth. I've spoken with them. They've pledged to cease their malevolent deeds, at least for now. Broly remained uncertain. 16 posed little concern. He was inherently kind-hearted. Aside from the directives embedded in his programming, he was wholly virtuous. A simple reprogramming by Bulma would suffice. But the other two were far less predictable. Though they committed no major atrocities in the original timeline, future corruption could not be ruled out. No, I mean precisely this Cell must not absorb them. His perfect form must never manifest. I've already warned them to lie low until Cell is defeated. Then they may safely re-emerge. As the two conversed, the others arrived on site. Goku's heart condition had fully healed. Piccolo recounted the intelligence had obtained, at the cost of one arm, regarding Cell. Trunks brought further news during the interim he had destroyed the infant Cell native to this timeline, and delivered blueprints of androids 17 and 18 to Bulma. Watching Trunks, Broly mused inwardly. Trunks remained steadfast. Shaped by apocalyptic trials, his resolve is unwavering. Given Cell's immense power, I know a place ideal for training. One day there equals 1 year outside. Broly himself had trained there before. Now is the time to transcend the Saiyan limit. The hyperbolic time chamber. Yes, it's perfectly suited for this moment. Goku used instant transmission to transport everyone there. Every second counts. Won't you join us? Your strength surpasses ours. Goku detected Broly's unspoken intent and asked directly. He'll stay behind. My current power should suffice against Cell, and someone must monitor both Cell and the androids while you train inside the chamber. Let Gohan take my place. His latent potential is extraordinary. After bidding farewell, Broly returned to West City, not to Bulma's residence. Though she was currently estranged, Cell lurked nearby. He couldn't risk letting the monster infiltrate their home. Accordingly, Broly deliberately left his ki unmasked, a silent warning to Cell, do not mistake me for prey. A full day passed without Cell appearing near West City. Instead, he wreaked havoc around South City, their original battleground, but inexplicably his path began veering steadily westward toward West City itself. Has Dr. Gero, upon encountering me, shared my data with Cell? Is this monster truly brazen enough to attempt a home invasion? How utterly reckless, just as ID hoped to find him. Once he reaches Paris Town, the settlement southeast of West City, midway between West City and the site of Goku's first battle with Vegeta, it'll end him. Because Cell continually masked his ki upon arrival, drained human life, then vanished again, Broly had no recourse but to track his trajectory, waiting until Cell revealed himself in Paris Town before delivering final judgment. According to our field reporter, the unidentified green monster has now reached Paris Town. Local police and military forces have engaged him in combat. Broly monitored the news intently. The moment he confirmed Cell's location, he sped toward the scene at maximum velocity. Upon arrival, devastation stretched in every direction. Shreds of torn clothing littered the ground, yet something felt profoundly wrong. No trace of Cell remained, yet the scale of destruction bore unmistakable evidence of his passage. Broly closed his eyes, extending his ki sense across the ruins, and miraculously detected survivors. Their uniforms identified them as local soldiers. Without hesitation, Broly rushed to their side. Hey you, stay conscious, what happened? That monster. He appeared without warning, siphoning lives through his tail. We opened fire, but bullets and artillery shells failed to pierce him. Then he fired beams from his hands, and everyone perished. You mean he didn't continue draining their life force, but instead slaughtered everyone and fled? Broly anxiously questioned the soldier before him, though the soldier could no longer answer any of his questions. Broly gently lowered the soldier's body and pondered Cell's recent actions. Each time he drains a human, he vanishes, suggesting he still fears me or the Z fighters. Yet his path has been conspicuously unhidden. He's clearly heading west toward West City, which means he must have acquired Bulma's location. And this time, upon arriving here, he chose not to drain humans, but killed them outright and left. Oh no, I've been tricked. His true target is Bulma. Realizing Cell's intent, Broly shot toward West City at top speed. Before Broly even reached the city, he sensed Cell's ki surging from Bulma's residence, and accelerated once more, silently praying that Cell's target was not Bulma. Cell, show yourself. Broly bellowed with all his might, hoping the shout would buy precious seconds. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at Bulma's home. Hearing it, Broly exhaled in partial relief. The blast meant someone had already engaged Cell. He had to move faster. Upon arrival, Broly found androids 17 and 18 locked in battle with Cell. Bulma, are you alright? Bulma instinctively reached to pull Trunks into Broly's arms, but then glanced at android 18, twisted her body away, and ignored Broly entirely. Though she showed no outward sign, Bulma deeply sensed Broly's concern. Even the ruthless android 18, the female demon whom Trunks described as merciless, had stepped forward to protect her. Was this part of Broly's plan? So he truly does care for me. But why are the 3 androids here? In truth, they had followed Broly to Bulma's neighborhood. After Broly departed, 17 intended to pursue him, but 18 insisted on seeing Bulma for herself. Thus all 3 remained, and stumbled directly upon Cell's infiltration. Battle erupted instantly. 17 and 18 clashed with Cell, while 16 stood guard over Bulma's family. Thanks to Broly's warning, 17 and 18 fought with heightened caution. 16 scanned Cell's power, and confirmed he surpassed either android alone. Yet together the two overwhelmed him. Whenever Cell attempted absorption, the other struck without hesitation. From Cell's perspective, he was effectively trapped. Even without reinforcements, 17 and 18's inexhaustible energy would exhaust him, let alone the sudden surge of overwhelming ki and the voice heralding yet another formidable foe. Surveying the battlefield, 16 and 17 engaging him, a far deadlier presence looming nearby, and an unknown android standing watch on the ground. Cell decided to stall with words, seeking either an opening to absorb one of them, or escape. So you've regained your composure? Pity, no plan survives contact with reality. I never imagined your home would be guarded by 3 androids. It seems today may be my undoing. Cell astonishingly feigned weakness. Futile, I never expected such treachery, from you striking Bulma unawares. She is the most precious person in my world. Whatever you say now, I will obliterate you. Not a single cell shall remain. Hearing those words, Bulma's heart warmed, but her face betrayed nothing. 18 heard the declaration and froze mid-motion. In that instant, Cell coiled his tail around her throat. Just as he prepared to absorb her, 17 delivered a devastating side kick to Cell's abdomen, forcing him to release her. So this is Cell? He doesn't seem much stronger than the androids themselves, came a familiar voice. Vegeta and Trunks freshly descended from the hyperbolic time chamber. Well, if it isn't Vegeta, has your hand stopped hurting yet? 18 retorted, stung by Vegeta's dismissal, which implicitly included her. Don't get cocky. Once Cell is dealt with, I'll reduce you puppet dolls to dust. Now step aside. This fight is mine. Vegeta showed no flicker of emotion. Weaklings in his eyes were unworthy of his ire. Oh, what arrogance. 17. With that, 18 exchanged a glance with 17, and both withdrew from combat. 18 wanted to witness how a man who couldn't even defeat her dared speak so arrogantly, and longed to see Vegeta humiliated by Cell's fury. Then let me witness the might of Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Cell smirked, gesturing for Vegeta to begin. You're courting death. Vegeta laughed at Cell's provocation and lunged. Solar flare. Cell thrust his fingers upward, unleashing blinding light that obscured everyone's vision. A contemptible trick. Vegeta raised his forearm to block the glare. Though blinded, he remained vigilant. To everyone's surprise, Cell did not exploit the moment to strike Vegeta. Instead, he turned towards 17. Seizing the distraction, he swallowed 17 whole with his tail. What a... Ordinarily, Broly would have anticipated Cell's focus on 17 and 18, but his anxiety over Cell's assault on Bulma had clouded his judgment, diverting his attention entirely to her, and leaving 17 vulnerable to absorption. After absorbing 17, Cell's form transformed, his frame swelling, his musculature thickening. Trunks, use this to forcibly shut down the android systems. Then Cell can't absorb or evolve further. Bulma pulled a remote control from her pocket and hurled it toward Trunks. Trunks grasped the device and hesitated. This timeline's 18 bore no resemblance to the monstrous tyrant of his future. Halting her now felt unjust. Trunks, hand me the controller. Broly extended his hand, calm but resolute. Stunned that Broly would dare speak for 18 before her very eyes, Bulma forgot the peril entirely and shouted at Trunks, don't give it to him. Press it now, or it'll be too late once Cell absorbs her. Bulma, do you doubt my strength? Seeing her turn away, Broly knew no words would reach her now. Trunks, give me the controller. Broly commanded, voice brooking no refusal. Caught between them, Trunks looked from Bulma, the mother had never known, and to Broly, whose reliability had never wavered. He stood paralyzed, torn. Trunks, destroy the controller. Even if Cell absorbs that woman, he remains no match for me. Vegeta ordered Trunks, eager to test whether this perfect form Cell could withstand his newly ascended power. You fool, do you grasp what you're saying? Using another's death to elevate yourself. Broly's anger flared. Vegeta's arrogance had surfaced at the worst possible moment. Broly surged forward and snatched the controller from Trunks' grip, shattering it for the second time. Cell could wait no longer. Had overheard their exchange. If 18 systems were disabled, facing them all would mean certain annihilation. Perfect opening. Seizing Broly's lunge as distraction, Cell unleashed his signature technique, once more solar flare. Seeing Broly rush to seize the controller, Cell once again unleashed that technique. Solar fist. Be careful, number 18. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly charged towards number 18, his mind fixed on a single thought. He must not allow Cell to evolve again, absolutely not. Number 18, still lacking in combat experience, was caught off guard as Cell used the solar fist to absorb number 17. Once again employing the same trick, she blocked the blinding light with her arm, but remained frozen in place. Fortunately, Broly managed to catch up this time. He tackled number 18 with his utmost speed, knowing that as long as she wasn't absorbed, he could immediately strike Cell. There was no time to lose. Number 18 felt herself being tackled to the ground by someone, initially thinking Cell was going to absorb her. Although he wasn't as strong, she still struggled fiercely. When the blinding light faded, number 18 finally saw the face of the person pinning her down. It was that familiar figure, the man who brought her an unconditional sense of security, Broly. She ceased her struggles. Noticing that Broly's gaze was not on her, number 18 took the opportunity to closely observe his face for the first time. With a towering physique, rugged hair, handsome features, and a resolute gaze, all of these traits converged in that man. For the first time, number 18 felt the sensation of her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. Unfortunately, Broly didn't have the time to appreciate the warmth emanating from the beauty beneath him. He quickly stood up, searching for Cell's location. "Cell, how dare you toy with me again? You have no chance left. Then come kill me if you can bring yourself to do it." Broly followed the voice and realized that he had once again fallen into Cell's trap. It turned out that Cell's target this time was not number 18, but Bulma and the trunks she was holding. The first time he caught everyone off guard by absorbing number 17. Even if he attempted the same trick again, there would likely be a reaction from those nearby. Thus, he set his sights on the defenseless Bulma and little Trunks. Even Broly believed Cell's target was to evolve into his complete form using number 18, not realizing he had once again fallen for Cell's ploy. "Broly." Bulma, who was being held hostage by Cell, called out Broly's name. However, before she could finish her sentence, Cell tightened his grip around her neck. "So Broly, is it? Nice to meet you. Consider this my gift to you. I advise you not to make any rash moves, or I will crush your woman and child right here." Trunks. Even Vegeta, who had been eager to fight Cell moments before, lost his patience, anxiously staring at the little Trunks in Cell's grasp, hesitant to make a move. "You dare threaten me? How amusing. I have no feelings left for a woman who just dared to shout at me. Compared to her, my new love is number 18. And as for that little brat, unfortunate for you, he is Vegeta's son. Do you really think you can use them to threaten me?" Broly ignored Cell's threats and strode directly toward him. "You bastard." Trunks is still in his hands. "If you take one more step, don't blame me for losing my temper." A sphere of energy began to coalesce in Vegeta's hands, and his serious expression made it clear that he was not joking. "Ha ha, it seems he doesn't even want you to come closer now." Watching the situation unfold, Cell laughed heartily, using words to provoke Broly's emotions. Broly also curled his lips into a smile. He doesn't that prove that I'm not lying to you?" With that said, Broly also gathered a massive green energy sphere in his hand. The terrifying aura emanating from it felt powerful even to an ordinary person like Bulma. "Oh, really? Then feel free to attack." Although Cell saw Broly charging up a powerful attack, he wagered that Broly wouldn't dare to fire it. If the two people in his hands were not that important, why would he hastily return from West City to save her? Broly remained silent, continuing to charge the energy sphere in his hand, his eyes fixed intently on Cell, locking onto his target. "If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't be wasting so much time talking." Cell's words shattered Broly's mental defenses completely. In this battle of patience and courage, the victor was Cell. Yes, Broly was afraid to gamble. Even if he released the energy sphere, what if Cell chose not to escape and instead decided to perish alongside Bulma? Even with the Dragon Balls as a backup, he couldn't act against Bulma. "Fine, you win. Let them go, and I'll spare your life as long as you return to your world." No, no, no. The victor is me, and it is I who should be making the demands, isn't it? Now you must take responsibility for what you just said. You know I need number 18 to evolve into my complete form, so how will you choose between your new lover and your old one? You? Cell's demands truly put Broly in a bind. In terms of feelings, he certainly had a deeper connection with Bulma. However, this wasn't simply a matter of saving one over the other. If he chose to save number 18 to prevent Cell from evolving, sacrificing Bulma might prevent things from spiraling further out of control and even win number 18's heart. But what about Bulma and Trunks? Conversely, if he saved Bulma and Trunks, wouldn't that be no different from what Vegeta did in the original story? Cell had turned the current situation into a classic trolley problem. He was eager to see this so-called strongest being on Earth struggle with his choices, firmly believing that people are selfish who, compared to saving the world, the woman and child in his hands were far more important. Stop dragging your feet. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3, and if you still haven't made a choice, well, you know the consequences, don't you? 3. Even coming from that world, Broly still had no answer to this dilemma. Listening to Cell's countdown, he felt his mind in chaos. 2. Broly, don't hand the android over to him. You don't have to worry about me. If I die, I still have the Dragon Balls. Bulma struggled to shout this out. Damn woman. Shut up. Cell tightened his grip on Bulma's neck, not wanting things to unfold in the direction she suggested. 1. Enough. Number 18 interrupted Cell's countdown. She looked deeply at Broly as if trying to engrave his image in her mind. After taking a deep breath, number 18 expressed her thoughts. Broly, thank you for saving me once again just now. You are very fortunate to have such a woman who likes you. For a woman without combat power to dare speak such words to Cell is truly courageous. I cannot compare to her. It's just a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. Number 18 smiled sadly, making her choice. With number 17 gone, I must do what I need to do. You must seize the opportunity and not disappoint my expectations of you. Without hesitation, number 18 charged at Cell, launching her attack. She knew she was no match for Cell, especially after he had already evolved. However, Cell wanted her, and she hoped Broly would understand her words and seize the chance to save Bulma, while Cell absorbed her. Number 18's assumption was correct. The moment she charged forward, Cell tossed Bulma and Trunks aside, using his limbs to deal with number 18's assault, while his tail took the opportunity to absorb her. And when number 18 charged at Cell, Broly understood her intention. In the instant Cell released Bulma, he rescued both of them. You actually dared to. Vegeta, still furious over Trunks' earlier predicament, saw that Broly had saved the two and immediately unleashed all his power, charging towards the fully evolved Cell. Vegeta, he has already transformed into his complete form. His fighting power is not comparable to before. Be careful. Bulma warned. Don't worry about him, let him go. Only by experiencing Cell's strength will he realize how foolish his earlier decision was. Broly felt a hint of resentment toward Vegeta, wanting him to suffer a bit. But Broly also knew that he was not blaming Vegeta. He was blaming himself for falling for Cell's tricks 3 times in one day. About that android. No, about Android 18. Don't be too sad. Bulma herself could not understand why she was comforting Broly because of another woman. Don't say that, Bulma. I won't let her die in vain. After saving Bulma, Broly's gaze never left Cell, staring coldly, without the expected sadness, despair, or anger, but with a profound calm. Seeing Broly's state, Bulma knew it was abnormal. She worriedly touched his face and asked, Broly, are you okay? Broly grabbed Bulma's hand, his eyes still fixed on Cell, but he comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Bulma, I'm fine, I just want some quiet. After hearing Broly's words, Bulma wisely stepped aside. Trunks, once Vegeta is defeated, I will deal with Cell. In the meantime, you must protect Bulma and your younger self and ensure the same thing doesn't happen again. Trunks stepped forward, cradling his younger self in one arm, while supporting Bulma with the other, replying, All right, mister. Broly, this time no matter who it is, I won't let him harm my mother again. The battle between Vegeta and Cell continued, but Cell was completely overconfident after evolving, wanting to toy with Vegeta. Seeing that close combat was ineffective, Vegeta decided to change his strategy, planning to gain the upper hand with a Kamehameha. He unleashed his familiar Prince's tactics, continuously firing small energy blasts at Cell, and as the blasts exploded in succession, they stirred up a cloud of dust that obscured Cell's figure. This was also Vegeta's intention, using the dust and smoke to obscure Cell's line of sight, and then he concentrated all his strength into a single strike aimed at Cell. To his surprise, Vegeta's full force attack did not create a significant explosion. As the smoke cleared, everyone realized what had happened. It turned out Cell had activated a shield before the attack landed, and Vegeta's attack struck Cell's protective barrier. I can't believe my full force attack was blocked like this. Vegeta looked at Cell in disbelief, while Cell casually brushed the dust off his body. Damn it. My father's powerful strike was so easily deflected by Cell, and not only that, his energy hasn't changed at all. Trunks knew Cell was strong, but he never expected the complete form of Cell to be this powerful. He's just playing around with his speed. He can easily dodge Vegeta's attacks. He uses the shield merely to showcase his strength. Moreover, even if he took that hit, he wouldn't die. His body contains Piccolo's cells, and as long as that crucial cell remains intact, he would still recover to his original form, albeit at the cost of some energy. Damn it. Cell is not only incredibly strong, but he also has such a cheating ability. How on earth can we defeat this guy? Trunks did not doubt Broly's words, but the overwhelming pressure Cell exerted was eroding his fighting spirit little by little. Since you like using Kamehameha, then I'll play along. First, here comes Piccolo's special beam cannon. With that, Cell extended his middle and index fingers, gathering intense energy in his hands, and after a moment shot it at Vegeta. Vegeta barely dodged the beam, feeling the explosive force behind him, reminding him that he absolutely could not take Cell's attack heat-in. The power is adequate, but the speed is too slow. It seems rather impractical. Cell assessed Piccolo's technique while looking at his fingers. Watching Cell gloat and critique so freely, Broly's anger surged even more. Laugh all you want, enjoy it while it lasts. When your confidence peaks, I will personally send you to hell. Next is Krillin's Destructo Disc. Watch out. Cell launched 2 Destructo Discs, one after the other, sealing off Vegeta's retreat. Vegeta fired several energy blasts at the Destructo Discs, hoping to trigger an explosion to evade. To Broly's actions, Cell simply said 2 words, fool. The next moment, even Cell couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying, oh, there's this too. In fact, Vegeta was not simply trying to withstand the explosion of the Destructo Discs. After all, even Frieza had been caught off guard by that. He was merely using the energy blast to slow down the Destructo Disc's flight speed, allowing him to shift sideways just in time to evade this attack. The Mist Destructo disc unsurprisingly sliced the building behind him in half. This move is powerful, but the accuracy is still lacking. It's not very controllable. To be fair, Cell's critique was quite on point, accurately naming both the advantages and disadvantages. So can you dodge this move? This attack was Frieza's death beam, linear like the special beam cannon, but with both power and speed surpassing it. Previously, Vegeta had not only engaged in close combat with Cell, but had also consumed a lot of energy with his Kamehameha, making dodging the previous moves his limit. The death beam accurately struck Vegeta's chest. Looks like this move is quite effective, so you should try it a few more times. Following that, Cell unleashed several death beams hitting various parts of Vegeta's body, causing him to fall. Father. In that moment, Trunks saw Vegeta's life hanging by a thread, and he could no longer hold himself back, transforming into a muscle version Super Saiyan ready to confront Cell. Trunks, have you forgotten what you just promised me? Finally, Broly spoke up from the side. Regarding Android 18A, Broly felt only resentment toward Vegeta. He only wanted to teach Vegeta a good lesson through Cell, and did not wish to truly put him to death. After all, he was still his kin, and now he was also Trunks' brother-in-law, making him Trunks' father. On the other hand, Cell had no interest in continuing to attack Vegeta. For him, crushing a bug offered no sense of accomplishment. Are you finally unable to hold back from avenging that woman? Come on, let me witness the true power of a Saiyan. Broly did not wish to waste another word with Cell. The matters concerning Android 17, Android 18, and Bulma were still fresh in his mind, so he ignored Cell's provocation. Broly instantly appeared next to Vegeta, grabbing his clothing and tossing him to the side toward Trunks. Before losing consciousness, Vegeta heard Broly say one thing. Look, Vegeta, this is Cell after absorbing Android 18. Is this the result you wanted? The shame of defeat and guilt overwhelmed him, and Vegeta could no longer hold on. His vision faded to black as he lost consciousness. Trunks caught Vegeta and fished out a Senzu bean from his pocket to feed him.